In the 63rd year of Konoha, in the land of fire, a weary young man clad in the uniform of a Chunin from Konoha opened the door to his room. Upon entering, he collapsed onto his bed like a boneless squid. His name was Araki Nabuhiko, a traveler from another world. A month prior, upon his arrival in this ninja realm, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Having watched the anime several times and indulged in numerous fan novels, he possessed a considerable understanding of this universe. For him, traversing into this world felt akin to a fish returning to water. Armed with his foresight, he was certain he could ascend to the pinnacle of success. Just as he brimmed with enthusiasm, envisioning himself commanding the winds and rain in the world of Hokage, calamity struck. The Chunin Mizuki attempted to abscond with the Book of Seals, but fortunately, he was captured by Iraki Yumino and Naruto Uzumaki. The news nearly made him choke with despair. The plot of the Hokage world had already commenced, and at this juncture, any scheme he might devise would be in vain. Soon, Orochimaru would set in motion his plan to topple Konoha. At that time, Konoha would suffer grievously, and as a mere Chunin who had relied on luck to rise, his fate would likely be dire. He realized he could no longer remain in Konoha. If he did not devise a means of escape, he would undoubtedly become one of its casualties. While contemplating how to flee this inferno, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Araki Nabuhiko was exhilarated his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Claim it. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the ocean of mental energy. Wishing you a pleasant journey through your new life. Farewell. As the words faded, he sensed a mysterious expanse forming within his mind. Delving into this space, he witnessed boundless mental energy solidifying into a liquid state, flowing throughout the realm. Incredible. With this, am I not invincible? He quickly returned to the tangible world, eager to harness the mental energy within his mind. Instantly, his spirit surged beyond his physical form, radiating outward. He felt as though he had transformed into an ethereal presence, spreading throughout the ninja realm. Ultimately, he enveloped the entire shinobi world, feeling as if he were a deity presiding over it. This is extraordinary. I am indeed invincible. With such power, what have I to fear from Orochimaru? Not to mention Orochimaru, even the Sage of Six Paths would be forced to retreat before me. Just then, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, and with a thought, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. Weakness washed over him, as if his body were on the brink of collapse. It appeared that wielding such potent mental energy was not without consequences. It adversely affected his physical state. In the subsequent days, he scanned the entire shinobi world with his mental prowess. With the advantage of foresight and such formidable mental strength, he now dared to consider himself unrivaled in the ninja realm. In moments of boredom, he even crafted a continent within the realm of his mind, watching his primitive inhabitants forge their civilization, and he reveled in the illusion of being an omnipotent deity. However, after a few days, he realized that being invincible was rather mundane. It resembled playing an exceedingly challenging game where one struggles to progress. Yet, upon employing a cheat, one can effortlessly conquer the heavens, the earth, and even the air. The time spent battling foes pales in comparison to the time required for travel, causing the game to swiftly lose its allure. Furthermore, what significance does invincibility hold? Life must continue. Groceries still require payment. If one believes that possessing unparalleled strength grants the liberty to act recklessly, then all those years spent in moral education were in vain. Thus, he returned to a languid existence. In his previous life, he succumbed to overwork, and in this life, he vowed to embrace the role of a carefree individual. He refrained from interfering in Naruto Uzumaki's life, nor did he recount the tragic history of his clan to Sasuke Uchiha. He harbored no desire to establish an organization or to seek dominion. Recruiting them as subordinates would serve little purpose, especially when he would then be burdened with their upkeep. With his own finances dwindling to the point of near beggary, he had neither the means nor the inclination to support any lackeys. Thus, he spent a month blissfully and carefree. However, one day, he unexpectedly received a summons from the Hokage. Araki Nabuhiko found himself perplexed. What could this old man possibly want? Aside from completing a few missions with temporary teammates over the past month, he had accomplished nothing of note. After much contemplation, he resolved to discover what was afoot with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sitting idly would yield no answers. If it were fate, it would unfold, and if it were misfortune, he could not evade it. Perhaps it was a promotion or a raise. With that thought, Araki Nabahiko entered the Hokage's office, bewildered. The office was already teeming with individuals, numbering over 30 upon a rough estimate. Like him, they donned the vests of Konoha's Chunin. At the forefront stood 3 individuals clad in the formal attire of Chunin. Upon noticing Nabahiko's entrance, the crowd turned to look, then nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed he was not summoned alone, evidently. There was a collective mission of which he was merely a part. To the other ninjas, Araki Nabahiko was merely a laid-back passerby, akin to a background character in an animation whose visage the creator could not be bothered to illustrate. After a polite nod, they returned to their discussions. Once everyone was present, silence enveloped the Hokage's office. All eyes fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat high in the Hokage's chair. Adorned with the Hokage's hat and clad in ceremonial attire, the wrinkled face of the third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe. Exhaling the smoke, he addressed the assembly. In 1 week, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha. I have summoned you all to entrust you with the role of examiners during this period. Though surprised, the gathered individuals did not voice much. The Hokage would announce the list of examiners just prior to the commencement of the Chunin exams, ensuring that the examiners remained unaware of their identities beforehand. Thus, a convenient path was opened for some candidates during the Chunin examination. The only individuals likely aware of their examiner identities were the 3 chief examiners positioned at the front row: Marino Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, and Moonlight Nightbreeze. Subsequently, the third Hokage divided the 30-odd Chunin present into 3 groups, each led by one of the 3 chief examiners, forming task teams. Shinboku found himself assigned to Marino Ibiki's group, which brought him a slight sense of relief. As long as he was not placed in Mitarashi Anko's team, which had the most complicated tasks, he felt fortunate. After the personnel list was announced, the third Hokage addressed the assembly, asking, "If anyone has questions, feel free to voice them now." This inquiry was merely a formality. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. "Hey, old man Hokage, this task has a lengthy execution period. Is there any additional compensation?" At this declaration, the crowd collectively gasped. Who was this audacious individual? To address the Hokage so boldly was a display of remarkable bravado. Furthermore, to demand additional compensation openly was an audacious act indeed. As the crowd turned to identify the speaker, they discovered it was Araki Shinboku, who had remained virtually unnoticed since entering the room, even lacking a single camera shot. The third Hokage's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Araki Shinboku with a discerning gaze. He pondered just who was this person. The Hokage quickly perused the documents in his hand, eventually locating the personal information of Araki Shinboku at the bottom of the file. Name: Araki Shinboku. Position: Konoha Chunin. Age: 20 years. Background: born in the Konoha orphanage, graduated from the Ninja Academy in the 55th year of Konoha, and became a genin. Achieved Chunin status in the 62nd year of Konoha, after losing all teammates during a mission. Currently operates as a freelance ninja, forming temporary teams to undertake missions. Upon reviewing Araki Shinboku's profile, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. This was an exceedingly ordinary Konoha ninja. What had instilled him with such audacity to speak to him in this manner? Nevertheless, he knew he must maintain the persona of a gracious elder, and even if the individual was unreasonable, he could not afford to lose his temper. Thus, he donned a smile and replied to Shinboku, "This task does not come with additional compensation. The reward is equivalent to that of a standard drank mission. However, it will be recorded in your personal history, which will greatly influence your future promotions. Young man, do not aspire too high, remain grounded and pragmatic. Only by excelling in the tasks at hand can you secure a more promising future." The third Hokage's words inspired fervor and enthusiasm among the gathered crowd. Yet, in the corner, Araki Shinboku muttered dismissively, "After all that, there's still no compensation?" Frustrated, Shinboku lamented that he had encountered countless empty promises in his previous life, much like the one presented by the third Hokage. I had anticipated that arriving in a world rife with conflict and ninjas would yield a more favorable situation. To my dismay, the third Hokage proceeded to weave grand illusions before me. With such distractions, I found my motivation to engage earnestly in my duties waning. It seemed prudent to indulge in a bit of leisure during this assignment. Though Shinyan's murmurs were faint, the heightened senses of the ninjas allowed them to hear every word with clarity. They cast disdainful glances at Shinyan, deeming him a man devoid of honor. Unfazed by their contemptuous stares, Shinyan remained indifferent. A group of mere pawns, laboring without purpose. Had he audacity to look down upon him, it was utterly absurd. Chapter 2. Adding a vivid brushstroke to the mundane examination before long, the Chunin exam commenced as scheduled. Shinyan, along with the other examiners, sat in the observation room, scrutinizing the candidates. The array of individuals before him was truly peculiar, an eclectic mix of characters. Some appeared to be well over 40 years of age. Yet they still dared to participate in the Chunin exam. What could possibly motivate such individuals to stake their lives at this stage of their lives? Should one commend their dedication and bravery, or deem them stubbornly foolish? As the candidates gradually arrived at the venue, several familiar faces caught Shinyan's attention. The one with dark circles under his eyes, carrying a gourd, was undoubtedly Gaara. He was accompanied by a man and a woman, Temari and Kankuro. Notably, Kankuro was not seen carrying his puppets, suggesting he had cleverly concealed them in preparation for a surprise tactic. Soon after, the Konoha 11, led by Guy's team, also made their entrance. The number of candidates in the examination hall grew steadily, and the time for the exam drew near. Glancing at the clock, Mori no Ibiki, the chief examiner, rose to address the gathering. The time has come. We shall impart a lesson to these genin. Upon hearing this, the other examiners seemed eager, reveling in the prospect of mentoring the newcomers. A line of individuals exited the observation room, and as Shinyan lingered at the back, he cast a glance at the monitors. Team Kakashi pushed open the doors and entered the examination arena. A subtle smile graced Shinyan's lips. The plot was unfolding, and it appeared it was time to engage with these youngsters. Cease your actions immediately. If you continue, I shall revoke your qualifications for this exam. Mori no Ibiki's resonant voice echoed across the arena, cutting through the dissipating smoke. Moments earlier, a confrontation had erupted between the Sound Village's Dosu and Konoha's Kabuto, culminating in a physical altercation that left Kabuto sprawled on the ground, retching. Upon noticing the arrival of the examiners, Dosu shot a glare at the Konoha 11 before turning away. Naruto Uzumaki, not one to be outdone, made a face at their retreating figures. As the commotion settled, Mori no Ibiki began his self-introduction and outlined the details of the examination. Shinyan surveyed the crowd, quickly identifying the main characters by their outlandish hairstyles and vibrant hair colors. Even those unfamiliar with the Naruto series would recognize them as the protagonists. He then scanned the crowd for other significant characters from the original narrative. When his gaze brushed past Kabuto, the latter knowingly met Shinyan's eyes for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting his gaze, feigning unawareness of Shinyan's scrutiny. A smirk tugged at Shinyan's lips. It was evident that this man, a spy by trade, possessed a keen sense of vigilance. At that moment, Ibiki declared, "All candidates must immediately take their designated seats in preparation for the exam. Failure to locate your seat before the exam begins will result in automatic disqualification." The candidates swiftly located their seats, and Shinyan casually chose a spot at the examiner's table, finding himself in the very last row. This position was the furthest from Ibiki, ensuring that he could indulge in some leisure without being detected. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. An unfamiliar examiner strode confidently through the entrance of the examination hall. Approaching Shinyan, this individual pulled up a chair and seated himself beside him. Shinyan's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this not Kankuro's puppet? Striding in so brazenly, did he truly assume that the examiners were blind? He turned to glance at his colleagues nearby, who were intently observing the candidates. Alas, these fellows had eyesight worse than the blind. However, Marino Ibiki sensed something amiss, though he chose not to address it, instead commencing his discourse on the examination's particulars. This examination employed a point deduction system, with each participant starting with 10 points. The test paper contained 10 questions, and for every incorrect answer, 1 point would be deducted. Notably, the 10th question was not explicitly stated. It would only be revealed 45 minutes after the exam commenced. Furthermore, any candidate caught cheating by the examiners would immediately face a 2-point deduction. Once a participant's score dropped to 0, they would be promptly escorted from the examination room, and their team would be disqualified. To be candid, this regulation seemed overly lenient. Instead of being expelled outright upon detection of cheating, candidates were afforded 4 additional chances. Was this not a blatant assessment of their ability to deceive? As Abiki announced that the examination had officially begun, the candidates quickly lowered their heads to review the questions. Sinyan, too, turned his attention to the puppet of Kankuro. It must be said, this puppet was quite lifelike, possessing features and even the ability to speak. Cold sweat trickled down Kankuro's forehead. Why was this individual fixated on the crow? Had he somehow seen through his ruse? After observing for a while, Sinyan's interest waned. After all, it was merely a tool. Ultimately, a ninja relied on their own strength. He glanced around at the candidates, who were scratching their heads in contemplation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Regardless of the outcome of this examination, cheating would not affect the results. If Naruto could pass by submitting a blank paper, why not have some fun at the expense of these candidates? Resolute in his decision, his gaze first fell upon the puppet beside him. At that moment, Kankuro, who was maneuvering the puppet in a distracted manner, suddenly changed countenance. He realized he had lost connection with the crow, no matter how he tugged at the chakra threads. The puppet remained utterly immobile. Kankuro's expression grew grave. Could it be that the crow had been discovered by the examiner? He furtively cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder. With that single glance, he nearly dropped his pen in fright. There, detached from his control, the puppet was laughing and waving at him. He felt as if he had seen a ghost and swiftly turned back, straightening his posture, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The crow had come to life? How could this be? Meanwhile, Shinyin, who was manipulating the crow with his psychic power, reveled in the sight of Kankuro's expressions, akin to someone who had just swallowed a dead fly. The little brat, neglecting his studies at the Ninja Academy, resorting to cheating during exams. If he didn't impose some punishment on these youngsters, how could he justify his 9 years of compulsory education in his past life? How could he reconcile that with his perfect scores in moral education classes year after year? After dealing with Kankuro, Shinyin's gaze swept across the examination hall, searching for his next educational target. He wondered who would be the fortunate recipient of his attention. His eyes gradually settled upon Hyuga Niji, a sinister grin creeping onto his lips. In the original work, among the 12 young warriors, you met the most tragic end. If I don't take advantage of you, am I still human? Niji suddenly shivered, sensing that some malevolent force had fixed its gaze upon him. Chapter 3. The Interference. Hyuga Niji felt as though he was being watched. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, yet found no one who seemed to be targeting him. Niji surmised that it must be one of the examiners. After all, he was among the elite of this cohort of Konoha's genin, making him a reasonable target. He quickly steadied his mind, focusing his chakra in his eyes. As the veins around his temples bulged, the world within his vision transformed dramatically. He acquired an almost 360-degree field of vision, capable of penetrating objects. This was the Byakugan, the bloodline limit that the Hyuga clan depended upon for survival. For Niji, cheating during the exam was as effortless as eating or drinking. His gaze incessantly pierced through the candidates in the examination hall, ultimately landing on the paper of a student whose pen danced across the page. Just as he intended to closely observe and record the content of the exam, suddenly, a young man clad in overalls and sporting a basketball at his side bowed to him from the paper. Following that was an array of bewildering antics that left him utterly stunned. Niji, startled, promptly closed his Byakugan and rubbed his temples. It seemed he had been overexerting himself in his recent training, experiencing hallucinations even with his Byakugan. Perhaps he truly needed some rest. He concentrated once more and reopened his Byakugan, directing his gaze back to the exam paper. Fortunately, this time no hallucination occurred. The young man in overalls was nowhere to be found. He meticulously recorded the content from the paper and transcribed it onto his own. Once he had copied all 9 questions, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was await the 10th question. As Niji closed his eyes, intending to relish his masterpiece, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock at his own examination paper. In the spaces meant for answers, he had inadvertently sketched 9 illustrations that meticulously documented the entire sequence of a suspenders-clad youth, from bowing to dribbling, culminating in tossing aside the basketball and dancing with his back to the audience, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Niji pondered who could have subjected him to such humiliation. This paper was now rendered invalid, and he was likely to be eliminated from the competition. He had hoped to seize this opportunity during the Chunin exams to make a name for himself and deliver a resounding blow to the main family. Yet he found himself in this predicament. To be candid, Niji's composure was beginning to fray. Had it not been for his remarkable mental fortitude, he would have likely torn his paper to shreds by now. In the back row of the classroom, Xinyan struggled to suppress his laughter. With the addition of another capable ally to the ranks of the black-hearted army, this was indeed a cause for celebration. His gaze swept across the room once more, this time fixating on the back of Gaara's head. How could he possibly manipulate this stoic figure? Suddenly struck by inspiration, he devised a plan. At that moment, Gaara had already dispersed his sand throughout the examination hall. Upon noticing that a top student had completed their answers, he promptly closed his left eye and activated the Eye of Sand to cheat. In truth, this technique was not overly complex. It could even be categorized alongside the shadow clone technique. It merely involved creating a clone of an eyeball using the shadow clone technique and linking the optic nerves of his original eye with that of the clone, thus gaining the vision of the cloned eye. As Gaara's Eye of Sand crystallized, he was poised to connect his optic nerve with that of the cloned eyeball when Xinyan broke into a wide grin. Simultaneously, Gaara, linking his optic nerve to the Eye of Sand, found himself incredulously gazing at a scene unfolding before him. A transparent crystal orb appeared in his left eye's field of vision, within which a group of beautiful maidens frolicked naked in the water. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stared incredulously at a test paper before him. Closing his left eye, he confirmed that he was indeed in his office, gazing at his crystal orb. Upon shutting his right eye and observing the world through his left, he was astonished to find a Chunin exam paper filled with answers before him. Furrowing his brow, his expression turned grave. With a wave of his hand, the scene within the crystal orb shifted to reveal the testing arena of the first part of the Chunin exam. At that moment, Gaara sensed something amiss and immediately severed the connection to the Eye of Sand. The third Hokage, his brow tightly knitted, scanned the entire assembly of candidates before his gaze finally settled upon Gaara. Gaara of the Sandstorm, though merely a genin, has garnered some recognition from the third Hokage. His ability to carve a name for himself attests to his remarkable prowess. The third Hokage mused quietly to himself. Could it be a mistake in the execution of the jutsu? It is indeed a plausible scenario. After all, even a seasoned jutsu expert like himself would hesitate to claim absolute perfection in his techniques. Nevertheless, should this individual refine his jutsu, it could potentially serve a significant purpose. The third Hokage's professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to contemplate a jutsu that would connect his vision to that of his adversary. Meanwhile, Gaara was devoid of such leisurely thoughts. He gazed grimly at the Eye of Sand in his hand, pondering the source of his predicament. Why was his vision tethered to the Hokage of Konohagakure? Resolute, he decided to attempt the connection once more. Failure would indicate foul play. He activated the Eye of Sand again, closing his left eye to establish a link. Instantly, the world within his left eye transformed dramatically. Two colossal figures, towering approximately 10 feet, materialized before him, one male and one female. The woman possessed grotesque features and pink hair, while the man, adorned with black hair and two horns, wore bizarre tattoos across his body. An overwhelming aura radiated from them, causing Gaara's brow to furrow in concern. Where was this place? Who were these giants? Was it truly possible for humans to reach such immense sizes? Through the peripheral vision of his gaze, Gaara observed the one to whom the sight belonged. This individual was slender, his back adorned with a straw hat, accompanied by 4 companions, 3 of whom wielded swords at their waists, while one had short red hair and a mechanical arm. At that moment, the owner of the site dashed towards the horned giant with astonishing speed and struck with a single fist. A resounding boom echoed as the 10-foot giant was sent crashing to the ground by the lithe youth. The pink-haired giantess gasped, "Hey, Kaido, what are you doing? You were defeated by a single punch." Fuming, Kaido rose, glaring menacingly at Monkey D. Luffy, the straw hat wearer. Unfazed, Luffy casually placed the straw hat atop his head and declared, "Didn't you ask me what I said earlier? I shall repeat it. I am going to be the king of the pirates." Thus, a fierce battle commenced, and Gaara closed his vision. At that moment, he stood in a daze, incredulity etched on his face as he murmured, "What was that I just witnessed?" Chapter 4. Do not deduct funds. Everything else is allowed. The scene he had just witnessed left Gaara utterly perplexed. He pressed his palms together, channeling chakra to ascertain whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. After several minutes, he opened his eyes, only to find confusion staring back at him. He had not been ensnared in a genjutsu. Could it be that the Eye of Sand, this jutsu, had malfunctioned? He resolved to make a few more attempts. And thus another Eye of Sand began to coalesce nearby. He slowly closed his left eye, fully concentrating this time, fearful of missing any detail. "Piccolo, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and strike. Kakarot, are you insane? You will perish too. Goku clung tightly to his brother Raditz, prepared to face annihilation alongside him. At that moment, Piccolo had completed his charge. A cold smile spread across his face as he turned to Goku and Raditz. You two annoying pests, perish together. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the special beam cannon. A spiraling energy sphere pierced through the chests of Raditz and Goku. They fell to the ground in agony. And in his final moments, a look of serene acceptance washed over Goku's face. Meanwhile, Gaara was left utterly bewildered. What is happening now? Again with this situation? What transpired here? The green-faced creature had slain the two dark-haired youths. What was unfolding? Gaara promptly closed the Eye of Sand and reconnected. Return Rukia to me. I am Saitama, a hero by mere happenstance. For we are fairy tale. Demacia. Gaara was lost in confusion, engulfed in deep self-doubt. What were these visions he was witnessing? The architect of this chaos, however, was gleefully convulsing with laughter. Shinya mused to himself, I mustn't laugh. I am still at work. Laughter is absolutely forbidden. Yet, Gaara's bewildered expression was simply too amusing. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the examinees were diligently cheating, each one filled with tension. Suddenly, a laugh erupted from the back of the examination hall, startling them into trembling hands. Once they regained their composure, they turned to glare daggers at Shinya. Ibiki too was displeased. What was this slacker doing during a mission? Araki, what are you laughing at? Shinya took several deep breaths, gradually suppressing his mirth. He explained to Ibiki, my apologies, Lord Jainin. I was reminded of something amusing. Ibiki refrained from reprimanding Shinya publicly. After all, he was an examiner and deserved some respect in front of the lower-ranked shinobi. Nevertheless, he resolved to give this slacker subordinate a proper scolding after the examination. Meanwhile, Gaara and Hyuga Neji directed their gazes toward Shinya. Though lacking evidence, their instincts hinted that the strange occurrences surrounding them were orchestrated by him. Despite their anger, neither accused Shinya. In fact, a subtle wariness towards him began to take root within them. They realized they had likely fallen under a genjutsu, a feat so stealthy that it could ensnare them without a sound. This Nin named Araki Shinya was certainly no ordinary individual. Alas, their plans for cheating had now been thoroughly thwarted. In a moment of desperation, they had no choice but to place their hopes on the yet-to-be-announced 10th question. Hikaru, too, refrained from playing pranks on others, for in mere minutes, the 10th question would be revealed, marking the conclusion of the examination. He pondered where he should seek refuge when the Konoha collapse plan came to fruition. As for fighting for Konoha, that was a far-fetched notion. The meager rewards offered for the tasks were hardly worth the risk of his life. Soon, the time arrived for the announcement of the 10th question, and all candidates were utterly focused, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Meanwhile, Hikaru rested against the shoulder of his puppet crow, indulging in a nap. The subsequent events no longer concerned him, and a little idle time seemed permissible, didn't it? Uncertain of how long he had dozed, Hikaru awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. At that moment, he sensed someone shaking his shoulder. He groggily opened his eyes to find a boy, his face adorned with paint, standing before him. Hey, you were the one causing trouble during the exam, weren't you? Kankuro exclaimed, irate at seeing his beloved puppet used as a pillow. It felt akin to a betrayal. Rubbing his eyes, Hikaru asked, has the exam concluded? Kankuro, filled with indignation, replied, of course, it's over. The candidates have nearly all departed. Is this how irresponsible you Konoha ninjas are? Sleeping during a mission. Hikaru glanced around and noted that only the 3 from Sunagakure remained. Everyone else had already left. He deemed his task successfully completed and thought it was time to head home for dinner. He waved dismissively at Kankuro, saying, youngster, you are still too naive. When you reach my age, you will understand that idleness is the true essence of life. Kankuro, uninterested in bantering with this laid-back elder, snatched back his puppet crow, inspecting it thoroughly before sighing in relief upon finding all parts intact. At that moment, Gaara approached Hikaru, his expression fierce and an uncontrollable aura of killing intent radiating from him. Hikaru, puzzled, inquired, young brother, do you need something? Gaara retorted, you are strong. I find it hard to contain myself. Shino and Kankuro, standing nearby, grew anxious, fearing Gaara might act inappropriately. After all, they were on Konoha's territory. If Gaara's identity as a Jinchuriki were to be exposed, the situation could become dire. Calm down, Gaara. We are in Konoha. Please do not act rashly, Hikaru urged. Yes. Gaara, take a moment to compose yourself. After a lengthy pause, Gaara gradually regained his composure and said to Hikaru, "Araki Hikaru, I will remember you." With that, he turned and left the classroom without a backward glance. Shino and Kenkaro released a sigh of relief and followed Gaara out of the room. Yoshihiko intended to turn away, but unexpectedly, a pair of powerful hands seized his shoulder. As he turned to look, he found Marino Ibiki, whose scarred visage bore a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Araki Yoshihiko, you slept quite soundly just now. I wonder how many cheating students you caught during this mission?" As he spoke, Ibiki snatched Yoshihiko's writing board. His grin grew even broader as he extracted a pristine sheet of paper from it. Then, he picked up the exam paper of Naruto Uzumaki and placed it before Yoshihiko, saying, "You and this little brat are truly a perfect match. A candidate who submits a blank paper and an examiner who teaches blank submissions. How do you think I should punish you?" Yoshihiko's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "As long as you don't deduct my pay, you may do as you please." Chapter 5. Orochimaru. The following day, at the number 44 training ground of the Forest of Death, dozens of candidates convened outside the arena with several examiners. If the first exam was merely an intellectual contest, the second exam was a genuine test of martial prowess. The candidates were eager and restless, while the examiners watched them with bemusement, clearly anticipating the examination. Among the spirited examiners stood Yoshihiko, who appeared rather languid. The day before, Marino Ibiki had taken him to complain to the third Hokage. That old man feigned criticism towards Yoshihiko for a few moments before allowing him to continue serving as an examiner for the second round. Yoshihiko felt quite vexed. He hadn't yet received adequate payment for the first exam, and now he was being asked to serve as an examiner again, as if he were some sort of unpaid labor. He resolved that once the exam commenced, he would find a place to take a nap. The chief examiner for this round was Mitarashi Anko. Should Anko inquire about his whereabouts, he would simply say he encountered Orochimaru on the way, followed him, and ultimately lost track of him. After all, neither the third Hokage nor Mitarashi Anko could possibly verify that with Orochimaru. Yoshihiko glanced at a ninja from the grass village not far away. Orochimaru's disguise was far from convincing. Aside from a change of face, his attire had scarcely altered. Was there truly no one among the Leaf Ninjas who questioned this? Were they all just starry-eyed novices? As Mitarashi Anko finished explaining the rules, the candidates were led by the examiners to different entrances. By sheer coincidence, Yoshihiko was assigned to a team led by Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, along with Chikage and Kiri Misumi, were of the same age as Yoshihiko. However, these three had never attended ninja school, so they were not well acquainted. While heading toward the entrance of the Forest of Death, they engaged in conversation. Kabuto, with admiration etched across his face, exclaimed, "Araki-senpai is truly remarkable. To have attained the rank of CH Nin at such a young age is truly remarkable. I must learn from Senior Araki." Akato and Kin Misumi exchanged glances filled with disdain, finding Kabuto's expression utterly repugnant. Shinya responded politely, "It was merely luck on my part." He then glanced at the profiles of the three in his hands, puzzled. Kabuto Yakushi, Akato, Kin Misumi. Are these truly not your aliases? Upon hearing this, both Akato and Kin Misumi tensed up instantly, their hands instinctively moving towards their respective tool pouches at their waists. Noticing their unusual reaction, Kabuto swiftly shot them a glare. Startled by his gaze, they immediately retracted their hands, too intimidated to move. After cautioning his teammates, Kabuto wore a broad smile, saying, "Senior Araki, you jest. Our names are, of course, our real names. Why would you think they are mere aliases?" Shinya handed the profiles to the trio and continued, "Look, your name is Kabuto. One of you is named Akato, and the other has Kin in their name. Together, your names form a complete set of armor. Do not tell me that this is merely a coincidence." The three exchanged glances, realizing that they had never noticed this before. Upon reflection, it did seem as if their names were deliberately chosen to sound like false identities. They shared a wry smile. Although they were spies, their names were indeed authentic. It was curious how coincidentally their names could collectively represent a suit of armor. As they spoke, the four arrived at their destination. Shinya glanced at his wristwatch. When the time arrived, he opened the entrance door, announcing, "It is time, you may enter." With a swift movement, the three vanished into the death forest, their figures blending into the woods, disappearing from sight. Watching them vanish, Shinya shook his head, remarking, "Such impatience." He then looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, before closing the door and finding a tree to rest against. To prevent detection, he cast a unique illusion on himself, rendering him invisible to all. Even the Sage of Six Paths, gazing through his Rinnegan, would perceive nothing more than an ordinary tree. While he engaged in a game of chess with Morpheus, numerous events unfolded outside. Not far from the Death Forest, several leaf ninjas surrounded three lifeless bodies in silence. Clad in a fishnet outfit, the alluring Mitarashi Anko furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the corpses. If her memory served her right, these three were candidates from the second round of the CH9 exams. She had seen them just moments ago, and it appeared someone had assumed their identities to participate in the examination. The method employed seemed increasingly familiar to her. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Could it be that person had returned? She immediately commanded the nearby ninjas, "You must inform Lord Third of the situation here. It is highly probable that Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, and the Hokage should exercise caution." Without regard for the other ninjas present, she executed a body flicker technique and rushed towards the Forest of Death. In her heart, she pondered, "Orochimaru, what could be the purpose of your return?" In a remote corner of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru's head shot forth, sinking its fangs into Uchiha Sasuke's neck. As a chilling chakra surged within him, three tomo-shaped patterns emerged upon Sasuke's nape. With the completion of the curse seal, Sasuke let out a pained howl. Satisfied, Orochimaru withdrew his head and addressed Sasuke, saying, "I am Orochimaru. If you seek power, come find me." With that, his body slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight, leaving Sasuke to succumb to his agony and faint. Only Sakura, the least capable of Kakashi's team, remained, activating her bloodline limit in tears. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a sense of fulfillment. Uchiha Sasuke was the perfect vessel he had long desired. He could even endure the heavenly curse mark and possess the Uchiha clan's coveted Sharingan. This vessel was truly exquisite. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him, Waihai Kurenai, radiating an aura of hostility. "Orochimaru, it is indeed you." Upon seeing Kurenai, Orochimaru licked his lips. When he had departed from Konoha, he had left only the heavenly curse mark upon her. Each of these marks represented a means of resurrection for him, akin to Voldemort's Horcruxes. Encountering Kurenai was fortuitous, as he could assess the integrity of the heavenly curse mark on her. Both were individuals of few words, and upon meeting, they engaged in battle with little conversation. However, Kurenai was no match for Orochimaru, who quickly overpowered her. After reinforcing the heavenly curse mark on Kurenai, he departed the Forest of Death without a backward glance. The mission had been flawlessly executed. It seemed that fate was indeed on his side. Chapter 6. Preparing for the reckoning. Decades later, Orochimaru swiftly exited the 44th training ground. He still needed to disguise himself as the leading Jonin from the Sound Village to closely observe the compatibility of the heavenly curse mark with Sasuke. Should the compatibility prove inadequate, he would reluctantly resort to applying the Earth Curse mark instead, though he was loath to do so, as the Earth Curse mark was a tier below the heavenly one. Orochimaru's thoughts were wholly consumed by Sasuke, leaving him oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into an illusion. As he leapt onto a tree, he suddenly felt as if something had tripped him. Immediately, he shifted his entire body weight, ultimately plunging headfirst towards the ground. Fortunately, he displayed remarkable agility, swiftly using his hands to brace himself, which softened the impact, followed by a flawless backflip, landing steadily on his feet. Orochimaru, perplexed, pondered how such a fundamental blunder as stepping off into the void could occur, even with his mind momentarily distracted. At that moment, a voice erupted from the tree behind him, filled with expletives. "Which imbecile stepped on my foot? If your eyes are of no use, you might as well donate them to avoid wasting corneas." Shinyan, rubbing his ankle, leapt down from the tree, eager to confront the fool who dared to tread on him. It was evident he had been in a stupor, entirely oblivious to the invisible illusion he had cast upon himself before dozing off. As he descended and locked eyes with Orochimaru, his consciousness jolted awake. "What the hell? Isn't that Orochimaru?" he exclaimed, astonished, unaware that Orochimaru was equally taken aback. He had just witnessed a solitary tree suddenly manifest a person who then descended while cursing. Well versed in the arcane arts, Orochimaru quickly deduced that this was a form of invisible illusionary array. However, he was astonished that such a rudimentary illusion could ensnare him. Having been vanquished by Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu, he had meticulously prepared multiple contingencies to resist illusions. He had once performed the reanimation jutsu, seizing another's body, which endowed him with two distinct chakras, one belonging to the original host and the other his own. Should he fall prey to an illusion, the original host chakra would instantly disperse throughout his body, disrupting the genjutsu, akin to how a perfect Jinchuriki is immune to illusions. Yet today, this safeguard had inexplicably failed. Orochimaru promptly examined his body, finding no anomalies, which only deepened his confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that both chakras within him had simultaneously succumbed to the illusion? The mere notion darkened his expression. If that were the case, he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Thankfully, the other party harbored no murderous intent. Otherwise, he might have had to resort to shedding his skin to survive. Orochimaru scrutinized Araki Shinin. His interest piqued significantly. This talent for illusions rivaled even that of Itachi Uchiha. Returning to Konoha, he had encountered a plethora of intriguing individuals. Eagerly, Orochimaru licked his lips, categorizing this illusionist among his subjects for experimentation. Suddenly, his neck elongated, and his head shot forth, targeting Shinin's neck. Shinin, jolted from his astonishment by Orochimaru's presence, glared furiously at him. Regardless of who he was, disturbing his sweet dreams warranted punishment. With a slight fluctuation of his mental energy, the entire world transformed silently around them. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's fangs drew perilously close to Sinyan's neck. Ultimately, Orochimaru sank his teeth into Sinyan's flesh. The chilling chakra unique to Orochimaru coursed through his teeth and into Sinyan's body. Overwhelmed by agony, Sinyan collapsed to the ground, 3 arrowhead-like patterns emerging upon his shoulder. The intense pain compelled a cry to escape his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Orochimaru approached Sinyan's side with deliberate steps, hoisting him over his shoulder and vanishing in an instant. He had numerous tasks awaiting him, and this test subject would be temporarily confined. Once matters in Konoha were resolved, the experiments would proceed. Just as he contemplated how to manage Sinyan as a specimen, he was abruptly jolted by something that tripped him, sending him crashing towards the ground. He swiftly executed a somersault, landing gracefully. As confusion washed over him, a voice erupted from above, descending from a tree. Which bastard stepped on my foot? If you don't need your eyes, donate them already to avoid wasting corneas. Orochimaru stared in astonishment at the figure who had leaped down from the tree. Was he this individual captured by him? How had another emerged? Glancing down at the Sinyan he had subdued, he saw that this version lay unconscious, eyes shut, face pale. Orochimaru checked for breath and pulse, confirming the reality of the living being before him, rather than a mere clone. What was unfolding? Had he fallen victim to an illusion again? He hastily channeled his chakra, striving to break free of the genjutsu. Yet, he found his chakra flowing normally, with no abnormalities within him. His expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The sensation of being ensnared by an illusion was profoundly unsettling. Memories of Itachi Uchiha resurfaced. He recalled how he had once been ensnared by Itachi's genjutsu, ultimately losing an arm and being forced to utilize the impure world reincarnation to exchange bodies. Little did he expect that the scene from years past would be replayed today. However, he did not succumb to panic. His true form had been transmuted into that of a phosphorescent serpent. Merely having his head severed would not lead to his demise. Even if he were to falter and be vanquished, Orochimaru could resurrect himself through the curse mark of heaven. It was merely a pity for this body, which allowed him to exhibit his full prowess. In the realm of reality, Sinyan's hands busily searched over Orochimaru's form. After a considerable time, he spat on the ground and cursed. So much for the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. What a miser, not a single coin to his name. A ninja stepping out without any money. Do you even know how to play? Yet, Orochimaru's physique was indeed remarkably supple. Unable to resist, Sinyan squeezed as he searched, noting a pleasant texture. With a sigh, he lamented, having found no money for his efforts. This wouldn't he do? He, a veritable titan of the ninja world. With a mere stomp, he felt utterly humiliated. He cast his gaze upon Orochimaru's pallid visage, and an idea swiftly took form. From his pocket, he retrieved a permanent marker and drew a turtle on Orochimaru's left cheek. Subsequently, he produced a flip phone from his pocket and pressed his face against Orochimaru's right side, capturing a selfie. Sinyan glanced down at the image on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. This photograph would serve as a memento. In the future, should Miyue dare to boast about her parents' prowess, he would wield this photo as a means to humble her. Chapter 7. This gourd boy deserves a beating. A mere 10 minutes after Sinyan's departure, the once dazed Orochimaru's eyes regained their spark. Gasping for breath, the resurrected Orochimaru reveled in the thrill of survival. He immediately inspected his body, discovering no signs of cursed seals or controlling jutsu. That individual had subdued him and then departed without further action? Who was that person? Why had there been no prior intelligence regarding this ninja? Clearly, D's information network was lacking. Such a formidable illusionist, and D had never mentioned him. As he prepared to execute the Konoha collapse plan and eliminate his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the The sudden emergence of a shadow-level powerhouse posed a significant threat to his scheme. Doubts began to cloud Orochimaru's mind. Should he still masquerade as the leading Jonin from the Sound Village? His true identity had been compromised, and it was likely that his teacher, Hiruzen, would heighten security. The unexpected appearance of Araki Sinyan had further unsettled him. Ultimately, he fled in the opposite direction of Konoha. A wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and lingering there could spell his doom. As Orochimaru distanced himself from Konoha, Sinyan entered an unremarkable small room. Upon entering, he found several vigilant Konoha ninjas, including two familiar faces, the gatekeepers of Konoha, Shinkai Utsukiyama and Jizai Tetsu. Sinyan quickly raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Do not be alarmed. It is I, Araki Sinyan. As they recognized his face, the tension among them eased slightly. Then, a sensory ninja from the Yamashiro clan approached, placing a hand on Sinyan's shoulder to confirm his chakra. Only after this verification did the atmosphere in the room begin to relax. Curiously, Sinyan inquired, why the heightened alert? What has transpired? Shinkai Utsukiyama explained, just moments ago. The proctor, Akane, was injured at Training Ground 44. It has been confirmed that the assailant is likely a rogue ninja from the Sound Village, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. The Hokage has ordered a total lockdown of the village. Everyone must undergo chakra verification to confirm their identities. When Shinmaku Izumo mentioned Orochimaru, the other examiners behind him visibly trembled. It appears that Orochimaru holds significant sway over the ninjas of Konoha. Even the mere mention of his name sends shivers down the spines of these ordinary shinobi. One wonders if pulling out a mobile phone and opening the gallery would cause them to faint from sheer fright. However, such thoughts were fleeting, as he yearned for a tranquil existence and wished to keep his unparalleled strength concealed. After exchanging greetings with the others, he lifted the cellar door and stepped inside. The passage was approximately 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, leading to the central tower of the 44th Training Ground, specifically designed for the examiners. After an hour of walking, Shinmaku arrived at the central tower. For the next few days, he resolved to take it easy there. Unbeknownst to him, his figure had caught the eye of a certain gourd child. Just as he emerged from the underground tunnel into the first floor of the tower, a sudden sense of crisis overwhelmed him. Instantly, he activated his mental barrier, safeguarding himself within its confines. He cautiously gazed toward the source of the ominous feeling. Before him loomed a vast sea of sand, rushing towards him with relentless force. In an instant, the sand engulfed Shinmaku entirely, leaving only a swirling cloud of yellow dust in its wake. Araki Shinmaku, let me sample the taste of your blood, Gaara cackled from a short distance away. His expression twisted with malice. Upon witnessing this scene, Kankuro's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately positioned himself in front of Gaara and shouted, Gaara, I command you to cease. Did you not hear? That person is an examiner. If you attack him, we will be in grave danger. We could very well face the wrath of Konoha. Do you understand? Kankuro was truly infuriated. Earlier in the forest, Gaara had intended to annihilate that Konoha Genin squad. It was important to note that within that team were the heirs of 3 prominent clans of Konoha. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans were well known, even to him. Moreover, the Hyuga ninja bore no curse seal, clearly indicating he was from the main family. If Gaara were to kill those squad members, escaping Konoha would become a formidable challenge. After much effort, he had managed to dissuade Gaara from harming those 3. Yet, upon entering the central tower, this fool had now turned his aggression towards an examiner. It seemed he was determined to lead himself to ruin in Konoha. Seeing Kankuro obstruct his path, Gaara frowned, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped Kankuro. A chilling sensation coursed through Kankuro's body, and he shivered at Gaara's fierce gaze. Gaara coldly stated, step aside, or I will be forced to kill you first. Temari, fearing Gaara's wrath, quickly intervened to mediate, saying, Gaara, do not be angry. Kankuro only seeks to protect you. If that Konoha ninja is dead, Konoha will certainly not spare us. Let us depart from here swiftly. Gaara, cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Temari and retorted, which of your eyes witnessed that Leaf Ninja's demise? Temari and Kankuro were taken aback and immediately turned to behold the direction of the sandy expanse. There, amidst the swirling yellow sands, a transparent circular barrier enveloped Shinhiko as he soared out of the desert, hurtling toward them. Temari and Kankuro could hardly believe their eyes. It was astonishing that someone could directly penetrate my sand defense. Upon seeing the unscathed Shinhiko, Gaara's expression grew increasingly malevolent, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Suspended in midair, Shinhiko frowned. This gourd-wielding brat had been exceedingly arrogant before being pummeled by Naruto. His defiance against the authority of the Heavenly Empire irked Shinhiko profoundly. It seemed imperative to teach this gourd boy a lesson, otherwise he might continue to underestimate him. At that moment, a group of leaf ninjas approached at a brisk pace. Upon reaching the scene, a Jainin inquired with a serious demeanor what transpired here. Just as Temari was about to step forward to explain, Shinhiko raised his index finger in a gesture for silence. The Sand Village trio was bewildered, and what unfolded next left even Gaara with widened eyes. The Jainin, with a grave expression, nodded several times at the air before stating, "Next time, refrain from utilizing ninjutsu within the tower. Otherwise, your eligibility for the competition will be revoked." After delivering this warning, the Jainin and several accompanying ninjas turned and departed, never once casting a glance at Shinhiko or the others. Temari and Kankuro trembled in disbelief. Having deduced that these individuals had fallen victim to Shinhiko's genjutsu, utterly oblivious to their predicament. What a terrifying illusion it was. Chapter 8. Gaara's affection upon witnessing the Leaf Ninja's departure. Gaara eagerly licked his lips. "You are quite adept at genjutsu. Is this the very technique you employed against me last time?" Shinhiko replied with a smile, "Indeed. However, using genjutsu on you is somewhat more intricate than on others. After all, there exists a tailed beast within you, necessitating the severance of its chakra before casting the illusion." Gaara responded, "Is that so? Then this time, there is no need for such precautions. Ninjutsu, false sleep technique." Gaara formed hand seals, releasing a tremendous surge of chakra that erupted from within him. Temari and Kankuro's expressions shifted drastically as they immediately turned to flee, not daring to linger for a moment. As they ran, they cursed internally. Gaara has truly lost his mind, daring to unleash Shikage here. This mission is utterly doomed. Whether we can return safely to the Sand Village is now in question. Having completed his seals, Gaara promptly tilted his head and fell into a deep slumber. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes once more, but this time, his gaze had transformed entirely into that of a beast. "Aha! I have finally emerged. I shall annihilate you all." Gaara's gourd transformed into sand, enveloping his body. Gradually, the sand accumulated and his form expanded. Ultimately, it caused the entire towering structure to explode, giving rise to a colossal tanuki towering several dozen meters high at the heart of the Forest of Death. Shinjuki, with a vacant gaze and dazed expression, fixated on the guardian crane before him. In disbelief, he stammered, How is this possible? Are you so overwhelmed by my presence that you cannot utter a word? Allow me to send you on your way." Wind release. Great wind bullet. 3 massive wind projectiles hurtled towards Shinjuki with such velocity that he found himself unable to evade them. The first projectile struck the barrier surrounding him, creating several cracks. Yet it barely managed to deflect the wind attack. Almost immediately, the second wind bullet came rushing forward, and Shinjuki exerted all his strength into reinforcing the barrier. Nevertheless, the barrier succumbed to the force of the wind bullet. The third wind bullet approached with relentless speed, and Shinjuki, having exhausted all his energy, could do nothing but brace for the impact. With a thunderous explosion, the wind bullet detonated upon contact, unleashing a cloud of blood mist that scattered the remnants of his body in all directions. The guardian crane erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Damn little brat. Now you understand my might, do you?" Ahaha. The echoes of the guardian crane's derisive laughter reverberated throughout Konoha, as countless ninjas rushed towards the Forest of Death. This fierce battle incurred significant losses for Konoha, with the devastation wrought by the guardian crane ranking just below the Nine Tails rampage from 13 years prior. This conflict would later be referred to as the guardian crane incident, though few were aware that the catalyst for this turmoil was merely a prank by a lowly chunin. Shinjuki nodded in satisfaction, finding the narrative of this illusionary realm quite intriguing. Surely, the gourd child was relishing the experience. Gaara stood in a daze, his body tense and motionless. Meanwhile, Shinjuki rested his right hand atop Gaara's head, refining the parameters of his journey through this illusionary world. Beside them, Kankuro appeared panic-stricken. Trembling as he exclaimed, "What have you done to Gaara? Why is he standing still?" Shinjuki nearly retorted that remaining motionless was akin to being a turtle, but he managed to restrain himself. Wasn't it obvious? The gourd child had succumbed to an illusion. Kankuro insisted, "This is impossible. You made no gestures and employed no mediums. How could you have activated an illusion silently?" His worldview was crumbling. Moments earlier, Gaara had been forming hand seals, intending to perform the technique of false sleep. Yet, upon completing the seals, He became entranced, standing there vacantly. Regardless of how much he shouted or even attempted to inject chakra into his opponent, it proved futile. Most perplexing was the fact that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. Shouldn't the consciousness of a Jinchuriki plunge into slumber, causing the tailed beast to go on a rampage? Yet now, Gaara's chakra remained steady, devoid of any indication of chaos. Kankuro was gripped by a terrifying suspicion. The Shikaku within Gaara was also under the influence of an illusion. This thought sent shivers down his spine, for throughout the annals of ninja history, only one individual was known to have simultaneously controlled a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast, the legendary figure of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. Could it be that this young man, only slightly older than himself, possessed the strength of such a formidable being? He dared not contemplate it. Nor could he bring himself to meet Shinhiko's gaze. At that moment, Shinhiko appeared even more menacing than Gaara in Kankuro's eyes. Suddenly, Shinhiko hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder, startling Temari, who immediately shouted, "Put Gaara down. Where do you intend to take him?" Shinhiko yawned nonchalantly. "To punish him, of course. This fool dared to attack me without provocation, thinking I would simply tolerate it." Temari felt a surge of fear. The man before her had the terrifying capability to subdue Gaara in an instant. Yet, her concern for her brother eclipsed her dread, summoning her courage. She stepped forward to block Shinhiko's path, demanding, "If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Release my brother." Shinhiko scrutinized Temari from head to toe, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. However, for the sake of her brother, she resolved to brave it. "How about you trade me for my brother?" she proposed, forcing herself to stand tall despite her unease. Shinhiko retorted, "Keep your meager offerings. I have no interest in a little girl." Temari felt a vain throb on her temple. In the blink of an eye, 5 days slipped away. When the clock in the towering structure struck noon, Mitarashi Anko announced loudly to the 7 teams that had arrived at the central tower, "Time's up. I declare the second phase of the CH9 exams concluded. Your 7 teams have successfully passed and may proceed to the 3rd phase." At her words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the 21 participants. The arduous examination had finally come to an end, and they hoped that the upcoming 3rd phase would prove less strenuous. At that moment, Gaara, positioned at the forefront of the Sand Shadow team, abruptly turned to glare at Shinhiko in the examiner's seat. In an unusual display, he lifted his forehead protector, while Temari and Kankuro stood behind him. Every time they caught sight of Gaara's forehead protector, they couldn't help but stifle laughter, sensing their amusement. Gaara's face twisted in anger as he turned away. The instant their eyes met, Temari and Kankuro quickly covered their mouths, suppressing their laughter. Yet, internally, they couldn't help but think, "It seems those words haven't been washed away yet." As the two fell silent, Gaara continued to glare fiercely at Shinhiko. Alas, he was not of the Uchiha clan, or he might have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Meanwhile, Shinhiko paid no heed to Gaara's murderous gaze, instead focusing intently on a picture displayed on his phone. The figure depicted in the image is none other than Gaara, with the prominent character for love emblazoned upon his forehead, accompanied by several additional characters that, when pronounced together, sound like Ai La Fuyu. Chapter 9. The one who shines cannot conceal. The declaration made by Mitarashi Anko signifies the conclusion of the 2nd stage of the Chunin exams. Shinosuke and the other examiners escorted the surviving candidates from the Forest of Death who had failed the assessment to the Konoha Hospital. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared pensive, likely contemplating the matters regarding Orochimaru. After signing his name on the mission reports, he dismissed the gathering. Upon receiving their rewards from the finance department, everyone returned to their respective homes. Following this, Shinosuke returned to his idle existence, languishing in bed. Occasionally, he pondered whether he should engage in some endeavors within the ninja world. However, instigating chaos seemed exhausting. Establishing an organization would entail dealing with both significant and trivial matters. Overthrowing the feudal lords was not appealing, as he was too lethargic to establish a new order. After much contemplation, he concluded that being a slothful individual was the preferable choice. Each day, he would merely lie in bed, meditating and honing his mental prowess. This was undoubtedly far easier than assuming the role of a leader of an organization or an emperor. Just as he lay there, resembling a sloth, or rather, a lifeless fish, a knock resounded upon his door. With great effort, Shinosuke dragged his weary body to the door, placing his right hand on the doorknob. Summoning all his strength, he opened the door and feebly inquired, "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was met by a long-haired youth clad in white, his eyes a striking white as well. Behind him stood a girl with an adorable bun hairstyle. Shinosuke recognized them at once. Were they not the most regrettable duo in the Hokage, Hyuga Niji and Tintin? Niji, observing Shinosuke's languid demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain. Was he truly losing his sanity by seeking assistance from this individual? Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and said, "Araki Shinosuke, I have a matter I would like your help with. May I come in to discuss it?" Shinosuke, intrigued by Niji's intentions, did not decline and stepped aside, saying, "Please come in." Although Niji held disdain for Shinosuke's character, he graciously inclined his body slightly and bowed. Tintin, standing behind him, chuckled and also bowed before entering the Araki residence. Upon entering, the two were taken aback by the scene before them. The floor was littered with snack wrappers and beverage bottles, and the bed covers were haphazardly strewn in a corner, the dim lighting reminiscent of a slum. Tintin's mouth twitched. Was this truly what Niji referred to as a hidden powerhouse within Konoha? This powerhouse appeared to be in the advanced stages of laziness. Shinosuke felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that as a senior, he was bringing shame upon himself. However, the awkwardness of adulthood is fleeting, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. He nonchalantly kicked at the ground with his feet. Clearing away food, plastic bags, and empty beverage bottles, a clean path was made. No need to be reserved. Feel free to sit. Tion had a strong desire to drive his shuriken into the head of this useless uncle. Tell me, where is there room to sit? Ningxiai said with a stern expression, "There's no need. I have come to seek your assistance in my training." Sinyan furrowed his brows, thinking, just as I suspected. A remarkable individual, no matter how deeply they conceal themselves, cannot completely hide the brilliance they exude, and Hinata Ningxiai is evidently drawn to his own radiance. However, he considers himself a recluse, indifferent to worldly affairs. "I'm sorry, young man. I lack the ability to assist you in your training. You should seek help elsewhere." Upon hearing Sinyan's refusal, Ningxiai chose not to press further. He was also a person who valued his pride and wouldn't insist on pleading with others. At that moment, Tion interjected, "What a pity. I had prepared 1,000,000 Ryo as your fee for a month's labor, but it seems that was in vain." Upon hearing the mention of 1,000,000 Ryo, Sinyan's languid demeanor shifted instantly. He became tense and exceedingly serious. "Ningxiai, I see that you possess exceptional talent. You are a rare jewel among martial artists. Train with me, and I can certainly help you become one of the most formidable ninjas in the realm." Ningxiai, with a furrowed brow, interrupted, "Train? Aren't you a Genjutsu ninja?" The reason Ningxiai sought out Sinyan was to hone his Byakugan's ocular prowess through Sinyan's Genjutsu. Ever since he had fallen victim to Sinyan's illusion, he noticed a slight enhancement in his Byakugan's capability, which astonished him. Enhancing the Byakugan and Sharingan, both of which are bloodline limits, is notoriously challenging. The Sharingan at least has a path to follow. The grief of losing a loved one can trigger its awakening and evolution. However, the Byakugan relies solely on innate talent and lineage, and to this day, no method has been discovered to enhance its ocular strength. This is precisely why Ningxiai had set aside his pride to seek Araki Sinyan. The enhancement of bloodline limits is exceedingly significant for bloodline ninjas. He did not dare to spread the word about this matter. If the main family were to learn of it, his plans to elevate his Byakugan's prowess would be thwarted. The main family would never allow such an opportunity to be given to a branch family member. Thus, he had not even disclosed the potential of Sinyan's Genjutsu to Tion. Seeing Ningxiai doubt him, Sinyan clasped his hands behind his back, kicking the plastic bags and beverage bottles on the floor as he walked toward the window. Upon reaching the window, he drew the curtains and gazed up at the clear sky at a 45-degree angle, speaking in a tone filled with nostalgia and sentiment. "Ningxiai, you are truly Navi. Genjutsu is merely one of many unremarkable techniques I possess. I have numerous abilities. It is simply that you are unaware of them." Niji and Tintin wore expressions of disdain on their faces. Would it be too much to ask this fellow to tidy up the place before boasting? Noticing their skepticism, Sinyan turned to Niji and Tintin and declared, "Let me demonstrate my prowess. Tomorrow, we shall gather at the village entrance, and I will take you to experience the world. Then you will discern the veracity of my words." Niji, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, "Very well. However, you must assist me with my training afterward, specifically with your Genjutsu." The two reached a mutual understanding, and without hesitation, Niji and Tintin leapt out of the window. They could scarcely endure another moment in the squalid room. As they watched Niji and Tintin's retreating figures, Sinyan tugged at his unshaven stubble. "Hinata Niji, Tintin, rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall ensure that you lovers unite." The following day, Niji and Tintin arrived early at the main gate of Konoha. They anticipated that their venture out of the village for training would be arduous. Thus their backpacks were laden with various survival supplies for the wilderness. As their impatience grew, they pondered whether a rocky Shinin had overslept in his slumber. Just then, Shinyan approached, yawning and rubbing his eyes. His hair was tousled, and his gaze appeared vacant, reminiscent of one who had indulged excessively. Niji raised an eyebrow, questioning how such an individual could have ascended to the rank of Chunin. Surely, it must have been through mere favoritism. Chapter 10. The commencement of training. After departing from Konoha, the trio journeyed southward. Eventually, they traversed beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, arriving at a secluded island. Niji complained, "What purpose does this serve? Have you brought us here merely to broaden our horizons?" Shinyan responded, "Indeed, this place is scarcely populated, allowing us to train without the fear of disturbances." Tintin grumbled, "Could we not simply find an isolated mountain in the Land of Fire for training? Why must we venture to such a remote location?" She felt deceived. She had no intention of taking the Chunin exams, so why endure this ordeal? Shinyan regarded Niji and Tintin with a serious expression. His previous lethargy vanished. "What I am about to teach you is of paramount importance. It is a training method that delves into the essence of ninjutsu. I brought you here to avoid drawing attention due to the noise of our training." Shinyan's earnest response failed to garner the trust of Niji and Tintin, whose gazes toward him grew even more contemptuous. This individual was truly incorrigible. A training method that reached the essence of ninjutsu? Even the third Hokage, revered as the doctor of ninjutsu and holder of the title of the strongest Hokage, would not dare claim mastery over the essence of ninjutsu. This disheveled Chunin had the audacity to assert such a thing. Even Tintin, usually patient, found it difficult to restrain her exasperation. She placed her hands on her hips and pouted, saying, "What evidence do you have to prove that you grasp the essence of ninjutsu? Do show us." With a chuckle, Yukihiko replied, "All right." As soon as he spoke, his body floated gracefully into the air, resembling a light cloud. Witnessing Yukihiko ascend, Niji and Tintin widened their eyes in disbelief. They observed clearly that Yukihiko did not employ any flying summoned beasts or rely on any ninja tools. He was simply flying on his own, a rare feat in the ninja world. Although they were astonished, they quickly regained their composure. After all, every ninja possesses a few unique skills. Flying alone was far from what Yukihiko claimed to be the essence of ninjutsu. Niji shouted at Yukihiko, "Is this what you call the essence of ninjutsu? It's merely flying. Do you think you can fool me with such naivety? Come down quickly and use your jinjutsu to help me train." Niji was eager to enhance his ocular power through Yukihiko's jinjutsu and ultimately pass the Chunin exam. Noticing Niji's impatience, Yukihiko decided to reveal his intentions. He extended his right hand, and an endless stream of chakra began to gather in his palm. Eventually, a pitch-black chakra orb emerged, floating behind him. The two below were unsure of Yukihiko's actions, yet they felt an instinctive wariness towards the dark sphere emanating from his palm. It was a trepidation rooted in biological instinct, reminiscent of how ordinary ninjas feel when facing tailed beasts. Numerous summoned beasts in the ninja world are comparable in size to tailed beasts, yet ninjas do not experience fear when confronting them. Despite their massive size, their chakra is qualitatively similar to that of ordinary ninjas. In contrast, tailed beasts possess a fundamentally different essence in their chakra. Naruto, wielding the power of four tails, could not possibly have more chakra than Senju Hashirama, however. He can envelop his chakra around his body like armor, a feat Hashirama cannot achieve. This illustrates the distinction between the quantity and quality of chakra. When it comes to quality, a single chakra orb can easily overpower the nine tails. Yukihiko did not cease. One after another, chakra orbs flew from his hand, only stopping after the ninth. Niji quickly activated his Byakugan, and then he was drenched in cold sweat from shock. The black spheres behind Yukihiko contained an unimaginable amount of chakra, and this immense chakra was tossed around by Yukihiko as if it were a mere pet. He swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "Is this what you mean by the essence of chakra? It is indeed astonishing." Yukihiko chuckled and replied, "Are you surprised? The real performance has only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, all the chakra orbs behind him flew to his front. 9 pitch-black Dao stones gradually merged, ultimately forming a black energy sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. The expanding Dao stone. Shinhiko hurled the expanding Dao stone cannon toward a lifeless, desolate island in the distance. The sphere sliced through the air like a blade cleaving the sky. Niji and Tintin stared in awe as the obsidian orb descended upon the barren isle. In an instant, the sphere expanded dramatically, akin to a black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. The entire island, along with the surrounding seawater, was obliterated, as if erased from existence by an unseen hand. There were no flames, no explosions, no billowing smoke, only an infinite void of darkness. After a long while, the Tao Stone burst like a balloon, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. Niji and Tintin, their hearts finally at ease, had genuinely feared that the black orb might continue its insatiable consumption. Their concerns were not unfounded. The expanding Tao Stone possessed the catastrophic capability to annihilate the entire ninja realm. Had Shinhiko not deactivated the expanding sphere, it would have continued to swell endlessly, culminating in the destruction of the ninja world. Shinhiko descended slowly from the sky, standing before Niji and Tintin. In that moment, the casual demeanor they had previously held vanished, replaced by a profound respect after witnessing Shinhiko's formidable prowess. They felt fortunate to be training under such a powerful individual. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shinhiko spoke to them like a sage. Do you see? This is the essence of chakra. Chakra embodies a force of destruction and creation. It can annihilate everything in the world or bring forth anything you wish to create. Upon finishing, Shinhiko raised a hand, and a magnificent 4-story villa erupted from the ground on the barren island. Niji and Tintin were somewhat numbed by the spectacle. Shinhiko smiled and declared, from this day forth, I shall conduct an intensive training program for you both over the course of a month. During this time, I will impart my understanding of chakra without reservation. How much you learn will depend solely on your own efforts. Instantly, Niji and Tintin adopted a serious demeanor, comprehending the significance of this training. Before them stood a scruffy Chunin whose strength surpassed that of the Hokage, a true master. They realized that training under such a person would undoubtedly lead to remarkable growth. Eagerly, Niji exclaimed, Araki-senpai, let us begin our training. Unbeknownst to himself, he had unconsciously addressed Shinhiko with a respectful honorific. Shinhiko chuckled, there is no need to rush. First, let us have a meal, after which I will explain my training methodology. After lunch, Niji and Tintin sat upright in their chairs. Shinhiko began to share the training techniques he had invented. In his previous life, Shinhiko had been well versed in various forms of media, having consumed countless films, television shows, novels, and anime. Regardless of any cultivation system, the essence remains unchanged. Sinyan has summarized 3 distinct paths of cultivation: the mental, the physical, and the energetic. For instance, martial artists primarily engage in the physical path, honing their bodies into the most formidable weapons of the world, mastering both offense and defense. Conversely, mages tend to favor the energetic path. Although their practices also encompass aspects of the mental, the majority of mages predominantly rely on magical energy. Even the most enigmatic Cthulhu entities can be classified within the mental domain. The so-called indescribable beings merely disrupt the minds of others, concealing their true essence. No matter which path one pursues to its utmost, an unfathomable power will inevitably emerge. There exists no hierarchy among the cultivation routes. The distinction lies solely in the strength of the cultivators themselves. For instance, Sinyan is a formidable practitioner of the mental path. Strangely, upon traversing into this world, his mental prowess surged to astonishing heights. With a mere thought, he could obliterate every being in the shinobi realm. His apparent idleness stems from a fear of losing control and causing unnecessary casualties. While outsiders perceive him as lethargic, he views himself as a guardian of peace within the shinobi world. Indeed, he has moved himself to tears. In conclusion, anyone aspiring to grow stronger may embark upon any of the 3 paths. Of course, pursuing a balanced system is also a viable option. In fact, to master one path to its zenith, one must inevitably engage in some cultivation of the other 2 paths. For example, a powerful practitioner of mental energy, should they neglect physical and energetic cultivation, may eventually descend into the monstrous realms of the Cthulhu mythos. Sinyan even suspects that the creatures of Cthulhu lore were once humans who became ensnared in the pitfalls of mental cultivation. Their overwhelming mental strength rendered their bodies incapable of bearing such power, transforming them into otherworldly beings. Thus, Sinyan is currently reinforcing his physical form and the chakra within him, to prevent himself from falling into madness and becoming an entity neither human nor ghost. When Sinyan presented these 3 cultivation paths to Niji and Tintin, they began to ponder deeply. After a considerable time, Niji responded, I have made my decision. I wish to cultivate the physical path. Sinyan was taken aback, for Niji, being a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan bloodline limit, would typically be expected to pursue the mental path. Sensing Sinyan's confusion, Niji clarified. My combat style leans towards taijutsu. I am unaccustomed to the mental combat methods. I prefer to defeat my enemies through physical prowess. Xinyan nodded in understanding before turning to Tintin, who was also ready to make her choice. With determination, she declared to Xinyan, Senior Xinyan, I have decided to pursue the energetic path. Xinyan nearly doubled over in surprise. These two were certainly taking an unconventional route. Originally, his vision was that Niji would pursue the path of the spirit, while Tintin would follow the path of the physical body. Niji would cultivate his mental strength to awaken the Byakugan, while Tintin would train her physique to become a muscular woman. However, neither of these individuals adhered to their intended paths. With a sigh, Xinyan remarked, Do as you please. Young people have many ideas. It seems I can no longer keep pace with your rhythm. Subsequently, Xinyan composed a set of training techniques specifically for the two. Niji's training technique was named Chakra Body Refinement Method. This method is designed to enhance the physical strength through the refining of chakra. The augmentation of the body simultaneously increases the quantity of chakra, establishing a virtuous cycle of continuous growth. However, this merely enhances the amount of chakra, not its quality. Thus, in essence, Niji remains focused on physical cultivation, with the enhancement of chakra being a secondary effect. For Tintin, the devised technique was titled Qi-Si Cultivation Method. This technique allows the practitioner to create a Qi-Si within their body, serving as a reservoir for harnessing natural energy. Once this system is established, the user becomes liberated from energy limitations. For instance, ordinary ninjas are akin to a basin of water. Chakra is like the water within, fluctuating in quantity. After a battle, one can replenish chakra by pouring more water into the basin. In contrast, the Qi-Si cultivation method is comparable to submerging the basin in a river. When chakra is depleted, the Qi-Si directly siphons nearby natural energy to replenish itself. The ninjutsu performed using natural energy subsequently transforms into refined natural energy, dispersing into the atmosphere. This creates a perpetual motion machine. As long as the basin exists, water can be endlessly poured. Consequently, Tintin could potentially unleash a jutsu that exhausts all her chakra, only to swiftly recover. She could embody the ultimate skill caster, infinitely unleashing abilities. As long as her core remains unharmed, she could establish a perpetual motion machine, wearing down any adversary. While the three were engrossed in their intense training on a nameless deserted island, an unexpected visitor arrived at the base of the Leaf Village. Wrapped in bandages, wielding a cane, and dressed in a kimono, Shimura Danzo confronted the approaching man, declaring, Orochimaru, you dare return to the Leaf Village? Such audacity. Orochimaru responded with a chilling smile, Elder Danzo, how could you say such a thing? My inability to return to the Leaf is entirely due to your influence. After all, my human experimentation projects were all approved by you. Danzo slammed his cane heavily onto the ground, retorting coldly, Orochimaru, do not slander me. All human experimentation was your own idea. I bear no responsibility. Orochimaru chuckled, Elder Danzo, please refrain from these petty tactics. If one were to investigate closely, none would emerge unscathed. Danzo, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, stared expressionlessly at Orochimaru and inquired, Now, tell me your purpose. Do not presume, old man, that you have come to the route merely to reminisce about past comrades. Orochimaru remarked with a smile that belied the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. I have come seeking the assistance of Elder Danzo. In the upcoming Chunin exams, I intend to carry out an assassination of my mentor, the third Hokage. However, certain unforeseen complications have arisen, and I require Elder Danzo's intervention to resolve them. Upon hearing this, Danzo's gaze turned icy, his aura of malice enveloping the atmosphere like a dense fog. He glared at Orochimaru with a frigid demeanor, his voice laced with disdain. To speak of assassinating the Hokage in my presence as a Konoha elder is audacious indeed, Orochimaru. No sooner had he spoken than 4 root ninjas donned in ghostly masks emerged from the shadows. They served as Danzo's personal guard, akin to the Hokage's elite protectors, dedicated to ensuring the safety of their esteemed leader around the clock. Detecting the ominous intent radiating from Danzo, they swiftly moved to confront Orochimaru. Indifferent to his status as one of the legendary Sannin, anyone marked for death by Danzo must perish. Chapter 12. A stalemate. The root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal earthen dragon that lunged towards Orochimaru. With a graceful leap, Orochimaru evaded the attack, but in that moment of triumph, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Glancing sideways, he noticed that the shadow of the earthen dragon was intertwined with his own. The ninja who had executed the technique was a member of the Naruto clan, whose shadow manipulation techniques lay concealed within the dragon's shadow. As Orochimaru leaped to evade, the dragon's shadow seized the opportunity to ensnare him. Seeing Orochimaru ensnared, the three other root ninjas swiftly closed in. With a swift motion, three gleaming blades pierced Orochimaru's form. Yet, the anticipated scene of Orochimaru collapsing in agony never materialized. Instead, he offered a sinister smile as his skin tore apart like parchment. Three serpents erupted from the shredded remains, latching onto the shoulders of the three root ninjas. The bitten ninjas collapsed instantly, their comrade from the Naruto clan left aghast. Is this truly the power of the Sannin? He pondered, stunned by the vast difference in their abilities. He had not even perceived when Orochimaru had used a substitution technique. Just as he began to search for Orochimaru's true form, the world spun around him, and he felt a sudden heaviness in his head before collapsing. Orochimaru emerged from behind the Naruto clan member, casting a cold smile towards Danzo. As expected of you, Danzo, resorting to such petty tricks at every turn. Do you truly believe these mere pawns pose any threat to me? The commotion drew the attention of the other root ninjas, who swiftly converged upon the scene. The atmosphere became tense as the root ninjas prepared to strike against Orochimaru. At that moment, Shimura Danzo gestured for the root ninjas to step back, stating, "This matter does not concern you." "But Lord Danzo, Orochimaru is exceedingly dangerous," they protested. "No matter. Withdraw at once, and take these incapacitated fools with you for treatment." The root ninjas were deeply concerned that Orochimaru might turn against Danzo. However, since Lord Danzo had given the order, they had no choice but to comply. They swiftly departed with their four unconscious comrades, leaving only Danzo and Orochimaru. Danzo scoffed, "Orochimaru, you have become increasingly audacious." To which Orochimaru replied, "Let us not dwell on trivialities. What do you think of my proposal, Elder Danzo?" After a moment of contemplation, Danzo found himself intrigued by Orochimaru's assassination plot. The current Konoha had long succumbed to decay. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer possessed the prowess of his former days. In the past, when Hiruzen sought to regain power, Danzo had orchestrated an assassination attempt against him, thwarted only by Kakashi's leak. Now, with Orochimaru as the executor, the success rate was nearly guaranteed. Many had wished for Hiruzen's demise over the years, not least of all Danzo himself. Perhaps even Kakashi, the traitor, now regretted not eliminating Hiruzen when he had the chance. Yet, Danzo felt a tinge of doubt and queried, why not simply act against Hiruzen directly? "How can I assist you? Do you expect me to lend a hand?" "Do not be foolish, Orochimaru. I assure you I will not impede you. But that is already a favor given our years of collaboration. Do not expect more." Orochimaru replied, "I do not seek your aid in killing teacher Sarutobi, but rather in stopping someone, one Araki Nobuhiko, a chunin from Konoha." Upon mentioning Nobuhiko, Orochimaru's expression soured. After his genjutsu had worn off that day, he had rushed to inquire about Nobuhiko's whereabouts from Kabuto. Yet upon meeting Kabuto, he sensed an unnatural demeanor. After persistent questioning, Kabuto revealed a mirror, and Orochimaru discovered that a turtle had been drawn upon his face. From that day forth, Orochimaru was resolute in his quest to eliminate the one named Araki Nobuhiko and reclaim his dignity. Danzo's expression became peculiar as he remarked, "Orochimaru, are you jesting with me? A mere chunin warrants the attention of my root?" Orochimaru, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "Elder Danzo, your intelligence gathering is severely lacking. That Araki Nobuhiko is undoubtedly a genjutsu ninja of shadow-level prowess. Underestimating him would be a grave mistake." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Shadow-level genjutsu ninjas were indeed a rare commodity in the ninja world. Even as a seasoned elder of the Hidden Leaf Village, there has only been one shadow-level genjutsu ninja whom he has encountered, Shursui. As for Itachi, when he departed from the village, his genjutsu prowess was by no means superior to that of Shursui. What Itachi has become now remains a mystery to Danzo. He turned to Orochimaru with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Are you certain of what you have stated?" Of course. That individual named Araki Nobuhiko had once fought into a standstill. His strength had long surpassed that of a Genin, having ascended into the ranks of a shadow. Orochimaru refrained from mentioning his own defeat at the hands of Nobuhiko, as he too had his pride. Danzo remained oblivious to the subtle unease on Orochimaru's face. He contemplated whether this Araki Nobuhiko was worthy of his utilization of the Kotoamatsu Tsukumi. Should Orochimaru's plan succeed, The death of Hiruzen would necessitate the selection of the fifth Hokage. The most likely candidates for this esteemed position were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and himself. With the assistance of Araki Nabahiko, coupled with the influence of his own root faction, he was certain he could overpower the other two Sannin. At that point, the title of Hokage would be within his grasp. Even if he failed in his bid for Hokage, he could always dispatch Araki Nabahiko to assassinate the newly appointed leader. With this thought in mind, Danzo promptly replied, "I shall grant your request, but I have a condition." Orochimaru furrowed his brow and asked, "What is your condition?" "You must create for me an arm that can perfectly wield the power of wood release," Danzo declared, gesturing to his right arm. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru finally acquiesced, agreed. Achoo! Far away, Nabahiko suddenly sneezed. "Who is it? Who's cursing me?" he muttered as he jumped out of bed, wobbling his way to the dining table on the first floor of the villa. "Is dinner ready? I'm starving." Neji and Tenten looked at Nabahiko in shock. What is going on? Has this guy really changed? Over the past few days of interaction, any respect they had harbored for Nabahiko had completely evaporated. His laziness had utterly shattered Neji and Tenten's worldview. On one occasion, after they had prepared a meal, they awaited Nabahiko's descent to the dining area. To their astonishment, he was too lazy to even descend the stairs. He simply lay in bed and waved his hand, causing the food to fly directly into his mouth. After finishing, he returned to his slumber without even opening his eyes. The fact that he was willing to come downstairs for dinner today was a revelation for both Neji and Tenten. Chapter 13. Fate cannot be changed, but my luck is good after lunch. The group made their way to the sandy beach by the shore. Nabahiko addressed the two. "How has your training progressed? Show me the fruits of your labor." Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, and then Neji dashed toward Nabahiko like a bolt of lightning. During this period, he had been honing his physique and attempting to channel chakra to the surface of his body for combat, akin to a Jinchuriki. Thus, Neji's martial arts, now infused with both skill and explosive power, approached Hinata with fluid grace, executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Such an assault, of this magnitude, could be effortlessly repelled by Hinata should he choose to activate his mental barrier. Yet, he opted not to do so, instead relying on his physical agility to evade the attacks. This sparring session served not only as a measure of Neji's prowess, but also as an opportunity for Hinata to discern his own deficiencies in martial arts. In terms of physical attributes, Hinata was hardly inferior to the fourth Raikage. However, in martial techniques, he was limited to the rudimentary moves of the Wang Ba fist from the Ikuan style. Therefore, he sought to glean some techniques through his practice with Neji. The practice persisted for a full 2 hours, leaving Hinata's arms numb and his vision shimmering with stars. Neji's martial arts were undeniably formidable, with enhanced physical capabilities. His chakra reserves had also significantly increased. Each punch combined the ferocity of a steel fist with the internal devastation characteristic of softer strikes. He excelled at both the close-range 8 trigrams 64 palms and the long-range 8 trigrams empty palm. One could say he was a versatile ninja. Were it not for his own robust physical condition, he would surely have found himself at a disadvantage against Neji. Enough. Please prepare dinner quickly. I am craving sweet and sour fish tonight. I will place the ingredients in the kitchen, and you may follow the steps as outlined, Hinata declared. Fatigue evident in his demeanor as he turned to ascend the stairs. Just as he intended to leave, Tenten called out to him, "Hey, wait a moment. You haven't assessed my training progress yet." In an instant, Hinata seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving Neji and Tenten exchanging bewildered glances. Once again, he has slipped away. How can someone so laid back have achieved such strength? Before long, a month had passed, and the day of the Nin exams arrived as scheduled. The trio returned to Konoha at dawn. After escorting Neji and Tenten to the main gate, Hinata advised them, "You may enter. The Nin exams will commence in a few hours." Neji, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you coming to watch my match?" Hinata shrugged nonchalantly, "What is there to see? You're bound to win." Neji felt a tinge of embarrassment at this remark. Though confident, he was not arrogant enough to dismiss his opponents. As they prepared to part ways, Neji, lost in thought, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Hinata, how do you perceive destiny?" With clenched teeth and fists, he awaited Hinata's answer eagerly. Hinata furrowed his brow, his expression peculiar. "What else is there to perceive? You can watch from outside or lie at home and observe." Neji frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Hinata's dismissive response. "I am not jesting. Please answer me directly. How do you truly view your destiny? Upon witnessing Niji's earnest demeanor, Shinyin ceased his playful antics, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. He spoke to Niji in a low, serious tone. Fate is immutable. Every individual's life is predetermined from the moment of their birth. Some, in their disbelief of fate, struggle against it and ultimately perish in their rebellion. Others defy their destinies and achieve success, believing they have triumphed over fate. Little do they realize that their victories were woven into the very fabric of their destinies from the outset. Niji's countenance dimmed significantly, as Shinyin's words were not the affirmation he sought deep within. Yet, Shinyin's insights were undeniably profound. Those who triumph against fate do so not by mere rebellion, but because their successes were inscribed in their destinies all along. Is his own fate to be that of a caged bird? As self-doubt enveloped him, Shinyin's fingers gently brushed against his forehead protector. In an instant, Niji felt a surge of energy coursing through his brow, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of something shattering in his mind, a sound crisp and melodious. He discerned its origin. Niji gazed intently into Shinyin's eyes, as if seeking the answers he yearned for. Yet he hesitated to inquire, fearful that it might all be an illusion conjured by Shinyin, a mere jest. It was not until Tintin shook his shoulder that Niji snapped back to reality. With wide eyes, he turned to Shinyin and asked, "What did you just do?" Shinyin chuckled. "Is that even a question? I simply used an illusion to create that sound. Did you think I was liberating you from your cage?" The two exchanged glances and soon erupted into laughter, leaving Tintin bewildered. She inwardly mused, boys truly have an unfathomable sense of humor. After a fit of laughter, Shinyin turned to Niji with gravity and stated, "Indeed, one's fate is predetermined and beyond anyone's alteration. Yet, it is precisely because of fate's unpredictability that the future holds such allure. I cherish the saying, do your utmost and leave the rest to destiny. Strive to your fullest. And as for the outcome, why fret over it?" Niji smiled, a genuine smile emanating from within. As he and Tintin approached the gates of Konoha, Shinyin ventured in the opposite direction. Having dispensed his philosophical musings, it was time for him to make his exit. With an imminent war looming over Konoha, returning now would only invite unnecessary turmoil. He resolved to retreat to a location distant from Konoha, planning to return only after the collapse of the village scheme. Simultaneously, within the root base, a reconnaissance ninja reported to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, the individual you wish to investigate, Araki Shinyin, has just returned to the main gates of Konoha." After returning the lower-ranked ninjas, Hyuga Niji and Tintin, to Konoha, Shimura Danzo departed once more. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, in which direction did he head? The reconnaissance ninja pondered for a moment before replying. That direction seems to be towards Shanju's. After dismissing the reconnaissance ninja, Danzo fell into deep contemplation. Why would he leave Konoha after having arrived? Could it be that he sensed something and chose to distance himself from the flames of war? As this thought crossed his mind, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. Possessing such formidable strength, yet harboring a profound fear of conflict, he displayed no desire to contribute to Konoha, only seeking to survive. Such a mindset was utterly unworthy of his immense power. This individual required proper guidance. With this in mind, Danzo touched his right eye, the Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. "This I possess the most potent genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, capable of permanently altering one's will. By controlling Araki Nabahiko with this eye, he could transform him into Konoha's sharpest weapon. Armed with such a blade, he would undoubtedly ascend to the position of Hokage, enabling him to implement sweeping reforms in Konoha. Thereafter, he could wage war against other ninja villages, demonstrating Konoha's might and deterring any thoughts of invasion. Master Tobarama, watch closely. I shall prove to you that your initial choice was a grave error." Chapter 14. Grant me an opportunity? Farewell. Shanju's is situated 50 miles southwest of Konoha. Due to its location in the heart of the Land of Fire, the city thrives with prosperity. Wandering aimlessly along the streets, Nabahiko occasionally glanced at the nearby vendors. Numerous trinkets and souvenirs adorned the stalls, yet he found them utterly uninteresting. His sole desire was to remain in Shanju's until the plans for Konoha's collapse reached fruition. Upon arriving at a ramen shop, he ordered a large bowl of chashu ramen and began to eat. The cuisine of this world tends to be rather mild, prompting him to also order a bowl of miso soup to replenish his salt intake. Just as he was relishing his meal, a middle-aged man with yellow hair entered the ramen shop. The man immediately caught Nabahiko's attention. Dressed in a black robe and wearing ninja sandals, he bore no forehead protector, making it impossible to discern his village affiliation. Upon entering, the middle-aged man ordered no food but instead sat directly beside Nabahiko. Sighing, Nabahiko thought, what will be. One cannot escape fate. The middle-aged man, with a stoic expression, addressed Nabahiko, saying, finish your meal and come with me. After stating this, he settled in next to Nabahiko, vigilantly watching him eat. This made Nabahiko quite uncomfortable. He could hardly savor his chashu ramen and hastily swallowed it down. He then placed the money on the table and said to the middle-aged man, let us go. The ramen shop owner, witnessing their departure, dared not utter a word or pose any questions. Just as he was about to tidy up the dishes, a ninja clad in black with a ghostly mask suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, the ghost-faced ninja cast an illusionary technique that obliterated any recollection of Sinyan and the middle-aged man he had just encountered. When the ramen shop owner regained his senses, he found himself staring blankly at the money in his hands. Where had this money come from? Sinyan followed the middle-aged man out of the ramen shop, winding through turns until they arrived at a deserted alley. As they ventured deeper into the alley, over a dozen ninjas wearing ghost masks leapt from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, Sinyan surmised that these individuals must be from the Root organization. But why would they target him? He had always maintained a low profile. Why had Shimura Danzo set his sights on him? At that moment, Shimura Danzo, wrapped in bandages, emerged from the depths of the alley and stood a short distance from Sinyan. Araki Sinyan, you are a disgrace to Konoha. Danzo wasted no time in hurling an insult at Sinyan, which greatly displeased him. How am I a disgrace to Konoha? I know who you are. You are none other than the elder Shimura Danzo, right? If you don't clarify your intentions today, I assure you, I will not hesitate to confront you. Danzo, unfazed by Sinyan's recognition, darkly replied, Konoha is in dire need of capable individuals at this time. Instead of remaining in Konoha to serve dutifully, you have chosen to leave. Your actions could easily be classified as those of a rogue ninja. However, considering your youth, I shall extend an opportunity to you. If you join my Root organization, I can overlook your rebellious conduct. With that, Danzo cast a condescending gaze upon Sinyan, poised to employ the Kodo Amatsukami technique to control him. To his surprise, Sinyan simply chuckled and said, farewell. What? In an instant, Sinyan's form dissipated into mist, leaving not a trace behind. It dawned on everyone that they had merely surrounded a shadow clone created by Sinyan's illusion. The members of Root clenched their fists in frustration. They had been outmaneuvered by a mere chunin. Danzo, infuriated, barked, what are you standing around for? Quickly, search for that scoundrel. Yes. The group dispersed, with sensory ninjas scouring the area of Shanjun City. Before long, they discovered Sinyan outside of Shanjun City. He lay on a broad expanse of open ground, patiently awaiting Danzo's arrival. The dense population within Shanjun City posed a risk of collateral damage in battle, so Sinyan had lured Danzo and his cohort to this clear space, preparing to confront them here. With a whoosh, over a dozen Root ninjas accompanied Danzo to the open ground. Witnessing the actions of Shinhiko, Danzo's disdain deepened. To fear the accidental harm of innocence was an indication of weakness akin to that of Hayashi. Such a character required rigorous reformation, otherwise he would inevitably perish from his own naivety. He promptly commanded the Root ninjas nearby, all of you, advance together and buy me some time. Upon receiving the order, the Root ninjas surged forward. Shimura Danzo began to unravel the seals binding him. Aware of Shinhiko's formidable genjutsu, the Root ninjas prepared to suppress him with ranged ninjutsu. A deluge of wind, fire, and lightning release techniques descended upon Shinhiko with reckless abandon. Unperturbed, Shinhiko activated his mental barrier. Just as the barrier materialized, the ninjutsu struck. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, and flames and lightning engulfed Shinhiko's figure. The overwhelming barrage of techniques caused the ground to tremble violently, instilling panic among the numerous wandering ninjas within the confines of Shankaka City. Such a cacophony of battle, could it signify the onset of war? Which great nation could possibly dare to invade the heartland of the Land of Fire? What were the Leaf Ninjas doing? Some audacious souls sought to stealthily approach and ascertain the situation. However, before they could reach the scene, they were swiftly dispatched by the Root ninjas tasked with securing the rear. After a few overly curious troublemakers were eliminated, the remaining wandering ninjas within Shankaka City dared not meddle further. The bombardment of ninjutsu persisted for 5 minutes before the Root ninjas ceased their assault, panting heavily. Observing the rising smoke in the distance, they remained on high alert. According to Orochimaru's intelligence, their opponent was a shadow-level powerhouse. Such an individual would undoubtedly possess means of self-preservation. As expected, when the smoke dissipated, Shinhiko was seen floating in the air, encased in a transparent circular barrier, his form unscathed. The root ninjas retrieved a handful of soldier pills from their tool bags, preparing for the next round of ninjutsu. At that moment, Shimura Danzo stepped forward. His voice cold and commanding, "You all, stand down. Leave this to me." Upon witnessing Lord Danzo release his seals, the root ninjas quickly retreated to a safe distance, ready to support him. Shinhiko observed Danzo's current form with a furrowed brow. The right half of Danzo's body appeared deathly pale, adorned with a multitude of Sharingan, each resembling a three-tomo pattern. Additionally, his right eye bore the shape of a triangular windmill. Surely, this was Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 15. The Kodo Amatsukami Empire with the seals released. Shimura Danzo brimmed with confidence. At this moment, he wielded the ultimate powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, would release in the Manjiki Sharingan. In this state, claiming to be the strongest in the ninja world was by no means an exaggeration. He cast a disdainful glance at Araki Nabahiko, who hovered mid-air. And coldly intoned, "Araki Nabahiko, I shall grant you another opportunity. Submit to me, and once I ascend to the position of Hokage, your prowess would be well suited for the esteemed role of the elder advisor in Konohagakure." Nabahiko scratched his ear and replied, "I have no desire to be an elder advisor. Could you possibly arrange for my retirement instead?" Tuanzo's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury. This wretch was truly a stubborn fool. His mind filled with thoughts of idleness and evasion. In light of this, it would be best to seize the chance to control him with the Kodo Amatsukami. Such a feeble will was better off discarded. With this in mind, Tuanzo raised his right hand, a kunai appearing deftly within his grasp. He then surged forth, charging at Nabahiko. Nabahiko raised an eyebrow, incredulous that such a level of combat utilized a kunai. Was this fellow still caught in the web of village gossip or merely outdated in his approach? In this modern age, who still relied on traditional ninja tools? Nabahiko lifted his right hand, channeling his mental energy into his palm. In an instant, a colossal fly swatter materialized, measuring approximately 18 inches in length. With a square striking surface of 50 centimeters adorned with iron spikes the thickness of fingers, emanating a chilling aura. He swung the fly swatter experimentally, finding it surprisingly comfortable to wield. With a sinister smile directed at Shimura Tuanzo, he brought the fly swatter down upon him, driving Tuanzo into the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that Tuanzo barely had time to react before he was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The root ninjas who had gathered nearby were left in stunned horror. Just as they contemplated rushing forward to assess Lord Tuanzo's condition, his corpse began to dissipate slowly. Moments later, behind Nabahiko, the intact Shimura Tuanzo formed hand seals, unleashing a wind-style jutsu, wind blade, slicing through the air. The wind blade struck Nabahiko squarely in the back, cleaving him in two. With a dreadful scream, Nabahiko collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Tuanzo gazed contemptuously at Nabahiko's remains, pondering how such a level of ability could leave Orochimaru utterly helpless. It appeared that Orochimaru had made no progress over the years. Just as he intended to turn away, a root ninja suddenly shouted from a distance, "Lord Tuanzo, beware behind you." Before Tuanzo could react, a massive fly swatter descended from above, flattening him into a puddle of meat once more. The root ninjas stared blankly at the unscathed Araki Nabahiko, alongside Tuanzo, who had again been reduced to a meaty smear. They struggled to comprehend the bizarre sequence of events. It was as if they were caught in a cycle of death and resurrection, endlessly repeating. Nabahiko picked up the fly swatter, disgusted to see it smeared with Tuanzo's remains, and promptly used a water-style technique to cleanse it, feeling somewhat better afterward. At that moment, he heard Tuanzo's voice behind him. "Your illusion is indeed impressive. Even one as seasoned as I, possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, can be deceived." Sinyan scoffed, remarking, "With that transplanted kaleidoscope, you cannot even harness 1/3 of Uchiha Shirsue's power. It is a pity that such eyes have found their way into your sockets." However, Tuanzo did not display anger. Rather, a faint smirk graced his lips, for the moment he had been awaiting had finally arrived. At the very instant their gazes locked, Tuanzo activated the Kodo Amatsukami. Sinyan's expression became vacant, his eyes glazing over. Within his mental realm, an elite unit armed with bolt-action rifles landed on the shores. Reporting to the commander, "We have successfully landed. Please provide your orders." After a brief moment of contemplation, the unit's commander pointed towards a distant town, declaring, "From this city, let the will of the Empire spread across this land." Understood. Before long, the residents of the town found themselves captured by this battalion. The elderly mayor, gritting his teeth, addressed the soldiers, "You barbaric scoundrels, release us at once." The commander responded with a mocking laugh, Old man, you must understand. We are gentlemen of the Empire, representing modern civilization. You are merely a pack of primitive, savage monkeys. We have come here to aid your advancement in civilization. You ought to welcome us with gratitude." The commander's words incited agreement among the soldiers, and the atmosphere grew lively. "Indeed, we embody modern civilization. You are the true monkeys. Be grateful. For we bring you the spark of civilization." The townsfolk seethed with anger, but just then, a sound echoed from afar. The townspeople rejoiced. The Slaughter Immortal sect has arrived. They will surely drive these bandits away. Upon hearing the townspeople, the soldiers scoffed. They possessed the most advanced weaponry and civilization in the world. What nonsense! How could the so-called Slaughter Immortal sect possibly be their match? The commander commanded, "All units, prepare for action. Load your bullets and teach these savage monkeys a lesson." The soldiers eagerly readied their firearms, excitedly anticipating the imminent confrontation. They could hardly wait to shoot their bullets into the chest of their enemies, relishing the sight of them writhing in pools of blood. Each time they saw an adversary wielding a sword or spear fall to their gunfire, a sense of pride swelled within them. This was the crushing superiority of advanced civilization over the primitive. At that moment, a group of young men and women clad in ancient attire appeared on the distant hillside. Observing their weapons, the Imperial troops breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces contorted with disdain. These individuals were, at best, no more than a ragtag band, inferior to even the most untrained of soldiers. The slender swords at their waists seemed incapable of rivaling the spears wielded by the savages. Just as they prepared to launch an attack on the approaching adversaries within range, a shocking spectacle unfolded before them. The group of young men and women soared into the air, defying gravity. Then, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the massacre unfolded before the Imperial soldiers. "No, please, don't kill me. Ah, help? Who will save me? Demons. You are all demons." Within mere minutes, this Imperial force was utterly annihilated. The townsfolk eagerly prepared to welcome these celestial masters. However, the masters claimed they had other tasks and did not linger. A young girl turned to the leading youth and inquired, "Brotherly, will the elder who calls himself the Creator truly bestow opportunities upon us?" The other brethren gazed at Brotherly with hopeful eyes. Just as Brotherly was about to respond, a tremendous energy descended upon the crowd. All members of the Slaughter Immortal sect felt an intense heat within their bodies, ultimately breaking through their realms. After all was said and done, Sun Yan, kneeling on the ground, paid homage to the sky as a member of the Slaughter Immortal sect. He stroked his chin, pondering, "This Baitian divine army is rather weak. They were dispatched so easily, which is rather dull." Then, an ingenious idea struck him. Since Shimura Danzo sought to control him, he might as well play along. Chapter 16. Naruto Goes Berserk. Plans advance. This world is his realm of thought, which Sinyan named the Celestial Domain, Salty Fish Continent. It resembles a world of cultivation, and the flow of time differs between the two realms. Typically, Sinyan adjusts the time in this world to equate to 1 day in the ninja realm being 1 year here. When bored, he would also accelerate or decelerate the time in this world. This realm has been infused with cultivation techniques of his own design. However, as the creation of these techniques is relatively recent, the strongest beings in this world have only reached the divine transformation stage. Yet, the strength of these beings is inconsequential to Sinyan, as none can surpass him. The creation of the Salty Fish Continent serves merely as a precaution against potential ambushes through illusions, just like this recent invasion by the Baitian Divine Army. It was discovered and eradicated by the natives of the Salty Fish Continent. After resolving matters in the Salty Fish Continent, Sinyan's consciousness returned to his true form. Upon his return, he immediately heard Danzo's commands. "Araki Sinyan, from this day forth, you shall be my loyal subordinate. You must faithfully execute my orders without error," Danzo stated. His gaze fixated intently on Sinyan, unsure if the Baitian Divine Army's influence had taken effect. Sinyan knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Danzo and replied, "As you command, Lord Danzo." Satisfied with Sinyan's reaction, a smirk crept upon Danzo's lips. Ever since Ryoma perished on a mission, the Root has not witnessed any shadow-level powerhouses. Now, with the addition of Araki Sinyan, the gap of top-tier strength within Root has been filled. As long as Orochimaru's plan succeeds today, that old bastard Hiruzen will meet his end. Furthermore, returning now may allow for Orochimaru to be caught red-handed. At that moment, Shimura Danzo felt a surge of confidence, envisioning a future where he could collaborate with Araki Nobuhiko and Niji to either capture or eliminate Orochimaru, thereby solidifying his claim to the position of Hokage. With this thought in mind, he felt invigorated, reminiscent of his past when he wielded power with authority. All units, heed my command and return to Konoha at full speed. As you wish, Lord Danzo. 1 hour prior, the third round of the Chunin exams commenced. This event attracted dignitaries and affluent merchants from various nations, all eager to witness the prowess of the new generation of Konoha ninjas. The audience was abuzz with excitement, and the arena was alive with energy. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki made a distinctive entrance, sliding into the arena in a rather unconventional manner. Judges and fellow competitors gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback by his peculiar style of face-first landing, to be precise. After a brief recovery, the officiating judge, Nara Shikamaru, declared the first match to begin, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The moment the match commenced, both opponents wasted no time. They launched into combat immediately. Naruto charged at Neji like a wild beast, swinging his right fist directly towards Neji's face. Observing Naruto's clumsy fighting style, Neji couldn't help but smile wryly. What is this guy thinking? He knows I excel in hand-to-hand combat, yet chooses to engage in close quarters. As both were ninjas from Konoha, Neji didn't wish to go overboard. He restrained his power to merely 10% and retaliated with a single punch. The impact sent Naruto hurtling like a cannonball into the arena wall, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Even the third Hokage, watching from the stands, felt his heart race. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts observe the technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of martial arts himself, recalled how he had once defeated the Ninetales with sheer physical prowess, though Neji had only exerted a fraction of his strength. The unique technique behind his punch caught the third Hokage's attention. This strike combined the ferocity of a steel fist with the internal destruction of a gentle fist, an exquisite balance of strength and finesse, making Naruto's defeat seem inevitable. The spectators erupted in awe, exclaiming, "That long-haired guy is incredible. He knocked that blonde kid down with a single punch. That damn fox should be treated this way." Observing the fervor of the crowd, a visiting merchant inquired of a nearby Konoha villager, "That blonde-haired boy is also from your village, isn't he? You seem rather displeased with him." The villager glanced around cautiously before leaning in to whisper, "I'll let you in on a secret. Don't share this with anyone." But he is. Meanwhile, the commotion around him did not sway Neji in the slightest. He remained focused, his expression serious as he stared at the crater left by Naruto's impact. For reasons unknown, the suffocating haze within the pit instilled in him a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, on the spectators' platform, Gaara, with a sullen expression, began to emanate intense fluctuations of chakra. Beside him, Kankuro and Temari hastily attempted to soothe him, but their efforts proved futile. Gaara's chakra surged with increasing ferocity, as though provoked by an unseen force. Neji activated his Byakugan and peered into the pit, immediately furrowing his brow. At that moment, Naruto found himself enveloped by an extraordinarily potent chakra, with a tail swaying ominously behind him. However, Naruto's demeanor appeared unsettling. He grimaced and shook his head while muttering, "Damn it, get out of my head." Ultimately, his primal instincts overpowered his reason, propelling him towards Neji like a ferocious beast. As Naruto burst forth from the smoke, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. This state was not indicative of Naruto's consciousness. He had succumbed to the control of the Ninetales. He quickly rose and called out to everyone, "The Chunin exam ends here. Hawk, Silver Fox, assist in sealing the Demon Fox." Yes. Just as the third Hokage and the Umbu intended to intervene and subdue Naruto, the fourth Kazekage swiftly drew a kunai, pressing it against Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. He, along with 4 of his Wind Village guards, leapt to the rooftops, taking Sarutobi with them. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yet the ninjas from Sunagakure and Otagakure quickly regained their composure. Several ninjas within the crowd combined their efforts to cast illusions, hypnotizing all the ordinary civilians present. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with urgency, cautioned, "Kazekage, I advise you to act rationally. A war would be detrimental to both our villages." Surprisingly, the fourth Kazekage responded with a cold chuckle, "Sensei Sarutobi, have you aged to the point of not recognizing such trivial tricks?" Hearing this voice, Sarutobi's pupils constricted. At that moment, the 4 wind guards removed their disguises and executed the 4 purple flames formation. The Kazekage tore away his facade, revealing the pale visage of Orochimaru. "Long time no see, Sensei Sarutobi. It's you?" Orochimaru. Neji gazed up at the rooftop, where Orochimaru clashed with the third Hokage. He then surveyed the chaos within Konoha. Witnessing the remnants of battles scattered throughout, the entire village was in disarray. What on earth had transpired? Just then, the tailed beast transformation of Naruto approached Niji. Naruto, now resembling a rampaging monster, extended his claws toward Niji's throat. Chapter 17. Adding fuel to Naruto's fire, Niji deftly dodged Naruto's claws with a slight movement. Bewildered by the transformation that had overtaken his friend, and thus refrained from inflicting lethal harm. As Niji engaged with Naruto, Gaara finally could no longer withstand the chakra of Shikaku. With a thunderous roar, he summoned countless grains of sand that surged towards his form. His stature expanded immensely, ultimately transforming him into a colossal raccoon cat, towering over the arena and collapsing the spectator stands. At long last, I have emerged. Prepare yourselves, wretched humans, to bear the brunt of my wrath. As soon as he broke free, Shikaku bellowed with unrestrained ferocity. The Leaf Ninjas were struck with sheer terror. For this creature evoked a sense of foreboding reminiscent of the Nine-Tails fox from over a decade ago. Could it be that the hidden leaf was to endure yet another calamity? Not far away, Might Guy clenched his fists tightly. Beside him, Rock Lee placed a reassuring hand on Gaia's shoulder and said, "Teacher Guy, go ahead. Do not worry about me." Yet, Lee's condition was precarious. Had it not been for his concern over Lee's mobility, Guy would have already joined the fray alongside the other Leaf Ninjas. Lee had sustained injuries during the previous match, and now even walking was a daunting task. Should he be caught in the crossfire of the battle, it would surely exacerbate his condition. Just as he contemplated escorting Lee to safety, the boy who had injured him suddenly morphed into a beast. Now, Guy faced a critical decision: to confront the monster or to prioritize Lee's safety. As he wavered, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Teacher Guy, please take Lee to safety. We will handle this here." The voice belonged to Tenten, who was utilizing a sound transmission technique to communicate with Guy. Guy immediately shouted, "How can I allow my beloved student to face such a terrifying monster?" Tenten replied with a hint of exasperation, "Rest assured, Teacher Guy, we will be just fine. You can trust us." Just as Guy was about to express further concerns, a brilliant silver light caught his eye from a distance. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. Thousands of long swords spiraled through the air, their concentrated light obscuring the sky. Amongst this dazzling array of blades stood Tenten. Her hair flowing freely, her expression grave, poised atop a sword like a celestial being gazing down upon Shikaku. The swords in the sky seemed to respond to her presence, converging towards her back. Ultimately, they formed a resplendent fan shape, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage, suspended in the heavens. Tenten then brandished the swords behind her and charged towards Shikaku. Recognizing the audacity of these humans launching an attack, Shikaku opened its maw wide and unleashed several air bullets directly at Tenten. With a furrowed brow, Tenten transformed dozens of swords into a colossal blade, striking forth to meet the incoming projectiles. Their collision resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending several nearby Leaf Ninjas hurtling away in the shockwave, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding them. Shikaku and Tenten readied their next assault, initiating a long-range exchange of attacks. Akai and Xiaoli were left utterly speechless. Was this really Tian Tian? Regardless of whether they were Leaf Village Ninjas, Sand Village Ninjas, or Sound Village Ninjas, all were awestruck by this magnificent spectacle. Who exactly was this female ninja? Did the Leaf Village still possess such formidable warriors? Even Xinyan, who was several kilometers away and hurrying towards the Leaf Village, was taken aback. Was this really Tian Tian? Had her style transformed so drastically? In the past, her hair was styled in a bun, embodying the traditional aesthetics of the Celestial Empire. Now, it seemed to retain that essence, yet had shifted from martial arts to a more ethereal fantasy style. This was indeed perplexing. The once adorable girl had now morphed into a Valkyrie. Xinyan grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, by the time he reached the Leaf Village, the battle would likely be over. He glanced at Shimura Danzo, noting how slowly the old man was moving. Were it not for accommodating this old coot, he could have teleported directly to the Leaf Village. No, he needed to manipulate the pace of the war and create challenges for Niji and the others. With a flicker of thought, Xinyan sensed the seal within Naruto begin to crack open wide. Within the confines of Naruto's sealing space, the Nine-Tails was utterly bewildered. If memory served correctly, the opening should not have been this large. For years, he had been working diligently to weaken the seal, finally managing to create a small opening a few months prior. However, this opening was minuscule, allowing only a trickle of his chakra to seep out. He had prepared for a long-term struggle, estimating that it would take a decade to fully escape. Yet now, unexpectedly, the fissure had widened, presenting a delightful surprise. He immediately channeled more of his chakra through the seal. Suddenly, Naruto's body underwent a violent transformation. His gaze grew increasingly bloodthirsty, his expression more ferocious, and his aura surged dramatically. Ultimately, for Crimson Tail sprouted from his back, enveloping him completely in red chakra, transforming him into a smaller version of the Nine Tails. As Neji beheld this monstrous version of Naruto, he couldn't help but gasp. If the earlier iteration of Naruto had merely caused him mild discomfort, this current form exuded a palpable threat. He could no longer afford to show mercy. The ensuing battle would be a matter of life and death. The man and the fox flickered across the battlefield at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. One red, one blue, their figures intertwined, colliding with such force that the ground cracked and walls crumbled. Their battle was cataclysmic. Some young jonin, unaware of the peril, attempted to join the fray. However, as soon as they entered the arena, they were flung back by the aftermath of the clash, their fates uncertain. Neji's apprehension grew with each exchange. What manner of beast was Naruto? Having significantly enhanced his own abilities, he surprisingly found himself evenly matched with Naruto. The latter's strength surpassed his expectations, particularly the vibrant red chakra enveloping his body. This layer of chakra was remarkably resilient, rendering his gentle fist techniques utterly ineffective against Naruto's defenses. At that moment, a colossal red toad descended from the heavens, landing squarely on Naruto's head, pinning him firmly to the ground. Perched atop the toad was a white-haired man clad in a striking red coat and wooden clogs, who, while tossing his hair dramatically, proclaimed, "The legendary sage Jiraiya has arrived. Young one, you have performed admirably, but now allow me to take over." As he spoke, Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto, who was still struggling valiantly beneath the toad's weight. "Alas, Minato, it appears your son has a long journey ahead of him," he mused, before leaping off the toad's head and approaching Naruto with deliberate steps. Chapter 18. What a fine object is this? Observing Jiraiya's approach, Neji remained on high alert. He was well aware of the esteemed name of the legendary Sannin, and thus refrained from obstructing Jiraiya while remaining cautious. Noticing Neji's demeanor, Jiraiya smiled slightly. This young Hyuga was indeed quite prudent. He then devoted his full attention to Naruto, placing his right hand atop the young ninja's head to examine the seals within. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he noticed the fissures in the seal had widened considerably since his last inspection. Just 3 days had passed. Why had the cracks expanded so drastically? Could it be that he had overlooked something due to his inebriation during the last visit? He racked his brain, unable to fathom that the cunning Shinboku had sabotaged the seal in secret. Ultimately, suppressing his growing concerns, he retrieved a piece of sealing paper. Biting his finger to inscribe the necessary symbols, Naruto, enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, seemed to sense the impending threat. Twisting his body vigorously while emitting a deep growl, witnessing the nine-tailed struggle to break free, the toad urged, "Jiraiya, are you not working quickly enough? This guy's becoming increasingly difficult to contain. If you do not hurry, he will escape." The toad's insistence distracted Jiraiya, causing him to misdraw a crucial stroke on the sealing paper, rendering it useless. With a scowl, he crumpled the failed paper and cast it aside, retrieving another blank sheet to recommence his work. As for sealing techniques, Jiraiya was merely mediocre. Before Minato ascended to the position of Hokage, he had learned a few basics from his student. However, his aptitude for sealing was rather lackluster. While Minato had imparted much knowledge, Jiraiya had only grasped the surface. Of course, that surface was still commendable compared to other ninjas, and Jiraiya held a firm confidence in his sealing skills. Even the illustrious Orochimaru, renowned for his unparalleled ninjutsu prowess among the legendary Sannin, could not surpass his own mastery of sealing techniques. Nonetheless, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that Watergate had gleaned little ninjutsu from him, while he himself had acquired the art of sealing in the Rasengan from Watergate. It seems that this teacher had imparted fewer lessons than those he had absorbed from his pupil. After a period of considerable effort, Jiraiya managed to sketch a talisman capable of reinforcing Naruto's seal. Upon witnessing the successful engraving of the talisman, Jiraiya, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly applied it to Naruto's forehead with a decisive slap. The instant the talisman made contact with Naruto's brow, the cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloping him receded like the tide. Ultimately, all of the nine tails chakra returned to Naruto's seal, leaving no trace behind, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing that Naruto had returned to normal, one stepped aside to allow Jiraiya to tend to him. Jiraiya lifted Naruto from the ground to assess his injuries. There were minor internal damages, likely inflicted by Neji Hyuga's gentle fist technique. However, Given Naruto's formidable physical constitution, he should be able to recover within a few days. His skin bore severe burns, presumably resulting from the tailed beast chakra assault. Overall, Naruto was relatively unharmed, though he would need to remain in bed for several days. At that moment, Neji approached. He bowed slightly to Jiraiya and respectfully inquired, "Master Jiraiya, how is Naruto's condition?" "There is no cause for concern. A few days of rest should suffice," Jiraiya replied. Neji hesitated briefly before voicing his curiosity. "May I ask what caused Naruto to transform into that monstrous form? And what exactly is that rampaging raccoon over there?" Neji was filled with confusion, as the immense chakra and malevolent aura of the tailed beast had left a profound impression on him. He believed that such a formidable creature would surely be known to Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Jiraiya responded vaguely, "Who knows? Perhaps it is a form of innate talent." The existence of tailed beasts was a closely guarded secret of the village, despite Neji's considerable strength. He was still merely a genin and lacked the authority to inquire about such confidential matters. Noticing Jiraiya's reluctance to elaborate, Neji refrained from pressing further. He reopened his Byakugan and glanced towards the direction where Tintin was battling Shikaku. At that moment, Tintin was in a dire situation, bearing several cuts across her body, blood seeping through her clothing, rendering her quite disheveled. Fortunately, these injuries were superficial and had not struck any vital areas. It was only when she faced the tailed beast head-on that she truly comprehended its formidable strength. Initially, she had regarded it as merely a larger summoning beast, not giving it much thought. However, after engaging in battle, she realized the extent of its power. Shikaku's hide was remarkably tough, rendering her long sword nearly ineffective against its defenses. Moreover, its massive size did not hinder its speed in the slightest. While simultaneously engaging in ranged combat, Tintin had to remain vigilant against Shikaku's close-range assaults, placing her at a significant disadvantage. Had it not been for the other Leaf ninjas providing cover, he would have been ambushed and gravely injured by Shikaku long ago. The ninjas of the Leaf had already discerned that Tintin was the linchpin of their group. Aside from her assaults, the efforts of the others were utterly ineffectual against Shikaku. Consequently, everyone fought desperately to create opportunities for Tintin, hoping she could vanquish this monstrous foe. However, defeating a tailed beast was no simple feat. The few effective strikes they managed to execute barely affected Shikaku. Just as despair began to envelop them, a green figure streaked across the sky, aiming a powerful kick at Shikaku's abdomen. The beast's rotund belly instantly caved in, and it was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Who was this valiant warrior? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Might Guy, the blue beast of the Leaf. He radiated a verdant glow, clearly having invoked the 8 Gates technique. After delivering Lee to safety, Might Guy hastened back to the exam venue without delay. Standing atop a flying sword, Tintin sighed in relief upon seeing Might Guy. "Phew, Teacher Guy, you finally arrived. Has Lee been taken to a safe place?" Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his bright white teeth as he replied, "Don't worry, Tintin. Lee is in a very secure location. Now, let us defeat our enemies together." Youth. Full throttle. Tintin could only face bomb, exclaiming, "Teacher Guy, you really are full of energy." Not far away, Shikaku struggled to rise, glaring furiously at Might Guy and Tintin. This swarm of pests was becoming exceedingly irritating. He had lost all patience and resolved to unleash his most powerful attack to obliterate them. Shikaku opened his massive mouth, gathering an immense amount of chakra within. Spiritual energy and physical energy coalesced in a ratio of 28-1, culminating in a pitch-black sphere forming at the beast's maw. Witnessing this, both the Leaf ninjas and the Sand ninjas broke into a cold sweat. The Sand ninja, Maki, shouted desperately at Shikaku, "Stop, Gaara. Our people have not yet withdrawn. Using the tailed beast bomb now will cause massive collateral damage." Shikaku paid no heed to Maki's pleas, dismissing him entirely. He was Shikaku, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Chapter 19. An exam? What nonsense. The tailed beast bomb poised at Shikaku's mouth sent the ninjas below into a frenzy. Both the Leaf and Sand ninjas felt a primal terror emanating from their very souls. The sheer magnitude of chakra and the terrifying technique were palpable. Should the tailed beast bomb be unleashed, over 90% of the individuals present would meet their demise. It was important to note that among them were not only ninjas, but also a multitude of ordinary civilians. Among these individuals were dignitaries and affluent merchants from various nations. Even the invading Sand and Sound villages dared not unleash a massacre. At that moment, Maki felt that bringing Gaara along was a grave miscalculation. This uncontrollable weapon, once unleashed, posed a threat indistinguishable between friend and foe. Just as despair clouded the eyes of the onlookers, the pitch-black-tailed beast ball erupted from Shikaku's mouth. Standing opposite Shikaku, Guy and Tintin gritted their teeth, prepared for a desperate stand. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, it was Niji Hyuga. Guy, recognizing the newcomer, bellowed, "Niji, do you have a brilliant plan?" Niji smiled faintly, then unleashed a torrent of chakra that surged forth like a flood. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his chakra into his right hand and gradually thrust it forward. 8 trigrams, air palm, a colossal, translucent hand, towering 5 to 6 meters, flew from Niji's grasp, colliding head-on with the tailed beast ball. At the moment of impact, Niji's air palm suddenly altered its trajectory, sending the tailed beast ball soaring into the sky. A deafening explosion ensued as the two forces clashed, illuminating the entire hidden leaf with flames that painted the heavens a blood-red hue. Both Leaf and Sand Ninjas gazed upwards in confusion. Even Shikaku found his attention momentarily diverted by this unexpected spectacle. The tailed beast ball represented the ultimate technique of a tailed beast, and the fact that a human could confront it with ninjutsu left him incredulous. Meanwhile, the trio from Guy's team did not afford Shikaku a moment's respite. They swiftly maneuvered to flank him. Daytime Tiger, 8 trigrams, air palm barrage. Before Shikaku could react, they unleashed a ferocious assault. Shikaku was forced to retreat repeatedly. Even the sturdiest of bodies could not withstand such a relentless barrage. Simultaneously, he noticed the young girl who had fought him earlier was brewing something formidable. Countless long swords gathered in the sky behind Tintin, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword that reached a staggering 100 meters in length, dwarfing even Shikaku's massive form. Ensnared by this overwhelming offensive, a primal sense of fear surged within Shikaku. The sight of the gigantic sword filled him with trepidation. At this moment, thoughts of retreat flickered in his mind. Preserving one's life is paramount. If he could escape back to the desert, he would not fear the likes of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. After all, Shikaku was the only tailed beast in the original narrative that had never been captured by Hashirama. The other tailed beasts, even the Nine Tails with its immense chakra, harbored a latent fear of Hashirama and Madara. Only he, the esteemed Shikaku, had never fallen prey to these two formidable figures. The reason he was able to escape the clutches of these two formidable foes was due to the advantageous terrain of the desert in the Land of Wind. He could transform his massive form into sand, allowing him to traverse the dunes undetected. Neither Hashirama nor Obito could capture his true essence, and thus, sealing him was impossible. Consequently, he felt assured that as long as he could return to the Land of Wind, he would be invincible. However, the ferocity of Niji and Might Guy's attacks was overwhelming. Shikaku was ensnared and unable to break free. At that moment, Tintin's colossal sword had fully materialized. She shouted downwards, "Niji, leave it to me." Upon hearing her words, Niji and Might Guy immediately leaped aside. The 100-meter blade descended with swiftness, and the gust generated by it destabilized the combatants below. As Shikaku saw the giant sword approaching, despair filled his heart. No matter how he attempted to resist, he was powerless against this formidable weapon. With a resounding crack, the sword struck, cleaving Shikaku's body in two. The instant the sword made contact with the ground, the very earth beneath Konoha trembled. Shikaku's immense form disintegrated into countless grains of sand scattered across the terrain. Amidst the debris, Gar lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. Witnessing Shikaku's defeat, the morale of the Konoha ninjas surged. In stark contrast, the Sand Village ninja appeared deflated, as if the air had been let out of a balloon. Engulfed in sorrow, Shikaku was their village's most potent weapon. With his defeat, what hope remained for them? Maki stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "How could this be? How could Shikaku be defeated?" Just then, Maki suddenly recalled Kabuto. The invasion plan against Konoha was not solely the endeavor of the Sand Village. He swiftly turned to a masked Umbu in the crowd and inquired, "Kabuto, has Orochimaru's situation not yet concluded?" Kabuto removed his mask and replied with a hint of resignation, "There is little we can do. Lord Orochimaru is facing the strongest Hokage. It won't be resolved swiftly." Maki pressed, "Then what do we do now?" Kabuto pondered for a moment before suggesting, "We should gather at the location of Lord Orochimaru's battle. Once his fight concludes, we will unite our forces and break through together." Maki nodded, understanding that the tide had turned, and their priority was now to preserve the lives of the Sand Ninja. Under their direction, the Sand Village Ninja began to converge towards the site of Orochimaru's battle with the third Hokage. The Konoha Ninja cautiously followed behind, as neither side wished to continue the conflict. Upon witnessing the defeat of the raccoon monster, Guy's team exhaled in relief. Their energy had been severely depleted, particularly for Might Guy. The burden of the seventh gate had taken its toll, rendering him nearly devoid of combat capability. The surrounding Konoha ninja recognized his predicament and gathered around him to provide protection. Ningxi and Tian approached him, and upon seeing the two, Kai burst into hearty laughter. Aha! Truly worthy of being my students, you have grown remarkably powerful. This is the essence of youth. As he spoke, a sudden movement strained his muscles, causing Kai to grimace in pain. Tian quipped, Kai-sensei, perhaps it's best to focus on healing rather than basking in your youth. At that moment, two figures abruptly appeared in the examination venue, drawing the attention of the crowd. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. As soon as they landed, Sasuke impatiently inquired, "What on earth is happening? Where is my opponent in the Chunin exam, that guy named Gaara?" A collective sigh of exasperation crossed the faces of those around him. Were these two latecomers completely oblivious to the situation? With circumstances as dire as they were, what did they expect from a Chunin exam? Chapter 20. That day, the wind roared ferociously within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation. Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Hiruzen, at the cost of his own life, invoked a forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal. This technique was designed to seal away the souls of foes. At that moment, he was desperately clutching Orochimaru's soul, attempting to bind him. Naturally, Orochimaru was unwilling to succumb to such a fate. In retaliation, he wielded the Kusanagi sword, piercing Hiruzen through. The two were locked in a fierce tug-of-war. Ultimately, Hiruzen faltered, unable to maintain his stance any longer. However, in his final moments, he summoned every ounce of strength to seal Orochimaru's hands. Amidst Orochimaru's venomous curses, Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes for the last time. With Hiruzen's demise, the Four Purple Flames formation lost its purpose. The Sound Four dispelled the formation and approached Orochimaru. One of them inquired, "Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do next?" Orochimaru, weakened, replied, "The third Hokage has been eliminated. It is time to retreat." Without further ado, they hoisted Orochimaru and prepared to leave. Just then, figures began to encircle them from all directions. Upon recognizing their attire, Orochimaru's expression darkened. The encroaching figures were all members of Root. What on earth did Shimura Danzo intend? After surrounding them, the Root members parted to create a path, allowing Danzo and Shin Uchiha to stride into the arena. Upon seeing Danzo, Orochimaru displayed no surprise. However, when Shin entered the scene, Orochimaru's countenance shifted dramatically. The impression Shin left on him was profound. In his mind, this individual was a more formidable adversary than even Itachi Uchiha. Observing Orochimaru's grim expression, Danzo smirked disdainfully. He glanced at Hiruzen's lifeless body not far away, a sly grin spreading across his face. Everything was unfolding according to his design. All that remained was to capture or eliminate Orochimaru before the eyes of the public, and he would surely ascend to the position of Hokage. Shimura Danzo did not hasten to act. He intended to wait until all the Leaf Ninjas had arrived before publicly defeating Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was also biding his time, anticipating the arrival of Kabuto Yakushi and his reinforcements. Thus, a peculiar stalemate ensued, with Shinichi trembling beside them. They have arrived. At long last. He had endured throughout the journey, suppressing his emotions. Now, he merely awaited the gathering of all present to execute his plans. Just then, Kabuto led the Sound Ninjas to the scene. Orochimaru and the quartet of Sound Ninjas swiftly broke through to join Kabuto. Upon observing Orochimaru's condition, Kabuto inquired with concern, "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right?" Orochimaru feigned calmness, stating, "There have been some minor issues. If a battle ensues, you will need to perform the hand seals on my behalf to summon." Kabuto instinctively glanced at Orochimaru's hands, and a moment later, sweat beaded on his brow as realization dawned upon him. Not long after, the Sand and Leaf Ninjas also arrived, facing off against one another, neither side daring to make the first move. The Leaf Ninjas, upon witnessing the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen, were consumed by fury. With their village leader slain in public, they felt compelled to display their anger, even if only for appearances. At that moment, Danzo sensed his opportunity. He stepped forward and declared loudly to the assembly of Leaf Ninjas, "I am Shimura Danzo, the elder advisor of the Leaf Village. Just moments ago, my comrade, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was slain by the traitorous ninja Orochimaru. However, do not be alarmed. Even in Hiruzen's sacrifice, I shall continue to protect the Leaf," he proclaimed. I will lead the Umbu to eliminate the traitor Orochimaru and safeguard the peace of the leaf. His words ignited a fervor among the young ninjas, who were unaware of Danzo's true character. Those who were cognizant of the Umbu and Danzo's reputation, however, looked upon him with disdain. Orochimaru and Kabuto scoffed at the display, recognizing it as an inferior performance compared to Hiruzen's subtlety. The fervor of the crowd, easily stirred, would dissipate swiftly. The long-term strategy lay in the quiet, gradual indoctrination akin to Hiruzen's methods. Orochimaru turned his focus from Danzo's farcical antics to Shinichi, noticing that he seemed to be on the verge of action. He exchanged a knowing glance with Kabuto, who understood immediately. As soon as Shinichi made his move, Kabuto would promptly perform the seals to summon the serpent. At that moment, Shinichi finally seized the opportunity he had awaited. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Danzo. His speed was so remarkable that neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto had time to react. Danzo, sensing impending danger, instinctively reached for the sealing device on his right hand, attempting to break the seal. Yet, it was too late. Sun Yan's gaze gleamed with a chilling light, a murderous intent etched upon his face. He grasped the edges of the esteemed Danzo's trousers with both hands and, summoning all his strength, pulled downwards with a forceful motion. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. The winds that day were particularly boisterous, rustling through the air as little Danzo swayed to and fro. Orochimaru was taken aback. Kabuto was bewildered. The root ninjas stood in confusion. The sand ninjas were at a loss. The sound ninjas were equally stunned. Most importantly, the leaf ninjas were left in utter disbelief. Shinsuke Danzo sensed the chill below him. Yet instinctively he could not bring himself to believe it. He dared not lower his gaze to confirm. How could he, a prominent figure in the shadows of the ninja world, be so publicly exposed? At that moment, one of the root ninjas regained composure. He swiftly removed his black cloak and shielded Lord Danzo with it, then inquired with concern, "Lord Danzo, are you unharmed?" It was only then that Danzo snapped back to reality, turning dully to face Sun Yan and asked, "Why?" Sun Yan scratched the back of his head, sheepishly admitting, upon careful reflection, "I find that I prefer the leisurely life of a sloth. Perhaps the root is not quite suited for me. Hence, I've decided against joining the root and will continue to enjoy my life as a sloth." If Shinsuke Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that his Kodoame Tsukumi had utterly failed, he would be deemed a fool. At this juncture, he was consumed by rage, seething at the audacity of it all. He bent down to adjust his trousers and commanded the root ninjas, "Ninjas of the root, heed my orders. At all costs, eliminate Araki Sun Yan." No sooner had the words left his lips than he disregarded the reactions of the root ninjas, drawing a kunai and lunging towards Sun Yan. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with Orochimaru. "This wretched Araki Sun Yan, today I shall ensure your demise." As Danzo charged at him like a rabid dog, Sun Yan turned to flee, calling back, "Is this really necessary, Elder Danzo? I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." "Jesting? I shall offer you a jest of my own. Wind release, vacuum blade." The wind chakra instantly enveloped the kunai, transforming it into a blade of chakra in Danzo's hand. "I shall not rest until I have reduced you to a mere paste." It was only at this moment that the root ninjas reacted, swiftly drawing their weapons to pursue Araki Sun Yan alongside Shinsuke Danzo. Chapter 21. A day without slaying leaf ninjas feels unbearable once the root departed. The leaf ninjas found themselves momentarily stunned. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Might Guy, both exhaling in relief. Thankfully, they had left their students behind. Had they witnessed the earlier spectacle, the psychological ramifications would have been immense. Not only would it have affected their students, but even they were now grappling with their own shadows of doubt. Kakashi discreetly cast a glance at Might Guy's small acorn, subsequently engaging in a mental comparison. At that moment, Orochimaru and the ninja from the Sound Village burst forth, hastening away from Konoha. The Sand Village ninjas quickly reacted as well, led by Maki, departing in another direction from the hidden leaf. Naturally, Konoha would not permit these individuals to escape so easily. Kakashi and Might Guy each spearheaded separate teams in pursuit. Yet their chase was tempered, refraining from cornering their adversaries to the brink of annihilation. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving the Sound and Sand ninjas out of Konoha's jurisdiction before ceasing their pursuit. The battle had left many buildings in Konoha damaged. Yet the loss of ninjas was minimal and remained within an acceptable range. At this juncture, Konoha's two esteemed advisors, Mito Gate In and Tenketsu Koharu, made their appearance, commencing the coordination of rescue operations. Meanwhile, the relentless pursuit of Shinichi by Shimura Danzo was far from amiable. Dozens of fierce root ninjas pursued him like rabid hounds, leaving Shinichi in a state of utter disarray. With resignation, he implored, "Elder Danzo, isn't this enough? We are all Konoha ninjas. Your actions lack purpose. Shall we not take a step back and return to Konoha as if nothing has transpired?" At the rear, Danzo retorted furiously, "You have thwarted my plans. And you dare mention we are all Konoha ninjas? Unless I reduce you to ashes today, how shall I retain my standing in Konoha?" With a sense of helplessness, Shinichi found Danzo's obstinacy vexing. With no other option, he continued to flee. Ultimately, the root ninjas cornered him at the edge of a cliff. Danzo, his face grim, advanced towards Shinichi, brandishing a wind blade. "Araki Shinichi, you shall perish," he proclaimed, raising his weapon to strike. Witnessing Danzo's menacing demeanor, Shinichi raised his hands in resignation and then transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing into thin air. Illusion technique? When did this occur? The root ninjas were incredulous, having unwittingly fallen victim to a mass genjutsu. It is worth noting that they were seasoned ninjas, yet the silent execution of such an illusion was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the opponent's use of a mass genjutsu was truly astonishing. At this moment, Danzo trembled with rage. He had been outsmarted, yet again. He swore that Araki Shinichi would meet his end. Meanwhile, in a nondescript corner of Konoha, Shinichi returned to his modest wooden dwelling. A gold nest or a silver nest cannot surpass one's own humble abode. After a month spent outdoors, enduring the elements, he had resided in a grand villa, yet found it uncomfortable. His little shabby house was far more comforting, a sanctuary away from worldly troubles, a truly tranquil haven. Thus, Konoha once again descended into serenity. Shortly thereafter, news arrived that the Sand Village had unconditionally surrendered, declaring themselves victims as well. Even the fourth Kazekage had been assassinated by Orochimaru, thus asserting that their Konoha stood on a united front. Regarding the shamelessness of the Sand Village, Sinyan could only express a derisive chuckle. Maki, a trusted confidant of the fourth Kazekage, actually failed to discern that the fourth Kazekage had been replaced? If it were Orochimaru masquerading as the fourth, one might excuse Maki's oversight. However, there was a period when the fourth was impersonated by Yakushi Kabuto. If Maki could not perceive this, it would truly imply a significant deficit in intellect. It is quite plausible that the higher-ups of the Sand Village were aware of Raza's replacement but chose to feign ignorance. After all, the man had perished. Revealing the truth at this juncture would jeopardize their collaboration with Orochimaru. It would be wiser to maintain the pretense. Should they manage to extract a lucrative advantage from Konoha, Raza's death would not be in vain. Nevertheless, these matters held no significance for Sinyan. He was indifferent to their affairs, living his life as a mere bystander, unconcerned with the turmoil around him. In the subsequent days, Konoha was fervently engaged in reconstruction efforts. On several occasions, Sinyan was invited to join the rebuilding team, but he declined each time, citing an ailment, one that would lead to demise if he exerted himself too much. If the higher-ups of Konoha were to believe such an excuse, it would be sheer folly. Yet, they dared not confront him. Through the descriptions provided by Shimura Danzo and Jiraiya's subtle inquiries through Niji and Tintin, it became increasingly apparent that Sinyan was a formidable genjutsu user, rivaling the strength of a Kage. Logically, a ninja of such caliber ought to enjoy certain privileges, especially given Konoha's current transitional phase. To offend Sinyan over trivial matters would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, Sinyan indulged in a life of leisure at home, much to the chagrin of Shimura Danzo. Who was he? A figure shrouded in the shadows of the ninja world. Who could dare to undermine him? Yet, he had suffered 2 setbacks at the hands of his own mind, a humiliation he could hardly endure. Consequently, the Root organization initiated a protracted campaign of assassination against Sinyan. Occasionally, ninjas would burst into Sinyan's wooden abode, poised to strike with their blades. However, without exception, these assailants found themselves ensnared by Sinyan's genjutsu and unceremoniously cast aside into the nearby thickets. Eventually, Sinyan, weary of the incessant intrusions, erected a genjutsu barrier. Anyone marked with the curse of tongue would succumb to his illusions upon entering this boundary. But would such an obstacle deter Shimura Danzo? Clearly, it would not. Thus, a surreal spectacle unfolded. Centered around Sinyan's residence, a radius of 50 meters became a resting ground for numerous root ninjas each day. These individuals would remain prostrate from dawn until dusk, only to be retrieved by their comrades under the cover of night, marking the conclusion of their daily endeavors. To be candid, such a respite was a rare luxury for the ninjas of Root. Consequently, those tasked with assassinating Sinyan convened to discuss their next steps. Whoever found themselves burdened by a demanding mission and in need of rest would take the opportunity to eliminate Araki Shinyan. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he spent an entire day resting near the Araki residence, awakening the next day invigorated and ready to undertake further tasks. Not long after this peculiar occurrence, several neighbors residing adjacent to Shinichi were so terrified that they hastily vacated their homes. Concurrently, a rumor began to circulate throughout Konoha, branding Shinichi as a merciless demon who could slay without a flicker of remorse. Each night, he would venture forth to eliminate a few Konoha ninjas, leaving their bodies in close proximity to his abode. Should a day pass without such an act, he would find himself in a state of discomfort. Upon hearing these whispers, Shimura Danzo was overjoyed. He instigated the dissemination of another rumor through his network, claiming that Araki Shinichi was, in fact, an undercover agent planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. This alleged scheme for Konoha's downfall was purportedly a collaboration between him and Orochimaru, resulting in the assassination of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Following the spread of this news, public outrage ensued. Villagers who had suffered due to the Konoha collapse plot gathered at the Hokage's office, demanding the execution of Araki Shinichi in pursuit of justice. Mito Kato and Nara Shikamaru were left astounded. Was Shimura Danzo's mind clouded with confusion? Or had he caught a chill from the wind that day, leaving him in a state of delirium? The notion of executing Araki Shinichi was utterly preposterous. Chapter 22, Deidara's voluntary offer. Ultimately, amidst the bickering of the three advisors, a consensus was reached. They decided to temporarily conceal Araki Shinichi's true capabilities and regard him as Konoha's clandestine weapon. During this interval, they would assign him various missions outside the village. By the time these tasks were completed, it was anticipated that the fervor surrounding the rumors would have subsided. After this agreement was established, Shimura Danzo returned to the root base, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon his arrival, he promptly sought out the captain of the intelligence unit. The captain knelt on one knee and inquired, "What orders do you have for me, Lord Danzo?" Danzo produced a letter from within his robes and handed it to the captain, stating, "Deliver this letter to the Rain Country, Amigakure." Once the intelligence captain departed, Danzo revealed a cruel smile. "Araki Shinichi, I await your demise in Konoha." The efficiency of the root organization was remarkable. It was not long before Danzo's letter reached the Rain Country. Since Danzo had only instructed the delivery to Amigakure without specifying a recipient, the root operatives handed the letter to a civilian in the village before turning to leave. They were well aware of the perils associated with Amigakure. Several previous teams of root intelligence personnel had infiltrated the village, only to vanish without a trace. Thus, they were keen to avoid any entanglements with the Rain Country. Delivering the letter and swiftly departing, the bewildered civilian returned to Amigakure, and before he could take any action, a large sheet of white paper suddenly soared towards him. In the midst of his terror, the paper gradually transformed into a woman with violet hair. The civilian instantly recognized her identity. She was none other than their angel of Amigakure. He immediately bowed in reverence, welcoming the angel. Conan wasted no time, extending her hand and saying, "Hand me that letter." The commoner dared not to refute, promptly retrieving the letter from his bosom and respectfully placing it in Conan's hands. Upon receiving the letter, Conan immediately returned to the central tower of Amigakure. There, she encountered the coldly indifferent Nagato, his orange hair framing his expressionless visage. Conan directly handed the letter to Nagato. After he perused its contents, she solemnly inquired, "What is the situation?" Nagato replied, "Shimura Danzo of Konoha wishes to negotiate a deal with the current leader of Amigakure." Conan quickly grasped the crux of the matter, exclaiming, "Current leader? Has our identity been compromised?" Her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Itachi Uchiha. Could he have relayed our organization's intelligence to Konoha? At that moment, Nagato interrupted her spiraling thoughts, asserting, "Our identity should remain concealed." Danzo likely suspects a change in leadership within Amigakure, yet his certainty is not absolute. Hence, the letter is ambiguous, addressing me merely as the current leader of Amigakure, without the titles of Hanzo the Salamander or any other designation. At these words, Conan felt a slight sense of relief. The plan to collect the tailed beasts had not yet officially commenced. If their identities were to be prematurely exposed, it would significantly jeopardize their endeavors. Nagato continued, "Danzo seeks our assistance in eliminating a Konoha ninja, offering a bounty of 200 million ryo in return." Hearing the sum, Conan's expression remained unchanged. Over the years, she had encountered wealth beyond measure. Even Kakuzu, who had spent the longest time as a ninja within the organization, had seen less money than she. After all, While Kakuzu could earn money through underground bounty tasks, their Akatsuki organization monopolized the wars among small nations. One could argue that the profits from a minor conflict surpassed anything Kakuzu had ever witnessed in his lifetime. To her, 200 million ryo was hardly a significant sum. Rather, she was more intrigued by the identity of the Konoha ninja that compelled Danzo to part with such a substantial amount. As if sensing Conan's curiosity, Nagato extracted a photograph from the envelope and handed it to her. The individual was named Araki Nabahiko, and Danzo described him as an elite Jinjutsu user of the shadow level. Conan examined the photograph closely. Nobuhiko's features were relatively well-defined, yet his air of despondency caused her to furrow her brow slightly. As a veteran of the Akatsuki, she had encountered numerous powerful shinobi. Among them were those with ruthless and silent demeanors, such as Itachi, as well as the unreliable and comedic, like Deidara and Haiden. There were also those with calm and seasoned personalities, like Sasori and Kakuzu, and even the honest and straightforward, like Kisame. However, regardless of their differences, they all shared a common trait, a vibrant spirit. One could not ascend to strength without unwavering will and resolute beliefs. Yet, truth be told, she had never before encountered a strong individual who bore such a look of dejection. To the observer, Shinichi did not evoke the image of a ninja, but rather that of a hedonistic air. Conan, puzzled, inquired, "Is this individual truly formidable? Why have I never heard of his name before?" Pain shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The intelligence report indicated that Araki Shinichi would be passing through the land of rain. A bounty of 200 million was too tempting to ignore. He immediately employed the body flicker technique to contact the Akatsuki members. As soon as they connected, Haiden exclaimed with exasperation, "Hey, leader, do you ever tire of this? Didn't we already arrange a mission a few days ago? What now?" Haiden could be considered the most reckless member of the Akatsuki. Unlike others who joined the organization after being subdued, he had fought to a standstill with Kakuzu before being accepted. He had never witnessed Pain's power firsthand, thus held no respect for him, viewing Pain merely as an arrogant individual with some degree of strength. Pain remained silent, casting a cold glare at Kakuzu. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Kaku, who had joined the organization after being defeated by Pain, understood the true extent of his leader's strength. He turned to Haiden and reprimanded, "Shut up, Haiden. Speak again, and I shall sew that mouth of yours shut." Haiden merely scoffed, refraining from further comment. Recognizing that Kakuzu had a role akin to that of a healer in their ranks, anyone who found themselves injured would seek his skills, and defending Kakuzu could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Pain clasped his hands together, forming a seal. Instantly, images and information about Araki Shinichi materialized in the minds of the Akatsuki members. Once they had absorbed the information, Pain addressed the group. "This individual is the target of our mission. He will soon arrive in the land of rain. Who among you is closest to that location?" Upon learning about Shinichi, Deidara was filled with excitement and eagerly volunteered, "Leader, allow me to handle this fellow." Conan was taken aback, surprised that the explosive-obsessed Deidara showed interest in anything beyond detonation. His fascination with Shinichi stemmed from the impressive details in the dossier. A Jinjutsu ninja possessing strength akin to that of a Kage, reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi. Deidara had once been defeated by Itachi's Jinjutsu, a haunting memory that lingered. He vowed to avenge that humiliation by one day killing Itachi. To prepare, he had trained specifically to counter Jinjutsu, engaging with a similarly skilled opponent like Araki Shinichi before confronting Itachi would offer him invaluable combat experience, greatly increasing his chances of victory. This thought filled Deidara with exhilaration. Chapter 23. Irika, you are too naive. After discussing Shinichi, Pain promptly terminated the body flicker technique. From beginning to end, Itachi Uchiha remained utterly silent. Even in the face of Deidara's provocations, he chose to disregard them entirely. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to return to Konoha, issue a warning to the higher-ups, and check on his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Outside the Hokage building in Konoha, Irika Yumino stepped out of the office with a heavy heart. During this period, Konoha was short-staffed, and even he, a mere administrative ninja school teacher, had been summoned to serve as temporary labor. However, he bore no resentment. Contributing to Konoha was a privilege Irika cherished immensely. He had been entrusted by advisor Mito Kamen to locate Araki Nabahiko, as there seemed to be a task he wished to assign to him. Naturally, Irika agreed without hesitation. He was also eager to see how his old classmate from the Ninja Academy was faring. Back in their school days, Nobuhiko's performance had been rather lackluster. Nevertheless, he had been a diligent student, embodying the indomitable spirit of the will of fire. Many years had passed since then, and Irika wondered how much had changed. Following the address provided in the documents, he navigated through the winding paths until he arrived at a secluded corner of Konoha. This area belonged to the outskirts of the village, where few ventured. Rumors had circulated about this place, suggesting that Nobuhiko was harming fellow villagers and acting as an accomplice to Orochimaru. Such claims struck Irika as utter nonsense. In his memory, Nobuhiko was a steadfast ally. Suddenly, Irika stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Who lacks the public spirit to litter the ground? He grumbled as he stood up, only to discover that he had tripped over a person. The individual was clad in a black robe and wore an umbu mask, resembling a dark ninja. However, Irika's limited understanding led him to mistakenly identify this individual as part of the umbu, when in fact, he was a root ninja. Irika's expression shifted as he quickly bent down to assess the root ninja's condition. Noticing he appeared to be under a genjutsu, he immediately channeled his chakra into the ninja, attempting to dispel the illusion. Yet, no matter how much chakra he infused, there were no signs of awakening. Ultimately, he had no choice but to carry the root ninja towards Konoha Hospital. As he ran, he silently urged, "You must hold on." However, to his astonishment, after barely 20 meters, Irika felt a hand patting his shoulder. He turned in surprise, only to find that the root ninja had regained consciousness. Hastily, he set him down and inquired, "Who cast a genjutsu on you? Has Orochimaru launched another attack on Konoha?" The root ninja's face was grim, burdened by the weight of recent missions. He had intended to assassinate Nobuhiko for a brief reprieve, only to have his plans disrupted by this unexpected encounter. He wore an expression of displeasure as he addressed Irika, saying, "Mind your own business and step aside." He then shoved Irika aside and continued on his way towards the home of Shinhiko. Irika, utterly bewildered, had no choice but to follow the root ninja, as his destination was also Shinhiko's residence. As he walked, lost in thought, a sudden thud echoed before him. Irika looked up, startled, to see the masked ninja sprawled on the ground once again, in the same spot. Irika was dumbfounded. What was happening? A new sleeping position, perhaps? At that moment, a woman carrying groceries passed by. Irika quickly called out to her, inquiring about the situation regarding this individual. The woman waved her hand dismissively and said, "Don't bother with them. These ninjas have been acting strangely, often coming here to nap. This has been going on for quite some time. It's nothing to worry about." With that, she swayed her hips and continued on her way to the market, leaving Irika feeling utterly perplexed. He simply could not comprehend the situation. Finally, he abandoned his thoughts and headed towards Shinhiko's home, hopeful that he might glean some information there. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, standing rigidly before it. It had been many years since he had seen his old classmate, and the sudden encounter made him feel somewhat awkward. He wondered how his peer had fared over the years. He had heard that Shinhiko had also become a CH Nin, albeit as a task-oriented ninja. Did that make him a CH Nin teacher seem less significant in comparison? After a short while, he heard a grumbling voice from within. "Who is it? It's the middle of the afternoon. Can't a person get some sleep?" When Shinhiko opened the door, Irika, standing upright, bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Shinhiko-kun, it has been far too long." As he observed the young man before him, who was bowing at a 90-degree angle, he sifted through the memories of the original owner. The individual appeared somewhat familiar, as if he were a classmate from the Ninja Academy. However, the years had blurred his recollections, to the extent that he could hardly remember the person's name. Thus, he shut off the original owner's memories and accessed his own. In an instant, the figure before him aligned perfectly with someone in his mind. Yumino Irika, the initial spiritual guide of the destined hero, Uzumaki Naruto. What could this individual want from him? Although they were classmates, they had not been in contact for over a decade. Shinhiko, with a lifeless gaze, remarked, "Ah, it's Irika. What brings you here after all this time?" Irika replied, "Actually, I am here to inform you that the village has assigned a mission for you, requiring your presence at the Hokage Tower's mission hall within the next hour to receive the task details." Shinhiko frowned and asked, "A mission assigned to me? Is it a solo task?" Irika shook his head and remarked, "It seems we need to form a temporary team with others, but I am unaware of the specifics." Shinhiko nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand now. Thank you for taking the time to come here." Once the business was settled, Irika inquired, "By the way, what is the situation with those Umbu ninjas outside? Why are they lying there asleep?" Shinhiko glanced at the root ninjas sprawled on the ground nearby. At that moment, they resembled lifeless carcasses, motionless and barely breathing. This peculiar sleeping posture is a technique employed by ninjas to minimize the likelihood of being discovered. It is no wonder that someone reported Shinhiko for murder and body disposal. The sleeping position of these root ninjas was more professional than that of actual corpses. He solemnly explained to Irika, "Irika, you are quite naive." Irika, puzzled, asked, "What does that mean?" Shinhiko replied with a mysterious smile, "Do you think these individuals are merely sleeping? How shallow." Irika swallowed hard. Then what exactly are they doing? Shinhiko's expression grew increasingly enigmatic, and cold sweat began to bead on Irika's forehead. He sensed that he was about to hear a shocking secret. Shinhiko uttered two words with a casual air, "Fishing." Chapter 24. The unremarkable Araki Shinhiko sauntered into the Hokage building with a leisurely demeanor. During this period, Konoha was exceptionally busy, with numerous ninjas dispatched on missions. On a day when the Hokage building is usually bustling with activity, it appeared quite desolate, evoking a sense of forlornness. Navigating with familiarity to the mission hall, he approached the task assignment area. For some unknown reason, the person responsible for issuing missions today was Midogate Flame, a Konoha advisor. In Shinhiko's recollection, the ninjas assigned to tasks typically sought out a bureaucratic chunin, and it was uncommon for such prominent figures as the Konoha advisors to engage in menial tasks. Shinhiko furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Midogate Flame also noticed Shinhiko's presence. With a stern expression, he admonished, "You are too late. Your teammates have been waiting here for over an hour." After saying this, he gestured toward the nearby resting area, and three individuals, a man and a woman, approached. Midogate Flame pointed at the trio and said, "These are your temporary teammates. I have already conveyed the specific mission details to Jonin Okawa. You may inquire with him shortly." He seemed disinclined to engage in conversation with Shinhiko, exhibiting a hint of disdain. Fortunately, Shinhiko held a similar contempt for the elderly man. Otherwise, he would have been perturbed by this old fellow. Upon exiting the Hokage office, the group found a balcony where they briefly introduced themselves. The leader was a 40-year-old man named Okawa Shiyu, a jonin. The other two teammates, one male and one female, were named Yamashita Daisuke and Chizu Sui, both chunin. After exchanging names, they commenced discussions regarding the mission details. The task at hand is categorized as a challenging endeavor. Its objective entails safeguarding the eldest son of the daimyo of the Land of Teeth during his return from the Land of Stone. Upon learning the classification of this mission, both Hui and Daisuke exhibited a sense of exhilaration. It is not often that Nin undertakes such significant assignments, making this opportunity exceedingly rare for them. Shinichi, however, displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Level A missions invariably involve combat with other ninjas, a prospect he detests. Why resort to fighting when a simple gathering over beer and skewers could suffice? What could be more comforting than lying in bed and drifting into slumber? Observing the expressions of his companions, Okawa Shiyu cast an extra glance at Shinichi. Subsequently, the group agreed to convene at the village entrance in 2 hours. Qianji Hui expressed surprise. "Are we in such a hurry? Can't we have a bit more time to prepare?" Captain Okawa replied with solemnity, "Time waits for no one. The employer must return to the Land of Teeth to assume the position of daimyo. Therefore, urgency is paramount, and we must act swiftly." With no alternative, the group hastily returned home to pack their belongings. 2 hours later, they departed from Konoha, heading towards the Land of Stone. Upon exiting the village, Shinichi sensed an odd atmosphere within the team. Aside from himself, the other three seemed somewhat reserved, not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. Yet, Shinichi found this ambience agreeable. After all, he was not one to revel in commotion. Keeping to oneself and avoiding conflict was preferable. As they left Konoha, a dense fog began to rise from the forest. While Qianji Hui and Yamashita Daisuke remained oblivious, Captain Okawa and Shinichi immediately recognized something amiss. This fog was artificially created through ninjutsu, imbued with a faint trace of chakra. The chakra was exceedingly weak, imperceptible without keen awareness. Okawa Shiyu's nerves tightened, yet he refrained from alerting the others. Seemingly weighing his options, Shinichi feigned ignorance and followed the main group into the mist. Not long after entering the fog, they encountered two figures approaching them. Adorned with conical hats and cloaked in long robes emblazoned with red clouds on a black background, they resembled sorcerers. Shinichi immediately recognized them as the notorious duo from the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi and Kasame also took note of Okawa's team, and both parties halted to assess one another. True to his reputation as a seasoned J-nin, Okawa Shiyu quickly discerned the distinctiveness of his adversaries. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded to walk past them. Shinichi and his two teammates followed suit, brushing past the enigmatic figures. As Shinichi passed, Itachi subtly turned his head for a brief moment. Instantly, beads of cold sweat emerged on Okawa Shiyu's forehead. In that fleeting encounter, he had recognized the identity of the individual. This was undoubtedly the infamous Itachi, the one responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan 5 years prior. The other figure remained unrecognizable to him at that moment. Yet he surmised that he was likely no benign character either. Why did I encounter Uchiha Itachi here? Should I return to report to Danzo? As he grappled with these thoughts, Uchiha Itachi withdrew his gaze and departed slowly. Once Itachi and Kisame left, Okawa Shiyu found himself drenched in cold sweat, gasping heavily. The only woman among the four, Chiko, approached him with concern, asking, "Captain Okawa, are you unwell?" After taking a few deep breaths, Okawa gradually regained his composure. Even as a seasoned jonin who had served in the Foundation for over a decade, he felt a soul-chilling tremor in the presence of that man. Although the Foundation claimed to have discarded emotions, they were, after all, human. Fear, anxiety, suspicion, and joy were emotions they too experienced, merely concealed beneath the surface. Having narrowly escaped a dire situation, Okawa promptly led his team away from this perilous place. In light of Uchiha Itachi's return, his personal mission took precedence. Just yesterday, Shimura Danzo had summoned him, an already retired Foundation ninja, and assigned him a task. He was to assassinate Araki Nabahiko during the mission and eliminate 2 other Chunin witnesses. After more than a decade away from such deeds, Okawa wished to refuse. However, Danzo threatened him with his son's involvement. Should he decline, his son would be drawn into the Foundation. Having served for decades, he could not bear to see his son leap into the abyss. Thus, he steeled himself and resolved to return to the role of executioner for his son's sake. As for Araki Nabahiko, he felt no remorse. This Chunin was infamous for his laziness, a disgrace to the Leaf Village. Such a worthless ninja was hardly worthy of his concern, though he felt a twinge of regret for the other 2 team members. Alas, such is fate. After brushing past Nabahiko, Kasame asked Itachi, perplexed, "That person is Araki Nabahiko, whom the leader mentioned, right? Why didn't you take him down just now, Mr. Itachi?" Uchiha Itachi replied expressionlessly, "Araki Nabahiko is a target for Deidara and Sasori. Our mission is the 9 Tails." Kisame praised, "I see. Truly impressive, Mr. Itachi. You always manage to analyze situations with such objective calmness at critical moments." Hearing Kisame's flattery, Itachi remained unfazed. He deemed Araki Nabahiko unworthy of his time. His singular focus was to see his younger brother, Sasuke. Everything else paled in significance. Chapter 25. This bowl of soup is quite good. The Okawa team moved swiftly, covering the distance from the land of fire to the land of stone in just 2 days, where they met their employer, the young lord of the land of earth. Kawabata Kyuko sat imperiously in the palanquin carried by the 4, his gaze cold and demeanor haughty as he regarded the leaf ninjas before him. "Your efficiency is appallingly low. Leaf ninjas, it has nearly been a week since I issued the task, and only now do you arrive? Do you look down upon the land of earth?" Upon the utterance of those words, Shinhiko nearly succumbed to laughter. Was the young lord of the land of teeth truly devoid of intellect? From such a diminutive nation, even the most ordinary of elite ninjas could obliterate his entire lineage with ease. How audacious of him to display disdain towards the ninjas of Konoha. This fellow had yet to officially ascend to the throne, yet he comported himself as if he were a feudal lord. Even a true lord of the land of teeth would not dare speak to the ninjas of Konoha in such a manner. At this moment, an elderly retainer, his hair as white as snow, stepped forth to mediate. "My lord, you are mistaken. We dispatched envoys to Konoha a week ago to issue a mission. However, it took them 4 or 5 days to journey there. The actual announcement of the mission was merely 2 days prior. Therefore, the esteemed ninjas of Konoha are not tardy. It is our agents who were sluggish in their actions." Kawabata Yasunari lifted his chin, his expression one of indifference as he remarked, "What a collection of imbeciles. Execute those who were sent to Konoha to announce the mission. A bunch of fools who have wasted my time." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he addressed the 4 from Konoha, "I am fatigued. You may withdraw." Chiyo and Yamashita Daisuke wore expressions of fury. This insolent individual held the ninjas of Konoha in utter contempt. It was intolerable to let him escape unscathed. Just then, Captain Okawa shook his head at the two, his gaze a stern warning against any impulsive actions. Clenching their fists, Chiyo and Daisuke took a moment to gradually relax. Captain Okawa breathed a sigh of relief. Should a confrontation with the employer occur during the mission, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the ninjas of Konoha. In these trying times for the village, any potential trouble should be avoided if at all possible. Suddenly, Kawabata Yasunari leapt from his palanquin. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he crouched on the ground, barking like a dog while scuttling about. The elderly retainer immediately bellowed at the attendants. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and restrain the young lord." Following this incident, the foolish young lord became considerably subdued. However, the glint in his eyes when he regarded the ninjas of Konoha seemed to harbor a trace of animosity. Captain Okawa also cautioned Shinhiko against employing ninjutsu on ordinary folk, particularly on their employer. Shinhiko, while scratching his ear, acknowledged his wrongdoing. The stern countenance of Captain Okawa reflected his disappointment. It was evident that Shinhiko had absorbed none of his advice. This individual clearly lacked any sense of responsibility. His actions were bereft of consideration for the village, which explained why Lord Danzo sought to eliminate him. For the rest, this was merely a minor episode. Once the ninjas arrived, the caravan set forth towards the Land of Teeth. From morning until dusk, they traveled without incident, encountering no attacks from ninjas. As evening approached, after a long day's journey, the caravan decided to make camp on a spacious plain. Once the tents were erected, the accompanying cooks began preparing dinner. Before long, dish after dish of sumptuous delicacies was served within Captain Okawa's tent. Upon beholding the delectable spread before him, Shinhiko was utterly delighted. To comprehend, the missions undertaken by ninjas seldom afford the luxury of indulging in such hearty meals. Typically, they subsist on soldiers' rations, making do with whatever sustenance they can muster throughout the day. Occasionally, one may catch a fish from the river or shoot a bird with a shuriken to supplement their meager fare. Thus, opportunities to feast to one's heart's content are rare indeed. Just as Nobuhiko was preparing to relish the delectable food before him, Okawa Shiyu called out to him, "Nobuhiko, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss." Nobuhiko halted, his impatience evident as he replied, "Is there not a more opportune time to converse after we have dined?" Okawa Shiyu feigned indignation. "I have tolerated your behavior long enough, Araki Nobuhiko. Just look at you. You lack the composure expected of a Leaf Village ninja. At this moment, we should conduct a perimeter check to ascertain that no dangers lurk nearby before partaking in our meal, rather than indulging ourselves and neglecting our primary duty." Furrowing his brow, Nobuhiko retorted, "If we step out to patrol, won't the food grow cold upon our return? Why must we settle for a meal that is less than warm?" Okawa Shiyu countered, "Must you only think of eating? Let us not forget that our mission is to protect the young lord of the Land of Teeth." He then turned to Chika and Yamashita Daisuke, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Under the stern gaze of Captain Okawa, the two dared not oppose him and quickly agreed. Indeed, it is wiser to patrol first for safety. Ultimately, the vote concluded with 3 in favor and 1 against, leaving Nobuhiko to reluctantly follow the 3 out on patrol. Once outside the tent, the quartet dispersed to survey the area in 4 different directions. However, it was not long before Captain Okawa stealthily returned to the tent. Approaching the dining table, he retrieved a small paper package from his clothing. This was the poison personally delivered to him by Shimura Danzo, extremely toxic, capable of overwhelming even a ninja in less than 3 minutes. As a high-ranking ninja, employing such a vile substance felt beneath him, yet for the sake of his child, he felt compelled to proceed. He glanced at the dishes laid out before him, finally settling his gaze upon a bowl of chicken soup. Adding the poison to this concoction would surely go unnoticed. He opened the paper package, gradually pouring the contents into the soup while stirring to prevent clumping. Once the poison was fully integrated into the broth, he produced another paper package, a remedy for the poison. Consuming the antidote would render the poison ineffective for the next 24 hours. He found an empty cup, poured in some water, and swallowed the antidote in one swift motion, washing it down with the liquid. Completing this task, he sighed deeply. "Chika, Yamashita Daisuke, I sincerely apologize. In your next life, do not choose to become a ninja." After tidying the scene and returning everything to its original place, he stealthily exited the tent. Instantly, tranquility returned within the tent, save for the now slightly thickened chicken soup. At that moment, a head suddenly peeked through the tent flap. The individual glanced around cautiously and, upon confirming that no one was in sight, stealthily entered. This person was none other than the sole woman in the team, Shizuki. The night before departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, the elder advisor Shimura Danzo had struck a deal with her. In exchange for discreetly eliminating 3 teammates, she would receive a staggering sum of 100 million ryo. To demonstrate his sincerity, Danzo had already provided her with a deposit of 50 million. With such wealth, who would still aspire to be a ninja? She could simply flee beyond the Land of Fire, find a small nation to conceal her identity, and thrive as a wealthy merchant, far superior to the life of a ninja. As for whether those 3 teammates were virtuous or wicked, what did it matter to her? Isn't a ninja's pursuit ultimately for profit? She cast a fleeting glance at the food laid out on the table before her eyes settled on a bowl of chicken soup. It appeared quite delectable. She decided to use it. Chapter 26. Drinking soup. An innocuous affair. Chizuki retrieved a small paper pouch from her ninja tool bag, containing the potent poison prepared by Danzo. A sinister expression crossed her face as she contemplated pouring the entire contents into the chicken soup. Just then, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly flipped the pouch over to inspect the inscription. Neatly inscribed were the words antidote. Her face paled upon realization, prompting her to rummage through her tool bag once more. She soon extracted another pouch, this one labeled poison, which brought her a sense of relief. Thankfully, the labels had been meticulously marked in advance. Otherwise, the consequences of a mix-up would have been quite embarrassing. Without hesitation, she poured the entire pouch of poison into the chicken soup and stirred it with a pair of chopsticks, the same ones previously used by Okawa Shiyu. She frowned at the now thickened soup, resembling rice porridge. What if it were discovered? Ultimately, she dismissed her concerns. Who would take the time to scrutinize the chicken soup? It seemed she was overthinking it. After administering the poison, she, like Okawa Shiyu, poured herself a glass of water and discreetly slipped out of the tent with the antidote in hand. Just as she was about to exit the tent safely, she collided head-on with another person. Ouch! That hurt. Who is it? The unfortunate soul was none other than Yamashita Daifuku, who was now rubbing his forehead while muttering curses. Chizuki, stifling the pain in her forehead, apologized earnestly. I'm sorry, Daifuku-kun. I wasn't paying attention while walking. Please forgive me. Seeing Chizuki's sincere apology, Daifuku felt a twinge of guilt for his irritation and opted to change the subject. What are you doing here? Have you completed your patrol? Chizuki, feeling a surge of anxiety, stammered, and not yet. I'm just about to head out now. Daifuku-kun, you should rest. I'll return as soon as I finish my patrol. With that, she hurriedly dashed out, leaving Daifuku filled with confusion. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for he had important tasks awaiting him. He stealthily glanced around, relieved to find that Chizuki had already wandered far away. With a sigh of relief, he approached the dining table and reached into his bosom, extracting a paper bag identical to the ones belonging to Takagawa and Chizuki. The sight of the bag filled Yamashita Daifuku with immense excitement. The late third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had appeared to him in a dream, revealing that his demise was the result of an insider within the Leaf Village and informing him that 3 traitors would team up with him for a mission the following day. With earnest eyes, the third Hokage implored him to eliminate these 3 infiltrators to safeguard the peace of Konoha. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would be granted the position of 5th Hokage. Upon waking the next morning, Daifuku discovered a package of poison and a vial of antidote on the table, sending waves of exhilaration through him. Achieving the status of Hokage was the culmination of his lifelong ambition, and he was willing to sacrifice everything to attain it. With unwavering resolve, he contemplated how he would protect the peace of Konoha, even if it meant staining his hands with blood. He glanced down at the dining table, pondering which dish would be best suited for the poison. After surveying the options, he settled on the chicken soup. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar connection to this particular bowl of soup. Without hesitation, he tore open the paper bag and poured the contents into the chicken soup. Observing the thick, almost paste-like consistency of the broth, he frowned at its unappealing appearance. Would it go unnoticed? Grabbing the previously commendable chopsticks, he plunged them into the soup and stirred vigorously. The more he stirred, the stickier it became, to the point where the chopsticks could stand upright within it. Daifuku furrowed his brow at the bowl of soup. Would anyone actually drink this? Just then, he heard a noise at the entrance, causing him to jump in alarm. In a frantic rush, he withdrew the chopsticks from the soup and instinctively brought them to his mouth. In an instant, he felt every hair on his body stand on end, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What now? He chastised himself for his thoughtless habit of putting the chopsticks in his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered the antidote still in his possession. He quickly produced it, and, with a forceful tear, split the bag in half, spilling the contents all over the ground. Daifuku winced, realizing he had exerted too much force. As the footsteps grew closer, he gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and crouched down to begin licking the floor. Shinya hummed a tune as he entered the tent, only to halt in shock at the sight before him. There was Daifuku, akin to a stray dog, crouched on the ground, licking the floor as if it were a delectable feast. Even when Shinya walked in, Daifuku did not cease, as if the ground held a culinary delight. Silently, Shinya retreated from the tent, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Had he overindulged in illusions to the point of hallucinating? He took a deep breath and re-entered the tent once more. At this moment, Daisuke had thoroughly licked the antidote off the ground, sitting contentedly with a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Upon spotting Nabahiko, he waved in greeting. "Hey, has the patrol concluded? Everything seems normal, right?" Nabahiko, with a peculiar expression, responded, "There is something unusual. I've noticed a certain abnormality in your demeanor. Do you require my assistance in addressing it?" Daisuke awkwardly chuckled a few times, attempting to brush off the comment with a light-hearted laugh. Before long, Captain Okawa and Chika returned from their patrol, and the four gathered around the table. The atmosphere tinged with an air of strangeness. As the captain, Shiyu Okawa was the first to shatter the awkward silence. "It has been a long and tiring day for all of us. The spread before us is quite sumptuous. Let us indulge before it cools and loses its flavor." Just as he reached for the dishes, an uncomfortable thought crossed his mind. Which pair of chopsticks had he used to stir the soup? He discreetly glanced at the chopsticks in his hand, then at those of the other three. They all looked strikingly similar. "Ah, whatever," he thought, dismissing the concern. After all, he had already consumed the antidote. Even if he drank the chicken soup, it would not matter. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the chicken soup on the table, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Is this truly chicken soup? It's practically turned into ice cream. It was utterly unbelievable how quickly the poison had caused the soup to congeal. Who would dare consume this? Who would even attempt to eat it? Nearby, Chika and Daisuke frowned in agreement. The appearance of the chicken soup was absurd. Anyone who dared to drink it would be a fool. At that moment, a delicate, fair hand reached for a spoon on the table. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, it plunged into the chicken soup. Drinking soup is a delightful experience. "Don't mind if I do," Nabahiko declared, only to discover the soup was surprisingly firm, making it impossible to scoop up with one hand. He quickly stabilized the bowl with one hand while vigorously digging into the soup with the other, as if he were excavating ice cream, successfully filling his bowl. Chapter 27. Just food poisoning. The three watched in wide-eyed disbelief as Nabahiko, with the sticky substance resembling ice cream, filled his bowl with chicken soup. He then took mouthful after mouthful, licking his lips in satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Not too salty, not too bland. It's absolutely delicious." Witnessing this, the three were left to mentally berate him. How could he possibly eat that? Had this lad never tasted chicken soup before? Once he had cleaned his bowl entirely, Nabahiko licked the corner of his mouth and queried the trio, "This chicken soup is so delightful. Why aren't you eating?" Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of mischief as he jested, "You're not eating because there is poison in the soup, are you?" The three were taken aback, a chill running down their spines. Had he stumbled upon something? Subsequently, the three individuals dismissed this conjecture. If Nabahiko Araki had discovered that the chicken soup was poisoned, how could he be the first to partake? However, if they continued down this path, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the others. Shiyu Okawa chuckled and said, "Haha, Nabahiko, you truly have a knack for jest. How could such delightful chicken soup possibly be poisonous?" He then served himself a bowl of the soup, adding, "Allow me to savor this chicken soup and determine its true taste." Upon witnessing their captain take the lead, Shizuki Sui and Daisuke Yamashita forced smiles and filled their own bowls as well. At that moment, abstaining from drinking would certainly reveal their unease. With a guilty conscience, they reluctantly followed suit. The three of them, their expressions twisted in discomfort, swallowed a spoonful of the chicken soup. Initially, they had mentally prepared themselves for a distasteful experience. However, to their astonishment, the soup was unexpectedly delightful. The exquisite flavor of the chicken soup coalesced into a texture akin to a creamy ice cream. Soon, they could no longer contain their delight, devouring the soup with gusto, leaving their bowls impeccably clean. They had not anticipated the soup to be so delicious. Indeed, while its appearance was peculiar, its taste was undeniably superb. As they finished a bowl, the atmosphere around the dining table grew increasingly lively. Nabahiko furrowed his brow, observing the three others. How could they suddenly be so animated after such a morose journey? In truth, Okawa and his companions had altered their demeanor because they felt there was no longer a need to feign pretense among the seemingly lifeless. After all, they were unaware of the poisoning. To them, everyone else in the room was dead. However, as time passed, the heaviness of their eyelids grew, and their vision started to blur. At that moment, panic set in. Could they have been poisoned? Yet, they had no opportunity for confirmation. Thud. The three collapsed in terror, lifeless on the ground. At this juncture, Nobuhiko displayed an expression of realization. His bowl remained pristine, devoid of any sheen, clearly indicating that he had not consumed the chicken soup. This was inevitable. Only a fool would indulge in such a peculiar concoction. Nobuhiko had intended to test these three individuals, probing whether they harbored any guilt. To his astonishment, they had not hesitated at all and had consumed the soup without question. This left Nobuhiko baffled, who had administered the poison. He then examined the bodies of the three and employed his mental acuity to investigate the chicken soup, piecing together the entire scenario. Indeed, before poisoning, the three had ingested an antidote. Logically, as long as the antidote remained effective, they would not perish, regardless of the amount of poison consumed. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that their antidotes only neutralized the specific poison they had administered, while each had used a different poison. Thus, their antidotes countered their own toxins, yet failed to neutralize the other's poisons. Shin shook his head, reflecting on the ruthlessness of Shimura Danzo, who had callously sacrificed the three individuals as mere cannon fodder. A twinge of sympathy crossed his mind. Those three were indeed unfortunate souls. Seizing the opportunity when the surroundings were deserted, he discreetly transported their lifeless bodies out of the camp. He found a secluded spot in the wilderness, dug a grave, and laid them to rest. Once he had completed this somber task, he returned to the tent designated for the wood industry ninjas. Sitting at the dining table, he began to contemplate his next course of action. What should he do now? Should he temporarily halt the mission and return to Konohagakure to report everything accurately, or should he choose to defect and become a rogue ninja? After a moment's deliberation, he dismissed the idea of returning to report. If he went back now, he would surely be vilified by Shimura Danzo for the alleged murder of his teammates. His once carefree life would be over, giving way to a grim existence behind bars. Even if he avoided imprisonment, life in Konohagakure would undoubtedly become arduous, devoid of the leisurely days he once enjoyed. To be honest, defecting seemed to be a rather appealing prospect. He could easily find refuge in a small nation as a guardian beast. Once the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded, he could return to Konohagakure and clarify everything. By then, Shimura Danzo would be dead, and the village would have no reason to pursue him for a deceased individual. The more he pondered, the more sensible it appeared, prompting him to rise from the table. To hell with Konohagakure, he would renounce his status as a ninja. The following day, the attendants of the Land of Tea finished folding the tents. The group readied themselves, awaiting the assembly of the Konohagakure ninjas before their departure. Kawabata Yasunari, his face clouded with displeasure, turned to his old retainer and inquired, "Have the Konohagakure ninjas not emerged yet?" The aged retainer, drenched in cold sweat, responded, "I shall prompt them immediately." Kawabata Yasunari added, "Inform those Konohagakure ninjas that my patience is limited. If they do not appear soon, we shall proceed without them." Upon hearing this, the old retainer hurriedly cautioned, "My lord, do not act impulsively. On the journey back to the Land of Tea, the second son will surely send assassins. Without the protection of ninjas, the situation will be exceedingly perilous." Kawabata Yasunari gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "Every time this is mentioned, I am filled with rage. That wretched woman dares to contest my claim to the title of daimyo. It is nothing short of delusional. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure the execution of her entire family." At that moment, Shin, burdened with a pack and yawning, approached the convoy. Kawabata Yasunari involuntarily trembled at the sight of him. Despite his earlier bravado, facing Shin brought back memories of his own humiliating defeat, leaving a lasting impression. The old retainer, noticing the discomfort of the young lord, stepped forward and asked, "Ninja-san, why do you come alone? Where are your companions?" Shin nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "They are dead." At these words, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The guard beside him instinctively reached for the katana at his waist, his body trembling uncontrollably. The old retainer's expression shifted dramatically as he took a few steps back to position himself protectively beside the young lord. At that moment, Kawabata Yasunari was already trembling all over, stammering, "What on earth is happening? Why did the Konoha ninja die?" Nobuhiko scratched the back of his head, pondering how to respond. After all, those individuals had poisoned themselves. Ultimately, he resorted to a dismissive answer. Those fellows merely suffered from food poisoning. It's nothing to concern yourself with. Chapter 28. That fool, I am protecting. Nobuhiko's evasive reply only heightened the anxiety among the people of the Land of Tooth. The nearby guard had already drawn his long blade, ready to confront Nobuhiko. It took considerable effort for Nobuhiko to calm the group and clarify the situation. Upon learning of the other party's intention to become rogue ninjas, the people of the Land of Tooth scoffed. This individual was far too nonchalant. To declare oneself a rogue ninja without a care for Konoha's bounty was utterly reckless. Eventually, both parties agreed to terminate the employment contract with Konoha. The rogue ninja Araki Nobuhiko would escort the young Lord Kawabata Yazunari back to the Land of Tooth. Upon completion of the task, Kawabata Yazunari would compensate Nobuhiko with 700,000 ryo as payment. After both sides affixed their signatures, the agreement was officially established. As he signed, Kawabata Yazunari was moved to tears, reflecting on the situation. Despite being a rogue ninja, Araki Nobuhiko had not only refrained from robbery but was also committed to ensuring his safety. Such kindness was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the artistic duo of the Akatsuki organization was diligently scouring the borders of the Land of Rain. Deidara grumbled, "Is the leader truly reliable? Can we really expect to wait here?" Hiding within the scorpion puppet, Sasori rebuked, "Enough of your idle chatter. The leader's intel is never wrong." At that moment, Deidara leaned closer to the scorpion, grinning playfully. "Once we find Araki Nobuhiko, can you let him be mine?" The scorpion remained silent for a moment before coldly stating, "Do not keep me waiting too long. When I grow impatient, I will take matters into my own hands." Deidara smiled in satisfaction, then began to contemplate how to deal with Araki Nobuhiko. The intelligence indicated that this individual was a master of Jinjutsu, akin to Uchiha Itachi. If he were to eliminate him in one swift move, it would lack excitement. He needed to be gentle, allowing for multiple opportunities. Ultimately, he envisioned a climactic moment where Nobuhiko would transform into art amidst despair, a spectacle that would undoubtedly be magnificent. 2 days later, Nobuhiko sat in the young lord's carriage, legs crossed, leaning back against the seat. Kawabata Yazunari, resembling a sulking bride, curled up beside him. In truth, Nobuhiko did not intend to bully this offspring of a bureaucrat. He simply believed it was safer to be by his side. He had absolutely no intention of hitching a ride on the young lord's carriage. Kawabata Yazunari exclaimed, "Big brother, as long as you spare my life, everything is negotiable." The convoy swiftly entered the rain country. True to its name, the land was shrouded in perpetual gloom, with sunlight becoming a distant memory since crossing the border. Each day was marked by overcast skies and incessant drizzle, leaving Nobuyuki in a foul mood. Having loathed rain since childhood, the sound of raindrops striking the ground irked him profoundly. With no other recourse, he resorted to savoring the grapes in Kawabata Yazunari's hand while cursing the wretched weather. Kawabata, seething with suppressed anger, dared not voice his frustrations. Oblivious to him, Nobuyuki continued to indulge in the grapes. Just as he was enjoying his leisure, 2 formidable presences emerged within his perception. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly dismounted from the carriage to investigate the sky. The 2 unwelcome guests perched on a great white bird, circling the heavens as if in search of something. Soon, their attention fixated on Nobuyuki and his entourage, and they dove from the sky. Their intentions were far from benign. Were they here to assassinate this imbecilic young lord? Nobuyuki gestured for the convoy to halt. Although the others were puzzled, they complied with the imposing authority of Araki Nobuyuki. An elderly retainer approached him with trembling steps. Casting a furtive glance at the young lord beside him and noting the absence of any visible injuries, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Bowing respectfully, he inquired, "My lord Araki, what seems to be the matter?" Nobuyuki gazed skyward and replied, "Ninjas are attacking. Refrain from engaging in combat." Upon hearing of the assault, the convoy's members tensed with anxiety. At that moment, a large white bird appeared in the sky. After circling several times, it began to descend gracefully, eventually hovering at a height of several dozen meters above the convoy. Kawabata and the accompanying followers turned pale with fear. These adversaries exuded an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. On the white bird stood Deidara and Sasori, who regarded the convoy with keen interest. Upon spotting Araki Nobuyuki, Deidara's lips curled into a sly smile. The intelligence had proven accurate. Simply waiting at the border of the rain country would lead to an encounter with this individual. Nobuyuki recognized the 2 figures. They were the artistic duo of the Akatsuki organization, Sasori and Deidara. Was the Akatsuki indeed here to assassinate this foolish young lord? What a troublesome predicament. Deidara scrutinized Araki Nobuyuki. The young man appeared disheveled, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied any prowess. Deidara felt a twinge of disappointment. This fellow seemed devoid of any artistic sensibility. He realized that dealing with such an opponent required little effort on his part. It seemed prudent to hold back slightly, for an overly swift conclusion would be devoid of interest. He turned to Sasori and declared, "Brother Sasori, leave the next part to me." The scorpion of the red sand spoke in a deep voice, urging, "Hurry up, do not keep me waiting too long." With that, he leaped down from the great bird, his massive form crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he dragged his cumbersome body to a distance, seemingly reluctant to interfere in the duel between the two. Shinosuke stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility of negotiating peace with the adversary. However, he quickly shook his head. How could a member of the Akatsuki possibly seek reconciliation? To reason with such individuals, one must first subdue them in battle. With that thought in mind, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the white bird beneath Deidara erupted in an explosion, transforming into chunks of white clay that cascaded to the ground. Before Deidara could react, he found himself crashing heavily to the earth. His preoccupation with explosive artistry had led him to neglect physical training, and the proximity to the ground left him no time to brace himself, resulting in a humiliating fall before the onlookers. Seeing Deidara sprawled on the ground, Shinosuke extended his hand. A 3-meter-long pink hand materialized before him and reached towards Deidara. In the blink of an eye, the pink hand had seized Deidara, pinning him firmly to the ground. Deidara struggled, attempting to escape the grip of the pink appendage, but it felt as immovable as a mountain. "What is this? You scoundrel! Let me go? I am going to kill you." After capturing Deidara, Shinosuke addressed the distant scorpion of the red sand, saying, "I will not kill you. Abandon this mission. That imbecile from the land of iron is under my protection. You cannot accomplish your objective this time, so I suggest you depart at once." With that, Shinosuke delicately pinched the fabric of Deidara's collar between his thumb and forefinger, tossing him toward the scorpion of the red sand. Chapter 29. Deities among mortals. The scorpion of the red sand coiled his tail deftly, catching Deidara as he flew through the air. Once Deidara was safely on the ground, the scorpion fixed his intense gaze on Shinosuke. This individual did not seem as simple as the intelligence report suggested. The speed with which he had acted earlier had caught even him off guard. However, it appeared there was a misunderstanding. He believed they were after ordinary people. Little did he know that their true target was, in fact, Shinosuke himself. The mission of the Akatsuki was one that must be fulfilled, leaving no room for negotiation. With this realization, the scorpion of the red sand slowly approached Shinosuke, eager to end the time-wasting antics of Deidara and eliminate the threat before him. Just then, Deidara rose to his feet, his expression dark and his silver teeth clenched, radiating an aura of fierce intent. He addressed the scorpion of the red sand with a low voice. "Brother Scorpion, step back. I will handle this guy." Scorpion paid no heed to Deidara, continuing to advance leisurely, his tone indifferent. "Let it be. This fellow possesses formidable strength. Should we fail the mission and he escapes, I shall share the leader's punishment with you." At that moment, a white puppet obstructed Scorpion's path. Naturally, Deidara's longtime partner, the scorpion of the red sand, recognized the puppet's identity. Deidara's explosive puppet was immensely powerful. Scorpion assessed the situation. At this distance, if detonated, even his Hiriko could not withstand the ensuing shockwave. He turned back, his voice steady, and inquired, "Deidara, what do you mean by this?" Deidara, displaying a furious expression, responded, "This man must be killed by my own hands." The two stood in opposition, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ultimately, Scorpion relented, walking away while stating, "I shall grant you 1 hour." Deidara chuckled. "An hour is ample." With that, he extended his hands, revealing a human mouth prominently situated in his palms. He then reached into his ninja tool pouch and bit off a substantial piece of explosive clay. As he chewed, the clay took shape. 2 colossal white clay dragons erupted from his hands, charging directly towards Shinhiko. Witnessing this spectacle, Shinhiko scratched his head in exasperation. Why were these individuals so obstinate? He promptly unleashed a psychic barrier, safeguarding everyone from the land of teeth within its confines. "Remain within the barrier and do not move. This barrier will protect your safety. Once I have dealt with these two, we shall proceed." Hearing Shinhiko's words, the inhabitants of the land of teeth felt a slight sense of relief. They understood all too well the terror of battles between ninjas. With the barrier's protection, they could watch the confrontation with peace of mind. After ensuring their safety, Shinhiko turned to face the two approaching white dragons. If memory served him right, Deidara was a long-range combatant. The best strategy against such an opponent was to close the distance and deliver a decisive blow. However, today he wished to play differently. He too would become a long-range fighter, concentrating his psychic energy between his hands. A flash of light illuminated the scene as his previously gentle energy transformed into a violent force. The energy morphed into two bolts of lightning, flickering like twin thunderbolts in his grasp. Glancing at the lightning coursing through his hands, Shinhiko laughed heartily. Behold the true magic, Deidara. He then directed his palms towards the oncoming dragons, unleashing the lightning with precision. Thunder roared as it sliced through the rushing dragons like a hot knife through butter, then surged towards Deidara. What? This cannot be. Deidara exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his two dragons could be vanquished in an instant. However, he reacted swiftly, immediately sidestepping the oncoming thunderous strike. A deafening explosion ensued, creating a gaping chasm 10 meters wide where Deidara had previously stood. Had he not been quick enough, that blow would have surely incapacitated him. Watching Deidara gasp for breath, Shinyan felt immensely satisfied. His hands pulsed with ever-brightening lightning, its power intensifying with each moment. He laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Dance before the magic, Deidara." Following this, bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, each nearly a meter in diameter, relentlessly targeting Deidara. The latter was forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately taking to the sky on his clay bird to evade Shinyan's thunderous barrage. Once airborne, Deidara exhaled a sigh of relief, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what is this guy's deal? Wasn't he supposed to be a Genjutsu ninja? How can his lightning release be so formidable? He recalled his earlier bravado about taking on his opponent alone, believing it would be an easy victory, only to find himself in such a dire predicament. Glancing at Sasori, who stood quietly observing from a distant hillside, Deidara clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. If word of this incident spread, how could he ever hold his head high within the organization? The members were all notorious for their lawlessness, and if they learned of his disgrace today, he would undoubtedly become the subject of their ridicule. No, he resolved, he must eliminate Araki Shinyan today, otherwise, he would have no face left to maintain his standing in the Akatsuki. With this thought in mind, he withdrew a significant portion of explosive clay from the pouch at his waist. After a moment of careful molding, he finally spat out a small figurine resembling himself. The doll, no larger than a palm, appeared quite endearing in his grasp. Deidara was now fully committed. This technique had originally been devised for confronting Uchiha Itachi, but circumstances compelled him to employ it prematurely. Nevertheless, he held great confidence in this move. Once unleashed, it would be unstoppable. Araki Shinin, behold my art. Garuda. He hurled the Garuda into the air and then ascended on his clay bird, soaring higher and higher. This maneuver was an indiscriminate attack. If he did not escape the blast radius, he too would suffer the consequences. The Garuda, upon release, expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal version of Deidara, towering several dozen meters high. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from the land of iron were left pale and trembling, some even fainting in shock. The earlier scene of lightning piercing the dragon had already been breathtaking, and now a giant had emerged. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Is the battle between ninjas truly this terrifying? Among the crowd, Kawabata Yasunari trembled uncontrollably, feeling an immense sense of relief. Fortunate was he. Reflecting on the moment, he had affronted Araki Nabihiko, for the latter merely commanded him to bark like a dog, rather than summoning a thunderbolt to obliterate him. Concurrently, his understanding of the ninja world deepened profoundly. In this realm of shinobi, all identities and statuses are but illusions. To provoke a ninja is to invite a myriad of lethal fates. These ninjas are akin to deities traversing the mortal plane. Chapter 30. I am terrified. Deidara soared upon his white bird, spiraling at an elevation of nearly 1,000 meters, gazing down upon the diminutive Araki Nabihiko, who resembled an ant from his lofty perch. A smirk graced his lips as he called out, "Araki Nabihiko, were you not quite audacious? I am eager to witness how you shall confront my ultimate assault." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal clone of Deidara strode forth towards Nabihiko, each footfall shaking the earth beneath him. The terrifying aura sent ordinary people within the barrier cowering against its walls, their feet scrambling in panic. A few even fainted, the unpleasant stench emanating from them unmistakable. Kawabata Yasunari pounded on the barrier with fervor, shouting, "Hurry, open the barrier. I am still young. I do not wish to perish." He was utterly terrified. Having been raised in opulence, he had never encountered such a scene. He could not fathom how this fragile barrier could withstand such a formidable beast. If he did not flee soon, he would surely be ensnared by the giant. Nabahiko, growing weary of the commotion, swiftly cast an illusion, rendering the foolish young man unconscious. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the world. Nabahiko turned to face Deidara's clone, a smile playing upon his lips. He was acutely aware of what Deidara's clone truly represented. Its immense size was merely a facade for intimidation. With a simple gesture, a black sphere materialized in the palm of his hand, the ultimate creation of chakra, the truth-seeking orb. The moment the truth-seeking orb manifested, the distant observer, Sasori of the Red Sand, felt his pupils constrict. What was that? Why did it evoke such a profound sense of danger? As a puppeteer who had irrevocably transformed himself into a puppet, Sasori possessed a heightened sensitivity to chakra far surpassing that of the average ninja. He keenly sensed the terrifying power encapsulated within the orb. This force was so formidable that it eclipsed the hidden weapon of Sunagakure, the one-tailed Shikaku. The fact that Araki Nabahiko wielded such a fearsome ninjutsu was utterly astonishing. Sasori glanced once more at the spiraling Deidara. If even Deidara's ultimate technique could not vanquish Araki Nabahiko, then he would be compelled to intervene. As Deidara circled in the sky, he suddenly noticed a peculiar black sphere emerging from Araki Nabahiko's hand. In an instant, the sphere enveloped Nabahiko entirely. A black orb of 2.5 meters in diameter materializing before him. Although Deidara was oblivious to the true nature of the truth-seeking orb, he instinctively understood that this technique was undoubtedly a defensive ninjutsu. He laughed maniacally in the air, proclaiming, "Araki Yoshihiko, you are truly a Navi fellow. To think you could thwart my explosive prowess with such a bizarre technique is utterly foolish. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my explosive clay." As soon as Deidara finished speaking, the colossal clay golem shattered into countless minuscule particles that dispersed into the atmosphere. Within a radius of several kilometers, every living creature was invaded by these tiny fragments. The inhabitants of the Land of Tooth, witnessing the golem's sudden disintegration, displayed expressions of relief, exclaiming, "That was close. I thought we were doomed this time." Indeed, thankfully that ninja's technique was a dud. Little did these ordinary people know, the vicinity had transformed into a hellscape. All living beings within that area had been instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Sasori of the Red Sand had retreated several kilometers away, thus escaping the devastation. He gazed intently at the distant battle, his expression grave, pondering, what in the world is happening? Why did Deidara's bomb not explode? Is it possible that this technique does not rely on an explosion to inflict damage? Sasori, being a well-versed and astute ninja, quickly discerned the extraordinary nature of Deidara's explosive clay. The clay bombs did not depend on traditional explosions to harm. Instead, they transformed into countless minuscule projectiles that invaded the human body. Ultimately, they triggered an internal explosion, reducing the victim to mere ashes, dissipating into the air. This technique could silently eliminate foes, rendering it an unparalleled secret weapon. In the original narrative, had it not been for a contrived plot twist involving his nemesis, Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara would not have met such an untimely demise. However, as Deidara confidently prepared to detonate the bomb within Araki Yoshihiko, he suddenly sensed something amiss. All the clay bombs approaching the truth-seeking orb were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. What is happening? Is this peculiar black sphere a lightning-based ninjutsu? Why do my clay bombs lose contact upon nearing it? As puzzlement enveloped his thoughts, the black sphere on the ground inexplicably levitated, transforming into a radiant black entity that surged toward Deidara. Realizing that his explosive clay had become ineffective, he maneuvered his bird to evade the impending collision with the truth-seeking orb. Just then, the orb opened a gap, unleashing a swift pink wave of energy. This wave traveled with astonishing speed, and Deidara was unable to evade it, becoming ensnared by the pink energy. The wave clung to him like chewed gum, rendering him unable to escape. "You bastard, let me go. What in the world is this?" Deidara shouted in a state of panic, realizing that this pink chakra was suppressing his own chakra entirely. This ninjutsu surprisingly possesses the ability to seal chakra, which implies that he has already been captured by his opponent. How can he possibly endure this? Just moments ago, he had declared his intent to eliminate Araki Nabahiko within the hour. Yet, in just a few minutes, he finds himself taken captive. How will he maintain his standing within the organization in the future? The most infuriating aspect is that he is currently sealed, rendering him unable to even self-detonate. Nabahiko stands atop a platform transformed by the Sage's Stone, playfully tossing Deidara around like a yo-yo. Deidara, overwhelmed, spits out a mixture of yellow and white, which cascades from above like raindrops onto the ground. After regurgitating, Deidara shouts angrily at Nabahiko, "You bastard, stop it at once. Once I am free, I will tear you to shreds." Nabahiko, casually picking his nose with his left hand, flicks a black particle onto Deidara's forehead and replies, "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. When I'm scared, my hands tremble. Look how high we are. What if I get too excited and drop you?" Deidara retorts furiously, "You jerk, stop being so sarcastic. You are even more detestable than Uchiha Itachi." Nabahiko shrugs nonchalantly, "I don't mind. There are plenty of people who dislike me. I want to miss you." He then shifts his tone, saying, "Deidara, I'm giving you a chance to spare your life. I wonder if you will cherish it." Deidara defiantly replies, "There is no need for your empty words. I will never betray the organization. Just kill me." Nabahiko, taken aback, thinks to himself that Deidara is behaving unexpectedly. In his previous life, he had read numerous fanfictions of Naruto. Under such circumstances, Deidara should have surrendered and pledged allegiance to him. In both the original series and fan novels, defeating such opponents usually leads to their loyalty being won. Why is the situation different with him? Nabahiko swings Deidara around in the air, leaving him dizzy. He then brings Deidara back to face him and warns, "You must think carefully. If you die by my hand, you will never be able to showcase your art again." Deidara catches his breath and mockingly responds, "How could my art possibly be understood by someone like you?" Seeing this stubborn refusal, Nabahiko immediately envelopes Deidara in a ball of pink, viscous energy. This energy form is inspired by the body of Majin Buu. Nabahiko names it pink energy, which not only ensnares enemies, but also suppresses their internal energies. The reason Deidara cannot use chakra is due to the suppression exerted by the pink energy. After ensnaring Deidara, he throws him from a great height, confident that the pink energy will protect him from fatal harm. Immediately, Araki Nabahiko turned his gaze towards the scorpion of the red sand, anticipating his next move. However, upon looking, Nabahiko was taken aback. Where had he gone? He swiftly scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of the scorpion. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering if he had fled. If that were the case, it was of little consequence, as he had never truly desired to engage in battle with this group. He withdrew the Jade of Enlightenment and descended gracefully to the ground, stifling a yawn upon landing. That battle had been exhausting. It seemed a restful slumber was in order. Approaching the barrier, Nabahiko waved his hand, causing it to dissipate and revealing the dazed citizens of the Land of Teeth within. These individuals appeared disoriented, as if they had yet to recover from the recent skirmish. Holding a pink energy sphere, Nabahiko addressed the crowd, "What are you still standing around for? Pack your belongings and prepare to depart." At this moment, the citizens snapped back to reality. They hurriedly lifted their unconscious companions into the vehicle and, upon verifying its condition, set off once more. Nabahiko returned to Kawabata Yasunari's vehicle, leisurely munching on grapes while dozing off with half-closed eyes. Beside him, Kawabata gazed at Araki with reverence. The recent battle had opened his eyes to new possibilities, and he now regarded Nabahiko with the admiration of a devoted acolyte. Not only Kawabata, but the citizens of the Land of Teeth now looked upon Nabahiko as if he were a deity. The sights and sounds of the day would be forever etched in their memories, and the name Araki Nabahiko would be indelibly marked in their minds. The convoy gradually advanced towards the Land of Teeth, encountering no further obstructions in the days that followed. They traversed the Land of Rain unscathed, as if the previous battle had never occurred. Trailing behind their vehicle was a pink energy balloon, gently swaying in the breeze. When the wind picked up, one could even witness the energy sphere performing a tornado that wreaked havoc upon a parking lot. If one approached the balloon, they could hear the curses emanating from within. "Damn Araki Nabahiko, once I escape, I shall sever your head from your shoulders." The vitriolic outburst continued unabated for several days, yet the convoy gradually grew accustomed to it. Occasionally, Nabahiko would toss some food into the pink energy sphere, ensuring that Deidara did not starve. This individual proved to be quite valuable, as he could potentially fetch a handsome sum, whether offered to the Land of Earth or the Akatsuki. As Nabahiko contemplated the worth of Deidara, several Rock Village ninjas set their sights on the convoy from a nearby hillside. The leader of this group was named Mei-gon, a formidable jonin from the Rock Village. Accompanying him were two younger chunin, the eldest not exceeding the age of 16. The trio lay in wait atop the hillside, poised and ready. Upon spotting the convoy passing beneath the slope, Mei-gon signaled to his companions. Upon receiving their orders, 2CH Nin immediately formed hand seals, causing countless fragments of stone to cascade down the hillside, hurtling towards the convoy. This sudden assault threw the members of the convoy into a state of panic, with Kawabata Yazunari waking Shinyen in alarm. "Mr. Araki, wake up quickly. We've been ambushed again." Shinyen, still groggy, sat up and asked, "What? Is the Akatsuki here again?" He then used his mental energy to scan the surroundings. Upon discovering that it was merely a few rock-hidden ninjas, he relaxed. "It's just a handful of rock-hidden ninjas. There is nothing to worry about. We can simply capture them and exchange them for money." With a thought, the massive boulders tumbling down the hillside soared into the air like balloons, ascending into the sky. This spectacle left not only the people of the Land of Rain dumbfounded, but also the rock-hidden ninjas who were poised to strike from the hilltop. Ryudo, momentarily stunned, turned to his companion, Fushir, and remarked, "Fushir, I think I might be under a jinjutsu." Fushir, equally dazed, turned his head and replied, "Then it seems we might both be ensnared by the same illusion." Just then, a beam of pink light shot towards the hillside from the convoy. As a seasoned Jainin, Magon reacted first, shouting to his two subordinates, "Quick, retreat." However, it was already too late to escape. The pink light gradually enveloped the three of them, and soon they slumped unconscious. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves trapped within a pink spherical prison, devoid of any sensation of chakra, as if they were mere ordinary individuals without any chakra at all. The youngest among them, Ryudo, cried out in panic, "Captain, what do we do now? We've been captured." Magon replied in a calm voice, "There is no need to panic. The fact that they Haven T killed us immediately suggests we still hold some value for survival. We simply need to wait for them to present their demands." Hearing this, the 2CH Nin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was hope for survival, that was sufficient. Ryudo then asked, "Captain, which ninja village do you think they belong to? What kind of jutsu is this?" Magon shook his head. "I don't know. But the intel indicates they are from Konoha. As for the nature of this jutsu, I have never seen it before, but it's likely some form of sealing technique." At that moment, a mocking voice echoed beside them. "You truly are useless. You didn't even get a good look at your captors before being caught." Magon's expression darkened. Who dared to mock them? They were ninjas from the Rock-Hidden Village, an elite team of prodigies. Magon was among the top Jainin in the ninja world, and today he found himself ridiculed, an unforgivable affront. The three of them turned to see who had spoken, and as they met the gaze of the speaker, they collectively gasped in shock. Magon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Deidara, how could it be you?" Chapter 32. Find a place to continue lazing about. Magon was well acquainted with Deidara, the true genius of the Rock-Hidden Village. Unlike the few gifted individuals around him, who, despite their elevated abilities, lack distinctive traits, this particular individual possesses the rare talent for dust release. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as a disciple by Lord Tsuchikage. However, this fellow is exceedingly obstinate, refusing to learn dust release from Lord Tsuchikage and instead dabbling in explosive clay, which is utterly incomprehensible. Ryudo and Fushi cautiously observed Deidara, aware that during his time at the Ninja Academy he was quite the unruly character, though they were a year his junior. They had attended the same academy and were well aware of his notorious reputation. He would incessantly boast about his so-called explosive artistry. Once, Deidara's explosive clay nearly obliterated the entire academy, leading to his premature graduation, after which it was rumored that he was taken in as a disciple by Lord Tsuchikage. This filled their peers with envy, as being recognized by Lord Tsuchikage is a tremendous opportunity. Yet, not long after, news spread that Deidara had left a Wagakure to become a rogue ninja, leaving his contemporaries baffled. Why would one forsake the position of Lord Tsuchikage's successor to become a rogue? It was utterly nonsensical. Observing the three in silence, Deidara taunted, "What's the matter? Are you intimidated by me?" The trio was at a loss, confronted by a familiar face who was now a rogue ninja, leaving them in a state of confusion. Just then, they sensed someone approaching. Turning around, they saw Shinyen grasping the rope tethering their balloons. Upon seeing Shinyen, Deidara's expression shifted dramatically. As he opened his mouth to curse, a palm-sized burst of pink energy was plastered over his lips, rendering him speechless. After silencing Deidara, Shinyen addressed the others. "It seems you are all acquainted. In that case, I shall be straightforward. If I am not mistaken, you belong to two different factions, correct? The second son of the Land of Tooth cannot possibly hire two factions to assassinate us. Do enlighten me as to who employed you." The three from Awagakure exchanged glances, and ultimately, The team leader, Megon, spoke up. If I answer, will you spare our lives? Xinyan replied nonchalantly, of course. I harbor no deep-seated grudge against you. There is no need to kill you. Megon sighed in relief and responded. It was the second son of the Land of Tooth who commissioned the task to assassinate the new heir of the Land of Tooth. Upon hearing this, Xinyan nodded and then turned to Deidara, asking, and why did you attempt to attack us? Deidara sputtered, Xinyan, then recalled that Deidara's mouth was still sealed. With a thought, the pink energy dissipated, restoring Deidara's ability to speak. You despicable scoundrel. Don't think I'm like these cowardly fools. I will never betray my organization. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Xinyan frowned, realizing that this individual was not cooperative. However, this was of little consequence. Should Deidara be unwilling to speak, he could simply delve into his mind directly. With a hand resting upon Deidara's head, Xinyan's pure mental energy permeated his brain. Instantly, Deidara's gaze became vacant, akin to that of an imbecile. After a brief moment, his expression returned to normal, and Xinyan gleaned the information he sought. Once restored to his senses, Deidara bellowed at Xinyan, you scoundrel! How dare you forcefully invade my memories with ninjutsu? Just you wait, I shall not let this slide. Before Deidara could finish his tirade, Xinyan sealed his mouth once more with a pink energy. This fellow's insults lacked any finesse. He had wasted 3 mouths in vain. Ah, no. It seems this fellow possesses another mouth upon his chest, so it should be said he had wasted 4 mouths. Having comprehended this, Xinyan returned to the vehicle to rest. With merely a day's journey remaining, he anticipated their arrival in the Land of Iron. Once he had delivered this foolish young master back to his homeland, he would need to consider his own path forward. Which nation should he choose to languish in idleness? Such thoughts were indeed vexing. Meanwhile, in a bustling little town, Naruto sat in an inn, diligently training. He focused his chakra upon the tip of his right index finger, the ethereal energy gathering slowly as if to form a particular shape. Just as the chakra was on the verge of taking form, Naruto could no longer sustain it, and the energy dissipated into the air. Nearly on the brink of frustration, he approached Niji and said, please demonstrate it for me once more, this time. I am certain I will succeed. Niji, interrupted from his contemplation, felt somewhat annoyed, yet extended his right hand, gathering chakra at his fingertip. In an instant, a blue chakra coalesced into a precise shape resembling the number 1, causing Naruto's eyes to sparkle with admiration. Following this, Niji withdrew the chakra and addressed Naruto. There is no need for haste. Mastering chakra control is not something achievable overnight. I understand that, but Niji, you are already so formidable. I do not wish to be left behind, Naruto replied before returning to his position to continue training, while Niji resumed pondering the details of their current mission. Just days prior, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya had sought out Niji by name, insisting that he accompany him on a mission. Niji was disinclined to go, but the elders of his clan had issued a direct command for him to assist Jiraiya. Niji, with his fiery temperament, could hardly endure such imposition and had dealt a blow to those arrogant old-timers. Had it not been for Hinata bringing forth their father's last will to clarify the misunderstanding, he would have taken drastic action against the elders of the Hyuga clan. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Niji acquiesced to Jiraiya's request, embarking on a journey with him and Naruto to seek out Tsunade. Along the way, Naruto endeavored to bond with Niji, yearning to uncover the secret behind his formidable strength. However, Naruto's behavior was quite taboo within the ninja world, as a ninja's training methods were seldom shared unless with those held in close regard. However, Jiraiya was also quite curious about why Niji was so strong, so he refrained from reminding Naruto, eager to observe Niji's reaction. If he could extract some information, that would be ideal. If not, there would be no significant loss, as he could always step in to smooth things over later. It must be said that Jiraiya truly inherited the essence of the third Hokage, sharing such advantages with others while deftly shifting the blame onto them, a tactic honed to perfection. Niji was certainly not as naive as Naruto. He did not disclose the identity of Hinata, but merely offered a vague comment about possessing some unique training techniques. Subsequently, Naruto persistently pestered him to learn these techniques. And unable to withstand Naruto's relentless inquiries, Niji eventually imparted some of them. These techniques were quite elementary, merely foundational principles regarding chakra manipulation. Moreover, Hinata had never stated that these techniques could not be shared. As long as his leisurely life remained undisturbed, everything else was permissible. Chapter 33. Niji and Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the entrance. Just as Niji was about to approach the door, Naruto darted past him and exclaimed, "It must be the perverted sage. Let me see if he has brought any souvenirs." Neji twitched at the corner of his mouth. What kind of souvenirs could Jiraiya possibly bring back? A little umbrella, perhaps? With his hand gripping the doorknob, Naruto forcefully twisted it, and the door began to creak open. What greeted Naruto's eyes was not the wrinkled, aged face of the sage, but rather an extraordinarily handsome young man. At the sight of this individual, Naruto was momentarily rendered speechless. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, apart from the two distinct tear troughs on his face. He was essentially an adult version of Sasuke several years hence. What startled Naruto even more was the crimson Sharingan swirling within the stranger's eyes. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the Sharingan, as two members of his own team possessed it. He had fought alongside those wielding the Sharingan during missions and was well aware of its distinctive appearance. Yet, why did this individual, who looked so much like Sasuke, also possess the Sharingan? More importantly, the man exuded an aura of danger. Despite Naruto's usual boisterous demeanor, he was remarkably attuned to the emotions of others. The indifference and cold-bloodedness radiating from Uchiha Itachi deeply unsettled him, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Just then, Itachi softly inquired, "May I step outside?" Nervously, Naruto walked out the door, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, Kasame remarked, "Itachi-san, if he runs amok, it could become quite troublesome. Perhaps we should just sever one of his legs." Kasame rested his hand on the sword sheath at his back, seemingly intent on eliminating Naruto right then and there. Just then, Neji slowly emerged from the room, standing beside Naruto, and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you wish to take Naruto away?" Neji too had sensed the unusual qualities of the two men, and he felt a twinge of apprehension at the overwhelming presence emanating from Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, he was fully prepared. Should the adversary insist on taking action, he would promptly flee with Naruto. When they saw a young boy emerge, Itachi and Kisame paid little attention. However, upon observing Neji's eyes, their interest peaked slightly. Kisame remarked to Itachi, "Is this the Byakugan, which stands in equal stature alongside the Uchiha Sharingan?" Itachi replied, expressionless, "Indeed. However, he is likely a member of the branch family, bearing a curse mark capable of shattering the Byakugan." Kisame lamented, "What a pity." Just then, Itachi suddenly remarked, seemingly out of context, "It's been a long time, Sasuke." Everyone turned their gaze towards the end of the corridor. Uchiha Sasuke stood there, his expression dark, his eyes fixed intently on Itachi's back. "Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke's voice was laced with murderous intent. Neji's pupils constricted. He had certainly heard of the infamous Itachi, the madman who had slaughtered his entire clan, a dangerous foe. Kisame, noticing Sasuke's Sharingan, inquired, "Does this young boy also possess the Sharingan? Is he from the Uchiha clan as well?" Itachi replied, devoid of emotion, "He is my brother." Naruto and Neji were utterly astonished. Naruto was surprised to learn that Sasuke had an older brother, while Neji was taken aback to realize that Sasuke's brother was none other than the infamous Itachi, the clan exterminator. Sasuke assumed a combat stance, violent lightning chakra crackling to life in his hands. "As you said, I harbor deep-seated hatred for you, and it is solely to kill you that I have survived until now." With Chidori in hand, Sasuke surged forward towards Uchiha Itachi like a sword unleashed. To Naruto, Sasuke's movement appeared incredibly swift. However, to the other three, Sasuke's speed resembled that of a snail. Neji silently thought to himself that the situation was dire. With Naruto, a burden at his side, and now Sasuke, seemingly offering himself up, things were about to become complicated. With Sasuke's glaring weaknesses in taijutsu, he was essentially delivering himself to Itachi. As expected, when Sasuke was merely a meter away from Itachi, Itachi swiftly seized his wrist. The raging lightning was rendered powerless. As if grasped by the hand of fate itself, Sasuke instinctively attempted to break free, only to realize that Itachi's strength far surpassed his own. His wrist was ensnared as if caught in an iron vice, unable to move. Unable to escape, Sasuke could only glare at Itachi with venomous eyes, as if he wished to devour him whole. Itachi's heart, too, was tumultuous. He acknowledged that Sasuke had indeed grown significantly, and he felt a sense of pride. Yet, with Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki, present, and his own ruthless persona at stake, he could not afford to show leniency towards Sasuke. Such an act would undoubtedly arouse suspicion within the organization. Reluctantly, he resolved to break Sasuke's wrist, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. Just as he prepared to act, A sudden gust of wind rushed towards him from behind. Itachi's pupils constricted, and the hairs on his body radiated a palpable sense of danger. With a swift kick, he sent Sasuke flying, then deftly sidestepped Niji's surprise attack. Niji's gentle fist struck the wall of the corridor with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole as if the wall were merely made of paper. Fortunately, the room was empty. Otherwise, the occupants would have faced dire consequences. After evading Niji's assault, Itachi caught a glimpse of Kisame from the corner of his eye. Kisame, equally astonished, had not anticipated Niji's remarkable speed, unable to comprehend how Niji had breached his defenses so effortlessly. At that moment, Itachi addressed Kisame, instructing, "Kisame, you handle the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I shall take care of this brat." Obeying the command, Kisame unsheathed his sword, Samahata, and aimed a downward slash at Naruto. Startled, Naruto stumbled backwards, narrowly avoiding several deadly strikes from the blade. It must be noted that Naruto possessed commendable taijutsu skills, as he managed to evade Kisame's onslaught, albeit with somewhat clumsy movements. Meanwhile, Itachi engaged in a fierce melee with Niji, the two clashing within the narrow confines of the corridor, shattering wall after wall. As the battle intensified, Niji grew increasingly alarmed. The prowess of Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu was astonishing, matching his own skill with remarkable parity. Niji's combat style was rooted in formidable physical strength, with each technique exuding overwhelming force. Moreover, his techniques blended both rigidity and fluidity, rendering pure brute strength insufficient to withstand his attacks. Nevertheless, Itachi adeptly utilized unique force discharge techniques to neutralize his own power. Was it not said that the Uchiha clan excelled in Genjutsu? Why then did Itachi's taijutsu prove so formidable? Little did Niji know that in the original storyline, Itachi was capable of engaging in close-quarters combat with Naruto in his tailed beast mode. At that time, Naruto's taijutsu was so formidable that he could contend evenly with the Raikage. Even so, Itachi's ability to match him in combat illustrates the magnitude of his strength. Chapter 34, Jiraiya's Arrival. The water and fire duos retreat as the intense struggle between Niji and Itachi raged on. Uchiha Sasuke gradually regained his senses. The earlier kick had dealt him a significant blow, leaving several ribs fractured. Struggling to maintain his composure, he stared in astonishment at the duel unfolding before him. These two were extraordinarily powerful. Their prowess was on an entirely different level from his own. This was without the use of ninjutsu. Their taijutsu alone had completely overwhelmed him. Itachi was one thing, but why was Hyuga Niji also so formidable? That individual had only graduated a year ahead of him. How could he possess the strength to contend with Uchiha Itachi? Moreover, during their time in the Forest of Death, Sasuke had encountered Niji, who had been far less formidable then, barely matching Sasuke's current capabilities. Yet now, the opponent astonishingly possesses the strength to contend with Uchiha Itachi. What could possibly be the reason behind this? His fists clenched tightly, his heart brimming with anger and resentment. When would he, in such a feeble state, ever achieve revenge? Unbeknownst to him, the curse mark left by Orochimaru on the nape of his neck gradually spread across his entire body. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, engaged in battle with Niji Hyuga, was equally taken aback. In his recollection, the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan were indeed formidable, but not to such an exaggerated extent. The opponent appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, similar to Sasuke. To possess such power at such a tender age was truly astonishing. Itachi himself had been hailed as a genius from a young age. Few possessed talents that could surpass his within the Uchiha clan and indeed throughout the entire ninja world. At merely 18 years of age, he had already honed his skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to the very limits of a ninja. He was confident that even the legendary ninja gods, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, would not surpass him at this age. Yet today, he stood before Niji Hyuga, a prodigy younger than himself, with even greater innate talent. To be frank, he held a profound admiration for Niji in his heart. Itachi was inherently drawn to strength, a trait evident in his past decisions. His choice to side with the village over his family was not born of a belief in the village's righteousness, but rather from a simple acknowledgement of Konoha's superiority. The actions of the powerful must possess their own rationale, while the weak must simply comply. This was further illustrated by his conduct after joining the Akatsuki organization. With his prowess, he should have thoroughly comprehended the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki members. Yet Konoha possessed not a shred of information about the organization, necessitating that Jiraiya, a pillar of strength, personally venture to the land of rain for reconnaissance. This was not due to Itachi's inability to relay information, but rather his unwillingness to do so. At this juncture, it could be said that Itachi had entirely betrayed Konoha. Aligning himself with the Akatsuki, the reasoning was rather straightforward. Pain was the strongest individual he had ever encountered. Pain's power far surpassed that of Konoha's Hokage, and the peace proposal put forth by such a formidable being was more viable than that of Konoha. Thus, between Konoha and the Akatsuki, he chose the latter. Consequently, upon encountering Niji Hyuga, he could not help but feel a sense of kinship. It was for this reason that Itachi refrained from exerting his full strength, opting instead to spar with Niji using taijutsu. Niji, noticing his opponent's reluctance to prolong the battle, cast a glance out of the corner of his eye at Naruto, who was currently being pursued by Kisame. At that moment, Naruto was in a state of utter disarray, his body riddled with numerous wounds inflicted by the scales of the swordfish. While the wounds themselves were minor, the real issue lay in the considerable amount of chakra that Kisame had drained from him, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. How infuriating it was to feel his chakra dwindling away. Naruto was engulfed in distress. That shark-faced foe was undeniably his nemesis. The chakra he once prided himself on seemed utterly inconsequential in the presence of his adversary. The strange weapon wielded by his opponent relentlessly siphoned his chakra. And if this continued, defeat was inevitable. The more anxious he became, the more prone he was to error. After a moment of evasion, he suddenly slipped and lost his footing, crashing to the ground. With a smirk, Kisame seized the opportunity and swung his blade down with blinding speed, the immense force behind it instilling terror in Naruto's heart. Just as the blade descended, a plume of white smoke erupted before him, revealing an orange toad that intervened, blocking the lethal strike. Upon seeing the toad, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the situation was unclear, he had at least preserved his life. Recognizing the toad, Kisame cautiously created distance, wary of a potential ambush. At that moment, Jiraiya, clad in red and donned in wooden clogs, leaped atop the toad. You think a mere beauty ploy could lure me, the sage of the toads, Jiraiya? Such folly. Jiraiya struck an awkward pose on the toad's back, prompting Naruto and Niji to erupt in laughter from an unknown origin. Upon witnessing Jiraiya, Itachi Uchiha swiftly extricated himself from Niji's grasp and approached Kisame. Jiraiya has returned. The attempt to capture the Ninetales has failed. We must retreat immediately. Following this command, Kisame sprinted alongside Itachi toward the end of the corridor, where another awaited them, Sasuke Uchiha, who had just regained his composure after being kicked away by Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, I shall not allow you to escape, Sasuke declared, forming hand seals as a Chidori materialized in his right hand. With a fierce shout, he charged at Itachi. Observing this, Kisame swung his sword, prepared to strike Sasuke down. Itachi, however, swiftly interjected, Withdraw Samahata, I will handle Sasuke. With that, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes shifted dramatically. The three-tomo gradually converged, morphing into a triangular pinwheel, a manifestation of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan. In the instant their eyes met, Itachi unleashed his ocular technique, Tsukuyami. A potent wave of mental energy surged into Sasuke's mind. He felt the world around him transform dramatically, transporting him back to that unforgettable night 5 years prior. Beneath the blood-red moon, amidst a sea of corpses, he beheld his father and mother fallen to the ground, with their older brother, Itachi, standing behind them, a bloodied sword in hand. A piercing scream escaped Sasuke's lips as his vision blurred, and he collapsed. Itachi and Kisame swiftly crossed over Sasuke's unconscious form, vanishing around the corner of the corridor. By the time Jiraiya and Niji arrived at the turn, both figures had completely disappeared from sight. Niji furrowed his brow and inquired, Are these two after the Ninetales within Naruto? Jiraiya replied gravely, It appears so, but with the two of us here, they likely won't make a move on Naruto in the immediate future. At that moment, Naruto was vigorously shaking Sasuke's shoulder while holding his lifeless body. Hey, Sasuke, don't you dare die. Pull yourself together. Sasuke. Jiraiya and Niji exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. If Naruto continued to shake him, Sasuke might truly perish. Chapter 35. Inadequately comedic and out of place. After interrupting Naruto's distressing attempts to revive Sasuke, Jiraiya examined Sasuke's injuries. Fortunately, the external wounds were not severe. Yet his spirit was deeply bruised, likely a result of Itachi Uchiha's Genjutsu. Though not a professional medical ninja, Jiraiya, with decades of experience as a shinobi, possessed a modicum of medical knowledge. Upon hearing Jiraiya's diagnosis, Naruto clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "That despicable Itachi Uchiha has inflicted such harm on Sasuke." Jiraiya noted Naruto's reaction but refrained from further comment. To him, Naruto's anger was not solely directed at the injury of his comrade. More significantly, it stemmed from his own humiliation at being powerless to protect them. He then cast a glance at Neji, who stood silently, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with his Byakugan, ensuring that the rogue ninjas would not return for a surprise attack. Observing Neji's demeanor, Jiraiya silently appraised him. A commendable disposition, considerable strength, akin to that of Minato. Could he be the one Jiraiya had been awaiting all along? Just then, Naruto interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts, asking, "Hey, Pervy Sage, what should we do next? Should we take Sasuke back to Konoha?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiraiya shook his head, stating, "Not everyone needs to return. Only one person should take Sasuke back." Naruto declared, "Then let it be me. I will ensure Sasuke's safe return to the village." Jiraiya countered, "You cannot leave my side or Neji's. The enemy's target is clearly you. So it is perilous for you to be alone." As Naruto prepared to protest further, Neji interjected, "There is no need for debate. We have someone to take Sasuke back." The group turned to follow Neji's pointing finger, which led them to the end of the corridor where Might Guy, sporting a bowl cut and clad in a tight green jumpsuit, stood giving them a thumbs up. "Ah, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy, has arrived." Jiraiya, upon seeing Guy's appearance, felt a wave of embarrassment. Truth be told, it was the first time he had encountered someone he deemed even less aesthetically pleasing than himself. He had always thought his own toad-like visage was unparalleled, yet this man, resembling a more rugged version of Wang Baoqiang, surpassed him. After a brief exchange of information, the group learned that Kakashi had also been incapacitated by Itachi Uchiha and was currently lying in a hospital, groaning. Upon learning that Neji could match Uchiha Itachi in combat, Might Guy leaped with exuberance, his thumb raised in approval, revealing a radiant smile. "Truly, he is my student. This is the essence of youth." Neji, with a sense of resignation, glanced at Might Guy and then at the starry-eyed Naruto beside him. He couldn't help but think of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, whose humor rivaled that of Might Guy. Neji often felt out of place, lacking the whimsicality that characterized his companions. After exchanging intelligence, Might Guy slung his arm around Sasuke's shoulders and headed back toward Konoha. Before departing, Neji, with a furrowed brow, reminded Might Guy to walk normally and not carry Sasuke upside down. After bidding farewell to Might Guy, the trio resumed their journey. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, Itachi and Kisame were taking a moment to recuperate. Kisame was meticulously rewrapping his sword, Samahata, in white cloth. This particular aspect of the blade was irksome. It required constant rewrapping after every battle, demanding a level of patience that few could muster. As he tended to his weapon, Kisame stole glances at Uchiha Itachi. Recruited by the masked man, Uchiha Obito, into the Akatsuki, he had a covert mission to monitor Itachi. Having encountered Konoha's ninjas several times that day, he pondered whether Itachi had compromised any organization's secrets. Based on his observations, Itachi's demeanor had remained wholly normal throughout the day. He had neither conveyed messages to the Konoha ninjas nor utilized any gestures or signals. If there were to be any transmission of information, it would likely be through Jinjutsu. Today, two individuals had fallen victim to Itachi's illusion, Kakashi Hitaki and his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Though both had succumbed to the Jinjutsu and appeared mentally destabilized, the possibility of Itachi communicating information through this method could not be dismissed. This matter would need to be reported to Uchiha Obito, who would ultimately determine the situation's severity. Itachi, aware that Kisame was observing him, remained unfazed. He had not divulged any intelligence to the Konoha ninjas. With a clear conscience, he paid no heed to the masked man's thoughts. At that moment, a surge of chakra emanated from the rings they wore, signaling a message from the organization, indicating that a mission was to be assigned. Without delay, Kisame summoned several water clones to patrol the area while he and Itachi seated themselves on the ground, their consciousness delving into the rings. The technique of the shadow clone was activated. In an instant, the projections of Itachi and Kisame appeared on the fourth finger of the outer path's golem. Once their minds stabilized, they immediately assessed their surroundings, discovering that only the two of them had been summoned by the leader. Upon their arrival, Pain wasted no time and stated directly, "Deidara has been captured and his fate is uncertain." Kisame's eyes widened in astonishment. Deidara's prowess was well recognized among the members of the Akatsuki. Capturing him alive serves as a testament to the formidable strength of the enemy. Itachi, however, displayed little reaction. In his eyes, Deidara was merely a defeated foe. If he wished, he could easily achieve the same feat of capturing Deidara alive. Observing the reactions of both individuals, Pain spoke once more. He has been captured by Araki Nabahiko and is now en route to the Land of Teeth. Your mission is to proceed immediately to the Land of Teeth. If possible, attempt to rescue Deidara. If rescue proves unfeasible, retrieve the ring from his possession. The honest Kisame remained silent, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. In this squad, Itachi was the leader, and their course of action relied on his directives. Itachi inquired, "What shall be done about Araki Nabahiko? Should we continue our assassination attempts?" Pain shook his head, stating, "The operation to assassinate Araki Nabahiko is temporarily halted. His strength surpasses our expectations. The previous employer's offer was far too low. This venture is not worth the risk." With Pain's instructions clear, Itachi understood the path forward. There was no need to engage in conflict with Araki Nabahiko. The objective was simply to retrieve either Deidara or the ring he possessed. Pain then informed the two of the intelligence collected by Sasori regarding Araki Nabahiko's jutsu. Upon receiving this information, Itachi and Kisame regained focus. Kisame stood and stretched his limbs, remarking, "I never imagined that Deidara would be captured. His mobility is supposedly the strongest within the Akatsuki." Itachi adjusted his attire and, with an impassive expression, instructed Kisame, "Let us depart." Chapter 36. The Guardian King of the Land. After a grueling journey spanning nearly half a month, the convoy entered the capital of the Land of Teeth, signifying the successful completion of Nabahiko's mission. Kawabata Yazunari promptly delivered the reward for Nabahiko's task and extended an invitation. Nabahiko, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What do you wish to invite me for?" Standing upright, Kawabata respectfully replied, "I would like to formally invite you, in the capacity of the daimyo of the Land of Teeth, to become the Guardian King of the Land of Teeth. Henceforth, your status will be equal to mine." Nabahiko scratched his ear, finding the term Guardian King rather peculiar. If memory served him correctly, that title belonged to Kaido. How could he, a rogue ninja, be likened to that pirate? However, after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. He was in need of a place to establish himself, and it mattered little where he spent his days. Nevertheless, he had previously discussed with Kawabata that aside from ensuring the safety of the capital, he would not concern himself with anything else. Kawabata had been awaiting this response. As long as Nabahiko could guarantee his personal safety, he had little regard for anything else. The two reached a consensus, and subsequently, the identity of Araki Nabahiko as the Guardian King was officially announced within the borders of the Land of Teeth. Kawabata Yazunari exuded an air of grandeur, promptly presenting a lavish estate to Shinichi upon his agreement to become the Guardian King of the Land of Teeth. Additionally, he bestowed upon Shinichi several dozen servants as gifts, along with an annual stipend of 100 million ryo as remuneration for his services. However, Shinichi declined both the mansion and the servants, opting instead for a modest residence in the capital of the Land of Teeth, yearning for a tranquil existence rather than one steeped in decadence. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the substantial stipend, considering it a rightful compensation for his efforts. After all, one should not shun what is rightfully theirs. Thus, the Land of Teeth gained a Guardian King, elusive and enigmatic. Once stability was restored in the Land of Teeth, Shinichi did not hasten to inform the Akatsuki organization and Iwagakure of his whereabouts. He wished to savor a few peaceful days before they came seeking him. However, while he remained unhurried, others were not so fortunate. Deidara, ensnared by Shinichi's ropes and pink balloons, found himself dangling from a pine tree in the courtyard. Enduring a rather dismal plight, he fervently hoped for a savior, even wishing for the ancient third Tsuchikage to come to his aid. At this point, he would gladly submit to being the old man as grandson if it meant escaping his current torment. Furthermore, the reclusive Shinichi had indeed vexed Deidara greatly. For several days, he had not ventured beyond the threshold of his home, opting instead to order supplies via telephone, truly embodying the archetype of a hermit. One day, feeling a twinge of boredom, Shinichi decided to step outside for some fresh air. To his surprise, he was met with loud shouts from above. "Hey, Araki Shinichi, how long do you intend to keep us hanging here? If you mean to kill us, do it already. Don't waste our time." Following the sound, Shinichi beheld the disheveled sight of Deidara and several members of the Iwagakure team suspended from the tree, suddenly reminded of their presence. He swiftly released the pink energy, lowering them to the ground. "My sincerest apologies. I've been rather busy lately and completely forgot about you all," he said earnestly. Deara and his comrades exchanged disdainful glances. This fellow was clearly jesting. They had been hanging at Shinichi's doorstep all day. How could he possibly be too busy to notice? Once on solid ground, the three members of the Iwagakure team discreetly surveyed their surroundings, seemingly in search of a favorable escape route. Deara, however, proved to be the wisest among them, refraining from any attempt to flee post-rescue. He understood the disparity in strength between the two parties. The mere act of Shinichi releasing them indicated that he harbored no fear of their escape. Noticing the furtive glances exchanged among the Iwagakure trio, Shinichi spoke directly. There is no need for any thoughts of escape. The entirety of the Land of Teeth is under the surveillance of my ninjutsu. With but a thought, a protective barrier will manifest around this country. At that moment, not only you, but even the combined forces of the 5 great nations would be unable to breach it. Though Ming-Yen and his companions perceived Sun Yan's words as mere bravado, they refrained from rashly provoking him. Once they had composed themselves, Sun Yan spoke. Firstly, I assure you that as long as you do not engage in reckless behavior within the Land of Teeth, I will not jeopardize your lives. Subsequently, I shall dispatch someone to contact the ninja villages and factions behind you. Provided they are willing to pay a ransom, you may depart at any time. Upon hearing Sun Yan's remarks, the expressions of the group darkened. Their skepticism did not stem from doubt regarding Sun Yan's honesty. Rather, through their time spent together, they had gleaned insights into his character. He was a profound embodiment of laziness, so lethargic that he would not even bother to fabricate lies. If he proclaimed he would release them, they could trust he would indeed do so, without fear of his reneging. Their disquiet arose from his apparent disregard for the formidable forces behind them. His intention to demand a ransom seemed undeniably provocative. Ming-Yen addressed Sun Yan with a grave tone. Are you aware of the implications of your actions? You are effectively challenging the Iwagakure on behalf of Konoha. Such folly could very well spark a war. Sun Yan, indifferent, replied. Rest assured, I am now a rogue ninja from Konoha. Demanding a ransom will not incite a ninja world war. Ming-Yen was taken aback by Sun Yan's nonchalant demeanor. His casual attitude betrayed a lack of respect for the 5 great nations. Realizing the significance of such information, Ming-Yen resolved to report this intelligence to Lord Suchikage. With a swift motion, he concealed his right hand behind his back, summoning blue chakra that traced crimson lines across his lower back. Sun Yan's keen perception detected Ming-Yen's subtle maneuver, leaving him bemused. He had never suggested erasing the man's memory. Was such severity truly necessary? At that moment, Deidara, with a mocking expression, interjected, You are awfully arrogant. Your disdain for the 5 great nations mirrors that of certain individuals in our organization. Would you consider joining us? I could serve as your introducer. Sun Yan yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Let us not engage in idle chatter. For the next few days, you may roam freely within the capital of the Land of Teeth. However, you are now marked with a curse seal. Should you venture beyond the capital's borders, you will perish. I hope you will exercise caution. With that, Sun Yan turned and retreated into the building, leaving Deidara and the others exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 37 almost burst a vein as they traversed the streets of the capital. Ming-Yen and his 2 companions remained silent. To be frank, they were tempted to turn and flee. They had meticulously inspected themselves earlier and found no trace of any curse seal. Yet, they harbored doubts about Sun Yan's bluster, though they were unwilling to gamble their lives on it. After all, Araki Nobuhiko has now become a renegade ninja, severed from the ties of his village. One can only speculate what madness such a man might unleash. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles, for now. We can only hope that the village sends someone to redeem them soon. Just then, the stomachs of the 3 began to grumble discontentedly. Ryudo and Fushir glanced at their leader, Megon, who instinctively reached for his pocket. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his wallet had long been pilfered by that scoundrel. Araki Nobuhiko. This fellow is truly avaricious, shamelessly embezzling even the money of captives. Achoo. In the realm of the salted fish, Nobuhiko, who was lifting a barbell made of 2 mountains to build his muscles, couldn't stifle a sneeze. Who dares to insult me while idling about? Though he cursed aloud, his hands remained busy. The 2 mountains were repeatedly hoisted above his head, sweat cascading down like a waterfall, soaking his shoes. Recently, Nobuhiko had noticed his body growing increasingly frail. According to his extensive experience with online literature, it seemed that his formidable mental energy was draining his physical form. Henceforth, he could not solely focus on honing his mental prowess. It was imperative to engage in strength training, ensuring his spirit and body remained united. If he neglected his physical fitness, what would become of him if, one day, they could no longer coexist? While immersed in his workout, Nabahiko suddenly furrowed his brow. His shadow clone left in the ninja world had detected two powerful chakra signatures entering the Land of Tooth. At the border of the Land of Tooth, Itachi and Kisame, clad in the Akatsuki's black cloak adorned with red clouds, strode purposefully toward the capital. The duo walked with heads held high, devoid of the typical shifty demeanor associated with common renegades. Itachi's expression was impassive, his mood seemingly dark. Beside him, Kisame chattered incessantly about the intelligence they had gathered. Itachi-san. According to the latest intel, Araki Nabahiko has no intention of returning to Konohagakure after completing his mission. There are even rumors that he has claimed dominion over the Land of Tooth, becoming its guardian deity. It is said that he dispatched several accompanying Leaf ninjas during his mission. It appeared that he had resolved to embrace his status as a renegade ninja, formally severing ties with the Leaf. Truly, there are no simple characters among those who have defected from the Leaf. Kisame's words dripped with a hint of mockery. Yet Itachi remained unfazed. Though Kisame usually treated him with respect, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was there to monitor him. Surely, it was Uchiha Madara who had sent Kisame to test his loyalty. Given his recent interactions with Leaf ninjas, it was only natural for Madara to harbor suspicions. But let them doubt. After all, he had not conveyed any intelligence to the Leaf, and they could not possibly uncover evidence of his betrayal. As for the enigmatic Araki Nabahiko, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Itachi's eyes. To murder his comrades is utterly unforgivable. In his quest to ensure Sasuke could live as a Leaf Village ninja, he betrayed his entire clan, sending them willingly to their doom. Conversely, this Araki Nabahiko, for the mere title of a protector of the nation, has the audacity to betray the Leaf and slay his own allies. This individual, akin to Orochimaru, poses a significant threat to Konoha. Such a being ought not to exist in this world. Eradicating him swiftly would be the best course for the village. Thereafter, Itachi compiled intelligence regarding Araki Nabahiko. He is skilled in illusion techniques and possesses a ninjutsu that allows for spontaneous transformations. According to Scorpion's account, Araki conjured an arm from chakra, which was remarkably agile and swift. The more Itachi pondered, the more an odd sensation arose within him. How similar are Araki Nabahiko's abilities to his own Manjiki Sharingan? Both excel in illusion arts and utilize a chakra form reminiscent of Susanoo. Could it be that he derived his techniques from ancient texts detailing Susanoo? The more Itachi contemplated, the more plausible this seemed, intensifying his disdain for Araki Nabahiko. No wonder he could easily defeat Deidara. It turns out he is merely a weakened version of himself. The opponent should count themselves fortunate that this mission involves retrieving Deidara and the ring he possesses, rather than pursuing Araki Nabahiko. Otherwise, this counterfeit would surely be ruthlessly crushed by the genuine article. A mere buffoon, before his eyes, is like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating its own abilities. Should the opponent reconsider their path, he guarantees a safe retreat. If they remain obstinate, he shall ensure their descent into an abyss of suffering. Today, the inhabitants of the Land of Teeth witnessed a remarkable sight. A colossal fog, towering like waves, engulfed the capital entirely. Visibility within the city plummeted to less than a meter, rendering it a realm where one could scarcely see their own hand. Kisame maintained his hand signs, grinning at Itachi. "Mr. Itachi, it is complete. Now we infiltrate. No one shall detect us." Itachi nodded, appearing to fully endorse Kisame's strategy. The method of entering under the cover of darkness has too many drawbacks. Entering amidst the dense fog is far superior. Thus, the two boldly made their way into the capital, eventually arriving at a corner by the street. Their next task was to locate Araki Nabahiko's residence and confront him directly. However, both were unskilled in tracking ninjutsu. Reluctantly, they decided to inquire with a local. Kisame, with his round, bulging eyes, scanned the crowd, ultimately fixating on a young man, around 20 years of age. He approached with determination, swiftly knocking the individual unconscious and dragging him into a nearby alley. Uchiha Itachi had long awaited in this place. Upon witnessing Hoshigaki Kisame dragging someone in, he promptly instructed, "Awaken him. The rest is up to me." With that, Itachi activated his Sharingan, while Kisame, with a slight smile, prepared to use his water release to rouse the sluggard. Just as he was about to release the technique, a sound of flowing water echoed from the depths of the alley. Both Itachi and Kisame were filled with curiosity and turned their heads in unison. There stood a man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his golden ponytail swaying as he faced away, relieving himself in the alley. I was about to burst. Fortunately, my kidneys are in good shape. Otherwise, I would surely have damaged them these past few days. Chapter 38. The price of Deidara at that moment. Deidara, who had just relieved himself, sensed someone behind him, slowly pulling up his trousers. He turned with an unfriendly glare and shouted, "Who dares to spy on me while I'm urinating? Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes and use them as marbles?" Upon fully turning around, he found himself face to face with Itachi, whose crimson Sharingan bore down on him, and the round-eyed Kisame. The encounter was undeniably awkward, as neither Itachi nor Kisame had anticipated running into Deidara here. Wasn't he supposed to be captured? How was he still alive and kicking? Could it be that he had escaped from that Araki Nabahiko? It seemed quite plausible. At that moment, the small-time thug captured by Kisame began to stir awake. Itachi, Kisame, and Deidara swiftly exited the alley. With Deidara found, there was no need to interrogate the small-time thug further. The thug, dazed, wandered around the alley a few times before rubbing his head and exiting. Throughout, he had not caught a glimpse of Kisame, merely assuming that he had drunk too much and dozed off in the alley. The trio from the Akatsuki arrived at a dango shop, where, after ordering a few skewers of three-colored dango, Deidara began to relay intel regarding Araki Nabahiko. Upon hearing that Araki had the audacity to demand a ransom from the Akatsuki and Iwagakure, Kisame's lips curled into a sinister smile. What an audacious fellow. I have never encountered such a brazen rogue. In the realm of rogue ninjas, only Uchiha Madara could possibly rival Araki's audacity. Itachi fell into deep contemplation, showing no interest in spending money to retrieve Deidara. Instead, he pondered whether Araki's actions might provoke Iwagakure into declaring war on Kanagakure. The situation in the ninja world had become increasingly precarious, with the other four great nations eyeing Konoha with growing intent. Sunagakure had even begun to take action, which, despite ending in failure, revealed Konoha's vulnerabilities to the other nations. If Araki dared to provoke Iwagakure in such a disrespectful manner, it would undoubtedly incite their wrath. If Iwagakure's fury were directed solely at Araki, it might be manageable. However, should that ire spill over onto Konoha, the consequences would be catastrophic. Reflecting on this, he quietly resolved within himself. He inquired of Deidara, "Has Araki Nabahiko mentioned how much it would take to redeem you?" Deidara shook his head, responding, "No. He never mentioned it, and frankly, I couldn't care less." Itachi, upon hearing this, maintained an impassive expression and said, "Take us to Araki Nabahiko. I wish to speak with him." Deidara, visibly displeased, thought to himself how pretentious this individual was, speaking as if he were his subordinate. However, he did not refuse, for extricating himself from his predicament was of paramount importance. Moreover, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude. He harbored immense disdain for both Uchiha Itachi and Araki Nabahiko. If the negotiations between the two fell apart and resulted in a conflict, that would be ideal. Perhaps they would inflict fatal wounds upon each other, allowing him to step in and finish them off, thus achieving a perfect outcome for himself. Deidara led the two through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a modest residence. The walls of the estate towered 2 meters high, obscuring any view of the interior from outside. Upon reaching the front door, Kisame was about to cleave it open with his blade, but Itachi stopped him. Kisame, puzzled, asked, "Itachi-san, are we not going to force our way in?" Such nefarious rogue ninjas would hardly engage in peaceful negotiations without a show of strength. Deidara, observing the exchange, couldn't help but smirk. It was evident that rogue ninjas understood their kind best. Even Kisame, the simpleton, seemed aware of how to subdue a rogue ninja. Itachi gently shook his head at Kisame, instructing, "Do not speak once we enter. If my negotiations with Araki Nabahiko collapse, then you may act." Kisame and Deidara nodded in understanding. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Mere seconds later, the door swung open, revealing Nabahiko in casual attire, impeccably dressed, standing before the trio from the Akatsuki. "You have arrived. Please come in," he said, gesturing for them to enter. Itachi furrowed his brow. This man showed no surprise at their arrival. It appeared that both he and Kisame had been anticipated. Was he also a sensory-type ninja? Without delay, they stepped into Nabahiko's residence. Once inside, Itachi immediately asked how much to redeem Deidara. His directness caught Nabahiko off guard, yet he promptly stated his price. 100 million ryo, not a single sun less. With that, Nabahiko clasped his hands behind his back, awaiting Uchiha Itachi's response. This figure had been meticulously considered, as he believed it to be a reasonable and objective valuation. He derived this price by comparing it to the bounties of Asuma Sarutobi and Jiraiya. In the original narrative, Asuma's bounty stood at 35 million ryo, while Jiraiya's was set at 30 million ryo. Although it seemed Asuma was the stronger of the two, this was a misconception. A significant portion of Asuma's bounty was inflated. It is solely due to his status as the son of the Hokage that Asuma's worth has been inflated to an astonishing 35 million ryo, a figure that his abilities do not merit. In the original narrative, when Guy first confronted the immortal duo, he was able to dominate them in battle. Had he not been caught off guard by Haiden's cunning, he certainly would not have met such an untimely demise. With his strength, defeating Haiden should pose no significant challenge for him. In stark contrast, Asuma struggles to even contend with Haiden one-on-one, ultimately needing the assistance of Shikamaru and the two gatekeepers to secure a victory. This clearly illustrates the considerable discrepancy in the evaluation of his worth at 35 million ryo. On the other hand, the assessment of Deidara's strength being set at 100 million ryo seems quite reasonable to Xinyan. It is perfectly normal for 3 of Guy to overpower Deidara, which suggests that even 100 million might be an exaggeration. After confidently declaring the sum of 100 million ryo, Xinyan feigned calmness while tapping his foot, pondering whether Uchiha Itachi would acquiesce to such a lofty demand. After all, 100 million ryo is no trifling amount. The Land of Tooth allocates merely 100 million ryo annually for its budget. 100 million ryo? I can approve that on behalf of the organization, he mused. To his astonishment, Uchiha Itachi readily agreed, prompting Xinyan to reflect on the wealth of the Akatsuki. Itachi, a mere subordinate, did not even bat an eye before consenting to the ransom, revealing the organization's generosity towards its members. To be honest, Xinyan found himself somewhat tempted. He yearned to resign from his position as the protector of the nation and join the Akatsuki. However, having already promised Kawabata Yasunari to serve as the protector, he felt compelled to follow through. Moreover, the future of the Akatsuki seemed uncertain, and the thought of embarking on missions to battle-tailed beasts was rather disheartening. In comparison, the role of protector, with its annual compensation of 100 million ryo, appeared far more enticing. Yet before Xinyan could express his thoughts on when the Akatsuki would provide the funds, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a single Amaterasu upon him. Chapter 39, Death by Pretense. The black flames blazed fiercely upon Xinyan, the searing heat causing even Deidara and Kisame, who were nearby, to feel a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Itachi's assault was ruthless. Mere moments before, they had been engaged in negotiation, and now he resorted to incineration with Amaterasu. However, both were left perplexed as to why Itachi had chosen to strike. Upon witnessing the flames engulfing Araki Xinyan, Itachi felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, Xinyan's lack of experience in combat against formidable foes had allowed his ambush to succeed. Had it been a direct confrontation, the Amaterasu would surely have been thwarted by Xinyan's enigmatic protective barrier, necessitating a far more arduous effort. Itachi was not intimidated by Xinyan. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to expend excessive effort on a rogue ninja. If he could eliminate him through stealth, there was no reason to prolong the encounter. Turning to face Kisame and Deidara, who wore expressions of confusion, he elaborated, Araki Xinyan possesses considerable strength and has already acquired some intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Prior to their departure, the leader had not mentioned integrating this individual into the organization. Thus, it is prudent to eliminate such unstable factors at the earliest opportunity to avoid prolonged complications. Upon hearing Itachi's response, Kisame felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. However, Itachi was known for his enigmatic demeanor, leaving Kisame, a straightforward individual, perplexed by his thoughts. All he needed to do was report the information accurately to Lord Madara. The trustworthiness of Uchiha Itachi would be left to Madara's judgment. At present, Kisame had but one task at hand. Truly, Itachi was remarkable. He had skillfully deceived Araki Nabahiko with his superior acting, subsequently defeating him with Amaterasu in a single strike. Such a masterful ambush technique is rare in the entire shinobi world. Itachi truly deserved his reputation as one of the greatest geniuses in the shinobi realm. Astonishing indeed. Kisame was filled with admiration, showering Itachi with compliments. Meanwhile, Deidara stood with his arms crossed, visibly displeased. What was Araki Nabahiko doing? Why had he been so composed during their battle, only to be defeated in an instant by Uchiha Itachi? He had been hoping for a fierce clash between the two to claim victory. Had he known this individual was so easily caught off guard, he should have dispatched him the moment Nabahiko had unsealed his pink energy. Useless Araki Nabahiko. What a waste of my time. Just then, applause echoed amidst the roaring black flames. Clapping resounded. I was indeed too benevolent, thinking it better to avoid conflict and spare you. The three members of the Akatsuki stared wide-eyed towards the direction of the blazing Amaterasu. Itachi, leading the group, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. There stood Nobuhiko, engulfed in black flames of Amaterasu, coldly gazing at Itachi. I had clearly given you a chance. Why did you not cherish it? I seek no trouble and merely wish for a peaceful existence. Yet, like a swarm of flies, you persistently surround me, occasionally repulsing me. Now I comprehend. Until I eliminate you bothersome flies, it seems I shall have no chance for tranquility. No sooner had he spoken than the blazing Amaterasu flames on the mountain suddenly extinguished. Besides the lingering warmth in the air, there was no trace left of the Amaterasu flames. Witnessing this, Kisame and Deidara were momentarily taken aback. Deidara had heard of Itachi's Amaterasu flames, which were said to be eternal. Today, however, it appeared to be quite the opposite. Kisame was only slightly astonished. But Uchiha Itachi was now on the defensive. In disbelief, he inquired, "How is this possible? Amaterasu is the eternal flame of hell. How did you accomplish this?" Nobuhiko brushed off the dust from his clothing, spreading his hands as he replied, "What eternal flame? It is merely a stronger form of fire jutsu. Ninjutsu. By its very nature, adheres to the characteristics of chakra, which is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. If I disrupt the ratio of spiritual energy to physical energy within the chakra using my mental prowess, it will self-destruct. This method not only extinguishes your Amaterasu but also affects other chakra-based techniques." Shinichi's response to Uchiha Itachi was devoid of trust. The notion of interfering with ninjutsu through spiritual energy was sheer nonsense to him. A genius like him was naturally well-versed in the theoretical knowledge of chakra. He had previously explored the realms of spiritual and physical energy, only to conclude that each, when isolated, was remarkably feeble. The spiritual energy of a ninja was so scant that even moving a single strand of hair proved arduous. While physical energy was hardly superior to that of an ordinary person, it could be said that without the fusion of these two energies into chakra, they were merely burdensome within the human body. The very idea that Araki Shinichi claimed to have disrupted the energy ratio of his own Amaterasu struck Itachi as absurd. The opponent must possess some unique technique capable of countering Amaterasu, perhaps a sealing technique like the sealing fire technique. Contemplating this, Itachi's demeanor shifted to tranquility, his gaze regaining its cold indifference. Even he was unaware of the subtle changes in his emotions. Kisame, poised with his hand resting on the sword at his back, stood ready to act. Yet, Itachi restrained him, speaking in a low voice. "Kisame, step back. I will handle this." Kisame appeared taken aback. Today, Itachi seemed somewhat unusual. Typically, he would take the lead in such matters. Nevertheless, he obeyed Itachi's command and retreated a few steps. It seemed that Itachi was quite invested in this encounter, so he would leave Araki Shinichi to him. Kisame had immense confidence in Itachi's strength. Defeating Araki Shinichi would be a matter of moments. Observing Itachi's haughty expression, Shinichi was visibly displeased. "Your family certainly embodies a lineage of arrogance. In light of this, I shall grant you an opportunity. From this moment, I will remain stationary and allow you to strike me 3 times. I shall not move my feet or retaliate. I will absorb your attacks with my body. Should you fail to defeat me within these 3 strikes, I shall vanquish you in 1 blow." Itachi, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Such arrogance." He swiftly formed seals with his hands, which moved like phantoms before his chest began to swell. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from the mouth of Uchiha Itachi, hurtling directly towards Shinichi. As the fireball surged forward, it scorched the ground, turning it into molten liquid, while the immense pressure of the wind caused Shinichi's garments to billow fiercely. Beside them, Kisame murmured, "Truly impressive. As expected of Itachi-san, the power of this ninjutsu is formidable." Deidara smirked, reluctant to admit it, but the might of Uchiha Itachi's ninjutsu was indeed remarkable. Before the blazing fireball, Araki Nobuhiko stood resolutely in place, as he had promised, prepared to confront the impending strike head-on. Itachi's face curled into a cold smirk, viewing him as an arrogant fool destined to perish under his own conceit. Chapter 40. I've blown myself up for your entertainment. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted into the sky from the courtyard, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. The deafening sound echoed throughout the capital, yet strangely, no one came to investigate. Kisame and Deidara stared wide-eyed, astonished that the smoke had risen dozens of meters high without drawing any attention. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Itachi, however, remained unfazed. He had long since discerned the illusionary barrier set by the Nobuhiko family. This type of stationary genjutsu was not particularly sophisticated, as many skilled shinobi could deploy it, albeit with less efficacy than that of Nobuhiko. His eyes fixated intently on the epicenter of the explosion and through the inside of his Sharingan. He clearly perceived the situation obscured by the smoke. A gust of wind scattered the haze, revealing the unscathed Araki Nobuhiko within. Seeing him unharmed, Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. What defensive ninjutsu had he employed? It seemed to have been mentioned in the intelligence provided by Scorpion, a technique akin to absolute defense, impervious even to Deidara's explosive clay. In truth, Itachi only guessed half correctly. Nobuhiko had indeed utilized mental fortitude for protection, merely reinforcing his attire to prevent being blasted into a state of undress. The remaining impact was withstood directly by his physical form, a level of fire release he regarded with utter disdain. Your first move has concluded. You may proceed with your second. Nobuhiko's scornful tone ignited a flicker of irritation within Uchiha Itachi. Ever since he had become a ninja, those around him either praised him as a genius or envied his prowess. Even Uchiha Shisui, whom he considered both mentor and friend, had never questioned his innate talent. Within his clan, he was the pride of his father, the clan leader, and in the Umbu, he was the most esteemed subordinate of the third Hokage. Even upon joining the Akatsuki, Pain held him in high regard, while the masked man, Uchiha Obito, harbored deep apprehension towards him. To his astonishment, today he found himself so openly scorned. Even for someone of Itachi's temperament, it sparked a flicker of anger. He activated his Manjiki Sharingan, reasoning that since Amaterasu's physical attack proved ineffective against Nobuhiko, he would instead employ a mental assault to vanquish him. In an instant, a wave of mental energy surged from Nobuhiko's eyes into Itachi's mind, invoking Tsukuyami. On the pitch-black, storm-lashed surface of the sea, thunder and hurricane wreaked havoc. The ship, Tsukuyami, was but an ant amidst the merciless waves, ruthlessly tossed about. Captain, there are too many breaches. We can no longer seal them. This is infuriating. Is the Empire's colonial ambition doomed to perish in this tempest? I cannot accept this. Captain, abandon ship and flee. We must escape before it's too late. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed as the entire moon-reading ship shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ocean's surface. Shinichi, with a furrowed brow, observed this spectacle from above the salty fish continent. This moon reading was utterly worthless. At least the heavenly gods had managed to set foot on the salty fish continent. This moon reading hadn't even seen land, vanishing with a mere wave. What a disgrace. As he watched the struggling crew members gradually lose consciousness, Shinichi's mind returned to his physical form. In the real world, Uchiha Itachi felt blood trickling from the corner of his eye, his face paling to an ashen hue. Yet, he lacked the inclination to wipe the blood from his face. Instead, he stared vacantly at Araki Shinichi, who appeared unaffected. How could this be possible? Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. The moment his ocular prowess entered Shinichi's mind, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ignoring Itachi's astonishment, Shinichi smiled faintly and said, "The second move has concluded. Only the final one remains." Itachi clenched his jaw, contemplating whether to employ that forbidden technique. Would summoning Kisame and Deidara to join forces allow them to defeat Araki Shinichi? He quickly dismissed the thought. He was the one who had initially instructed Kisame and Deidara to refrain from intervening. To go back on his word now would be beneath the dignity of Uchiha Itachi. Standing tall, Itachi's expression regained its composure, and he spoke with a tone of admiration. "You are indeed formidable. You are the first to have pushed me to this extent as an ordinary ninja devoid of a bloodline limit. However, it ends here. You shall witness the ultimate power of the Uchiha." As Itachi's words lingered in the air, a surge of crimson chakra erupted around him. A skeletal frame materializing out of thin air, enveloping him completely. Subsequently, red flesh grew upon the bones, culminating in the emergence of a towering red giant. Standing 20 to 30 meters tall before the onlookers, Kisame and Deidara were taken aback by this sight. Could this truly be the ultimate power of the Uchiha? Kisame mused internally. The potency of this chakra is truly astounding. My own chakra may be substantial, but in terms of quality, it is incomparable. Deidara too marveled at Itachi's might, yet a flicker of doubt crept into his resolve to defeat him. Could his art truly vanquish this colossal red figure? Upon activating Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi drew forth the Totsuka blade. Discovered at the burial site of an Uchiha ancestor, this blade possesses the ability to seal enemies. Since Araki Shinichi had boldly declared his intent to stand still for 3 moves, Itachi was determined to let him experience the might of the Totsuka blade. Without further ado, Itachi swung the blade downwards in a vertical strike aimed directly at Shinichi's head. The immense wind pressure generated by the Totsuka blade fractured the ground beneath Shinichi's feet, sending sand and stones flying outward. From Shinichi's perspective, it appeared as though the world itself was being cleaved in two by the colossal sword. A subtle smile crept onto Shinichi's lips. Such an attack was hardly worthy of evasion. He relinquished all defenses, extending his arms to embrace the colossal sword that was about to descend. With a thunderous roar, the great sword cleaved downward, carving a chasm hundreds of meters wide into the earth. A massive fissure spread across the ground of the Araki household, extending to neighboring homes and ultimately reaching the street. The ferocious force trembled the ground, toppling several nearby houses under the tremendous impact. Observing from a distance, Kisame and Deidara watched in trepidation. Had they been in his place, they would have surely been reduced to mere pulp by such a strike. Kisame remarked with a fixed gaze, "Surely, Araki Nabahiko is finished now." Deidara stiffly replied, "Is that even a question? If he survives this sword strike, I'll blow myself up for your amusement." Just then, they noticed movement amidst the swirling dust beneath the Ten Kusanagi. A disheveled, dust-covered Nabahiko emerged, dragging the Ten Kusanagi with his right hand. This spectacle left Kisame and Deidara in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Araki Nabahiko had withstood such a terrifying blow with his mere flesh. Even the legendary Third Reikage, once hailed as the strongest shield, would likely not possess such fortitude. Nabahiko turned to Uchiha Itachi with a smile, saying, "3 strikes have passed. It is now my turn to counter." In response, Itachi smiled back, disdainfully declaring, "No need. Seal." As soon as Itachi's words fell, the Ten Kusanagi melted into a semi-liquid state, akin to ice cream. Nobuhiko observed curiously as the liquid Ten Kusanagi coiled around his right arm. Realizing that Itachi intended to seal him away, the sword wound itself around his body until it ultimately consumed him entirely. A faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he gradually retracted the Ten Kusanagi into his gourd. The immense sword shrank little by little until Itachi sealed the gourd completely. Following Nobuhiko's sealing, Susanoo seemed unable to bear any longer, letting out a wail before disintegrating entirely. Once Susanoo vanished, Itachi closed his Sharingan, collapsing to the ground in pain. Weary from the battle, Araki Nobuhiko was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. He even speculated that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, might not stand a chance against Nobuhiko. Fortunately, this individual was a reckless fool, standing still to absorb his attack, which allowed him to seize the opportunity to seal his adversary with the Ten Kusanagi. It was only then that Itachi sensed something amiss. Today, his emotions felt askew. He had been provoked by Araki Nobuhiko's mere words into unleashing Susanoo with reckless abandon. It was important to note that he had already been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and utilizing a powerful technique like Susanoo placed immense strain on his body. Under normal circumstances, following the failure of his Amaterasu ambush, he would have swiftly retreated with Kisame or negotiated a higher price to resolve the incident peacefully. However, today I found myself inexplicably engaging fiercely with my opponent, which left me perplexed. Realizing that something was amiss, Itachi Uchiha slowly closed his eyes and utilized his chakra to scan his own condition. Upon meticulous examination, he indeed discovered a subtle anomaly within his mind. A faint chakra was subtly influencing his thoughts. His expression hardened. He had fallen victim to an illusion. To think that Araki Yoshihiko could cast such a technique upon him without his knowledge was truly remarkable. Such talent in illusion was something even he, a genius in the art, felt somewhat overshadowed by. Perhaps only Shui could rival such a gift. With a mere thought, he crushed the faint chakra completely, and Itachi instantly felt a clarity return to his mind. Simultaneously, he comprehended the true nature of this chakra. It was not meant to control his thoughts, but merely to amplify the emotions within him. The disdainful expression Araki had displayed had slightly unsettled him, and this chakra had perceptibly detected his discontent, magnifying it to an infinite degree. A slight smile escaped him. Araki Yoshihiko was indeed arrogant. To resort to such tactics to compel him to fight with all his might was a bold move. Yet, Araki's overconfidence in his own strength was a grave underestimation of him. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of a ninja battle could shift dramatically, and this fellow had allowed things to escalate to such an extent, revealing his true character. Fortunately for them, Araki's hubris meant that even if the three of them joined forces, they might not have triumphed. At that moment, Kisame and Deidara approached Itachi, who was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. They did not mock him. The power of the Uchiha exceeded their expectations. The recent Susanoo and the sword capable of sealing opponents had left a profound impression on them. Such formidable ninjutsu naturally came with its side effects. Kisame stepped forward to assist Itachi, inquiring with concern, "How are you feeling now, Itachi-san?" Itachi smiled faintly and replied, "I can still endure. Thank you, Kisame." Witnessing this moment of camaraderie made Deidara feel nauseated, almost ready to retch. He envisioned the scorpion of the red sand, Sasori, smiling and thanking him. A sight that was truly unbearable. At that moment, Itachi turned to Deidara and asked, "With that guy sealed, has the ninjutsu he cast on you been lifted?" Deidara shrugged and said, "I have no idea. I never felt any curse marks within me. I suspect he was just fooling me." After a moment of contemplation, Itachi stated, "Regardless, we should leave this place for now. If necessary, we can inform the leader, with the Rinnegan. He should be able to discern the location of any curse marks within you." In a state of resignation, Deidara had no choice but to acquiesce. As the group rose to depart, a sudden rift materialized in the space behind them. Startled, the three immediately assumed defensive stances. The fissure widened, and soon, a pair of slender hands emerged, prying apart the edges of the tear. To the astonishment of the Akatsuki members, Araki Nobuhiko stepped through the rift unscathed. Murmuring as he walked, "This place is rather entertaining. I must return when I have the chance. Transforming it into a den for criminals could be quite intriguing." Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes, addressing Nobuhiko with a serious tone, "How did you escape the seal? Was the one sealed merely a shadow clone of yours?" Nobuhiko scratched his head, replying, "Isn't it just a sealing technique? The seal connects to a space filled with the remains of numerous deceased bodies, likely those previously sealed by the Totsuka blade. I wandered around inside, then opened the spatial passage and emerged. It was quite simple." The others were left in utter disbelief. Sealing techniques were regarded as some of the most incomprehensible jutsu in the ninja realm. While they had witnessed seals being undone from the outside, they had never encountered someone tearing open a space from within. Was this individual truly born for such feats? At that moment, a sense of helplessness washed over Uchiha Itachi. The strength of the man before him exceeded all expectations. Even his most formidable technique, the Totsuka blade, proved ineffective against him, leaving him utterly at a loss. Just then, Nobuhiko turned to Itachi, stating, "Your 3 moves have concluded. Now it is my turn to strike." As his words fell, white chakra enveloped his form. The chakra's density was remarkable, and amidst it, a colossal human spine began to manifest. The spine grew larger until a complete human skeleton stood upon the ground. The Akatsuki trio was astounded. The skeletal structure bore an uncanny resemblance to Susanoo. As the skeleton took form, white flesh and muscle began to sprout upon the bones, ultimately materializing into a robust armor that adorned the giant. Amidst the astonishment of the Akatsuki members, a towering white Susanoo, standing at a height of nearly 100 meters, loomed over the battlefield. The white Susanoo wielded an enormous white fly swatter, leaning down to Itachi with a smile, "Do you dislike mosquitoes?" Chapter 42. The ninja world's old hands lack moral integrity. Upon witnessing Nobuhiko's Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi's defenses crumbled. He raised his right hand, trembling as he pointed at Nobuhiko. "How can you wield Susanoo? Are you perhaps a descendant of the Uchiha clan?" Nobuhiko, positioned at the brow of the colossal white Susanoo, chuckled in response. "I am not of the Uchiha lineage, so do not misidentify me as kin. To put it simply, Susanoo is merely a manifestation of chakra application. As long as one comprehends the principle and possesses sufficient chakra, anyone can wield it." Uchiha Itachi bellowed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Susanoo is the ultimate power that can only be awakened by members of the Uchiha clan who have unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan. For you to claim that anyone can utilize it is sheer folly." At this moment, Itachi appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "I see. You must be a descendant of some illegitimate Uchiha offspring. No wonder your abilities resemble those of the Uchiha clan." Witnessing the collapse of Itachi's aloof demeanor, Shinichi felt disinclined to continue conversing with him. The colossal Susanoo raised its right hand, and the immense white fan instantly obscured the sky. The 3 members of the Akatsuki stared vacantly at the gigantic fan overhead, as if a great weight had been placed upon their hearts. This Susanoo was several times larger than the half-formed Susanoo Itachi had previously summoned. The sheer size of the white fan now hovering above them surpassed even that of Itachi's earlier manifestation. Gritting his teeth while gazing at the sky-obscuring fan, Itachi realized he still had unfinished business. Sasuke had yet to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had no means of self-defense in the shinobi world. At this moment, he could not afford to perish. With this thought in mind, Itachi dipped his right thumb into the blood on his cheek. Summoning technique. Bang. A plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a meter-tall orange cat licking its paws before the onlookers. Meow, how curious. Itachi, you summoned me? Didn't I mention I don't fight? Itachi, lacking the time to explain, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and locked eyes with the orange feline. The previously drowsy cat immediately adopted a vacant expression, akin to a marionette. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the cat transformed back into white smoke and vanished. Deidara, perplexed by the scene, queried, "What are you doing? Why did you cancel the summoning?" He received no response from Itachi, instead witnessing Itachi dissolve into a wisp of white smoke and disappear. Realizing what had transpired, Deidara erupted in anger at the spot where Itachi had vanished. "You scoundrel! How could you be so disloyal? I thought that cat was a powerful summoning beast capable of vanquishing Araki Shinichi. Instead, you intended to use reverse summoning to flee. How shameless, Uchiha Itachi." After venting his frustration towards Itachi, Deidara turned to Kisame, only to find him absent. The scene was left with only himself and Araki Shinichi. Damn, is there not a single person in this shinobi world who values loyalty? Deidara was thoroughly disgusted. The typically unassuming Kisame was fleeing with a speed that rivaled Itachi's. These seasoned veterans of the shinobi world imparted a lesson to Deidara that he would never forget. Deidara clenched his fists, vowing never to endure that sense of humiliation again. He had resolved that today, he would unleash the most exquisite of his artistic expressions with his very life. At that moment, Shinyan also regained his composure, having nearly lost his soul to the allure of the charming orange cat. Since Uchiha Itachi had summoned it, Shinyan's gaze had been transfixed upon the feline. What was the name of that adorable creature? What delights did it savor? How vexing. Such a delightful orange cat was not his summon. It was a true misallocation of beauty. Shinyan made a firm decision to claim it for himself. Upon regaining his focus, Shinyan looked down in disbelief. Deidara was removing his shirt. What on earth was he planning? Was he about to run naked in his final moments? Deidara stood bare-chested, revealing a colossal mouth where his heart lay. Behold, Araki Shinyan. You shall witness the zenith of my artistry. He began to fill the massive mouth on his chest with bubbling clay, his body gradually becoming ethereal. Chakra vessels darkened and thickened, while flesh and bone transformed into pure black chakra, flowing into the core of his chest. Remember, art is an explosion. Before the energy gathered through the sacrifice of his life could erupt, Shinyan swiftly swatted it away with a fly swatter. Covering his forehead, he sighed in exasperation. "Oh, there goes 100 million Ryo, what a pity." He then dispelled Susanoo and surveyed the wreckage of his home. He had barely moved in, and already the Akatsuki had laid waste to it. This could not go unpunished. He would demand compensation from the Akatsuki. However, before that, he needed to arrange a new residence with Kawabata Yasunari, or he would find himself starving that night. Outside the borders of the Land of Teeth, a 2 to 3 meter tall pitcher plant emerged from the trunk of a tree. The plant slowly opened, revealing a half-black, half-white figure within. Kuro addressed Shiro. "Is the clone you placed on Kisame meant to assist him here?" Shiro chuckled. "Indeed. He seems quite anxious. Something dreadful must be afoot." Just then, a white figure emerged not far away. It was Shiro's clone, holding Kisame's sword, greeting the original with, "Hi. You all are quite speedy." Kuro interrupted the light banter, asking directly, "What has transpired? Where are Kisame and Itachi?" At that moment, the wrappings around the sword suddenly unfurled, and the pale-faced Kisame emerged, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath, causing Kuro's brow to furrow in concern. After catching his breath, Kisame addressed Black Zetsu, inquiring about the whereabouts of Lord Obito, requesting to be taken to him. "What business do you have with Obito?" Black Zetsu queried. "I have discovered a formidable individual possessing Uchiha blood in the Land of the Waves." Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and asked, "What evidence do you have to substantiate that this person bears the Uchiha lineage? Have you witnessed them activate the Sharingan?" Kisame shook his head, replying, "I did not see them activate the Sharingan, but I did observe them summon Susanoo." Chapter 43. This seal is stronger than the tin-fist sword. Kawabata Kankyu stared in shock at the ravaged streets before him. Supported by his attendants, his body trembled slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His distress was not for the destroyed buildings, but rather from the fear of the immense power and strange techniques wielded by the ninjas. Such widespread devastation and intense combat had gone unnoticed by the entire capital. had it not been for Araki Nabahiko's initiative in coming to clear their names. The inhabitants of the land would remain oblivious to the battle that had transpired here. Moreover, it seemed that the invading ninjas possessed formidable strength. Should the combatants become fully engaged, a stray jutsu could easily spell disaster for him. Upon returning to the daimyo's residence, he closed the door tightly behind him. The ninjas were too terrifying. He preferred to remain at home as a recluse. Meanwhile, Nabahiko, newly relocated to his quarters, lay in bed feeling morose. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could vividly recall the adorable face of that orange cat. Its gentle, squinting eyes, soft fur, plump body, and languid demeanor lingered in his mind. For reasons unknown, Nabahiko felt an inexplicable affinity with that cat. In the ensuing days, he was consumed by thoughts of it. Unable to eat or sleep, yearning for just one more encounter. He recalled that the Uchiha clan had a long-standing partnership with a beast tribe known as the Cat Nation. That orange cat was likely a summoning beast of the Cat Nation. Perhaps he could uncover clues in Konoha. Resolutely, he decided to leap from his bed. Yet, the soft mattress seemed to possess an insatiable gravitational pull, binding him firmly in place. He exerted every ounce of strength, his features contorting in frustration. How could a mere bed impede his quest for that charming feline? It was absurd. With a surge of determination, he unleashed his energy, a tempestuous force radiating outward like a tidal wave. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was as if his efforts were swallowed by the abyss. Ultimately, he surrendered to exhaustion and drifted into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, Konoha welcomed its fifth Hokage. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, stood atop the Hokage building, her hat casting a shadow over her confident smile directed at the villagers below. Witnessing the assured demeanor of their new Hokage, the villagers felt a renewed sense of confidence in Konoha, dispelling the previous gloom. They firmly believed that under the leadership of the fifth Hokage, Steel Hand, Konoha shall undoubtedly usher in an era of peace. Not far away, atop a building, Tintin and Niji engage in casual conversation. What did you say? That Araki Nabahiko fellow killed his comrades and became a rogue ninja? Niji exclaimed in disbelief. Upon seeing Tintin nod resolutely, he confirmed he had not misheard. His heart brimmed with confusion. What could have possessed Nabahiko to betray his own? Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Before encountering Nabahiko, Niji held rigid and conservative views, considering defection an act of treachery. However, after meeting Nabahiko, he began to perceive defection as merely a choice. With Nabahiko's prowess, he could act as he pleased, unconcerned with the affairs of Konoha or the five great nations. Nevertheless, Niji harbored doubts regarding the claim that he had killed his comrades. Nabahiko, despite his seemingly erratic demeanor, possessed a fundamentally compassionate nature. He would not take a life if he could avoid it. As he often stated, every life deserves respect. Thus, Niji found it hard to believe that he had truly slain his companions. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped onto the platform where Tintin and Niji stood. They turned to find it was Uchiha Sasuke. Tintin frowned, evidently displeased by the presence of this unwelcome guest. How could he be so oblivious to their moment? If Sasuke had business, that would be one thing. But if he was merely here to chat idly, he would soon find himself in a predicament. Upon landing on the platform, Sasuke wasted no time with pleasantries. He faced Niji directly, his gaze menacing as he declared, "Hyuga Niji, I challenge you." Niji furrowed his brow. What had prompted this sudden challenge? Given their previous encounters, Sasuke should have been well aware of Niji's capabilities. In this context, the only reasons for such a challenge could be a significant increase in Sasuke's strength or a mere desire for a fight. Niji considered Sasuke to be no fool. It seemed he must have some form of backing. Had he trained under someone extraordinary or learned a new jutsu? Regardless, none of that mattered. After their confrontation, all would be revealed. Niji nodded at Sasuke and replied, "Very well, let us find a secluded training ground." Sasuke led Niji to a remote training area within the Uchiha clan's territory. Niji assumed a stance, eager to discover what had instilled such confidence in Sasuke that he dared to challenge him. After their clash, Niji comprehended the source of Sasuke's audacity, sheer stubbornness. Their battle could hardly be termed a contest. It was akin to Niji fishing for compliments. Sasuke, having activated his double Tomo Sharingan and unleashed his Cursed Seal's power, attempted to employ Chidori. Yet, he could not withstand even a single strike from Niji before being cast down to the ground. At this moment, Sasuke lay on the ground, consumed by a sense of unwillingness. He could not comprehend why the disparity in strength between the two was so vast, and not a Niji, merely a year his senior, was able to hold his own against that man, while he, the Avenger, could not even withstand a single blow from his enemy. The difference in their powers felt as stark as heaven and earth. If his memory served him correctly, during their last encounter in the Forest of Death, the opponent had not displayed such formidable strength. Back then, empowered by the Curse Seal, he had confidence in his ability to battle. Yet, in just 2 to 3 months, his adversary had grown so powerful that Sasuke could only look up in awe. What had transpired? How had Hinata Niji suddenly become so strong? Niji, the last time we met in the Forest of Death, you were nowhere near this powerful. What has happened to you? How did you attain such might? Overwhelmed by frustration, Sasuke blurted out his inquiry. Such a question was considered taboo among ninjas. Provoking a hot-tempered individual could easily result in severe injury. However, at that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was beyond caring. After experiencing Itachi's Tsukuyomi, his personality had become obsessively twisted. He was willing to do anything for revenge, disregarding the feelings of others. Observing this version of Sasuke, Niji sighed. He had heard of Sasuke's tragic circumstances, the annihilation of his entire clan. Ultimately, his heart softened. Before turning to leave, he murmured, "In the month leading up to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, I trained with Araki Nabahiko." With that, he departed, leaving Sasuke standing there, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 44. Take this power and drink. Niji and Tenten turned away, leaving behind an exhilarated Sasuke. Niji's words, though lacking context, had revealed the name Araki Nabahiko. For a ninja, a name was often enough. Sasuke was now filled with anticipation. This Araki Nabahiko must be a hidden master. In just a month, he had transformed Niji into such a formidable force. Sasuke began to fantasize about the possibilities. If he could train with this individual for a year or more, how powerful would he become? Surely, he would be able to kill Itachi and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. He immediately set out to gather intelligence on Araki Nabahiko. But the information he found left him troubled. Araki Nabahiko was merely an inconspicuous Chunin from Konoha. Had it not been for a stroke of luck during the Chunin exams that paired him with a few strong teammates, his qualifications would have made it exceedingly difficult for him to achieve the rank of Chunin. Nevertheless, Sasuke was not overly concerned with this detail. He had encountered individuals who concealed their true abilities before. What truly piqued his interest was the fact that Araki Nabahiko had defected and left Konoha. It is said that he killed a comrade during a mission and is currently reigning as a protector in a small nation known as the Land of Teeth. This individual does not appear to be of good character. However, it matters little to him, as long as he can gain power. He is indifferent to whether his benefactor is a demon. Is it not merely treason against Konoha? Lured by the temptation of strength, Konoha seems insignificant. Days later, a group stealthily infiltrated Konoha, clad in coordinated attire, with thick purple ropes tied around their waists, and wearing the forehead protectors of the Sound Village. The intruders were none other than the formidable subordinates of Orochimaru, the Sound Four. Among them was the four-armed Itumaru, alongside the conjoined twins, left and right, who had separated through rigorous training and a unique technique. There was also the red-haired Doyo, whose lineage from the Uzumaki clan remains uncertain, and the stout and towering Jirubo. The singular purpose of this infiltration was to retrieve the new vessel favored by Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke. Truth be told, the hearts of these individuals brimmed with discontent. Having been raised by Orochimaru since childhood, they harbored an unwavering adoration for him, willing to sacrifice everything upon his command. With Orochimaru lacking a suitable body, they felt it was their duty to offer their all. Yet, they were taken aback by the fact that this Uchiha Sasuke had already seized the opportunity. What merit did he possess to present his flesh to Lord Orochimaru? With this mission weighing heavily on their minds, they were eager to ascertain the true nature of Uchiha Sasuke, curious as to why he had garnered Orochimaru's favor. If he proved to be formidable, they would accept it. However, if he turned out to be a worthless wastrel, they would ensure he learned a lesson. The four quietly approached the Uchiha clan grounds, utilizing the intel provided by Kabuto to locate Sasuke's residence. Upon reaching Sasuke's doorstep, they sensed something amiss. Itumaru, the strongest among them, signaled for silence. He then deftly flung several tiny spiders into the dwelling. These spiders were tethered by delicate silk threads connected to Itumaru's right index finger. Closing his eyes, he commanded the small arachnids to search for Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. The spiders scoured Sasuke's home, meticulously investigating every corner. Upon opening his eyes, Itumaru's expression turned grave as he reported, "Uchiha Sasuke is not within. Cursed be this. Where could he have gone?" The other three were struck with alarm. Should this mission fail, they would undoubtedly face Lord Orochimaru's severe retribution. Without delay, they rushed inside Sasuke's house to search. However, just as Katumaru's findings suggested, the place was deserted, and Uchiha Sasuke was nowhere to be found. Doyu inquired, "Is there any clue? Where might he have gone?" At this moment, the tall figure of Jirobo picked up a notebook from the table and handed it to Kidamaru. Upon receiving the notebook, Kidamaru began to read it intently, discovering it contained detailed intelligence on Araki Nobuhiko. This individual was somewhat familiar to the Sound Four. He had prominently shown his face during the last plan to destroy Konoha. It was later rumored that he had defected from Konoha, and considering such actions, it was likely he could no longer remain there. What could Uchiha Sasuke possibly want with information on this person? They could not fathom Sasuke's whereabouts, and ultimately, the four had no choice but to abandon their mission and prepare to return to the Sound Village to report. They would never have guessed that Uchiha Sasuke intended to seek training under Araki Nobuhiko. Naturally, Orochimaru would not disclose the fact that he had been swiftly defeated by Nobuhiko, leaving his subordinates unaware of Nobuhiko's true strength. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already arrived in the Land of Iron, on a quest to find Nobuhiko's residence. Ever since deciding to defect, he had remained at home under the pretext of recuperating, sternly warning Haruno Sakura not to visit him. Although Sakura felt reluctant, her fear of Sasuke's anger kept her from daring to pay a visit. Subsequently, he stealthily departed from Konoha, heading directly towards the Land of Iron. By the time Konoha realized his defection, they could not trace his whereabouts at all. When Konoha commenced their search, he had long since exited the borders of the Land of Fire. Thus, by a stroke of luck, Sasuke evaded capture by Orochimaru's subordinates and arrived in the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, what was Nobuhiko up to? He was engaged in a game of doujutsu with his shadow clones. Those two clones were utterly shameless, leveraging their numerical advantage to annoy him relentlessly. Whether he seized the landlord's position or not, they would join forces to thwart him. There were numerous instances when he was left with no choice but to endure the humiliation of being bombed by his teammates. Frustrated, Nobuhiko slammed his cards onto the table, exclaiming, "I'm done. You two, incapable of playing fairly, are unworthy of joining me in this game." Humph. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Nobuhiko used his mental prowess to unlock the door and called out, "Come in." Creaking open, the door revealed Uchiha Sasuke, glaring with his crimson, double Tomo Sharingan, his gaze greedy as it fell upon Nobuhiko. From the moment Sasuke crossed into the borders of the Land of Iron, Nobuhiko had sensed his presence. Initially curious about what this individual was doing there, little did he expect that Sasuke had come seeking him. Without any preamble, Sasuke entered the room and blurted out, "Hurry and grant me power." Nobuhiko furrowed his brow, extending his hand to retrieve a can of Red Bull from a spatial rift, tossing it to Uchiha Sasuke. "Here is your power. Grab it quickly, drink up, and then get lost." Uchiha Sasuke caught the Red Bull, looking utterly perplexed. Chapter 45. What a petty person, bah. At this moment, Sasuke slightly composed himself, realizing he had been too hasty. He took a deep breath and consumed the Red Bull in one gulp. Then, tossing the empty bottle to the ground, he reached into his pocket and produced several silver notes. These were part of the 500 million taels he had gathered by selling a portion of the Uchiha clan's inheritance just days prior. His intelligence indicated that Araki Nobuhiko was quite avaricious. Thus, he had prepared this sum as tuition for his apprenticeship. Initially, Nobuhiko, seated nonchalantly at the table, seemed to regard Uchiha Sasuke with disdain. However, upon glancing at the silver notes in Sasuke's hand, his eyes widened with sudden interest. Before Sasuke could utter a word, he quickly stood and approached him. "Ah, you must be Uchiha Sasuke. I have long heard of your striking good looks and extraordinary presence. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable." Sasuke was slightly taken aback. This man lacked any semblance of a powerful demeanor. Was it merely the 500 million taels that caused such a reaction? As if he had seen his own father? Interrupting Nobuhiko's flattery, Sasuke waved the silver notes and said, "I heard from Hyuga Niji that after a month of training with you, his strength has surged. Here are 500 million taels. If you can grant me sufficient power for revenge, this money is yours." Nobuhiko laughed heartily at this. "A trivial matter. Just hand over the entire sum. And I assure you, you could even vanquish the Sage of Six Paths. However, you must pay me first. Otherwise, once you learn, you might flee with the knowledge, and I would have no recourse to reclaim my fee." After pondering, Sasuke divided the 500 million taels, handing 300 million to Nobuhiko and pocketing the remaining 200 million. "This 300 million is a deposit. The remaining 200 million will be paid upon my completion of the training." Nabahiko carefully accepted the notes and smiled at Sasuke. What do you wish to learn, young Sasuke? With a blank expression, Sasuke replied, teach me all the ninjutsu you know. This left Nabahiko in a quandary, as all the ninjutsu he possessed were unleashed through his formidable mental strength, lacking any intricate hand-sealing techniques or chakra flow study. The training methods he had imparted to Tintin and Niji were straightforward and brute force approaches to enhancing basic abilities. Teaching someone like Uchiha Sasuke, who simply wished to learn ninjutsu, posed a challenge he was unprepared to address. Just as he found himself at an impasse, a sudden epiphany struck him. In the original narrative, the Sage of Six Paths directly infused the power of creation into Naruto and Sasuke, instantly elevating their strength to that of the Sage level. He could replicate this by directly imparting the power of creation into Sasuke, thus resolving the arduous challenges of upgrading Sasuke's Sharingan. He would fully embody the principle that in the world of ninjas, strength is paramount. But I digress. Acting on impulse, he directly addressed Sasuke, instructing him to extend his hand, palm facing him. Sasuke, though perplexed, complied without hesitation, driven by his desire for strength. He stood upright, extending his right hand toward Shinhiko. In response, Shinhiko mirrored the action, pressing his left hand firmly against Sasuke's. At that moment, their slender, alabaster hands were closely entwined, and the air was thick with an ambiguous tension. This situation made Shinhiko somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to reminisce about martial arts novels where male and female protagonists exchanged their powers. In his youth, he had not thought much of it, but now it seemed reminiscent of a male lead imparting his energy to a female counterpart. Among such characters, Zhang Wuji stood as a paragon. Whenever a female character received power or healing, it invariably required the removal of her garments, whereas male characters were often clad in layers of thick clothing. What a petty notion! He shook off these distractions and focused intently on channeling the omnipresent energy of the universe. Initially expressionless and bewildered, Sasuke instantly felt a surge of formidable chakra flooding into his body. He involuntarily trembled, followed by a sharp pain in his eyes. This sensation began as a mere whisper, but soon intensified. Concurrently, his body became hot, and the pain radiated from his eyes throughout his entire being. "Ah, damn it! What have you done to me?" Sasuke exclaimed in agony, rolling on the ground. Shinhiko remained silent, observing coldly from the sidelines. As time passed, the overwhelming pain enveloping Sasuke gradually subsided, until it ultimately vanished. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his delicate features smeared with dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Upon reopening his eyes, he perceived a dramatic transformation in the world around him. Everything seemed devoid of secrets, as if he were the sovereign of the universe. After catching his breath, he rose to his feet, first glancing at Shinhiko, who was standing with arms crossed, scrutinizing him, before directing his gaze toward a nearby mirror. The reflection revealed a face caked in mud, looking quite ragged. Yet, none of this mattered, for he was captivated by the peculiar eyes staring back at him in the mirror. They emanated a violet glow and possessed strange, circular pupils. As he locked eyes with his reflection, he found himself utterly enthralled by their power, feeling an overwhelming sense of invincibility. In that instant, he felt empowered once more. He turned to Araki Shinhiko and asked, "Why have my eyes changed like this? What kind of eyes are these?" Sinyan shrugged and remarked, "I am uncertain. I merely activated your bloodline to its utmost limit." Sinyan spoke falsely, for he was acutely aware that Sasuke's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan. However, he refrained from disclosing this revelation to Sasuke, and the reason was quite simple. He was lethargic. Upon hearing Sinyan's response, Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. As a scion of the Uchiha clan, he had perused the family's ancient texts, which detailed the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan culminating in the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, there had been no mention of the Uchiha eyes evolving into such an enigmatic pattern. Amidst his ruminations, he suddenly recalled a legend he had encountered in an ancient tome. It was said that the progenitor of the Uchiha clan was the Sage of Six Paths, who unified the ninja world a millennium ago. The Sage's ability to unify the ninja world stemmed from a unique ocular technique he possessed by birth, known as the Rinnegan. With this thought in mind, he glanced at his own peculiar eyes in the mirror. For reasons unknown, he felt that the appellation Rinnegan was remarkably fitting for his eyes. Could it be that the legend held truth? Was the progenitor of the Uchiha clan indeed the Sage of Six Paths from 1,000 years past? Could it be that by fully activating his bloodline, Araki Sinyan had inadvertently awakened the Rinnegan within him? The more Sasuke pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He had, by some fortuitous chance, awakened the ultimate bloodline of the Uchiha. In that moment, he perceived himself as the chosen one, regarding Orochimaru and Araki Sinyan as mere insects. With the ultimate power of the Uchiha now awakened within him, he stood as the singular deity of the ninja realm. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Araki Sinyan, his eyes scrutinizing him as one might examine an ant. Sinyan, feeling discomfort under Sasuke's stare, bluntly remarked, "The power you desired has been bestowed upon you. It is now time to settle the sum of 200 million. Sasuke reached into his robe and produced 200 million in silver notes. Just as Sinyan extended his hand to receive them, Sasuke nonchalantly tossed the notes onto the ground. Subsequently, he stared at Araki Sinyan with a detached expression and stated, "While gathering information about you in the city, I learned that you have captured a member of the Akatsuki. Where is that individual? Hand him over promptly." Sasuke's tone and demeanor infuriated Sinyan. This fellow had grown exceedingly arrogant with even a modicum of progress. Indeed, with the rain having ceased, it appeared that the sun had emerged again. Sinyan felt compelled to teach him a lesson, lest he become insufferably bold. With this thought, Sinyan prepared to take action. However, at that moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. To simply thrash Uchiha Sasuke would, truth be told, be rather unremarkable. He conceived a method that would serve to vex both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi simultaneously. Resolute in his decision, Sinyan feigned a look of astonishment, staring blankly at Sasuke. His teeth chattered as he stammered, "I remember now. Your eyes can never be mistaken. They are indeed the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. But why? How do you possess the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths?" Sasuke's expression was clearly one of impatience. With a mere gesture, Sinyan was drawn into Sasuke's grasp as if pulled by a magnetic force. Sasuke tightened his grip around Shinyan's neck, his tone devoid of emotion as he inquired, "I shall ask you once more, where is that Akatsuki member?" Trembling, Shinyan responded, "That person is already dead. Not long ago. Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki came to rescue him. During the battle, I inadvertently killed the hostage." At the mention of Itachi Uchiha's name, Sasuke erupted in a frenzy, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The violent chakra caused the beams of Shinyan's home to crack and the walls to tremble. With a fierce glare and a murderous intent, he demanded, "That man, Itachi Uchiha, where is he? Speak quickly. If you utter another word, I shall sever your throat." At that moment, Shinyan felt an inexplicable joy. This fool had indeed fallen for his ruse. His intelligence and strength were inversely proportional. The mightier he became, the duller his wit. Adopting a feigned expression of weakness and helplessness, Shinyan replied, "I do not know where they went. However, I have gathered some intelligence about Akatsuki, which states that their headquarters is located in the Land of Rain. Currently, the leader of Amage Cure, Pain, is also the leader of Akatsuki. If you venture to the Land of Rain, you will surely learn of Itachi Uchiha's whereabouts from him." Upon hearing this, Sasuke flung Shinin aside as if he were a ragged sack, then ascended into the sky, breaking through the roof as he soared toward the Land of Rain. "Itachi Uchiha, just you wait. I shall soon offer your blood as a tribute to the Uchiha clan." After Sasuke departed, Shinyan stood up and dusted himself off. This fool was truly deserving of a beating. He would relish the opportunity to deal with him later. He then looked up at the hole in the roof. Damn it, could that bastard not use the front door? However, he had no time to mend the breach. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a golden screen in the air, the center displaying Sasuke Uchiha soaring through the sky at great speed. Shinyan fetched a small stool, prepared some snacks, drinks, and sausages, ready to enjoy Sasuke's moment of ostentation. The Land of Earth was not too distant from the Land of Rain, and with Sasuke traveling at full speed, he arrived at the borders of the Land of Rain in less than 30 minutes. In a dimly lit, enclosed space within Amage Cure, Nagato, who had been in a half-sleep state, suddenly opened his eyes. Concerned, Conan asked, "Nagato, has something happened?" "Someone has invaded the Land of Rain, and they possess formidable strength." Nagato replied succinctly, directly conveying the situation. Conan's expression grew grave. For Nagato to acknowledge the opponent's strength indicated that they were indeed no ordinary foe. "Have you confirmed the identity of the other party's country?" Shonan inquired. Nagato shook his head and replied, "It remains uncertain for now. I have never encountered this individual's chakra before. However, there is an oddly familiar sensation about them, a familiarity that is strange because I have never met them." Shonen replied cautiously, "In that case, I shall investigate." Nagato immediately stopped her, saying sternly, "It would be unwise for you to go. Their identity is ambiguous, and your presence could be perilous. I will send the animal path, hungry ghost path, and human path to probe their strength. Once we ascertain their true nature, you may proceed to conclude matters." Shonen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sasuke soared above the hidden rain village, having spent the journey harnessing his newly acquired powers. He wielded the Six Paths staff and donned a white Six Paths robe, his skin appearing ghostly pale. Most strikingly, two demonic horns had sprouted from the sides of his head. Sasuke's appearance was now far removed from that of a typical shinobi. He resembled a pure-blooded member of the Otsutsuki clan. His lineage was so refined that even the Sage of Six Paths would seem akin to an Otsutsuki. He mused that if Kaguya were to arrive, she might immediately adopt him as her son. Yet, he felt he had only scratched the surface of his latent potential. The thought of fully unleashing this power filled him with awe regarding how formidable he could become. Suspended above the land of rain, he inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with chakra as he declared, "Leader of the Akatsuki, come forth." His roar reverberated throughout the realm, echoing endlessly. Not only the hidden rain village, but the entirety of the land of rain was stirred. People donned raincoats or opened umbrellas, venturing outside to discover the source of such a thunderous voice. As they looked up and beheld the white figure hovering above, a shiver ran down their spines. Who could this be? Could they possibly be the offspring of a deity and an angel? Their appearance was so ethereal that they seemed almost otherworldly. At that moment, a peculiar large bird approached from a distance. This bird was extraordinarily bizarre, with two enormous black iron nails embedded in its neck and heart. More astonishingly, it flew upside down, its back facing the ground and its belly exposed. This was the flying summoning beast of the animal path, known as the Eight-Span bird. Sasuke focused his gaze on the strange creature, noticing a man clad in an Akatsuki robe standing upon it. The animal path pain was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's appearance. However, self-proclaimed as a god, he quickly regained his composure and spoke in an utterly indifferent tone. "I do not care who you are. Leave the land of rain at once, or I shall take coercive measures against you." Sasuke smiled faintly, about to respond when their eyes met. Instantly, both their expressions shifted. Rinnegan? Chapter 47. Rinnegan. Sasuke was overwhelmed with shock. Why did this peculiar individual possess the Rinnegan? Could he also be a survivor of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke subsequently shook his head, dismissing this notion. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. The only ones still alive were himself and that detestable Itachi Uchiha. If this individual were truly a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly allow Itachi to join the Akatsuki? Never mind, none of this concerned him. At this moment, Sasuke was preoccupied with one singular matter. He addressed Pain, the beast before him, and demanded, "Where is Itachi Uchiha? Hand him over, and I may spare your lives." At that moment, Nagato, deep within the rain village, regained his composure. The opponent possessed the Rinnegan as well. What could this mean? Furthermore, he sought Itachi. What connection did he have with him? Suddenly, a realization struck him. The visage of this individual bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, and their ages aligned. Could he be Itachi's younger brother? Pain, standing before Sasuke, probed cautiously. "Are you Itachi Uchiha's brother, Sasuke Uchiha?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Sasuke replied, "Now that you know who I am, quickly surrender Itachi." Sasuke's tone irked Nagato, who fancied himself a deity. He was accustomed to speaking down to others. Yet today he found himself belittled by a mere child. Although his opponent also possessed the Rinnegan, it offered no justification for his disdain. Determined, he resolved that once he captured this boy, he would interrogate him regarding the origin of his Rinnegan. Such a perilous power was one that only he deserved to wield within the entire ninja realm. With this thought in mind, Pain swiftly formed hand seals, then struck the back of the giant bird, Achihiro, with his right hand, which landed on the ground beneath him. A cloud of white smoke rose, and at Pain's side materialized two more figures, clad in the same Akatsuki garb, adorned with matching black iron nails. Most importantly, these two also possessed the Rinnegan. They were the Hungry Ghost Path and the Azura Path. As the smoke dissipated, the Azura Path Pain was the first to act. He extended his right arm, akin to a mechanized puppet, unleashing a volley of rocket projectiles. 7 or 8 rockets shot forth, trailing long plumes of smoke as they hurtled towards Sasuke Uchiha. Although taken aback by the sudden appearance of two more Rinnegan wielders, Sasuke quickly regained his focus to defend himself. He infused his kunai with Chidori, then wielded the staff, taller than himself, to swat at the incoming rockets. The Chidori erupted like a blooming flower, radiating outward in all directions. Thunder enveloped the sky. and the approaching rockets were instantly engulfed. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets exploded mid-air, creating a vast cloud of smoke. Yet, the momentum of the Chidori remained unabated, breaking through the smoke barrier as it surged toward Pain. Standing on the back of Achihiro, the hungry ghost path Pain stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. Unfazed by the thunderous assault approaching him, he extended his arms, confronting the dense barrage of lightning head-on. As the thunderous energy made contact with the arm of the hungry ghost path Pain, it was instantaneously absorbed by his hands, dissipating into the ether in the blink of an eye. Sasuke observed this phenomenon with a grave expression. Could the Rinnegan possess such an effect? Having just awakened this ocular power, he had yet to delve into the full extent of its capabilities. Observing Pain's combat style would undoubtedly aid in the development of his own powers. At that moment, the Azura Path Pain sprouted 4 additional arms from its shoulders, while 2 faces manifested on either side of its head, resembling the legendary figure Neza, with its 3 heads and 6 arms. Furthermore, a serrated tail emerged from its back, glinting with a menacing sharpness. Upon completing its transformation, the Azura Path leaped towards Sasuke with incredible speed, catching him off guard and seizing hold of his body. Its grip was akin to that of an iron claw, firmly clutching Sasuke's shoulder and arm. Despite Sasuke's desperate struggles, he soon realized the immense strength of the Azura Path, rendering him unable to escape. In that perilous moment, the serrated tail lunged toward Sasuke's chest, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Just as doom seemed imminent, a flash of violet light emanated from Sasuke's eyes. Instantly, a repulsive force erupted from his being. Shinra Tensei. The Azura Path was violently propelled away, crashing to the ground with a bone-crushing thud. Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief. The awakening of his Rinnegan's ability had spared him from certain death. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the other 2 Rinnegan wielders had mysteriously vanished. With widened eyes, he scrutinized the area with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, he detected an anomaly on the ground. A section of space exhibited irregular distortions in light. Such distortions would elude the eyes of an ordinary person. But Sasuke's Rinnegan was far too perceptive to be deceived by such feeble camouflage. He swiftly descended from the air, heading directly toward the location where Pain was concealed. The Animal Path and Hungry Ghost Path, realizing they had been discovered, immediately launched their assault on Sasuke. The Animal Path summoned the formidable Stone Panda, renowned for its defensive prowess, to obstruct Sasuke's line of sight. Subsequently, a colossal hellhound was conjured, lunging at Sasuke with ferocity. Infuriated by the obstruction caused by the Stone Panda, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation. How could such a cowardly individual ascend to the position of leader, and even command Itachi Uchiha? In response to the advancing hellhound, Sasuke aimed his staff directly at the beast. With a swift motion, he struck, reducing the hellhound to a mass of shredded flesh. However, this played directly into Nagato's strategy, as the hellhound's unique ability allowed it to split upon being attacked, multiplying like cockroaches with each blow. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed quite young, lacking the wisdom to conserve energy when facing formidable adversaries. Let the hellhounds engage him first, exhausting his strength. Once he is thoroughly fatigued, I shall summon all the pain to vanquish him collectively. At that moment, Nagato sensed something amiss. The scattered remains of the hellhounds showed no signs of resurrection, appearing as though they were genuinely deceased. Attempting to exert control, he discovered an utter disconnection with the hellhound, reminiscent of the sensation experienced when a summoning beast perishes completely. Yet, how could this be? These hellhounds were creations of the Rinnegan, endowed with the essence of immortality. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that this Uchiha Sasuke also possessed the Rinnegan. Through the perspectives of the Animal Path and the Hungry Ghost Path, he scrutinized the tin staff in Sasuke's grasp. Could this weapon also be a creation of the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan-esque creations countered those of the Rinnegan, making sense of the situation. Henceforth, Nagato approached the ensuing battle with heightened caution. He was uncertain whether the Naraka Path could resurrect the staff if defeated. If not, the ramifications could be dire. Chapter 48. Kuro, targeting Sasuke. After a moment of contemplation, the Animal Path summoned a colossal bull from the shadows. As the bull charged toward him, Sasuke felt a wave of annoyance. This creature was akin to a sewer rat, persistently summoning beasts to vex him. He had come in search of Itachi Uchiha, not to engage in a game of hide and seek with this adversary. Since his opponent sought to prolong the encounter, he would unleash his most formidable technique to compel a confrontation. With this thought, Sasuke gradually ascended into the air. The rushing bull missed its target, staring up in bewilderment. Under the watchful gaze of the animal path, Sasuke soared to the heart of the hidden rain village. Subsequently, he stilled his aura, his chakra. Once as tumultuous as the ocean, now lay tranquil as a still pond. Observing Sasuke's condition through the animal path's perspective, Nagato's expression shifted dramatically. The flow of Sasuke's chakra was laid bare before his Rinnegan. His understanding of the Rinnegan left no room for doubt. Sasuke was poised to unleash the mighty Shinra Tensei, threatening to obliterate the hidden rain village. If the intent was merely to cause some destruction, he might tolerate it. However, given the magnitude of Sasuke's chakra and the intensity of their previous skirmish, it was evident that he possessed both the capability and audacity to annihilate the village. The hidden rain village was a sanctuary for Yahiko, Konan, and their hopes. It could not be allowed to fall to Uchiha Sasuke's whims. In a sudden burst, the animal path leapt from a shadowy corner, pressing its hand to the ground to summon the Deva path. Upon its arrival, the animal path collapsed to the ground. Nagato relinquished control of the other pain bodies, concentrating all his power on the Deva path. Subsequently, the Deva path ascended into the air, soaring directly toward the direction of Sasuke Uchiha. In the sky, Sasuke was poised for action, ready to unleash his wrath if his adversary did not reveal himself. At that moment, he noticed a man clad in the Akatsuki uniform, with orange short hair and his face adorned with iron nails. Indeed, it was the Deva path. As their eyes met, Sasuke discerned an unsettling truth. This individual seemed to be devoid of life. He then recalled the other figures he had encountered with Rinnegan. Each of them exuded no vitality. It became evident that they were mere puppets, with their true forms likely concealed somewhere within the rain village. As the Deva path prepared to speak, Sasuke interjected, demanding, "Take me to your true form." Acknowledging that he had been seen through, Nagato ceased his concealment and commanded the Deva path, "I recognize your strength. You are worthy of conversing with my true self." With that, the Deva path turned and flew away, with Sasuke closely in pursuit. In the distance, atop a large tree, Uchiha Obito, wearing a single-eyed vortex mask, gazed in shock toward Sasuke's direction. Originally, he had come to the rain village out of boredom, but what had he stumbled upon? Besides Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, another pair of Rinnegan had emerged. Furthermore, the individual possessing the Rinnegan, if he was not mistaken, was none other than Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. He could hardly believe that the Sasuke who, 5 years prior, could effortlessly slay 100 foes, had awakened the Rinnegan. At that moment, Kagaya's manifestation emerged from the shadows of a nearby tree, equally astonished as he gazed at the distant Sasuke Uchiha. His perspective, far surpassing that of Obito's, immediately recognized the uniqueness within Sasuke. The awakening of the Rinnegan was merely superficial. What truly unsettled him was the overwhelming power of the myriad phenomena residing within Sasuke. Only one who genuinely possessed this power could command the Rinnegan at will. As Sasuke was still young and had only recently awakened the Rinnegan, he was not yet adept in its use. However, once he became proficient, his strength would rival that of the notorious Otsutsuki brothers, Kagaya and her son, Ishiki. The horn sprouting from his head further attested to the fact that his bloodline had been fully awakened by the power of the myriad phenomena. Sasuke Uchiha was undoubtedly a more perfect vessel than Uchiha Madara. With Sasuke's physique, should he become the host of the Ten Tails, he could serve as the flawless instrument for his mother's resurrection, even without utilizing the infinite Tsukuyomi to reclaim all the chakra from the ninja world. With this thought, he was filled with exhilaration. Sasuke Uchiha was truly a miracle bestowed upon him by the heavens. Kagaya cast a discreet glance at Obito, standing beside him. Uncertain of how Obito would confront the impending circumstances, Konan inquired of Nagato as Sasuke soared towards the central tower. "Why must you meet him in person? His strength is formidable, should he choose to unleash his fury, given your current state." Nagato shook his head, replying, "Hiding away is not a solution. The emergence of a second pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world means that our plan to gather the tailed beasts will inevitably lead us to cross paths with him. Rather than engage in a fierce battle later, it would be prudent to draw him into our ranks now." At this juncture, Nagato cast a glance at the outer path golem looming behind him. If the adversary were to erupt into violence, it would be preferable to confront him here rather than outside. After hearing Nagato's words, Konan ceased to speak further. Before long, Deva Pathpain escorted Uchiha Sasuke to the central tower. Upon entering, Deva Pathpain led Sasuke down the staircase, descending deeper until they reached the lowest underground chamber, where Sasuke encountered the gaunt figure of Nagato. The two regarded each other keenly upon their first meeting. Sasuke was taken aback by the frail physique of one who possessed the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, he noted the enormous golem behind Nagato, which instilled a sense of danger within him. Nagato and Konan recognized Sasuke, and their immediate reaction was that he bore a striking resemblance to Itachi. Given the circumstances of his visit to the Hidden Rain village, it was likely that he sought Itachi Uchiha. Although Nagato had not closely followed the Uchiha clan's massacre, he was aware of the general details. Sasuke's fierce demeanor suggested he aimed to exact vengeance upon Itachi. Nagato contemplated whether to hand over Itachi in exchange for Sasuke's allegiance. Such a powerful and youthful individual could be a valuable successor should he one day unite the ninja world and face his own mortality. After a moment of silent appraisal, Sasuke spoke directly, "Where is Itachi Uchiha?" Nagato did not rush to answer. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation. After a protracted silence, under the scrutiny of Konan and Sasuke, Nagato gradually responded, "I do not know his current whereabouts, but I can summon him using ninjutsu." At Nagato's reply, a smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 49. Where there are people, there are grievances. As Sasuke envisioned slaying Itachi and using his formidable power to revive the Uchiha clan, Nagato spoke slowly. "I can assist you in bringing Itachi back, but you must agree to one condition." Sasuke furrowed his brow and retorted, "What condition?" Nagato replied, "I require you to join the Akatsuki and become the organization's next successor." Upon hearing this, Konan's expression shifted dramatically. "Nagato, what are you saying? How can we allow such an enigmatic individual to lead the Akatsuki?" Sasuke was taken aback. It was astonishing that this individual intended to relinquish the position of leader within the organization. What was his true motive? However, Sasuke had no desire to join such an enigmatic group, and he promptly declined, stating, "I have no interest in your organization. My sole aim is to find Itachi Uchiha and eliminate him." Upon hearing Sasuke's refusal, Nagato did not abandon his intention of recruiting him. He replied, "If you do not join the Akatsuki, I will not hand Itachi over to you." The atmosphere in the underground space grew tense once more. A palpable sense of murderous intent lingered in the air, while Konan discreetly relocated the explosive tags hidden in the river outside the rain village towards their position. Should negotiations fall apart, she would swiftly retreat with Nagato and detonate the tags. Sasuke clenched his fists, casting a hostile glare at Nagato. His gaze then shifted to the outer path golem behind Nagato, which emanated a chilling aura. The golem instilled in him an unsettling sense of threat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he yielded. The priority was to eliminate Itachi Uchiha, rather than engage in a futile struggle with this peculiar individual. Sasuke stated, "I can join your organization, but you must first deliver Itachi to me." Nagato acquiesced and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the Akatsuki. He began with the backgrounds of Yahiko, Konan, and himself, followed by the organization's ultimate goal. Initially, Sasuke was indifferent to the organization's motives, merely contemplating a convenient excuse to extricate himself after dealing with Itachi. However, upon learning of the Akatsuki's history and its aspiration to achieve peace within the ninja world, he felt a flicker of intrigue. This sentiment was, in fact, a common affliction among all shinobi. Each believed it their duty to strive for peace in the ninja world, feeling that if they failed to realize this peace, their lives would have been in vain. Yet, they never considered that they themselves were often the source of turmoil within that very world. For instance, during the confrontation between Sasuke and Nagato, how many innocent citizens of the Rain Village were ensnared in the chaos? Both Sasuke and Nagato were indifferent to such casualties, in their eyes. These losses were merely the necessary sacrifices for their ambitions. They had never contemplated the fates of these civilians, convinced that their own endeavors were of paramount importance. As for the ordinary populace, they could endure a little longer. The so-called peace espoused by these individuals was far from altruistic. It was not for the common people of the ninja world. It was purely a self-serving delusion, a means to assuage their own fantasies. Observing all of this unfold from behind a screen, Shinichi scoffed at these shinobi. How could a group trained from childhood to kill and wreak havoc possibly bring peace to the world? Even if the world were to maintain peace under the oppressive rule of a single individual, what would that truly signify? Sooner or later, the shinobi would once again wield their blades against the innocent. It is not only these warriors of death and destruction, even among ordinary people. Conflicts over interests will inevitably arise. The history of the Heavenly Dynasty spans 5 millennia, during which it has weathered countless trials and tribulations. No one comprehends human nature and the concept of peace more profoundly than the people of the Heavenly Dynasty. Wherever humanity exists, there will inevitably be grudges. Where there are grudges, conflict will follow. Conflict is an intrinsic element rooted deep within the marrow of humanity. Unless every individual is eradicated, it is impossible to eliminate this aspect entirely. Thus, Sinyan has never aspired to usher in peace within the ninja world, as he recognizes the futility of such aspirations. Even the tongue and teeth, over time, find themselves at odds. One can only imagine the discord among living beings. Therefore, it is wise to adopt a more carefree outlook, enjoy one's meals and drinks, and not let trivial matters weigh heavily on the heart. As for those who seek to bring peace to the ninja world, Sinyan chooses to keep a respectful distance from them. However, Sasuke does not share Sinyan's pragmatic perspective. Upon hearing Nagato's vision of a glorious future, he, still in the fervor of youth, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. I can join the Akatsuki organization, and after eliminating Uchiha Itachi, I too will strive to bring peace to the ninja world. After uttering these words, Sasuke casually found a place to sit. Nagato nodded in response and subsequently activated the body flicker technique. Far away in the land of vegetables, Uchiha Itachi suddenly sensed a surge of chakra emanating from the ring on his finger. At that moment, he was alone, taking refuge in an inn. Since his escape using the reverse summoning technique, he had been hiding in the land of vegetables, avoiding detection. He did not believe that Kisame could escape the clutches of Araki Sinyan. Thus, he had been awaiting the organization's word regarding a new teammate. The current summons must pertain to this matter. Who could his new partner be? After much contemplation, the most likely candidate seemed to be Scorpion. Both he and Scorpion had lost their original teammates. It was only reasonable for two lone wolves to form a new team. Seated cross-legged on the bed, he immersed his consciousness into the ring. In an instant, his awareness was transported to the fingertip of the Outer Path's golem. The moment his form solidified, he felt a terrifying aura of killing intent approaching. What was happening? Could it be that Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, sought to eliminate him in this moment? But this was merely a shadow created by his body flicker technique. Eliminating this shadow would serve no purpose. Uchiha Itachi turned curiously towards the source of the murderous intent. Upon seeing it, he was momentarily stunned. Not far away floated a small figure clad in a white robe, with pale skin, horns atop its head, and an unusual staff in hand. Most strikingly, this figure possessed a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Moreover, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke. Who could it possibly be? Before he could ponder further, Sasuke revealed the answer directly. Uchiha Itachi, you scoundrel, where are you now? Sasuke shouted in anger. Itachi, taken aback, recognized the voice and tone. It was undoubtedly his younger brother, Sasuke. He incredulously asked, You are Sasuke? What is going on? Sasuke sneered, Are you afraid, Itachi Uchiha? This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan that I awakened in order to defeat you. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Konan fell into deep contemplation. Could the awakening of the Rinnegan be related to the bloodline of the Uchiha clan? At that moment, she was reminded of the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. This man undoubtedly harbored sinister intentions. The Rinnegan must indeed be linked to the Uchiha bloodline. However, what connection did Nagato's awakening of the Rinnegan have with Uchiha Madara? Chapter 50. Is this the grave you have dug for yourself? Noticing that Itachi remained silent, Sasuke taunted. What's wrong? Are you pretending to be mute? Itachi paid no heed to Sasuke. His mind was preoccupied with the circumstances at hand. How did Sasuke come to be in the Akatsuki's base, and why did he possess the Rinnegan? Could it be that Sasuke had stolen the leader's eyes? That seemed unlikely. The leader's strength was formidable, and it was improbable that Sasuke could achieve such a feat. Could it be that Orochimaru had meddled with Sasuke in some way? Yet, why hadn't Orochimaru taken over Sasuke's body? Logically, with Sasuke now possessing the Rinnegan, Orochimaru would be unable to suppress his greedy desires. As he pondered, Sasuke suddenly moved, appearing before Itachi's shadow clone with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Sasuke seized the neck of Itachi's shadow clone, and a powerful chakra permeated through it. This chakra flowed into the ring held by Itachi and then, in a moment of vulnerability, infiltrated his body. After completing this act, Sasuke displayed a wicked smile. With this mark, no matter where Itachi fled, he would be able to draw him out. He then locked eyes with Itachi's shadow clone, mockingly stating, Itachi Uchiha, just wait. I will find you soon. With a surge of power from his right hand, Itachi's shadow clone dissipated like a soap bubble in the air. Far away in the land of vegetables, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Although he was unaware of what had transpired with Sasuke, He could ascertain that it was indeed Sasuke's will and not an invasion by another. It seemed Sasuke had acquired some fortuitous opportunity, granting him immense power. Sasuke appeared to have gone to the land of rain, threatening the leader to contact him. The leader was not one to easily compromise. A testament to the strength Sasuke now possessed. It appeared he had gained enough power to ensure his survival in the ninja world, rendering his previous plans somewhat superfluous. Moreover, with Sasuke now possessing the Rinnegan, it seemed he no longer required Itachi's eyes to complete that particular puzzle. At that moment, Itachi smiled. A genuine smile that emanated from his heart. After waiting so many years, he had finally reached this day. At last, the moment has arrived for me to atone for my past transgressions. Sasuke, thank you. In the land of rain, after marking Itachi, Sasuke leaped away from the hidden rain village. Nagato, witnessing Sasuke's departure, made no attempt to stop him. He believed that this young man would surely return, contributing to the peace of the shinobi world. Meanwhile, Konan let out a long sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Uchiha Sasuke might be impetuous enough to engage in a destructive confrontation with Nagato. It was not that she doubted Nagato's strength, but rather that such a conflict would be futile. Nagato's current state was exceedingly frail. Each time he utilized his true power, it came at the cost of his own life. Under such circumstances, even if he were to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, it would likely cost him half of his life, a price she deemed far too steep. To her, a peaceful resolution between the two parties was the most desirable outcome. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was merely a rogue ninja from Konoha. Should he perish at the hands of that young boy, it would be his own doing. In Konan's eyes, every member of the Akatsuki organization was nothing short of a notorious villain. Were it not for the necessity of gathering tailed beasts, she would not spare them a second glance. As she gazed at the soaring figure of Uchiha Sasuke in the distance, Obito quietly slipped into the Kamui space to pursue him. He wished to attempt drawing Sasuke into his own ranks using the intelligence he possessed about Uchiha Itachi. Such a formidable individual presented too great a variable if Sasuke were unwilling to join his cause. Then Obito would have to devise a means to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Sasuke's flight was remarkably swift. Within half an hour, he found himself above the land of vegetables. Following the trail of his own mark, he soared towards a remote forest within the region. The forest was dense, teeming with various venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. This was precisely why ninjas preferred to navigate among the treetops. Although these poisonous insects and beasts posed no real threat to ninjas, they were indeed a nuisance. Guided by the chakra response, Sasuke soon discovered a cylindrical structure. Towering several dozen meters high, with a diameter of around 20, it lacked windows, resembling a pole embedded in the earth. The roof was hemispherical, and the method of its construction remained a mystery. Upon entering the building, Sasuke followed the chakra signal through a series of twists and turns, ultimately arriving at a spacious chamber. As he opened the door, he beheld Uchiha Itachi seated regally in the main seat. At that moment, Itachi's gaze was calm and unwavering, and he spoke in a detached tone. "Sasuke, you have arrived." Sasuke, now restraining his turbulent aura, approached Itachi with a steady stride. "Is this the grave you have prepared for yourself? It seems a pity to bury a sinner such as yourself here." Itachi disregarded Sasuke's provocation and calmly inquired, "What is the nature of your Rinnegan? Has it been transplanted?" Sasuke replied with mockery, "What? Are you afraid? Ha! It matters not, for you shall soon be dead." This is the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution, a manifestation born from the awakening of my Uchiha bloodline. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted, and an expression of astonishment graced his otherwise impassive visage. Soon, a realization struck him, and he cast a shocked glance towards Sasuke. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, he had naturally perused the ancient texts of his lineage. Indeed, they recorded that the Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. However, he had previously dismissed this as mere folklore, a fanciful tale lacking substance. Which great ninja clan of the Warring States period did not harbor similar legends? Every family sought to glorify their ancestors in such a manner, and thus, he had paid little heed to these accounts upon his initial reading. Yet, in light of recent events, it became apparent that these were not baseless claims. Perhaps the Uchiha truly were the progeny of the Sage of Six Paths. He shook his head, a bitter smile forming within. The Uchiha had perished 5 years prior. What significance did it bear if they were indeed descendants of the sage? It appeared that this was indeed Sasuke's own awakened strength, rather than the result of external manipulation. His worry seemed somewhat excessive. With this realization, he felt free to depart. With this thought, he promptly rose to his feet. His hands moved in a graceful dance, performing the necessary seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, hurtling towards Uchiha Sasuke from all directions. Though small in size, these fireballs packed considerable power. A direct hit would not guarantee survival. Itachi aimed to gauge Sasuke's current strength, deploying this jutsu without holding back. As the Phoenix fire technique approached, a smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Such trivial tactics were indeed beneath him. Chapter 51. Who is Uchiha Sasuke? I do not recognize him at all. Unperturbed, Sasuke raised his right hand, targeting the incoming flames. At the very moment the Phoenix fire technique was about to reach him, his hand resembled a swirling black vortex, absorbing the flames entirely into his palm. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It is indeed formidable. Itachi marveled sincerely. Unmoved by Itachi's praise, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the same jutsu in return. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Identical fireballs erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Observing the approaching projectiles, Uchiha Itachi rapidly formed his seals. Subsequently, a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This was the first jutsu Itachi had ever mastered. While its rank was not particularly high, its destructive power was immense. He intended to overwhelm Sasuke's Phoenix fire with this grand fireball. Unexpectedly, at the moment of collision, the towering fireball was instantly shattered into fragments by the Phoenix fire technique. Subsequently, Sasuke's Phoenix fire surged forth with unrelenting momentum towards Itachi Uchiha. Realizing that his fireball had failed to achieve the desired effect, Itachi swiftly evaded the attack. With the grace of a swallow, he maneuvered like a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly dodging all the Phoenix fire. Seeing this, Sasuke flashed forward, closing the distance to Itachi. With his staff, he swept horizontally, aiming directly at Itachi's chest. Itachi, drawing a kunai from his cloak, attempted to block the strike. However, upon impact, the kunai disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. Startled, Itachi quickly retreated to avoid this lethal blow. Sensing his advantage, Sasuke unleashed a relentless barrage with his six-paths staff upon Itachi, forcing him into a defensive position. As the battle wore on, Itachi's stamina waned, while Sasuke grew stronger with each passing moment. No, more accurately, Sasuke's control over his own strength became increasingly precise. Although he had been powerful before, it was akin to a child wielding a sharp blade, capable of inflicting harm, yet unable to fully harness his potential. Through his confrontation with Itachi, Sasuke began to adapt to his own burgeoning power. Meanwhile, Itachi found himself struggling more and more. His physical condition had deteriorated due to illness. Not long ago, he had been compelled to summon Susanoo against Shinichi, and now he felt even more weakened. Yet, a sense of joy blossomed within him as he witnessed Sasuke's prowess, which surpassed his wildest expectations. With such strength, Sasuke had achieved a level of self-sufficiency in the ninja world. Once, Itachi had harbored deep concerns about his younger brother. Now, he felt a sense of relief knowing Sasuke had surpassed him. However, there remained one final task: to reveal to Sasuke the ultimate power that the Uchiha clan had instilled fear in the ninja world. With a thought, a crimson skeletal structure materialized around him. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke instinctively retreated. Susanoo continuously solidified, culminating in the emergence of a towering, 30-foot crimson giant before Sasuke. Do you see this, Sasuke? This is the power I obtained from the slaughter of our clan. It was this very strength that Uchiha Madara used to pacify the shinobi world. Its name is Susanoo. The size and chakra quality of Susanoo momentarily surprised Sasuke. Yet he quickly regained his composure, gazing at Itachi's Susanoo with a sense of reverie. Is this the power earned with the blood of the innocent? How ironic, how foolish. With that, he declared, then allow me to show you my strength. As his words fell, a purple Susanoo manifested around him. The towering purple giant rose from the ground, instantly piercing a significant hole in the cylindrical structure. Sasuke and Itachi, manipulating their Susanoo, leaped out of the building and onto the open ground. At that moment, Itachi finally beheld the full form of Sasuke's Susanoo. Standing several hundred meters tall, unlike his own half-formed Susanoo, Sasuke's manifestation was truly complete. Remarkably, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from Sasuke's Susanoo, their span capable of shading the entire sky. Floating within the forehead of his Susanoo, Sasuke gazed down at Uchiha Itachi with an indifferent expression. Do you see it, Uchiha Itachi? This is the disparity in our powers. akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Itachi was indeed taken aback, yet a wave of joy surged within him. Sasuke, you have grown. He looked up at the sky-shrouding Susanoo, feeling that dying here would not be so bad after all. He maneuvered his own red half-formed Susanoo, preparing to strike Sasuke with a punch. Itachi refrained from employing the Tensigen, fearing it might harm Sasuke. Witnessing Itachi's determination to resist despite the circumstances, Sasuke's patience finally waned. With a mere thought, the towering Susanoo drew its long sword from its waist, poised to cleave Itachi into fragments. Both struck simultaneously, the blade and fist drawing nearer. The relief on Itachi's face contrasted beautifully with the impending joy of revenge on Sasuke's visage, creating a stunning tableau. Observing this masterpiece, Shinichi felt tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. It seemed the time had come. Uchiha Sasuke, your 6 Paths experience card has expired. With that, Shinichi snapped his fingers, and Sasuke felt an abrupt dissipation of power within him, plummeting straight down from the sky. The massive Susanoo vanished in an instant, dissipating into the ether. Unfortunately for Sasuke, he landed precisely in the path of the red Susanoo's fist. The thunderous crash resonated, followed by a sickening sound as blood mist sprayed into the air, Sasuke's body shattering into several pieces and soaring into the distance. Itachi stood in stunned silence, watching Sasuke's remnants fly away, his mind blank, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. What had happened to Sasuke? Why had he suddenly dispelled his Susanoo? And why had he collided with his own fist? Gazing at the lifeless form that had fallen to the ground, now unrecognizable, Itachi found himself devoid of thought. Meanwhile, Shinichi, who had been observing, inadvertently sprayed his drink onto the screen. What on earth happened to Sasuke? The positioning was too fortuitous. He had only intended to reclaim Sasuke's power at the peak of his pride to give him a surprise. Little did he expect that the show-off would deliver a surprise of his own, directly leading to his demise. Itachi's punch had been delivered with full force, as he believed Sasuke had the strength to withstand it without injury. After all, this was the Susanoo capable of crushing Danzo into a pulp in the original story. One full-powered punch would likely be too much even for the third Raikage, let alone the delicate and graceful Uchiha Sasuke. Sinian hastily shut down the screen, feigning nonchalance. Uchiha Sasuke? I have no idea who that is. Chapter 52. The blind believer of the unfathomable deity. After a considerable time, Uchiha Itachi abruptly regained his senses. Had Sasuke truly succumbed to his own punch? An overwhelming tide of rage and regret surged within him. He stumbled toward Sasuke's lifeless form, his features contorted, his demeanor frenzied. Utterly devoid of the calm composure he once possessed, he could hardly accept that his beloved younger brother had perished so easily. This was the brother he held dear, one who had awakened the Rinnegan, surpassing even himself in power. How could he have possibly died in such a manner? Upon reaching Sasuke's side, he scrutinized the situation closely. The body lay shattered into numerous pieces, scattered around, no longer resembling a human form. There was no breath in his nostrils, and his heart had ceased to beat. Uchiha Itachi was engulfed in anguish. Sasuke was dead. His only source of emotional solace had vanished. He collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was at a loss for what to do next. At this moment, nothing was more sorrowful than a heart that had died. Just then, Sasuke's corpse stirred slightly. The movement was exceedingly faint, imperceptible to an ordinary person. Yet, Uchiha Itachi, a seasoned ninja, immediately sensed the anomaly. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he rushed to Sasuke's side. Just as he was about to assess Sasuke's condition, he witnessed Sasuke's mouth suddenly stretch open to an exaggerated degree. Realizing the implication, Itachi instinctively recoiled a few steps. From within Sasuke's mouth, an eerily pale hand emerged, followed by a shoulder and a head. A complete figure, dripping with a viscous, wet substance, extricated itself from Sasuke's mouth. Once this figure emerged, Sasuke's body resembled nothing more than a lifeless skin, crumpled and discarded on the ground. Itachi stared, wide-eyed, at the individual before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, yet exuded an entirely different aura. The air crackled with a chilling and sinister chakra, and the golden serpent-like eyes, adorned with purple shadows, revealed the identity of this being. Itachi inquired directly, "Are you Orochimaru?" "Huh. As expected of you, Itachi-kun, you discern my identity at a glance." Far more perceptive than that dull old man Sarutobi, Orochimaru acknowledged, commending Uchiha Itachi's keen insight. By this point, Itachi had regained his composure, his expression reverting to its previous icy demeanor. "You orchestrated what happened to Sasuke just now, didn't you?" Orochimaru smirked coldly. "That was not my doing. After all, Your recent strike was exceedingly ferocious. It could very well have resulted in Sasuke-kun's genuine demise. I certainly do not wish for this flawless physique to be vanquished by Itachi with but a single blow. At this juncture, Orochimaru paused momentarily, then chuckled and remarked, "However, I can surmise who is behind this mischief. I wonder if Itachi is curious to know?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Itachi replied, "Speak." Orochimaru continued with a smirk. "I wonder if Itachi has ever heard of Araki Yoshihiko. The reason Sasuke was able to awaken the Rinnegan is entirely due to this individual. Based on my conjecture, it is likely that this person is also responsible for Sasuke's sudden loss of power." Upon hearing the name Araki Yoshihiko, Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that man again? Is this a form of retribution against himself? Nevertheless, such matters are of little importance at present. The priority now is to facilitate Sasuke's reclamation of his body. The issue concerning Araki Yoshihiko can be postponed. He cast a glance at Orochimaru, who was observing him with a mocking gaze from a short distance away, and a plan began to form in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he concealed his face with his wide sleeves, preventing Orochimaru from perceiving the tears he was wiping away. Orochimaru smiled inwardly. Indeed, Itachi is still youthful, not wishing to reveal a vulnerable side in front of others. Subsequently, Itachi lowered his hand, revealing a black crow that had perched upon his shoulder, concealed by his sleeve. Orochimaru immediately took note of this crow, particularly its left eye, which was strikingly peculiar, entirely blood-red with a pinwheel shape at its center. In an instant, Orochimaru realized that this was a Mangekyou Sharingan. Where did Itachi acquire another's Mangekyou Sharingan? It was evident that Orochimaru was unaware of Uchiha Shisui possessing such an eye. Very few were privy to this information. Only a handful of high-ranking individuals in Konoha were aware. The ninja world recognized Uchiha Shisui as a formidable Uchiha ninja. Yet they were oblivious to his awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. As Orochimaru regained his composure, it was already too late to evade. The moment his gaze met that of the crow's Kodo Amatsukami, Itachi had already executed his genjutsu. Instantly, a powerful mental force surged into Orochimaru's mind. He felt as though his consciousness was being invaded, yet he could not identify the source of this intrusion. Itachi exhaled softly, relieved that Sasuke was temporarily out of danger. He had cast upon Orochimaru a genjutsu named True Sasuke. Henceforth, as long as Sasuke's will revives, Orochimaru's mental influence will promptly return control of the body to Sasuke. At that time, with Sasuke's formidable strength, he will undoubtedly be able to expel Orochimaru's foreign spirit from his body. After accomplishing this, Uchiha Itachi smiled with a sense of resolution, saying, "It is over, Orochimaru." Witnessing Itachi's composed demeanor, Orochimaru could not help but taunt, "Itachi, are you not rejoicing too prematurely? Although I am uncertain about your actions towards me, it is evident that it is merely an illusion cast by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such a triviality as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. And yet Itachi appears overly confident." Upon hearing this, Itachi's pupils constricted as he witnessed the sudden transformation in Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes. A pair of eyes emanating an eerie purple light, the Rinnegan, materialized within Orochimaru's gaze. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi discerned that the Kodo Amatsukami illusion had been dispelled by Orochimaru. So, this illusion is known as Kodo Amatsukami? The ability to alter a person's thoughts without a sound is indeed a terrifying technique. However, regrettably, no matter how formidable this illusion may be, it is still merely a manifestation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Before my Rinnegan, it is laughably trivial. Orochimaru cackled arrogantly. Itachi gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer contend with Orochimaru. Furthermore, Orochimaru sensed that Sasuke's body was exceedingly weak at that moment. Shinhiko had already retracted the power of the All-Creation. Without the enhancement of the All-Creation, the burden on the user of the Rinnegan is considerably severe. Orochimaru mused, "It seems I must research the cells of Hashirama upon my return. The Rinnegan is undoubtedly powerful, yet its chakra consumption is excessively intense. No wonder pain." The leader of the Akatsuki appeared so frail. "If I do not swiftly enhance my physical condition, Sasuke's body may not endure." Chapter 53. Oh no. I have become a clone. At this juncture, Orochimaru began to feel the inclination to retreat. He had acquired the perfect body he desired, which greatly satisfied him. Initially, he sought merely a youthful body with Uchiha blood, but unexpectedly, he had also obtained a pair of Rinnegan. The spoils exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he saw no reason to linger in battle. Once he completed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, he could return to deal with Uchiha Itachi at his leisure. With this in mind, Orochimaru's body gradually sank into the earth. Itachi, expressionless, gazed in the direction where Orochimaru had descended, making no attempt to forcibly intervene. He understood that his body had reached its limit, and any hasty actions would not guarantee victory over his opponent. The only course of action now was to tend to his injuries and then devise a plan. After watching Orochimaru depart, Uchiha Itachi also turned and vanished from the scene. At this moment, a thought began to form in his mind, though he was uncertain of its potential for success. After both had left, the battlefield, once shrouded in smoke, was left in silence. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized, and Uchiha Obito emerged from it. He contemplated the direction Orochimaru had fled. At that moment, a carnivorous plant, the pitcher plant, emerged from the ground, revealing Kuro and Shiro. The pitch-black Kuro opened its mouth and spoke, "Obito, how much truth do you think there is in Orochimaru's words?" Kuro was naturally referring to the matter concerning Araki Shinhiko. The notion that Uchiha Sasuke could awaken the Rinnegan sounded utterly absurd. With the profound insights gained from his millennium-long infiltration in the shinobi world, only her mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, who once wielded the power of the Ten Tails, could achieve such feats. Even the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki could not match such prowess. Was it possible that Araki Shinkichi was a being of the same caliber as Kaguya and Hagoromo? Black Zetsu shook his head in denial of his own conjecture. How could a mere native of the shinobi world compare to his mother, an entity from beyond? As he pondered these thoughts, Obito remarked, "Regardless of the truth behind his words, we must keep a close eye on this Araki Shinkichi. A non-Uchiha capable of utilizing the Kenjutsu of the Void must harbor some secrets. If feasible, it would be prudent to eliminate such an unstable factor." Black Zetsu replied, "You need not concern yourself with Araki Shinkichi. During this period, focus on Nagato and ensure he remains oblivious to the secret of the Rinnegan." Obito's expression soured. The will of Uchiha Madara spoke to him in a commanding tone. It was he who now pulled the strings behind the scenes in the shinobi world, not Madara, who lay in the Pure Land. Ignoring Black Zetsu, Obito activated his Kamui and departed. Seeing Obito's demeanor, Black Zetsu felt a tinge of resentment. Why did Uchiha Madara choose such an individual? So many years had passed, and Obito showed no inclination of resurrecting Madara. It seemed he had resolved to forge his own path, independent of Madara. Frankly, Black Zetsu held little faith in Obito, deeming him a fool. The resurrection of Uchiha Madara appeared to be a futile hope with Obito at the helm. Turning away, he sought means to counter Araki Shinkichi. Though lacking the strength of Hagoromo or Kinshiki, his millennia of experience was not without merit. He had already conceived a method to ensure Araki Shinkichi's disappearance from the world of shinobi. Now, he needed to assess the feasibility of this plan. At that moment, in the land of Rice, Orochimaru suddenly shuddered, his face betraying disbelief. Having waited too long for Sasuke's body, he could no longer contain his impatience and sought a suitable subject to replace it. Just after the body swap was complete, the Tengu Seal's soul fragment left within Sasuke unexpectedly revived. Initially, his plan entailed using the impure world reincarnation technique to seize Sasuke's body. However, he had not anticipated that this soul fragment would autonomously resurrect while Sasuke lingered on the brink of death. Yet, this was not the most frustrating aspect. The most exasperating fact was that this fragment had attained the very Uchiha Sasuke he had longed for. Moreover, the current Sasuke surpassed his expectations, having awakened the Rinnegan. What Orochimaru had desperately yearned for but could not obtain was now possessed by his own fragment upon revival. How profoundly unjust was the hand of fate. In that instant, a grave realization struck him. His clone did not maintain a strict master-servant distinction with his original self. In other words, the clone was originally intended to serve as a replacement for the original upon its demise. Now, he found himself with a fragmented soul and a makeshift body. In contrast, the clone occupied the body of Uchiha Sasuke, who had awakened the Rinnegan. Curiously, the clone's hands and soul appeared intact, showing no signs of having been sealed. Orochimaru twitched his lips. Strictly speaking, it seemed as if I had become the clone. At that moment, Kabuto approached Orochimaru. Upon seeing him, Kabuto spoke, "Lord Orochimaru, the sound for our being ensnared by the leaf ninjas. Should we send someone to assist them?" Hearing Kabuto's words, Orochimaru's gaze turned frigid as he replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. A bunch of useless fools who can't even bring back Sasuke. What purpose do they serve?" At that moment, Orochimaru was seething with rage, feeling utterly helpless as he, once the original, had suddenly become a mere clone. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, sensing that Lord Orochimaru was not in a good mood. What could have transpired? Meanwhile, in a forest within the Land of Fire, the Sound Four found themselves surrounded and trapped by a pursuing squad of Leaf Ninjas. This pursuit team was entirely different from that in the original narrative. In addition to the exceptionally talented Genin Naruto and Shikamaru, they were joined by several elite Jonin, including Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaring, and the Sound Four ultimately found themselves in dire straits. As they were encircled, Naruto stepped forward and shouted, "You scoundrels, where have you hidden Sasuke?" The most hot-headed among the Sound Four, Zaku, erupted in anger, retorting at Naruto, "How many times must we say it? We have never seen Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto was about to respond when Shikamaru intervened, placing a hand on his shoulder. "There's no need to waste words, Naruto. Once we defeat them, we can let the village's ninjas probe their memories to uncover everything," Shikamaru stated. With that, Naruto ceased his protests and charged into battle alongside the Sound Four. Seeing Naruto take the initiative, the others followed suit, and a fierce clash ensued from dusk until dawn. With the fall of the strongest among them, Kadamaru, it signified the victory of the Leaf Ninjas. The strength of the Sound Four had exceeded the expectations of the Leaf Ninjas. Initially hoping to capture them alive, they ultimately had no choice but to eliminate the quartet. After bringing the bodies back to the Leaf Sumbu, the interrogation team commenced their investigation of the Four's minds. However, the results were disappointing. The previous claims of the Four were indeed the truth. They had no knowledge of Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts. Sitting atop the Hokage rock, Naruto gazed at the sunset, lost in thought. "Sasuke, where have you wandered off to?" Chapter 54. The Traitor and the Tyrant. A week later, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the Land of Teeth. At the forefront was a diminutive old man in his 70s, standing at just over a meter tall. His bald head was either a result of hair loss or a deliberate shave. Tied atop his head was a bun, reminiscent of a samurai from an island nation. This old man was none other than Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth. At that moment, he floated at the front of the group, his expression one of displeasure. Following Inoki were two companions, one named Akatsuchi, a burly man towering over 2 meters, and the other named Moth, whose well-proportioned physique and honest appearance gave him an unassuming charm. The trio advanced toward the capital of the Land of Teeth in silence, Inoki seething with anger. A few days prior, a letter had been delivered to him by a flying ninja, marked as sent from the Land of Teeth. Initially, Inoki dismissed it as merely a task assignment. However, upon opening the envelope, the contents caused his blood pressure to soar. The Magon squad had failed their mission and had been captured by the enemy. Yet, this was not the source of Inoki's ire. He had experienced failure himself and would not chastise his subordinates for such. What truly infuriated him was that the captors had the audacity to demand a ransom from a Wagakure after seizing the Magon squad. How could anyone dare to extort at Tsuchikage? Had the ninja world forgotten the name of Inoki, the Tsuchikage, due to his prolonged absence from action? He had come in person to uncover the identity of this audacious foe. The trio entered the capital of the Land of Teeth with unabashed confidence. Kawabata Yazunari, the current lord of the Land of Teeth, naturally came out to greet them. Upon their meeting, Inoki scoffed, "Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. I never imagined that the humble Land of Teeth would dare to provoke the 5 great nations." Yazunari quickly replied with a forced smile, "Your Excellency, the Tsuchikage. How could you say such a thing? Even with 10 times my courage, I would not dare to challenge the Land of Earth." Inoki let out a cold laugh and then produced a letter from within his robes, tossing it to Kawabata Yazunari. As Yazunari caught the letter, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He recognized the hasty handwriting at a glance. What trickery was Araki Nabahiko up to? Capturing ninja from the 5 great nations should either result in their immediate execution or their release as a gesture of goodwill. Instead, this man had the gall to demand a ransom. It was as if he had ground the face of a Wagakure into the dirt. What was to be done? Should he consider betraying Araki Nabahiko? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Since ascending to the position of lord, he had instigated a reckoning within the Land of Teeth, dealing with numerous influential figures, including those involved in the assassination attempt on his second son. These individuals either met their demise at their own hands or fled with their riches to foreign lands. Among them were several who sought out ninjas to assassinate themselves. However, due to the protection of Araki Nabahiko, all their attempts ended in failure. It was precisely because of Araki Nabahiko's safeguarding that he felt emboldened to take decisive actions against the unruly noblemen within the Land of Teeth. Should Araki Nobuhiko fall from grace, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, either being overthrown by the collusion of local aristocrats or being targeted for assassination. In essence, Araki Nobuhiko must not falter. Contemplating this, he began to devise a strategy, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. The group of Awagakure ninjas had been apprehended while attempting to assassinate him. As a prominent daimyo, it would not be unreasonable to demand compensation for emotional distress from such an affront. Resolute in his decision, Kawabata Yazunari feigned an expression of indignation and said, "Lord Tsuchikage, even if you do not seek me out, I wish to address this matter with you. Are you aware that the ninjas of Awagakure attempted to ambush me?" Upon hearing this, Naka's countenance darkened. He was fully aware of the situation, as it was he who had assigned the task to the Magon squad. In truth, this act was quite dishonorable. Major ninja villages like the 5 great shinobi nations typically refrain from undertaking assassination missions against the political leaders of other nations, as such actions jeopardize the delicate political equilibrium of the shinobi world. The 5 great nations, each with their own daimyos, feared that rampant assassinations could lead to their own downfall. Thus, a consensus was reached among the 5 great nations to avoid openly accepting assassination tasks against high-ranking officials of other countries. Nonetheless, clandestine operations still occurred, for the 5 great nations needed to sustain themselves. However, this time Awagakure faced a setback. Not only did the assassination attempt fail, but they also ended up capturing a living target. Should this incident become public, it would undoubtedly tarnish Awagakure's reputation. Yet, Noki was no ordinary figure. A veteran of the shinobi world for decades, his resolve was as solid as the walls of a fortress. He possessed his own methods for dealing with these small nations that resisted his authority while attempting to complicate matters. A tremendous surge of chakra emanated from Naka's being, overwhelming the soldiers of the Land of Teeth, who suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing down upon them. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Kawabata Yazunari, terrified, lost all color from his face and stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Accompanying Noki, MF quietly asked Akatsuchi, "Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, he is a daimyo." Akatsuchi replied softly, "It's all right. Our actions are for their own good. A little chastisement of these small nations will foster peace and unity within the shinobi world." Observing Kawabata Yazunari's disheveled state, Noki felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the attitude befitting a minor nation. Surely, after this incident, the newly appointed daimyo of the Land of Teeth would submit to Awagakure's authority. Noki regained his composure, hovering in the air as he gazed down at the seated Kawabata Yazunari. With an authoritative tone, he commanded, "Take me to meet that traitorous ninja. I shall see what manner of individual dares to provoke Awagakure." At such a command, Kawabata dared not protest. With the assistance of his attendants, he shakily rose to his feet and led Noki and his companions toward the residence of Nobuhiko Araki. Upon witnessing Kawabata's current state of disarray, the common folk averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Since the ascendance of this new lord, his methods had been exceedingly brutal, resulting in a cascade of noble heads rolling in the Land of Tooth. In hushed whispers, Kawabata had already earned the moniker of a tyrant. Observing the demeanor of the townspeople along the way, Naka's suspicions deepened. This Araki Nobuhiko, the rogue ninja from Konohagakure, was evidently in collusion with this tyrant. The two of them ruthlessly suppressing the nation, entwined in their treachery. How decayed Konohagakure had become, allowing such audacious traitors to emerge without sending anyone to eradicate them. It was apparent that Konohagakure had grown exceedingly weak. Yet, on further reflection, he sighed. He had mocked Konohagakure's decay, but was Awagakure any different? The village was now in a state of transition, with the new generation of ninjas utterly incapable of bearing the weight of responsibility, leaving a septuagenarian like him to toil for Awagakure. As he was lost in thought, Kawabata halted before a courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he approached the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. No response came from within, indicating that Araki Nobuhiko was likely still slumbering. Truly, one had to marvel at this fellow's quality of sleep, surpassing even that of a pig. Just as he contemplated knocking again, Noki signaled to Akatsuchi beside him. Akatsuchi understood immediately, stepping forward to pull Kawabata aside. The sudden tug nearly caused Kawabata to lose his balance, yet he swallowed his words, knowing that he must not resist. With a decisive strike, Akatsuchi punched the wooden door, shattering it into a multitude of splinters. Meanwhile, Nobuhiko, ensconced in the realm of dreams, was traversing a rather provocative trial. A ponytailed girl clad in a black secretary outfit sat upon his lap, playfully tracing her fingers across his chest. "Boss, help me out here. I'm feeling a bit ticklish," she cooed, her voice as sweet as honey, while she playfully rubbed against his thigh. At that moment, Nabahiko was struggling to endure. The dream was far too vivid and explicit. It was a scenario he had concocted for himself before sleep, intending merely to challenge his own vulnerabilities. Little did he know that his defenses would prove so pliable, leaving him on the brink of surrender. With his formidable mental fortitude, he could easily extricate himself from this dream, but who would willingly awaken from such a tantalizing reverie? No wonder Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito are so eager to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. In Shinhiko's mind, he envisioned a scene where the two were immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi, one cradling Rin Noara while the other embraced Hashirama Senju. At that moment, a girl feigned fanning herself and sweetly remarked, "It's truly hot today." Following her words, she began to unbutton her shirt, with each button undone. She seemed to draw closer to the World Cup. Shinhiko felt a surge of excitement, his face flushing with a foolish expression. He quickly shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts, silently reminding himself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." He cautiously opened one eye to glimpse the secretary girl, who had completely unbuttoned her blouse. Goodness, what nonsense about emptiness and form. To hell with being a righteous man. I want to be a rogue. With devilish claws extended. He lunged towards the girl's chest. The girl, like a delicate lamb, closed her eyes. Just as Shinhiko was about to succeed, a thunderous voice echoed in his mind. "Araki Shinhiko, get out here." The shout reverberated through the air, imbued with a powerful chakra. Startled by the roar, Shinhiko instinctively reached for his pants, only to realize they were indeed on him. It had all been a dream. He sat up in bed, a frown etched on his face. Who the hell was that? Yelling in broad daylight? Can't a person get some sleep? Furiously, he stormed out of his room and bellowed, "Which bastard is shouting for no reason? Don't you have any sense of public decency?" Hovering in the air, Inoki appraised the rogue ninja from Konoha, Shinhiko. His appearance was unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, but he exuded a peculiar aura, akin to a poorly mixed batch of cement. He wore a set of green dinosaur pajamas. And though his face exhibited anger, a hint of despondency lingered. Inoki frowned. This fellow hardly seemed like a formidable opponent. He glanced at Kawakatsu Yashikata, wondering if this man was toying with him. Then, turning back, Inoki uncertainly inquired, "You are the rogue ninja Araki Shinhiko who defeated Megon?" Hearing someone speak from above, Shinhiko looked up to see a frail old man floating in the air, addressing him condescendingly. He immediately recognized this as Inoki, the leader of a Wagakure. At this time, no one but this old man could float unaided. Shinhiko raised his head and questioned, "Were you the one shouting outside just now? Have you nothing better to do? You old fool. Yelling in broad daylight. What nonsense is this? Are you trying to summon spirits or mourning someone? Did your father die or your mother?" Upon hearing this, Naka's expression darkened significantly. This impudent brat was utterly lacking in manners, daring to insult him so brazenly. He thundered, "You insolent child, show some respect. I am the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. Do you believe I won't cast you into the Umbu interrogation unit, where you will beg for mercy yet find none?" With a mocking grin, Araki Nabahiko retorted, "Oh, I'm so frightened. I apologize for my earlier misstep. Please, don't let your temper flare. If you were to die of rage here, it would be akin to an object falling from the sky." Fuming with indignation, Noki shot back, "You audacious whelp. How dare you speak so recklessly?" He then clasped his hands before him in a pose reminiscent of cradling a basketball. A square, transparent energy form materialized in his grasp. "Araki Nabahiko, prepare to meet your demise." Dust release, separation of the original world. The transparent square crystal transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards Nabahiko. Noki had resolved to eliminate this detestable brat. This scoundrel was a rogue from Konohagakure. Even if he were to slay him, the Leaf Village would remain silent. In fact, this incident could serve as a pretext to incite war. After executing the dust release technique, Noki nonchalantly placed his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent as he regarded Araki Nabahiko. The latter, however, merely yawned lazily. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pink sphere materialized in his palm. This pink orb floated before him, unfurling into a pink disc. Naka's brows furrowed tightly. This was a technique he had never encountered before. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Although unfamiliar, it was evident that this brat intended to use the pink disc to counter his dust release. Noki couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, the audacity of youth. It had been ages since he had come across someone foolish enough to attempt to block his dust release with ninjutsu. The last time was with Shimura Danzo. That arrogant fool, who ended up losing an arm and becoming a rat in the sewers, forced to conduct his unsavory dealings in secrecy. In his ignorance, this child dared to dissolve before his dust release. Noki was taken aback by the sight before him. The once invincible dust release collided with the pink disc, gliding over it as if a gentle breeze had passed, failing to disturb the pink disc in the slightest. Naki's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him momentarily speechless. The accompanying Akatsuchi and FN also stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene. How could this be? The strongest attack in the ninja world, the dust release, was effortlessly blocked by Araki Nabahiko. This moment shattered the perceptions of all present. Chapter 56, Bang. The dust release was a fusion of 3 types of chakra nature transformations. Ordinary ninjutsu, not even capable of withstanding it, would be utterly obliterated upon mere contact. Just then, the Iwagakure shinobi contemplated another possibility, their eyes widening as they gazed at the pink energy in Nabahiko's hand, as if they had witnessed a ghost. At this moment, Nabahiko had retracted the object back into his body. This item was sticky and cumbersome. It was preferable to keep it within oneself when not in use. Akatsuchi swallowed hard and tremulously addressed Moth. Do you think that jutsu might also be a bloodline elimination technique? Moth shook his head, responding, it is difficult to ascertain. After all, the only universally acknowledged bloodline elimination technique in the ninja world is dust release. There have been no reports of any other such techniques, making it hard to speculate. At that moment, Noki found himself in a precarious situation. His opponent possessed the ability to counter him, making the outcome of their confrontation uncertain. Moreover, he harbored a deep aversion to engaging in battle, particularly given that Iwagakure was currently in a vulnerable state. Should he encounter any misfortune, the village's strength would significantly wane. Just then, several figures approached from a short distance away. Everyone turned to see that it was Meigon, Ridu, and Fushishi. The trio immediately spotted Noki hovering in the air. Meigon promptly bowed, exclaiming, Jonin Meigon pays respects to Lord Tsuchikage. Noki nodded slightly, and then glided down to Meigon's side, saying, there is no need for such formalities. Please relay all the information you have regarding Araki Nabahiko. Without hesitation, Meigon recounted everything he knew in detail. During his narration, he also mentioned Deidara, which made Noki shake his head. Although Deidara had turned rogue, he was still his student. Furthermore, Deidara had not caused any harm to the village after his defection. Noki had even hoped that Deidara would one day return to Iwagakure. Alas, he was met with the news of Deidara's demise. What a pity. At that moment, Nabahiko stepped forward and remarked, Old man, you're here to redeem those 3. Aren't you? The price has already been set, 30 million for that Jonin, and 10 million each for the 2 Chunin. The total is 50 million Ryo. And we only accept cash, no cards. With that, Nabahiko extended his hand, striking a pose as if to collect money. Noki chuckled in exasperation. This audacious young lad still had the gall to think of money at such a time. Ignoring Nabahiko's outstretched hand, he exchanged a knowing glance with the astute Moth. Understanding the cue, Moth immediately began assessing the condition of Meigon and his companions. Feeling ignored, Nabahiko awkwardly retracted his hand, crossing his arms as he awaited their response. 20 minutes later, Moth, with a peculiar expression, addressed Noki, saying, Lord Tsuchikage, there is something strange. Meigon and his companions broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Ridu forced a smile and said, Jonin Moth, please don't jest. What could possibly be strange about us? Noki inquired in a grave tone. What do you mean by strange? Is there an issue with the seals on them? Moth shook his head, replying, it is not a matter of how difficult the seals are to break. Rather, there are no seals within them at all. The atmosphere became awkward instantly, and Ridu's temper flared. He pointed an accusatory finger at Nabahiko, shouting, You bastard. Previously, one had vehemently declared that a curse had been placed upon us, assuring that should we leave the capital, we would perish in an explosive demise. It turns out that you have never employed such a curse, you deceitful scoundrel. Sinyan, scratching his ear, retorted, I did not deceive you. If you do not believe me, venture beyond the capital and see for yourself. Ryotu, hearing this, cursed back, You rascal. Still attempting to fool us. Daimyo intervened, halting Ryotu's tirade, then turned with a grave expression toward Sinyan. I shall escort them away, Daimyo stated with solemnity. Sinyan nonchalantly replied, Suit yourself. However, I must caution you, if you attempt to leave without payment, they are certain to meet their demise. Daimyo cast a sidelong glance at Moffing, who at that moment appeared somewhat anxious. What if he had misjudged the situation, resulting in calamity? He hastily approached the trio, scrutinizing them once more. Ultimately, he concluded that there were indeed no traces of sealing techniques or curses upon them. He was now thoroughly convinced of his assessment. Even the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing arts, could not execute a technique without leaving a trace. He could not fathom that the adversary's proficiency in sealing arts surpassed that of the Uzumaki clan. Daimyo then announced, "You shall depart first. I will provide cover." Without hesitation, the group began their gradual retreat. Once everyone had withdrawn, Daimyo prepared to turn and leave, casting one last glare at Sinyan. After all had exited, Sinyan approached Kawabata Yasunari, who was now slumped at the entrance, a wetness between his legs. Sinyan covered his mouth and nose, inquiring about the outcome. Upon learning that Kawabata had been threatened by the Tsuchikage, Sinyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Had the Tsuchikage eliminated Kawabata at that moment, he would have lost his long-term source of sustenance. It seemed prudent to create several shadow clones to work in his stead while he slept or departed. Thus, even if he left the Land of Teeth, he need not worry about this fool being dispatched. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. And so he began his research. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure group cautiously exited the borders of the capital. Daimyo was deeply troubled. If Araki Sinyan truly was a rogue ninja from Konoha, it would be manageable. However, if he was a false defector manipulating the identity of a rogue ninja to control small nations, it would pose a significant problem. The geographical positioning of the Land of Teeth was precisely between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Should war erupt, was it possible for Konoha to launch an offensive against the Land of Earth through this territory? As he contemplated this, a sudden resounding bang erupted from behind him. He turned warily, only to behold blood and dismembered flesh strewn across the ground. Due to his elevation in the air, he remained untainted by the sanguine mess. In stark contrast, Ryotu and Fushir, nearest to the explosion, were now drenched in blood and gore. Ryotu stared blankly at the disintegrated Captain Mingyan, his face a mask of bewilderment. As the floating stone regained its senses, it was seen fleeing in terror towards the capital. The words of Nabahiko echoed in his mind, revealing that the threat was not mere bluster. The only chance for survival now lay in returning within the confines of the capital. Ryudo had also come to this realization. Just as he prepared to move, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Bang! His form erupted like a meteorite, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. Daizen exclaimed, "Akatsuchi, quickly throw the floating stone back to the capital." Hearing this, Akatsuchi swiftly approached the floating stone, seizing his garment with a firm grip, and with all his might, hurled him towards the capital. As the walls of the capital drew nearer, the floating stone felt a slight relief. If he could just make it there, he estimated he would be safe. Bang! A mist of blood erupted in the air, and the floating stone scattered like petals in the wind. Observing from a distance, Daizen clenched his fists, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Damn that little brat, you truly deserve this. Chapter 57. I desire it to be my summoning beast in the rock-hidden village, within the office of the Tsuchikage. The third Tsuchikage, Daizen, sat brooding in his chair. His face was clouded with fury, not only towards Araki Nabahiko but also at himself. In his youth, he would have undoubtedly returned to the Land of Teeth to confront that insufferable brat head-on. But now, he could not afford such recklessness. The current generation of ninja in Iwagakure was lacking, and no one was ready to shoulder the burden. What would become of the village if he engaged in a reckless battle with that child? Yet, he could not swallow this indignation. In his contemplation, he recalled the Akatsuki organization. As a collaborator with Akatsuki, he was well aware of its formidable power. Moreover, Deidara had once been a member of Akatsuki. Perhaps he could leverage this organization. While he was lost in thought, a mocking voice echoed through the Tsuchikage's office. Why the long face? That expression hardly befits a figure of your stature in the ninja world. Daizen was startled and rose to his feet. This voice was unmistakably not that of a member of the Umbu. Following the sound, he beheld a young boy, around 13 or 14 years old, standing at the doorway of the Tsuchikage's office. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja tasked with his protection stood frozen, their expressions vacant as if they were mere puppets. Daizen quickly regained his composure and, eyeing the boy from a distance, sneered, "Heh, you little brats are becoming increasingly disrespectful to this old man. Speak, child. How do you intend to meet your demise?" At that moment, Daizen had already condensed his dust release technique, ready to reduce the person before him to ashes in an instant. "Heh, I am well aware of your prowess, which is why I have come prepared to meet you." The mysterious boy lifted his head, revealing the Rinnegan in his eyes. Instantly, Daizen felt his will to resist evaporate, and the dust release technique in his hands swiftly dissipated. Orochimaru approached the floor-to-ceiling window of the Tsuchikige's office, a smile gracing his lips. This power is simply magnificent. Even a formidable ninja like Anoki, who has endured the trials of bloodshed, cannot withstand a single strike beneath the gaze of the Rinnegan. With such immense power, it is no wonder that Nagato perceives himself as a deity. However, the flaws of this power are quite apparent. Sasuke's body has been growing increasingly frail of late, intensifying his urgency to delve into the research of Hashirama's cells. He is convinced that once he has implanted Hashirama's cells into his own body, no one in the ninja world will pose a threat to him. Yet, there remains one individual who could still endanger him. While perusing Sasuke's memories, Orochimaru took note of Araki Nobuhiko. Unlike the arrogant young Uchiha Sasuke, he keenly sensed the terror embodied by Araki Nobuhiko. How should he deal with this perilous figure? Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi sat across from Nobuhiko. Itachi surveyed the dimly lit and squalid confines of Nobuhiko's room. Clothes and blankets lay haphazardly strewn upon the bed, and several opened yet uneaten snacks cluttered the bedside table. A towering trash bin, overflowing with various refuse, stood at the doorway. Glancing down at the bowl in his hands, filled with sugary fizzy drink, Nobuhiko offered a slight smile, saying, "I've only just moved in, and I didn't expect a guest, so I have no cups prepared. You'll have to make do with a bowl for now." Itachi, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "How do you drink water then? Do you not drink it at all?" Nobuhiko chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I usually drink straight from the bottle." Itachi, with a look of exasperation, pondered whether this individual solely consumed beverages. Despite being accustomed to grand spectacles, Uchiha Itachi had never encountered someone quite so peculiar. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "Such matters are inconsequential. I have come to entrust you with the task." Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko's expression immediately sank. Having attained financial independence, he had long surpassed the phase of engaging in violence for money. Thus, he flatly rejected Itachi's proposal. "Please seek another. I have retired from this life." Itachi furrowed his brow, taken aback by Nobuhiko's response. He had presumed the other to be a money-driven individual, certain that a sufficient monetary incentive would compel him to accept the task. The abrupt rejection left his plans in disarray. Undeterred, Itachi insisted, "This task should pose no challenge for you. Given your strength, it should be easily accomplished. Moreover, I have prepared a substantial sum of money for you. Do you not desire it?" Nobuhiko waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I do not earn money out of a fondness for wealth. Rather, it is to secure a life of leisure. My current funds are more than sufficient for my lifetime, and I also receive an annual stipend of 100 million ryo from the Land of Teeth. In that case, why should I continue to engage in violence?" Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, pondering how to deal with such a desireless individual. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "The sudden loss of Sasuke's power that day was your doing, wasn't it?" Shinkai acknowledged, "Indeed, that little brat was too arrogant. Originally, I merely intended to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, he happened to be struck down by your fist." Uchiha Itachi replied sternly, "Given that Sasuke has fallen to this state due to your actions, shouldn't you bear the responsibility to save him?" Shinkai felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, Sasuke was in a dire situation. The young boy had indeed been somewhat overbearing, yet he was still just a child. What was the point of quarreling with a child? With a sigh, Shinkai queried, "How much are you willing to pay?" Hearing a prospect, Uchiha Itachi promptly responded, "I have prepared 15 million ryo, along with some forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan." He then produced a stack of banknotes and a scroll of seals from his robe. Shinkai did not hastily reach for the money. Instead, he examined the scroll in his hands. The scroll contained various forbidden techniques preserved by the Uchiha clan, most of which required the Sharingan to activate, such as the rewriting seal. However, this posed no challenge for Shinkai. With a bit of lateral thinking, he found the scroll somewhat useful for himself. He placed the scroll back on the table and faced Uchiha Itachi with a serious demeanor, stating, "I can agree to your terms, but I have one additional condition." Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed further. "What is your condition?" Shinkai's face instantly flushed crimson, and he nervously stammered, I want it." His voice dwindled to an inaudible whisper. Uchiha Itachi found it difficult to comprehend what peculiar affliction Shinkai was suffering from. Ultimately, Shinkai mustered his courage and, with determined eyes, declared, "I wish to have that orange cat from last time as my summoning beast. If you grant me this, I will agree to save Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi tilted his head, a question mark materializing above him. Chapter 58. Are you still lying to me, Do? After much explanation from Shinkai, Uchiha Itachi finally recalled which summoning beast he referred to. After a moment's hesitation, he responded. Neko Ball is a ninja cat from the Land of Cats. I am merely a contractor of the Land of Cats, and have no authority to make decisions for it. However, I can take you to the Land of Cats, where the ninja cats will determine your eligibility for a contract. Shinkai snapped his fingers, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Take me there at once. Overjoyed, Shinkai had initially sought only the orange cat, but now he was ecstatic at the prospect of acquiring a whole nest of them. He began to envision himself lying amidst dozens of cats, freely exploring and playfully tormenting them. As he indulged in this fantasy, drool began to flow, and his expression grew increasingly infatuated, causing Uchiha Itachi to furrow his brow in concern. He had seen much in his years navigating the ninja world. To speak candidly, encountering someone as eccentric as Araki Nobuhiko is a first for me. Nobuhiko left a doppelganger to safeguard the Land of the Teeth and then hastily accompanied Uchiha Itachi to the Land of Cats. Meanwhile, within an underground base in the hidden stone village, agonizing screams reverberated through the expansive facility, causing one's ears to throb. Yakushi Kabuto stood anxiously beside the hospital bed, his expression laden with worry, while the one wailing upon the bed was none other than Orochimaru, who had taken possession of Sasuke's body. Orochimaru's tormented countenance only heightened Kabuto's unease, akin to a husband anxiously awaiting the birth of his child. After an interminable duration, Orochimaru's cries gradually subsided. Kabuto hastened to examine Orochimaru's condition, and upon finding that his physical attributes were all normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the 13 or 14-year-old boy before him, a flicker of sympathy arose within Kabuto's heart. Alas, Uchiha Sasuke, although Orochimaru has commandeered your body, he would never dare to claim the Uchiha name for himself. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, who annihilated his own clan, is a disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. Such a person is unlikely to be recognized within the ninja world, rendering the Uchiha clan nearly extinct. The fleeting sentiments of reflection dissipated swiftly as Orochimaru gradually sat up, prompting Kabuto to cease his ruminations. Disheveled and drenched in sweat, Orochimaru rose from the bed, first stretching his limbs before activating the Rinnegan with a mere thought. In an instant, the world unfolded before his eyes, and the overwhelming aura of intimidation left Kabuto in sheer terror. This was his first encounter with the Rinnegan. Previously, he had only heard Orochimaru speak of the Akatsuki leader, Pain, possessing the Rinnegan, but he had never witnessed it himself. He had speculated that the Rinnegan must possess immense power, yet he was unprepared for its true magnitude. In that moment of eye contact with Orochimaru, he felt a profound sense of insignificance within himself. In comparison to such an existence, he felt as though he were but an ant. He swallowed hard, attempting to feign composure. Truly, Orochimaru-sama, this power is extraordinarily formidable. To Kabuto's praise, Orochimaru remained noncommittal. While the power of the Rinnegan was indeed formidable, he was acutely aware of his own frailty in the presence of that man. Kabuto, contact Sasori of the Red Sand. Inform him that I wish to speak with the leader of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru commanded, gazing intently at Kabuto. Upon hearing this, Kabuto's heart sank, though he feigned calmness. Orochimaru-sama, this may prove somewhat challenging, is it not? The whereabouts of the Akatsuki members are ever-changing, and locating them is no simple task. Furthermore, seeking out that genius puppet designer directly would likely take months. Orochimaru retorted with a hint of amusement. Are you still attempting to deceive me, Kabuto? I lifted the seal from your mind yesterday. You should now recall your connection to Sasori. Pharmacist still clenched his fists tightly, ultimately lowering them with a weary smile, exclaiming, Truly worthy of Lord Orochimaru, you seem to know everything. Orochimaru offered no response, merely gazing at Pharmacist Do with a mocking glint in his eyes. With a forced smile, Do queried, How shall Lord Orochimaru dispose of me? Shall I be relegated to the list of experimental subjects, or be cast directly into the pile of cadavers? Orochimaru remained silent, advancing step by step towards Do. At that moment, Do had closed his eyes, having long since resigned himself to the inevitability of death as a spy. He had witnessed too many spies meet a tragic end. Today, it seemed, it was his turn. Suddenly, a delicate hand caressed his cheek. Do opened his eyes in astonishment, only to behold the handsome visage of Sasuke Uchiha and Orochimaru's sinister smile. The juxtaposition of these two figures was extraordinarily bizarre, yet at that moment, to Do, they appeared as angels descending from heaven to redeem him. Do, you need not fear. I do not care whom you served in the past. As long as you do not betray me now, I still place my trust in you, Orochimaru said with a smile. In that instant, Orochimaru seemed to be enveloped in a sacred light, appearing immensely pure in Do's eyes. Trust was an extravagant luxury for Do, who had grown up amidst lies and betrayal. The last person to trust him so implicitly had been Director Yano, who ultimately forgot him. Afterward, he had wandered through life like a soulless being. Yet now, he had found a new faith. Lord Orochimaru was his newfound belief. Observing the expression on Do's face, Orochimaru smiled and instructed, "Go and contact Sasori of the Red Sand." Do wiped away his tears and replied with a bright smile, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Once Do departed, Orochimaru gazed intensely at his reflection in the mirror. He could already feel the surging vitality within him. This force perfectly replenished his physical deficiencies, and subtle changes were occurring within his body. Orochimaru was unaware of the nature of these changes, yet he sensed they were beneficial rather than harmful. He licked his lips, acknowledging the formidable power of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, he had struck a considerable gain this time. After resolving matters with Araki Nobuhiko, he would have ample time to pursue his scientific endeavors. No longer needing to hide in the shadows, but rather appearing openly in the rock village. Days later, on the Tenchi Bridge in the Land of Grass, Sasori of the Red Sand regarded pharmacist Do with a piercing gaze, his tail stinger hovering ominously at Do's neck. "You dare betray me? Do you know the fate that awaits those who betray me?" Sasori's tone was icy. Do showed no signs of retreat, smiling as he replied, "Lord Sasori, I have not betrayed you. It is merely that your puppet manipulation technique was discovered and neutralized by Lord Orochimaru. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that Lord Orochimaru wishes to collaborate with the Akatsuki to confront Araki Nobuhiko." Upon hearing the name Shinichi Araki, Scorpion fell silent. Chapter 59. May I touch you? The Red Sand Scorpion had not forgotten the individual known as Shinichi Araki. Initially, he harbored deep resentment regarding his previous escape, considering it one of the rare humiliations of his life. However, upon learning that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki had also fled before their adversary, he found some semblance of mental equilibrium. Through their narratives, he felt a sense of relief for having fled swiftly. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Deidara, stuffed into a balloon and hung from a tree, a fate more unbearable than death itself. Nevertheless, the fact that his pawn had been recruited by Orochimaru greatly displeased him. Having previously teamed up with Orochimaru, he held a strong aversion towards that loathsome serpent. Now, with his jutsu being undone by his former ally, his disdain for Orochimaru only intensified. At that moment, the whimsical Zetsu chimed in, jesting, "Ah, you are actually a subordinate of one of the legendary three, Orochimaru? I never imagined the Sannin would seek collaboration with our organization. It seems our organization has a promising future. Once we grow larger, I might even become an elder." Just picture it, sipping tea in the office, surrounded by beautiful secretaries. What a delightful thought. The tail of the scorpion sharply struck the back of Zetsu's head, causing him to fall to the ground, howling in agony. "Scorpion Senpai, your strike was too harsh. I am but a newcomer. You ought to take care of the new ones." The Red Sand Scorpion gazed expressionlessly at the foolhardy Zetsu, pondering how the leader could have possibly assigned such an individual as a new teammate. This fellow hardly resembled a treacherous rogue ninja. Where on earth did the leader find such a peculiar character? Observing Zetsu's antics, Kabuto Yakushi felt somewhat perplexed. The enigmatic Akatsuki organization possessed such a jester, which was both amusing and exasperating. However, he paid little heed to the individual and, after conveying Orochimaru's intentions, turned to leave. Scorpion did not impede Kabuto. Despite his ruthless nature, he retained a degree of composure. After Kabuto departed, he too turned to leave, determined to relay Orochimaru's message to the leader. As Scorpion made his exit, Zetsu quickly shouted, "Scorpion Senpai, wait for me." Subsequently, he jogged to catch up with the Red Sand Scorpion. However, beneath his swirling mask, his expression gradually became grave. In a remote mountain of the Land of Fire, Itachi Uchiha led Shinichi into a nondescript, dilapidated wooden cabin. Upon entering the cabin, the two descended through a dark underground passage. The passage was shrouded in darkness. Yet for Itachi, endowed with the Sharingan, it was as bright as day. Shinichi, undeterred, utilized his mental prowess to observe the surroundings, perceiving even more clearly than Itachi. The underground passage was adorned in an ancient style, with occasional cats wandering by, causing Shinichi to salivate at the sight. However, he managed to restrain himself. A moment of impatience could disrupt grand schemes. Once the contract with the Land of Cats was signed, none of these kittens would escape. As Shinkai lifted his gaze, He noticed a white light glowing in the distance, indicating that the destination was near. The white point of light grew ever closer, and eventually, Uchiha Itachi and Shinkai emerged from the passage. "You're here again. Meow, you've been visiting quite frequently." Meow upon stepping out of the underground tunnel. A grayish-white cat donned in a kimono greeted Uchiha Itachi. Its name was Hinai, tasked with guarding this area and inspecting outsiders. With an impassive expression, Uchiha Itachi inquired, "Where's the elder cat?" Hinai tilted its head and replied, "Inside." Meow upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi proceeded forward, with Shinkai closely following. However, after just a few steps, Hinai blocked Shinkai's path. Curiously, Shinkai looked down at the small feline obstructing his way, puzzled by its intentions. With narrowed eyes, Hinai questioned, "Who are you, Meow?" "No trespassers are allowed here." Meow. As Hinai spoke, it extended its claws, and Shinkai instantly understood the implication. Before him, a rift tore open in the fabric of space. Hinai's fur bristled, and it leaped back, alarmed, exclaiming, "What are you trying to do?" Shinkai reached into the spatial fissure and retrieved a large canister. The canister stood about 20 centimeters tall, roughly the size of a tin of baby formula. Under Hinai's watchful gaze, Shinkai opened the can. Instantly, a familiar aroma wafted towards Hinai's nostrils. Its expression transformed from suspicion to rapture, and it made its way to the canister to indulge in a giant serving of cat food. Shinkai signaled to Uchiha Itachi, who continued forward in silence. The two arrived at the innermost chamber, where they encountered the matriarch of the land of cats. "Ah, little Itachi, you've been visiting quite often lately. Is something amiss?" The elder cat inquired upon their meeting. Uchiha Itachi, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "Nothing is wrong." In truth, he often visited the elder cat during his childhood. However, as he became embroiled in the conflicts of his village and clan, his visits to the land of cats dwindled. Following the night of the clan's massacre, he had scarcely returned, primarily out of fear of encountering Sasuke and the ensuing awkwardness. Nevertheless, with Sasuke's body now occupied by Orochimaru, he felt untroubled about visiting the land of cats. Noticing Itachi's reluctance to elaborate, the elder cat refrained from pressing further. Although the land of cats maintained a good relationship with the Uchiha clan, the massacre was an internal matter, unrelated to them. The elder cat turned her gaze towards Shinkai and smiled. "Little Itachi, is he your friend?" With an emotionless response, Uchiha Itachi stated, "No. He is here to sign a contract with the ninja cats of the land of cats." The elder cat sized up Araki Shinkai, noting his lack of any prestigious adornments. Appearing rather unremarkable and impoverished, the elderly cat lady displayed a look of disdain. The cats of cat country are not so easily appeased. These feline spirits are not combat-oriented, and should one seek a powerful spirit beast, they have ventured to the wrong place. Ignoring the cat lady's remarks, Shinhiko turned his gaze towards a familiar figure not far away. The rotund shape and amiable face belonged to none other than the orange tabby he had longed for, Jumaro. Instantly, a lovesick grin spread across Shinhiko's face as he approached Jumaro, saying, "May I pet you? Oh, you are truly adorable and quite plump. You are indeed the cat of my dreams." He placed his hand upon the orange cat, reveling in the soft fur and languid demeanor. Shinhiko found himself utterly captivated by the feline's enchanting visage. At that moment, Jumaro opened his eyes, his expression rife with impatience, and addressed Shinhiko. "Who are you? How dare you disturb my slumber? Begone." Itachi Uchiha's expression shifted to one of helplessness. Jumaro remained as he always had, spending his days indulging in sleep and food. He had assumed that Shinhiko would temper his enthusiasm after being scolded. However, the opposite occurred. Instead, Shinhiko grew even more exhilarated. He leaped onto the orange cat, rubbing and cuddling, while exclaiming, "Ah, scold me. Don't stop, keep scolding me." Itachi Uchiha, Cat Lady, Chapter 60, Creating a Continent for Pet Care. "Damn human, get away. If you don't stop, I shall call for help. Go ahead, shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid." To be candid, Shinhiko's peculiar behavior profoundly shocked the cat lady. Even with her extensive experience, she had never encountered someone like Shinhiko, who appeared to be a meerkat enthusiast yet was, in fact, a peculiar oddity. Ultimately, Itachi could no longer bear the sight. He stepped forward, grasped Shinhiko's leg, and extricated him from Jumaru's nest. As they departed, Jumaro gave Shinhiko a parting kick. Itachi regarded the still enraptured Shinhiko with a blank expression and inquired, "Have you had your fill of play? Are you planning to attend to any serious matters?" Upon hearing this, Shinhiko regained a semblance of normalcy and addressed Jumaro, who was watching him warily, saying, "Do not be afraid. My name is Araki Shinhiko, and I have come to propose a spirit contract with you." Before Shinhiko could finish, Jumaru promptly refused, stating, "I decline. I would rather die than become your twisted spirit beast." Shinhiko stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding, "What are your conditions? What would it take for you to agree to be my spirit beast?" Jumaru retorted with scorn, "Even if I told you my conditions, you would not be able to fulfill them, so why bother asking?" Shinhiko then reached into the void and produced a cat food nearly as tall as himself, saying, "Jumaru, would you like to try this?" Jumaru regarded him with disdain. "Foolish human, do you truly think I am an unsophisticated wildcat? It is merely a can of cat food." However, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from the can. Subsequently, the golden light shone in Jumaru's eyes as he bent down and leapt beside the can of cat food, ignoring the gazes of those around him. He began to indulge without reservation. Granny Cat's eyes were filled with confusion. Although Jumaru was gluttonous, it seemed unlikely that he would be so easily captivated by the can. However, Itachi Uchiha discerned the underlying trickery. It was indeed shameless of Nobuhiko Araki to employ illusionary techniques to deceive Jumaru. Clearly, Itachi had forgotten that not long ago. He had also used illusion to manipulate Jumaru into employing reverse summoning to save him. Upon seeing Jumaru fall into his trap, Nobuhiko cackled with glee. He promptly produced 2 burlap sacks and asked Jumaru, "Which do you prefer, the pink sack or the white one?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jumaru, who was still enjoying the cat food, replied, "The white one." In an instant, Nobuhiko transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Jumaru and swiftly enclosing him within a sack. Then, while Granny Cat and Itachi were momentarily stunned, he vanished with the technique of instant transportation. Granny Cat mechanically turned to Itachi and inquired, "Did that person just abduct Jumaru in the sack?" Itachi was equally astonished by Nobuhiko's audacious maneuver. This individual truly played by his own rules. Did he think raising a summoning beast was akin to keeping a pet? Such a direct abduction would surely foster resentment, complicating their future companionship. Meanwhile, in the land of Teeth, Nobuhiko, having just returned with Jumaru using instant transportation, was gnawing away at him incessantly. Under the relentless onslaught of Nobuhiko's slobber, Jumaru ultimately succumbed and gradually abandoned his resistance. An hour later, Nobuhiko sat contentedly at the head of the bed, savoring the delightful sensation of having indulged in a cat. In contrast, Jumaru lay at the opposite end of the bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, devoid of any hope. Seeing Jumaru in such a state, Nobuhiko offered words of comfort. "There is no need to be so downcast. From today onwards, you shall be my summoning beast, Araki Nobuhiko's companion. Should you desire anything, simply voice your wishes. There is nothing in this world that I cannot procure. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall defend you without fail." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of life returned to Jumaru's eyes. Tentatively, he responded, "If that is the case, I have conditions to propose." Nobuhiko replied with a smile, "Feel free to state any conditions. I can fulfill them all." Jumaru continued, "First, I require a territory of my own, where I can reign as the king of cats. Secondly, I wish to be able to return to the land of cats at any time. Lastly, I demand an endless supply of food. And I shall never venture out to battle. Such things are far too perilous. If you can grant these conditions, then I will agree to be your summoning beast." With a slight smile, Nobuhiko responded, "Is that all? These conditions are exceedingly simple." He then slowly closed his eyes. In a corner of his mental realm, amidst the chaotic psychic energy, a vast continent materialized from the ethereal void. The continent lay barren and desolate, devoid of life. Then, with a mere thought, Sinyan caused countless flowers, grasses, and trees to sprout forth from the ground. Various small creatures peeked out, and a beautiful tapestry began to unfurl. In the realm of ninjas, Sinyan slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Jumaru, saying, "Follow me. Come and see the cat nest I have prepared for you." Placing his hand upon Jumaru, Sinyan instantly transported them to the newly created continent. As they arrived, Jumaru's eyes widened in astonishment. He gawked at the surroundings, and Sinyan couldn't help but affectionately ruffle his fur. Half an hour later, Jumaru, attempting to maintain his composure, spoke up, "Now that I've seen this territory, how can I return to cat paradise whenever I wish?" Sinyan chuckled, and a portal appeared before Jumaru. "Step inside and take a look." Jumaru cautiously entered the portal, only to be greeted by Uchiha Itachi. "Jumaru, weren't you taken away by that guy? How did you come back?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, perplexed. He also noticed the portal behind Jumaru, his expression turning serious. This must be a form of space-time ninjutsu, concocted by Araki Sinyan, no doubt. Through the portal, he caught a glimpse of a vibrant world, teeming with life and fragrant with blossoms. Where in the ninja realm could this be? Ultimately, Sinyan entered into a summoning contract with Jamaru, officially designating him as his summoning beast and companion. The realm was subsequently named Cat God Continent by Jamaru. He could now open a portal to return to Cat Paradise at any time, allowing him to revisit whenever he longed for home. Thus, the matter of Jamara came to a close. Sinyan formally accepted Uchiha Itachi's request to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. When Sinyan asked if Itachi would join him, Itachi replied that he needed to return to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. Sinyan taunted him, "What nonsense about being an infiltrator? I've yet to see you deliver any intelligence back to Konoha." Uchiha Itachi fell silent at this remark. After a long pause, he turned to Sinyan with a serious expression and asked, "Do you believe the Akatsuki's plan can succeed?" Sinyan laughed. "Succeed? A plan devised by mere pawns? That is truly a pipe dream." Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted, and he pressed further. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 61. The first batch of followers. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's inquiry, Sinyan scratched the back of his head, uncertain of where to begin his explanation. To clarify the situation regarding pain, he would need to delve into the story of Nagato. To elucidate Nagato's role, he must also discuss Uchiha Bido. And to understand Uchiha Bido, one must mention Uchiha Madara. To explain Uchiha Madara, he would have to bring up Kagaya Tsutsuki and the brothers of the Feathered Village. What a tangled web it was. After much contemplation, Sinyan finally replied, "You must have misheard. I recently expressed my unwavering belief in the success of the Akatsuki's plan. The ninja world will soon enter an era of peace, characterized by harmony and prosperity." Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha wore an expression of exasperation. Was this individual truly so lackadaisical even in his fabrications? Nonetheless, as the other party seemed unwilling to elaborate, Itachi felt compelled to suppress his thoughts. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Shinyan embarked on a solitary journey. His pace was brisk, and before long, he had departed from the land of fire. Rather than employing his mental prowess to scan the ninja world for Orochimaru directly, Shinyan decided to treat this outing as a leisurely exploration. Having not ventured out in quite some time, if he were to achieve his objective too swiftly, the essence of travel would be lost. The prospect of serendipitously encountering Orochimaru during his travels was, in fact, the most delightful possibility. With a heart full of excitement, he hummed a tune and skipped along the path. "I am free among the people, once a carefree celestial being in the skies." As he hummed, Shinyan took in the surrounding scenery. He had now entered the land of grass, where verdant meadows flourished with vitality. In the distance, a shepherd was leisurely dozing on the grass, surrounded by a flock of sheep grazing peacefully, a picturesque tableau of nature's harmony. Gradually, Shinyan came to a halt, inhaling the fragrant essence of the wilderness. "This is what life truly is," he exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity. In his past life, he had toiled excessively, only to find it utterly unworthy in retrospect. How audacious it was for a handful of capitalist ants to exploit his surplus value. If he were ever to return, he would surely string those individuals up on lampposts, transforming them into windmills, ensuring they contributed to the nation even in death, thus realizing their surplus value. As he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly felt something bump against his leg. Looking down, he was astonished to see a robust white goat, approximately a meter tall, preparing to charge at him with great determination. Confounded, Shinyan wondered whose valiant subordinate this was, daring to challenge the strongest in the ninja realm. The goat's audacity surpassed even that of Itachi, who had fled before him. With a burst of energy, the white goat lunged towards Shinyan, aiming precisely at his prized Rui Jingu Bang. Although his magical staff could slice through gold and jade with ease, being confronted by this creature was rather undignified. Moreover, the goats on the hillside had ceased their grazing and were intently watching, eager to witness this epic showdown. Should he lose face before these animals, his reputation as the strongest in the ninja world would be irrevocably tarnished. With this in mind, Shinyan grasped the goat by its horns. The creature thrashed about, attempting to break free from his grip, but it was blissfully unaware of the futility of its struggle. Shinyan's strength could lift mountains, let alone a mere goat. With a swift extension of his right leg, Shinyan executed a sweeping kick that sent the goat tumbling to the ground. He then leapt onto the goat, securing it firmly in place. The goat struggled fiercely, attempting to free itself from this loathsome assailant. Yet, with its frail frame, it stood no chance against the formidable grasp of Shinyan, the great overlord. Shinyan extended his right hand, and a white fly swatter materialized in his grasp. Hee hee. Oh, dear goat, allow me to impart a lesson. Never provoke those beyond your means, he declared. With vigorous enthusiasm, Sinyan raised the fly swatter high and relentlessly struck the goat's rear. The goat bleated in protest, ultimately bowing its head in submission. Rising to his feet, Sinyan gazed down upon the goat with an air of dominion, as though he were the ruler of the cosmos. The goat, head lowered in defeat, scurried away, marking the end of this contest with Sinyan's triumph. Elated by his inaugural victory, Sinyan resumed his journey, humming a cheerful tune as he skipped along. However, after only a few steps, he noticed something amiss. The very goats from the hillside were trailing closely behind him. No matter which direction he turned, they followed, unwavering. Sinyan attempted to adopt a menacing expression to frighten them off, yet these creatures showed no signs of retreat. What could be the reason for this? Were they seeking revenge for their fallen comrade? Were goats nowadays so loyal? At that moment, the shepherd, who had been napping on the hillside, hurried over. Sinyan, bewildered, looked at the approaching shepherd and inquired, "Good sir, what brings you here?" The shepherd, panting heavily, eventually caught his breath and shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you steal my sheep? Do you not fear that I shall report you to the authorities?" Sinyan was taken aback, indignant at the accusation. How could this man even consider such a thing? A wealthy individual such as himself, with an annual income in the millions, would stoop to stealing mere sheep? He retorted, "I did not steal your sheep, and rather, I have a bone to pick with you. One of your goats charged at me and nearly tore my clothes." He gestured to the speck of dust clinging to his pant leg. The shepherd scrutinized the dust on Sinyan's leg, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. What transpired earlier? Could you recount the events in detail? Sinyan then recounted how the goat had challenged him, only to be bested in return. Upon hearing Sinyan's account, the shepherd could not contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. "Uft, ha ha." Sinyan frowned, admonishing the shepherd, "What is so amusing? Instead of laughing, shouldn't you be tending to your flock?" The shepherd struggled to suppress his mirth and began to explain the situation. It turned out that the goat which had attacked Sinyan was the leader of the herd. While goats are herbivorous creatures, competition for the position of the leader is indeed fierce. They determined the leader through a duel. From henceforth, they would follow the leader's actions, accompanying him wherever he may go. Moments ago, the leader had issued a challenge to Nabahiko in the presence of the flock, initially brimming with confidence. He was effortlessly defeated by Nabahiko. As a result of this defeat, he lost his position as the leader, which was now adorned upon Nabahiko's head. Henceforth, Nabahiko became the leader of the tribe, with his loyal followers trailing him wherever he ventured. Whether traversing treacherous terrains or facing fiery challenges, they would not flinch. Chapter 62. The strongest being in the ninja world on the vast grasslands of the land of grass, stood a solitary man and a dejected goat on opposite sides. The white goat, crestfallen, could not even muster the courage to meet Nabahiko's gaze. It seemed that the prior defeat had dealt a heavy blow to its spirit, erasing the once vibrant demeanor of a confident leader. Meanwhile, Nabahiko stood across from it, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Recently, a shepherd had proposed a rather dubious idea. Since the flock followed him due to his victory over the former leader, why not challenge the goat to another bout? If he were to deliberately lose this time, the title of leader would revert back to the goat. The former leader could resume his role, while Nabahiko could return to his solitary existence as a wandering hero. A harmonious arrangement, indeed. At that moment, Nabahiko found some merit in the suggestion and readily agreed. However, he now harbored a twinge of regret. Why had he accepted such a foolish proposal? As a formidable force capable of reshaping worlds with ease, he now faced the prospect of intentionally losing to a goat, risking the dignity of all crossers. While other crossers encountered overwhelmingly powerful foes upon their first defeat, ultimately exhausting themselves in retreat, he, on the other hand, was about to willingly succumb to a goat. Yet, the die was cast, and he could not withdraw. The stage was set, with the old shepherd and hundreds of goats observing the spectacle. To falter now would only magnify his embarrassment. Reluctantly, he raised his middle finger at the goat and taunted, "What's the matter, you little pest? Have you lost the courage to face me after being defeated? Whatever happened to the arrogance you displayed when you challenged me before?" Under the weight of Nabahiko's mockery and a hint of emotional illusion, the goat was suddenly reminded of the humiliation of its defeat and the resentment it bore towards Araki Nabahiko. It immediately bowed its head, channeling all its strength into its horn, and charged towards Nabahiko's abdomen with its utmost power. To the flock, this charge appeared as a flash of lightning. Yet to Nabahiko, it was akin to a tortoise-esque crawl. Nevertheless, the show must go on. At the opportune moment, Sinyan leaped backward just as the goat collided with his abdomen. This leap, imbued with the force of a tempest, carved a profound fissure into the grassland, stretching several hundred meters before coming to a halt, while Sinyan lay at the fissure's end, his body convulsing uncontrollably. This spectacle left the flock of sheep, as well as their leader, utterly astonished. Even the shepherd stared in disbelief at Sinyan from a distance. Was this a just taken too far? Ultimately, the head sheep reclaimed its position, gradually losing itself amidst the bleating of its companions. From the hillside, it gazed down at the retreating figure of Sinyan, a smug smile gracing its face. At that moment, Sinyan glanced back, locking eyes with the sheep. The head sheep wore a triumphant and boastful expression before turning to bleat at the flock behind it. Immediately, a graceful ewe stepped forward, shyly lifting her gaze to the head sheep before lowering her head, unable to meet the handsome visage of her leader. With a self-satisfied glance at Sinyan below, the head sheep ascended onto the ewe's back and proceeded to perform a series of acrobatic moves. The cacophony of bleats echoed across the meadow, leaving Sinyan with a furrowed brow. Indeed, venturing into the realm of shinobi proved to be an eye-opening experience. Having barely stepped outside, Sinyan encountered creatures even more foolish than himself. He quickly employed his instantaneous movement to depart, fearing that if he lingered, he might lose control and roast the goat. In stark contrast to Sinyan's light-hearted escapades, the atmosphere at the entrance of Amigakure was exceedingly oppressive. Konan floated in the air, her paper wings fluttering as she looked down upon Kabuto and Orochimaru. Scorpion, an impatient individual, had informed Pain of Orochimaru's desire to meet him shortly after parting ways with Kabuto. This request perplexed Nagato. As one would expect a traitor of the Akatsuki to remain hidden, praying to avoid any encounters with him, the audacity of wanting to meet was curious, leaving him to wonder what schemes lay behind it. Nonetheless, he did not regard it with much concern. After all, Orochimaru was merely one man and posed little threat. Should the rogue be sensible, granting him a reprieve and reinstating him into the Akatsuki was not out of the question. However, if he proved uncooperative, Nagato would not hesitate to take decisive action. Thus, he consented to meet with Orochimaru. Upon sensing the arrival of two unfamiliar presences in the land of rain, he immediately instructed Konan to welcome them. Yet, upon encountering the duo, Konan froze midair, uncertainly addressing Orochimaru. "Are you Orochimaru, or Uchiha Sasuke?" At that moment, Orochimaru had not assumed his original appearance. For one, Sasuke's visage was inherently handsome, aligning with Orochimaru's aesthetic preferences. More importantly, Sasuke was still quite young, resulting in a notable difference in their statures. Transforming oneself into a mere imitation of one's former self only results in a grotesque semblance. Upon hearing Konan's inquiry, Orochimaru responded with a chilling smile. "Does it truly matter who I am? Where is Nagato? I wish to meet him." Konan, sensing the gravity of the situation, became cautious and asked, "How do you know about Nagato? Who informed you?" Orochimaru explained, "I gleaned knowledge of your affairs from the memories of Sasuke. I am intrigued by your plans, so do take me to Nagato." Suspended in the air, Konan hesitated. Orochimaru was no Uchiha Sasuke. His character was exceedingly perilous. It would be treacherous to bring her to Nagato without fully understanding Orochimaru's intentions. At that moment, another figure soared from the central tower of the Rain Country. Approaching Konan, it was Pain of the Six Paths. He scrutinized Orochimaru, who bore Sasuke's visage. While there were slight alterations in his appearance, his skin remained pallid, and the twin horns atop Sasuke's head had vanished. "I can allow you to meet my true self, but only you may enter," Pain remarked, casting a glance at Kabuto, who trembled under the scrutiny of Pain's Rinnegan. Kabuto turned to Orochimaru, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Understanding the unspoken cue, Kabuto promptly vanished, leaving only Pain, Konan, and Orochimaru. Pain directed his gaze at Orochimaru. "Follow me." As he spoke, he began to descend towards the ground. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru soared into the air, floating before Pain, and said, "No need for such formality, simply lead the way, and we shall fly together." At this juncture, Orochimaru had activated his Rinnegan, their eerie purple eyes locking in a profound stare. An intangible aura clashed in the air, dispersing the raindrops surrounding them. Moments later, Pain turned, his expression inscrutable, and stated, "Let us proceed." Chapter 63. The world has long suffered from Shinichi Araki. Deep within the underbelly of the Rain Country, Orochimaru encountered the gaunt figure of Nagato. Without preamble, Nagato addressed him directly. "Orochimaru, state your purpose." Orochimaru, a slight smile gracing his lips, replied, "You are quite impatient, aren't you?" He then divulged the existence of Shinichi Araki without reservation, proposing an alliance to eliminate this troublesome individual. Nagato, perplexed, responded, I have heard of Shinichi Araki, not long ago. Deidara fell at his hands. It seems Itachi and Kisame have also suffered setbacks against him. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, with your prowess, you should be capable of dispatching him with ease. Why then seek my assistance? He cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru's Rinnegan. Internally, Orochimaru scoffed at Nagato's misplaced confidence in the Rinnegan. Do not overestimate its power, nor underestimate Shinichi Araki. According to the memories I've acquired from Sasuke, the reason Sasuke was able to awaken the Rinnegan was due to the efforts of Araki Nabahiko, Orochimaru stated. The formerly composed Nagato's expression instantly turned serious upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Konan beside him was equally taken aback, hastily inquiring, Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Please clarify. Noticing their heightened interest, Orochimaru recounted the process through which Sasuke sought power for revenge, ultimately leading him to Nabahiko. After finishing his narrative, Orochimaru added, in my recollection, awakening the Rinnegan was not particularly arduous for Nabahiko. In an instant, Sasuke obtained the power of the Rinnegan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's remarks, Konan exhibited an expression akin to disbelief. How could Orochimaru utter such absurdities? Did he really consider himself and Nagato to be children? With a sharp tone, she retorted, Orochimaru, do you take us for mere children of the Ninja Academy? The notion that one can awaken the Rinnegan in an instant is sheer nonsense. Would someone with such power languish like a sloth in that desolate land of the Land of Tea, acting as some protector? Orochimaru chuckled, yet. Your Akatsuki is also nestled in this humble place of the Land of Rain. His words left Konan momentarily speechless, and she turned to Nagato for his perspective. Nagato's expression was equally peculiar. Orochimaru seemed nothing like the fool Jiraiya, yet why did his words sound so ridiculous? After a prolonged contemplation, Nagato finally asked Orochimaru, why are you so intent on dealing with Araki Nabahiko? Orochimaru replied with a chilling smirk, eliminating all threats to oneself is the way of survival for a ninja. Nagato acknowledged Orochimaru's statement and resolved to attempt collaboration. Though his words were nonsensical, it was better to trust them than to dismiss them outright. If he were merely fabricating lies, it would not cost them anything. Moreover, since Araki Nabahiko already had enmity with the Akatsuki, it would be advantageous to eliminate him if the opportunity arose. Should Araki Nabahiko indeed possess the formidable strength Orochimaru described, this unstable factor would inevitably impact Nagato's plans for collecting tailed beasts. Thus, removing him sooner rather than later would be beneficial. Having made up his mind, Nagato declared, the Akatsuki shall participate in the plan to eliminate Araki Nabahiko. Now, share your strategy. Orochimaru spread his hands, saying, I have no plan. Nagato's expression darkened. And with a harsh tone, he retorted, are you mocking me, Orochimaru? Not at all. In truth, I have pondered long and hard on how to eliminate Araki Nabahiko. But the conclusion I reached is that he is simply too powerful. Even if we employ various methods, we may not stand a chance against him. My reason for seeking your collaboration was to see if you possess a means to defeat this individual. After Orochimaru finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, the nearby open space suddenly twisted into a vortex. From within this whirlpool emerged a one-eyed man clad in the Akatsuki's attire. Orochimaru immediately turned his gaze towards the masked figure, locking eyes with the man's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Ah, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, is it? Is this an eye you have transplanted? Or is it your original? Orochimaru inquired, licking his lips in intrigue. The masked man was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had hurriedly arrived after receiving intel from Zetsu. Without addressing Orochimaru's question, Obito directly stated, if you wish to eliminate Araki Yoshihiko, I happen to have a plan, should you wish to partake. Orochimaru replied, you have yet to introduce yourself. How can I trust a stranger who suddenly invites me? Feigning profundity, Obito responded, in that case, allow me to introduce myself. Nagato merely serves as the public leader of the Akatsuki. I am the true leader of the organization, a name you surely recognize. I am Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's pupils dilated in astonishment. The name Uchiha Madara resonated with him like thunder. Although he had never encountered Madara or Shinja Hashirama in person, he had once crossed paths with the second Hokage, Shinja Tobirama, during an inspection of the Ninja Academy. At that time, he was too young to grasp the full extent of Tobirama's formidable power, only perceiving him as an intimidating figure of great strength. As he matured and mastered various jutsu, Orochimaru began to comprehend the true terror of Tobirama's abilities. He was acutely aware that his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, seemed but a jest in comparison to Tobirama. He was certain that without having obtained Sasuke's body, he would stand no chance against the second Hokage. Thus, Tobirama was the mightiest individual he had encountered before defecting from Konoha. Moreover, he harbored a vague sense that even Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, would not be able to rival Tobirama. Yet, despite the immense power of such figures, they appeared to have always existed in a subordinate capacity before the two who restored peace to the tumultuous era, Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. While he had not witnessed their prowess firsthand, he could glean insights from the second Hokage's legacy. Now, this masked man before him professed to be Uchiha Madara. To be frank, Orochimaru found it utterly implausible. This masked man seemed even weaker than Nagato standing beside him. However, upon further reflection, he questioned the relevance of the man's true identity to himself. Even if the real Uchiha Madara were present, he felt confident in his ability to contend with him. Thus, with a sly smile, he remarked, "Whether or not you are Uchiha Madara is inconsequential. You claim to possess a plan to eliminate Araki Yoshihiko. Do share your scheme." Chapter 64. The Navii and the Foolish. Amidst the undercurrents of the ninja world, Shinyan's clone, languid and lifeless, lay on a bed like a dead fish. Gazing vacantly at the ceiling, the clone felt a profound sense of ennui. Indeed, staying at home was dreadfully monotonous. That scoundrel of a true self had abandoned him to frolic alone. Now, they couldn't even muster a game of dodiju. Life was dreadfully dull. At that moment, two unfamiliar chakra signatures intruded upon his perception. The clone widened his fish-like eyes, scrutinizing the two individuals. These intruders had not even bothered to disguise themselves. Boldly striding into the land of teeth, a blatant disrespect for its security forces. At the border of the land of teeth, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Pervy sage, do you think Sasuke might be in the land of teeth?" Observing Naruto's troubled expression, Jiraiya reassured him, "Do not fret. That boy, Narashikamaru, has already analyzed the situation." Before leaving Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke gathered extensive intelligence on Araki Shinyan. After departing Konoha, he either sought out Orochimaru or Araki Shinyan. According to the intel from the Umbu, the Sound Fort did not extract Sasuke from Konoha. Thus, it is highly probable that Sasuke has come to the land of teeth in search of Araki Shinyan. With Jiraiya's analysis, Naruto's mood lightened somewhat. During this period of Sasuke's disappearance, Naruto had been feeling quite despondent. Moreover, after his outburst during the Nin exams, his reputation in Konoha had plummeted. Were it not for the unwavering support of 5th Hokage Tsunade and Jiraiya's close protection, Naruto would have long been confined by the Umbu. This journey was the result of a discussion between Tsunade and Jiraiya. A temporary retreat from the public eye to allow time for the incident to fade from memory before his return. Summoning his spirits, Naruto forced a bright smile and declared, "That rascal Sasuke is probably off playing somewhere. How infuriating that he didn't even inform us. Once we find him, I'll make sure to give him a good thrashing for sneaking off." The two ambled along the rugged mountain paths of the land of teeth. The desolation around them was palpable. They had even encountered a tiger and a pack of wolves along the way. This barren landscape led Naruto to question whether this truly was a nation. It felt more like they were traversing a primeval jungle. Did that fellow, Araki Shinyan, really reside in such a place? Naruto voiced his confusion to Jiraiya. "Pervy sage, is this truly the land of teeth? Why does it seem so desolate? Do the inhabitants dwell in the ravines?" Observing the somewhat sheltered Naruto, who had grown up in Konoha, Jiraiya sighed and explained, "Not every place thrives like the land of fire. In a small nation such as the land of teeth, while its territory may not compare to that of larger countries, it is not insignificant. However, the population of such a diminutive state is exceedingly sparse, typically comprising a single city, which serves as the capital of the land of teeth. The remaining areas are predominantly desolate, unspoiled jungles, occasionally punctuated by villages of roughly 100 inhabitants. This is the norm for small nations. It is utterly improbable to encounter a town within mere miles, as one might in the 5 great nations." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto came to a realization. The land of teeth consists of only one city, with the rest being remote, uninhabited mountainous forests. He could not help but internally scoff at Araki Nabehiko, pondering how his mind deviated from that of a typical person. And it was no wonder that Niji and Tintin had advised him to prepare mentally. Simultaneously, curiosity gnawed at him. What had compelled Araki Nabehiko to forsake the village and become a rogue ninja? The villagers branded him a malevolent fiend. having murdered his comrades and fled from Konoha. Yet, Tintin and Niji were convinced that he had not slain his companions. What manner of person could he be? With these myriad questions swirling in his mind, Naruto and Jiraiya arrived outside the capital of the Land of Teeth. Just as Naruto was about to stride towards the city gates, Jiraiya seized him by the collar and yanked him back. Dangling in Jiraiya's grasp, Naruto exclaimed, "Perverted sage. What are you doing? Let me go." Jiraiya set Naruto down and replied, "Naruto, you are being reckless. Regardless of the circumstances, Araki Nobuhiko is still a rogue ninja. And recently the village has escalated his status to an S-rank rogue. You cannot simply waltz into the lair of an S-rank rogue." Naruto scratched his head and asked, "Then how are we supposed to enter? Should we fly in or something?" Jiraiya chuckled, then bit his finger and formed a seal, declaring, "Summoning technique." With a puff of smoke, a small green toad appeared before Naruto and Jiraiya. The toad was no larger than a palm, entirely green, resembling a frog. Yet its bumpy skin confirmed its authenticity as a true toad. Curious, Naruto crouched down and poked the toad's back with his finger, inquiring, "Perverted sage, what purpose does this toad serve in your summoning?" Jiraiya smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with the green toad. Suddenly, the toad opened its mouth wide, and a long pink tongue shot forth like a striking serpent. The tongue moved with such speed that before Naruto could comprehend, it had coiled around his waist. "Perverted sage. What's happening? Why is it?" Before Naruto could finish, the green toad's maw gaped wide, expanding to a width of nearly a meter. The tongue rapidly drew Naruto towards the cavernous mouth, and with a desperate scream, the green toad swallowed Naruto whole. Naruto, swallowed whole, cried out in confusion. But upon carefully observing his surroundings, he regained his composure. He found himself in a surreal pink space, where both the ground and walls appeared soft and flesh-like. Strangely, despite the absence of any visible light source, everything around him was remarkably illuminated. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a brilliant light shone from above, and Jiraiya fell from the source of illumination, bouncing slightly on the soft ground before steadying himself. Seeing Jiraiya, Naruto immediately inquired, "Pervy sage, what is happening? Why did your summoning beast swallow us? Can summoning beasts actually turn against their summoners?" Jiraiya, exasperated, approached Naruto and playfully smacked his head. "Your reaction is incredibly slow. This is a technique to infiltrate enemy territory by hiding within the body of a summoning beast, a very advanced skill." Rubbing his head, Naruto retorted, "You didn't even mention it beforehand. How was I supposed to know?" Observing Naruto's naive expression, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. In Naruto, he saw the endearing clumsiness of Minato and the absent-mindedness of Kushina. "Minato, Kushina, your child has inherited your flaws to a remarkable degree." Chapter 65. Oh, the sea. At the gates of the city of Tofu, as the city guards meticulously scrutinized the incoming individuals, a small green toad stealthily slipped inside amidst the crowd. Excitedly hidden within the toad's body, Naruto exclaimed, "Yes, we made it in. Pervy sage, this jutsu is amazing. I hope Gamakichi and Fukasaku can learn it too, so I can sneak into enemy territory through them." Jiraiya scoffed, knowing that Wanta would never allow his son to learn such a practical technique. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered glances. In the next moment, the entire space spun chaotically, resembling a tumultuous washing machine. Naruto and Jiraiya flailed about like headless chickens. Fortunately, as this realm was fashioned from the toad's stomach, they sustained no injuries despite their disarray. Before long, the commotion subsided, and the two lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Naruto, still panting, asked, "Pervy sage, what on earth is going on?" Jiraiya, with a pained expression, replied, "I have no idea. Perhaps some mischievous brat is tormenting the toad." At that moment, the entrance to the space opened once again, and a blinding white light enveloped Jiraiya and Naruto, drawing them inside. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Shinin family, Naruto and Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Shinyan's shadow clone, holding the green toad, tilted its head as it observed the disheveled pair. "You and Orochimaru are truly kindred spirits. That habit of regurgitating things is clearly hereditary," the clone remarked. Jiraiya stood up, dusting himself off, and with a confident smile, replied, "Have you ever met Orochimaru?" The clone spoke. "I encountered him while serving as an examiner during the Chunin exams." Jiraiya, recalling the information about Araki Nobuhiko, speculated on the time period in question. At that moment, Naruto, filled with urgency, shouted, "Whether it's Orochimaru or not is utterly irrelevant. You're Araki Nobuhiko, right? Have you seen Sasuke? Has he been here? Naruto's booming voice left Nabahiko's ears ringing. He rubbed his ears and retorted, "Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are?" The clone was acutely aware that this was the destined protagonist of the Naruto world, revered as the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra Uzumaki Naruto. But what of it? Being the protagonist means little. Just because the protagonist poses a question, does that obligate me to respond? Besides, who knows who the actual protagonist is in this new life of mine? Just as Naruto was about to speak, Jiraiya intervened. He had keenly detected the nuance in Nabahiko's words during their earlier exchange. The phrase, "Why should I tell you?" indicated that the other party indeed possessed some knowledge, and they had likely come to the right place. The next challenge was extracting this information, and given that Nabahiko was a seasoned individual not easily swayed, Naruto's impulsiveness could only complicate matters. Thus, Jiraiya halted Naruto, preventing him from potentially jeopardizing their inquiry. Although Naruto was brash, he refrained from further comments upon seeing Jiraiya's serious demeanor. Once Naruto was settled, Jiraiya donned what he believed to be a friendly smile and addressed Nabahiko, as Naruto mentioned. "We are searching for a boy named Uchiha Sasuke. Prior to his departure, he had conducted an investigation regarding your background. We suspect he may have come to seek you. Hence our visit to the land of Tofu." The clone waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never seen him, never seen him. You two esteemed figures should leave quickly. This remote place cannot accommodate your presence." At that moment, Jiraiya's mind raced, and a sudden thought struck him. He said, "You must be quite bored here." The clone looked at Jiraiya, puzzled by his intentions. Jiraiya then produced a book from his robe and handed it to Nabahiko. With a mischievous grin, he added, "This is my unpublished new work, special edition of Paradise. I would be grateful if you could read it and consider yourself one of my readers." Intrigued, the clone, having perused some novels from this world, found many of them rather tedious, predictable plots that seemed to echo each other. He suspected that the authors shared the same outline when composing their stories. Ironically, when he had attempted to find this outline online for his own writing, he had come up empty. He had heard that Jiraiya was also a writer. Perhaps he might offer a refreshing perspective. With a critical mindset, Nabahiko opened special edition of Paradise and began to read intently, while Jiraiya stood proudly, awaiting the admiration of this naively inexperienced young man. "What on earth have you written? There is simply no content that piques my interest. This is a classic case of false advertising." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nearly stumbled, his expression one of disbelief. While others blushed at the sight of their own work, this fellow dares to claim that my content lacks excitement. He hurriedly approached Shinhiko and explained, "You have only read the first 3 chapters. The thrilling parts have yet to unfold. You must be patient and continue reading. The most captivating sections of my book begin after the 10th chapter." Shinhiko shook his head and replied, "Your pacing is far too languid to captivate an audience. One must adhere to the principle of the golden 3 chapters, which entails establishing a conflict within the first 3 chapters. This conflict should then serve as the foundation upon which your narrative gradually unfolds. Your initial chapters are merely character introductions, accompanied by an extensive description of the scenery. Such writing will drive readers away, who will remain to read the 10th chapter. As a best-selling author, Jiraiya felt a surge of irritation at being lectured in such a manner. He retorted, "Kid, have you ever read a book? I am writing for adults. Adult literature requires a more leisurely pace, devoid of haste." Shinhiko shook his head, asserting, "Your understanding is flawed. The more sophisticated the audience, the quicker the pace should be. Ideally, one should plunge into the conflict between the characters right from the outset. Otherwise, readers may find themselves stalled, left in an awkward position while your narrative has yet to gain momentum. And when I mention stalled, I refer specifically to the gears of a vehicle. No need for misinterpretation." Jiraiya, his face flushed, exclaimed, "Do you realize that such writing will never pass editorial scrutiny? Do you think publishers operate like your family business? Revisions and resubmissions can be quite the hassle." Shinhiko tossed the book Intimate Paradise Special Edition back to Jiraiya and said, "Can't you write in a more literary fashion? Are you familiar with the art of subtlety? Using a baseball bat and bushes as a cover for illicit affairs, do you comprehend?" He added, "Moreover, your writing is far too lackluster. In the opening 600 words, you dwell on scenery. Who picks up a book like yours to admire landscapes?" Jiraiya found it difficult to counter this point and lowered his voice slightly, saying, "Isn't it common for writers to pad their word count?" Shinhiko shook his head, asserting, "Such padding will easily incite reader disdain. Who begins a narrative with superfluous descriptions? If you wish to expand your word count, There are far better techniques than rambling on about scenery. Jiraiya inquired. Then how would you suggest one should expand their word count? Shinhiko flashed a cunning smile and replied. You are clearly asking the obvious. Soon after, Jiraiya mirrored the mischievous grin. Nearby, Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by the laughter shared between the two rather dubious characters. Chapter 66. A Small Knife. After much deliberation, Shinhiko and Jiraiya, two rather unsavory characters, finally completed the revisions for the new edition of Intimate Paradise. The two individuals sat at the writing desk, a palpable sense of relief washing over them as their gazes met, exchanging knowing smiles. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Sinyan felt an inexplicable affinity for Jiraiya, perhaps due to their shared interests. Since their temperaments seemed compatible, the clone did not hasten to send them away, even inviting them to partake in a hot pot dinner that evening. During the meal, Naruto appeared preoccupied, his thoughts heavy. Sinyan observed his demeanor closely, feigning ignorance of his inner turmoil. In truth, revealing the matter concerning Uchiha Sasuke to this fellow would bear no consequence. One could merely alter the details and absolve oneself of responsibility. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, teeth clenched and fists balled. With resolve, he bent his legs, preparing to kneel. Swiftly, Sinyan conjured pink energy, grasping Naruto by the collar and lifting him into the air. Suspended, Naruto disregarded his predicament, meeting Sinyan's gaze with unwavering seriousness as he demanded, Please, tell me where Sasuke is. Such earnestness in Naruto was a sight Jiraiya had never witnessed before. Reflecting on Naruto's intensity, Jiraiya was reminded of his former companion, Orochimaru. Had Orochimaru vanished instead of defecting, would he, too, be as fervent in his search as Naruto? Faced with Naruto's earnestness, Sinyan felt compelled to disclose the truth. Uchiha Sasuke had been overtaken by Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Naruto's agitation surged. Is there no possibility for Sasuke to reclaim his body? What must I do to save him? Sinyan's clone offered a placating response. He is beyond saving. You should return to Konoha and prepare a proper resting place for him. Naruto's fury ignited at such a callous jest regarding Sasuke, exacerbated by the myriad of recent troubles he faced. Sinyan's ill-timed humor only fueled Naruto's wrath. You despicable bastard, stand up. I demand a duel, Naruto declared, his voice laced with indignation. Sinyan's clone casually picked at his ear, retorting, It was merely a jest. Why so riled up? In my view, Sasuke's possession might not be entirely unfavorable. That guy has always been insufferably arrogant. Perhaps this lesson will temper his demeanor. Naruto tightened his fists, exclaiming, What kind of twisted logic is that? How could being possessed possibly be a good thing? You're infuriating. Enough with your nonsense. I will surely shatter your nose. He vowed. Sinyan's clone sighed. Let it go. Engaging with a brat like you would be beneath me. Suddenly struck by an idea, a devious smile crept across his face. However, I do know of a rather entertaining game. Would you care to join me? Naruto, with an expression of disdain, replied, It's not one of those adult games. Is it? You are truly a pervert. I am but a child. Shinhiko, with a furrowed brow, retorted, It's not that inappropriate game. This game is rather simple. Called a single knife. Naruto scratched his head, having never heard of such a game. What could it possibly entail? Shinhiko, suppressing his amusement, proceeded to explain the rules of the game. At the outset, both parties receive a mannequin, which resembles them perfectly, serving as a proxy for their actions. The players determine who acts next by playing rock, paper, scissors. The victor gains the ability to command their respective mannequin to move once. The mannequin's course of action is to charge into the opponent's home and remove their trousers with a decisive snap. The rules are exceedingly straightforward. The first to execute the action wins the game. Upon hearing Shinhiko's explanation, both Naruto and Jiraiya instinctively tightened their legs. Naruto stammered. This game is far too brutal. Can't we choose a more harmonious game? Jiraiya added, Indeed, Shinhiko. Let's all remain calm. There's no need to risk our lives over a game. Shinhiko pointed to the mannequin, saying, It's not like you're the ones getting snapped. It's merely a mannequin. Let it take the hit. His clone wore a mocking grin and added, What? Are you afraid? Naruto puffed out his chest. Although his bravado was somewhat hollow, how could I be afraid? I aspire to be Hokage. Shinhiko scoffed. I hope you don't end up so scared you soil yourself. Having confirmed the game details, Jiraiya volunteered to be the referee. The two faced each other, and Jiraiya raised his right hand to declare, The match begins. Both Naruto and Shinhiko's clone extended their right hands simultaneously, executing their moves in a flash. Naruto chose scissors, while Shinhiko opted for rock. Suddenly, a knife materialized in the hands of Shinhiko's mannequin. A single knife strikes. Naruto gulped as he beheld the glimmering blade. This was merely the first round, and it was insignificant. As he tried to bolster his confidence, the second round commenced. This time, Naruto's movements were markedly more tense. The knife held by the mannequin loomed over Naruto like the sword of Damocles. In this second round, Naruto chose paper, while Shinhiko selected scissors, resulting in Shinhiko's victory. In an instant, Shinhiko's mannequin dashed into Naruto's mannequin's abode, charging into your home. The two mannequins stood face to face, with Shinhiko's mannequin's knife gleaming ominously. At this moment, Naruto was gripped by fear, his body trembling at the thought of the impending snap. Was this the extent of his capabilities? No, I shall not fall here. I still need to rescue Sasuke, and I must fulfill my promise to Sakura. Most importantly, I have my dream of becoming Hokage. If I were to fall here, how could I ever become the Hokage of the village and earn everyone's recognition? In an instant, Naruto's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. A sudden, impassioned voice erupted, causing Shinhiko's clone to nearly stumble back in surprise. Where did this voice come from? Why did it suddenly resonate? The original Shinhiko, currently camping in the land of grass, smiled faintly. A game devoid of challenge would be utterly tedious. It is the existence of victory and defeat that imbues a game with significance. My clones. During our previous games of Dodiju, you banded together to outsmart me. Now, the tides have turned. Watch as I grant Uzumaki Naruto an advantage to vanquish you. With newfound vigor, Uzumaki Naruto surged forth, raising his right fist in preparation for the third round of rock, paper, scissors. The clones felt a pang of uncertainty. This fellow seemed to be brimming with energy, and they feared an unexpected twist of fate. And indeed, what they dreaded came to pass. In the third round, Naruto chose scissors, while Shinhiko opted for paper. Naruto emerged victorious. The clones scoffed, dismissing the loss as inconsequential. Naruto may have the upper hand this round, but they were merely back at the starting line. At that moment, the representative of Naruto sprang into action. In the face of Shinhiko's astonished expression, he snatched the small knife from the hands of Shinhiko's clone. Knife snatching initiated. Chapter 67, Be My Friend. Shinhiko's clone widened his eyes, incredulous as he shouted, "What kind of move is this? You can't just take my knife. That is cheating." At this point, Naruto unveiled his cunning side, flashing a mischievous grin as he retorted, "Your rules never stated that one cannot seize another's knife. If you win next time, you can always reclaim it." Fuming, Shinhiko's clone ground his teeth in frustration. That little brat dared to toy with him. He was eager to see how he would deal with him next. Both prepared with vigor for the fourth round of rock, paper, scissors. Jiraiya, observing the two now fully engaged, wasted no time in declaring the fourth round to commence. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Both contestants threw their hands forward simultaneously. Naruto chose rock, while Shinhiko's clone selected scissors. Gazing at the scissors in his hand, the clone felt a chill run down his spine. Losing this round meant. Naruto smirked and commanded, "Go ahead, my clone." Upon receiving the order, Naruto's clone rushed forward and ruthlessly yanked down Shinhiko's clone's pants. Pants removal initiated. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Shinhiko's clone's pants were mercilessly stripped away. Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes widened, intent on missing no detail. However, the outcome left them sorely disappointed, as the critical areas of the clone were pixelated. Naruto pointed at the clone and exclaimed, "What is going on here? Why did you pixelate him?" The clone, wearing a grim expression, replied, "Of course. We can't pass censorship without pixelation. Besides, we're all men here. Who hasn't seen such things? Desiring to gaze upon oneself, refrain from seeking validation here." The clone of Shinhiko disregarded Naruto and nature's expressions of disappointment, his heart brimming with trepidation and unease. Naruto needed merely to triumph in one more round to conclude this game. "No, I absolutely cannot lose. I am determined to vanquish my original self and seize control of my destiny as a clone." Presently, the thought of being bested by a mere native is unbearable. Instantly, his demeanor transformed, the playful essence that once characterized him dissipated, replaced by a solemn gravity. The shift in the clone's aura caused Naruto to furrow his brow, realizing that this individual had indeed become serious. As the two locked eyes, radiating animosity, Jiraiya proclaimed the commencement of the fifth round. Rock, paper, scissors. Naruto chose rock, while Shinhiko's clone opted for paper. The clone exhaled deeply, relieved to have preserved his life. Meanwhile, Naruto gazed at his clenched fist in frustration. So close to concluding the game. Now he would have to endure overtime. How vexatious. He turned to Shinhiko and said, "You may proceed. First, put on your trousers." Shinhiko's clone smiled faintly, and the figure representing him darted back to his home. Naruto stared in astonishment, his finger trembling as he pointed at Shinhiko, exclaiming, "You actually left without putting on your trousers? How cowardly of you. Couldn't you at least have put them on before running?" The clone shrugged, stating, "I have no choice. This game permits only one command at a time. Putting on trousers and then running constitutes two commands, which is impossible to execute." Naruto's lips twitched. Is this truly the crux of the matter? The real issue is that you ran off without your trousers. Under Naruto's disdainful gaze, the sixth round of rock, paper, scissors commenced. This time, the victor was Shinhiko's clone, who expressionlessly issued commands. "Knife, activate." Naruto inquired, "What purpose does wielding a knife serve now? Why don't you put on your trousers first?" The clone replied, "No more idle chatter, Uzumaki Naruto. Let us settle this once and for all." The seventh round began. And the winner was Uzumaki Naruto. He charged into Shinhiko's residence, brandishing the knife in his hand with a menacing grin, declaring, "Prepare to meet your demise, you trouserless lecher." With another victory, Naruto would secure his triumph in the game. Even if he were to lose, he had one more chance to restart. Thus, he faced the next round with unwavering confidence. The eighth round commenced, and the victor was Shinhiko's clone. Naruto crossed his arms, irritation evident as he urged, "Hurry up and issue your command. Quickly put on those disgusting trousers." The clone smirked, saying, "Young man, you are truly Navi." Suddenly, the figure representing Shinhiko yanked down Naruto's clone's trousers, catching Naruto completely off guard. The opponent surprisingly did not think to put on his pants first, but instead removed them. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Now neither side could retreat. Whoever could triumph in the next round would claim victory in this match. Jiraiya swallowed hard, initially believing this to be an ordinary game, unaware it would escalate to such a brutal extent. A rogue ninja from the Leaf Village confronted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, their battle culminating in the loss of both their trousers. What a fierce confrontation. To be fortunate enough to serve as the referee for such an extraordinary battle was a privilege Jiraiya would not begrudge, feeling invigorated as he stood tall. Raising his right arm to declare, "The ninth round begins now." As his words resonated, Naruto and Shinkichi's clones summoned all their strength to strike downward. This blow embodied their deepest beliefs and unwavering resolve. The force of their clash was akin to a tempest, leaving Jiraiya momentarily blinded. When the tempest subsided and he reopened his eyes, he beheld the final outcome of the battle. His eyes widened and his mouth fell agape as he inhaled deeply, solemnly proclaiming, "I declare the victor of this match to be Naruto Uzumaki." At that moment, Shinkichi's clone lay on the ground like a defeated dog. His representative figure writhed in agony, while Naruto's clone stood proudly before him. As a gentle breeze swept through, the chaotic scene transformed, and everyone found themselves back in Shinkichi's home. The hot pot continued to bubble cheerily, indicating that their time away had not been prolonged. Jiraiya turned to Shinkichi's clone and inquired, "Have we been ensnared in an illusion? When exactly did this happen?" Shinkichi's clone, too humiliated to respond, lay there in disgrace, memories flashing before him like a revolving lantern. After such a profound defeat, he felt utterly despondent, questioning what dignity remained when he could not even safeguard his own manhood. Just then, a radiant light caught his eye, warm and blazing. Instinctively, Shinkichi reached out, yearning to touch the light. To his astonishment, he grasped another hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naruto Uzumaki's hand. Naruto beamed at him with a cheerful smile, saying, "Don't be so downcast. It's just a game. There's no need to take it too seriously. I truly enjoyed playing with you. Be my friend, Araki Shinkichi." Chapter 68. To fly standing up or to fly lying down. Naruto's smile pierced Shinkichi's heart like a beam of light. In that moment, Shinkichi felt a sense of healing wash over him. The world suddenly appeared radiant and beautiful, dispelling the gloom that had clouded his heart. As he contemplated acquiescing to Naruto's request and forging a friendship with him, an unexpected chill coursed through his body, causing every hair to stand on end. Goodness, I nearly fell prey to this fellow. Truly, he is a master of verbal evasion. Even I, a traveler from another world, almost succumbed to his wiles. The shadow clone swiftly released Naruto's hand, and under the weight of Naruto's sorrowful gaze, he addressed the two. "Enough. You are already aware of the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Sasuke. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Upon hearing Shinichi urge them to depart, Naruto, perplexed, inquired, Aren't you coming with us? I have heard from Niji about your situation. You are certainly not the type to slay your comrades. There must be some misunderstanding. Aren't you going to return to the village to clarify things? Jiraiya, upon hearing this, cast a curious glance at Shinichi. The bodies of the 3 members of the Okawa team had already been discovered by the Umbu, and tests revealed that they had succumbed to poisoning. Jiraiya found this matter perplexing. Given Araki Shinichi's prowess, he could have easily dispatched those 3 without resorting to such methods as poisoning. Naruto and Jiraiya looked at Shinichi's clone. Awaiting his response, the clone yawned and replied, "There is no need to explain anything to Konoha. Even if I clarified matters to you, Konoha would uncover the truth. The outcome would merely result in trivializing a major issue. After all, Konoha would not penalize their own elder advisor for the actions of a mere rogue ninja. Moreover, I have no desire to continue serving Konoha. Life here is quite agreeable. You needn't return to Konoha to provide me with explanations. Simply consider the deaths of Captain Okawa and his companions as my doing." Jiraiya sighed in resignation, aware that Shinichi spoke the truth. He and Tsunade both understood that Shimura Danzo was not a benevolent figure. However, their capacity to act against him was limited to mere confinement. Eliminating him was utterly impossible. To speak candidly, they could not afford to compromise their own advisor over a handful of civilian ninjas. Naruto and Jiraiya departed the Land of Tales, as they needed to continue their training on controlling the chakra of the Nine Tails, thus they did not linger. Throughout this encounter, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Shinichi before them was merely a shadow clone. The clone resumed its languid existence, reclining on the bed. Meanwhile, the real Shinichi found himself grappling with a perplexing dilemma. He was hovering in the skies above the land of grass, though his posture was rather peculiar, alternately lying down and standing upright. Ultimately, he descended to the ground, arms crossed, lost in contemplation. He pondered a question that had long confounded him. When one flies, is it preferable to soar standing or lying down? The celestial beings of the heavenly dynasty all fly standing. Initially, Shinichi had adopted this method of flight. However, not long after taking flight, he began to feel the resistance of the wind becoming somewhat burdensome. Then, he recalled the way Superman flies, lying flat, and decided to give it a try. This method indeed reduced wind resistance, yet it was far from elegant. Exposing his harmless belly to the onlookers below filled him with a sense of embarrassment. After all, there was no inscription on his chest proclaiming his prowess. Standing and flying was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing. With his hands tucked into his pockets during flight, he exuded an air of dominance. Yet, such a manner of flying was entirely at odds with the principles of aerodynamics. And having been nurtured through 9 years of compulsory education, Xinyan naturally looked down upon such energy-wasting posturing. After much contemplation, an idea struck him. The celestial beings of his homeland, apart from flying solo, occasionally rode magnificent steeds. These mounts were more striking than the last, each a formidable character on the arduous journey to the west. If he were to acquire such a steed, it would resolve his dilemma of whether to fly standing or lying down. Xinyan patted his thigh, commending his cleverness. Such an ingenious solution, he mused, could only have originated from his mind. Yet, he soon found himself at a loss regarding which mount to choose. The ninja world was replete with impressive summoning beasts, such as frogs, snakes, and slugs. However, these creatures seemed too trivial. His steed must possess a certain grandeur. It would be quite embarrassing to ride out only to collide with another. He then thought of the slumbering orange Maru on Cat God Continent, but swiftly dismissed that idea. Cats were meant to be cherished, not ridden. What about the tailed beasts? Riding one of them around the human realm would surely be a sight to behold. Yet, tailed beasts appeared somewhat feeble. They were either sealed away or on the verge of being sealed. It felt rather cruel to capture such unfortunate beings as mounts. Just then, inspiration struck him, and a sly grin spread across his face. With a mere thought, a surge of powerful spiritual energy burst forth from his palm. This energy twisted and morphed until it took on the form of a man. The figure donned crimson armor, with long hair cascading down his back like a hedgehog's quills. His chiseled features exuded an air of aloofness, his expression cold and unyielding, devoid of mirth. Any seasoned ninja present would surely be left agape. For the individual summoned was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had, decades prior, collaborated with the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, to bring an end to the Warring States period. At this moment, he appeared youthful, with a vibrant complexion and no wrinkles, looking merely in his 30s or 40s. Embodying the prime of a ninja's life, the imposing aura he radiated instilled a sense of dread in those with fragile minds. Observing Uchiha Madara before him, Sun Yan felt immense satisfaction. Such a formidable mount was perfectly aligned with his desired persona. He merely snapped his fingers, and upon receiving the command, Uchiha Obito knelt on the ground like a loyal hound, his hands resting on the earth. Observing Obito's broad back, Sun Yan couldn't help but smile. Just as he contemplated sitting down, a sudden recollection struck him. He reached out to caress Obito's thick hair, feeling a twinge of envy within. In his past life, Sun Yan had attempted to grow long hair, but he had cut it before it even reached his shoulders. To be candid, maintaining long hair was quite uncomfortable. He truly could not fathom how women managed to grow their hair so long. It must be unbearably hot. Now, seeing Uchiha Obito's long and luscious locks, Sun Yan felt a profound sense of admiration. Nonetheless, admiration aside, he still intended to sit. Gently gathering Obito's hair, he laid it smoothly across Obito's back, determining that such a splendid natural cushion must not go to waste. Having completed this, he promptly mounted Uchiha Obito's back. The space was indeed ample, and it felt remarkably comfortable. He tugged at Obito's hair and pointed forward, exclaiming, "Warriors, charge forth with me." With that, he galloped ahead, riding Obito as they surged forward. Obito's speed was akin to lightning, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed away, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 69. Coming to show off in front of me? On a roadway bordering the rice fields in the land of rice, farmers toiled diligently in the fields. This year's harvest was quite satisfactory, and joy radiated from their faces. At that moment, a young man in his 20s pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look over there." "What is that?" The crowd turned to follow his gaze, their eyes widening in astonishment. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose, and amidst it, a flash of red and white light streaked by. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, the red and white light, shrouded in dust, rushed past them, racing towards the horizon. A collective shiver ran through the onlookers. What had just transpired? Meanwhile, Sun Yan, riding Uchiha Obito, was exhilarated. Obito's speed was astonishing, rendering speed and passion mere tortoises in comparison. Moreover, Obito was not limited to the road. He could traverse any mountain path or river with ease. Such a steed would surely drive motorcycle enthusiasts of his past life into a frenzy. The scene of his galloping through the land of rice was also witnessed by two white Zetsu lurking nearby. They peered out, glancing at the distant dust cloud, exchanging knowing looks. One of them resumed his concealment in the earth, playing the part of a plant, while the other hurriedly relayed the information to Uchiha Obito. Upon learning that Sun Yan was in the land of rice, Obito utilized his Kamui space to arrive in a dimly lit chamber. As he stepped out of the space, Orochimaru eagerly inquired, "Have you located Araki Sun Yan?" Obito nodded and replied, "He is currently in the land of rice. It seems he is seeking you." Orochimaru smiled with a wicked charm, then shook his head. Araki Nabahiko was truly naive. After the collapse of Konoha, how could he possibly remain in the land of rice? Nevertheless, it mattered little as he turned to Nagato and inquired, "How are preparations on your end, Nagato-kun?" "It is complete and ready to commence at any moment," Nagato replied. At that moment, Nagato no longer bore the frailness of his former self. Following their formal collaboration, Orochimaru had transplanted Hashirama's cells into Nagato. With the transplant, Nagato's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, now fully capable of enduring the corrosion of the Rinnegan. However, he still needed to manipulate the outer path's Gedomazo, leaving some residual deficiencies in his body. Fortunately, these deficiencies were inconsequential, and this operation did not require his true form to intervene. Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction. His transplantation technique had matured significantly. Regrettably, both he and Nagato's would release capabilities were disappointingly feeble. Their current prowess was only comparable to that of Yamato, lacking the legendary power to pacify the shinobi world. Such ninjutsu had become utterly useless to them, rendering would release a mere trifle in their arsenal. Yet, they had not sought to transplant Hashirama's cells solely for the sake of wood release, so their disappointment was minimal. Once he confirmed that the plan was fully prepared, his gaze shifted towards Uchiha Obito. "Uchiha Madara, take me to Nabahiko-kun," Orochimaru instructed. Obito nodded but hesitated, saying, "Let me have a word with Araki Nabahiko first, shall we?" Orochimaru chuckled, "That is permissible, though I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes." Orochimaru was well aware of Obito's intentions. He merely aimed to charm Nabahiko with grand aspirations and lofty ideals, hoping to persuade him to serve willingly. Such tactics were remnants of Orochimaru's own strategies. Obito was rather naive. This approach might still work on young, impassioned ninjas whose worldviews had yet to solidify. However, from his observations, Araki Nabahiko was not easily swayed. With that in mind, Orochimaru allowed Obito to attempt his approach, ready to intervene should Obito fail. Orochimaru was transported by Obito's Kamui to a remote forest. Ah, what a convenient technique, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. Obito paid no heed to Orochimaru and walked straight to the riverbank nearby, where Nabahiko was watching Uchiha Obito bathe in the river with an expression of exasperation. What a stroke of bad luck today, he muttered. They had been racing along the road at an exhilarating speed, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. It seemed Obito had stepped on something. He promptly halted to investigate, and to his dismay, discovered the unfortunate truth. Obito had inadvertently stepped in a pile of cow dung during their rapid journey. The cow dung adorned Uchiha Obito like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, leaving Xinyan utterly disgusted. He hurriedly took Obito to the riverbank for a bath. Indeed, a motorcycle pales in comparison to a car. When a car rolls over cow dung and continues to travel, the inertia of the tires likely flings off the mess. A motorcycle, however, guarantees that the rider will remain splattered, without any respite. Just then, Xinyan heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld a man with a single-eyed whirlpool mask sauntering towards him nonchalantly. Xinyan instantly recognized him as Obito, the reckless youth who sought to obliterate the ninja world over the death of his girlfriend. Ah, wait. Noira Rin was not his girlfriend. This fellow was willing to destroy the ninja realm over the loss of a secret crush, truly sharing a brain with a boulder. As Xinyan scrutinized Obito, the latter assessed him in turn. The man appeared unremarkable, exuding an air of indolence that hardly suggested he was a formidable opponent. More crucially, there was no palpable surge of chakra emanating from him. It is known that ninjas find it challenging to conceal their chakra levels when face to face. Xinyan's chakra level certainly did not seem sufficient to activate the Susanoo. Yet, both Orochimaru and Kisame had previously extolled the prowess of Araki Xinyan. With their strengths, they should not have erred in their judgment. Obito inhaled deeply, adopting a condescending tone as he addressed Xinyan. Greetings, Araki Xinyan. Xinyan furrowed his brow, questioning why this individual sought him out. Was he merely here to show off? Speak your piece. I have no time for idle chatter, Xinyan replied impatiently. Seeing Xinyan's expression, Obito realized that he was not being taken seriously. To handle such an obstinate rogue ninja, it was clear that an organizational approach was necessary. First, he would intimidate with his identity, then employ Kamui to evade Xinyan's abilities. Ultimately, he would unveil his grand plan to instill fear. This method had rarely failed. With an even more arrogant tone, Obito lifted his chin slightly and coldly declared, "Young one, you are quite impolite. As a fellow rogue ninja from Konoha, I am your senior. One must show adequate respect to their elders. After all, I am the first rogue ninja of Konoha." At this point, Obito's tone took on a playful nuance as he mentioned a name he believed would instill fear in anyone, Uchiha Madara. Xinyan watched as Obito attempted to impress him, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This fool might manage to put on airs before others, but to do so in front of him was absurd. If he didn't T-slap his face, it would be an affront to the cow dung he had stepped in today. Chapter 70. Qin Shi Huang, Demand Payment. Xinyan's peculiar expression was interpreted by Obito as being awed by the name of Madara. However, it is hardly surprising, for Uchiha Madara is a figure of legendary stature within the ninja world. Even if the new generation of ninjas has never witnessed his terrifying prowess, they have certainly heard of his illustrious name. Just as he was about to continue his grandstanding, Shinhiko suddenly raised a hand in a gesture of pause and said, "Wait a moment." Though interrupted and somewhat displeased, Obito did not reveal his annoyance. His current persona was Uchiha Madara, and he could not afford to lose his air of superiority. Shinhiko clapped his hands toward the river and remarked, "It should be about time. Come forth." No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Madara emerged from the water, resembling a lotus blooming from the depths. The moonlight illuminated his stern visage, rendering him strikingly alluring and imposing. He strode toward the shore, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Obito. At the moment Madara set foot on land, Obito's mind momentarily faltered. He ought to be grateful for his mask, otherwise his jaw would have surely dropped to the ground. This face was one he had once seen, though at that time it had been marked by age, with wrinkles and gray hair. Yet now, the individual appeared vigorous, showing no signs of decrepitude. The countenance, the gaze, and the feeling of chakra were unmistakable. This was indeed Uchiha Madara. What was happening? Why was he still alive? Could this be the impure world reincarnation technique? Upon closer inspection, Obito noted that there were no cracks of earth upon Madara's face, suggesting it was not the impure world reincarnation. He clenched his fists tightly, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Once his emotions settled, he feigned calmness and inquired of Uchiha Madara, "Why did you not seek me out upon your revival? Given your nature, you should have prioritized understanding the progress of the plan." Obito's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Madara. His resurrection was indeed unexpected. Madara had previously inscribed a curse mark within Nagato. The method to activate that mark lay within his own hands. His task was to wait until Nagato had collected all the tailed beasts, then activate the mark to control Nagato and resurrect Madara. However, how could Uchiha Obito allow Madara to achieve his desires? In his vision, he was to be the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and he would personally wield the infinite Tsukuyomi. How could peace in the ninja world be entrusted to another? Yet he had not anticipated that Uchiha Madara possessed alternative means of resurrection. It appeared that this Araki Shinhiko was yet another contingency left by Madara. Cursed Uchiha Madara, the dead should remain peacefully in the Pure Land, not wander aimlessly in the living world. Just as Obito harbored these thoughts, Uchiha Madara suddenly moved. This motion startled Obito, prompting him to activate Kamui and prepare for a counterattack. Under the watchful gaze of Obito, Uchiha Madara slowly approached Shinhiko. In the midst of Obito's astonished expression, Madara bent his legs and knelt before the ground. Obito could scarcely believe his own eyes as he clasped his hands together, attempting to unravel the illusion before him. To his dismay, each time he opened his eyes, the scene remained unchanged. Uchiha Madara still knelt on the ground, resembling a wretched slave, while Shinhiko leisurely draped Madara's hair across his back. He then sat down with a thud, crossing his legs and flashing a grin at Obito, saying, "My apologies. The wind was rather strong earlier, and I couldn't quite catch your name. Would you mind repeating it? What do you call yourself?" At this, Obito found himself utterly at a loss for words, unsure of how to introduce himself. Should he identify himself as the one beneath the other's rear, Uchiha Madara? Gritting his teeth, he finally managed to say, "So, you've taken control of Uchiha Madara. It seems you are already aware of the Eye of the Moon plan, then." Shinhiko scratched his head. Although he was indeed familiar with the Eye of the Moon plan, it was not through Madara that he had learned of it. However, explaining this to Obito seemed futile, so he simply conceded, "Indeed, I am aware of that plan." Obito, his demeanor serious, inquired, "What do you think of this plan?" "A world devoid of suffering and strife, where everyone can attain their deepest desires and live the life of their dreams. A perfect world, a peaceful plan. What is your perspective?" As Shinhiko regarded Obito's earnest expression, he was reminded of a video he had seen in a past life. A man had been swindled out of over 300,000 by a con artist. When the police arrived to demand the return of all the money, the man insisted that the other party could not possibly be a fraud. He even stated that he would call the police the following day after confirming that the money could not be retrieved. When Shinhiko had first watched that video, his worldview had nearly shattered. Could there truly be someone so foolish? Yet reality had taught him that humanity is often more foolish than one might imagine. Such an obviously flawed plan could elicit such fervent endorsement from Obito, who might be deemed a fool, and even from Madara, a seasoned leader who had witnessed the chaos of the Warring States period, was astonishing. Shinhiko felt that, concerning lies, those deceived often cling to them more tenaciously than those who deceive. Even when the fabrications are riddled with holes, the duped will concoct various justifications to uphold the falsehood, often to a degree that leaves the liar themselves speechless. From his backpack, Shinhiko retrieved a kunai and swiftly hurled it to the ground at Obito's feet, embedding it in the soil. As Obito gazed at the kunai at his feet, he appeared perplexed. At this moment, Shinhiko spoke. "Would you like to know the truth of this world?" Obito glanced from the kunai to Shinhiko, sensing a hint of familiarity in this approach, yet uncertain. He resolved to observe further. "In truth, the people of this world have all been deceived. We reside within a realm constructed of illusions. This illusion, known as infinite suffering, envelopes the entire globe. Its purpose is quite straightforward, to subject you to endless torment ad infinitum. This malevolent trickery is the handiwork of a sinister individual intent on enslaving all of humanity. Presently, the entirety of the world's populace is ensnared by this illusion. Yet no one has yet perceived its existence. My formidable strength stems from my realization that this is merely an illusory world. In my quest to unravel this deception, I chose to end my own life." With a gaze imbued with utmost seriousness, Shinichi turned to Uchiha Obito and declared, "I believe in you. You are a rare prodigy among countless souls. Now, all you need to do is sever your throat with this kunai, and you shall escape this illusion." just as I have. Once we join forces to vanquish that vile scoundrel, we can save everyone in the shinobi world. Moreover, the girl you hold dear is not truly dead. She has merely succumbed to a state of false death induced by the illusion. If we collaborate to dismantle this deception, you will be reunited with her. Come now, grasp that kunai, and let us forge a beautiful new future together. Chapter 71. The target emerges. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with indignation as he regarded Shinichi. It was as if he were treating him like a mere child, concocting such a clumsy lie to deceive him into self-destruction. In a low, furious tone, he retorted, "You think to trick me into taking my own life with such a base ruse? Araki Shinichi, do you take me for a fool?" Shinichi, wearing an expression of bewilderment, replied, "I am not deceiving you. What I have told you is the truth. Do you not find this world exceedingly strange? The endless conflicts among ninjas, the inevitable loss of that which one holds dear, friends, comrades, family, beloved, regardless of your status or strength. You will eventually be powerless to prevent their departure. Reflect on all the people you have encountered. Do they not fit this pattern?" Obito fell silent, and in that moment, he began to perceive the validity of Shinichi's words. The vast majority of individuals he had met in the past seemed to align with Araki Shinichi's portrayal. He recalled his once dear friend, Hatake Kakashi, who had been lauded as a genius from a young age, excelling in his studies at the Ninja Academy and garnering the affection of many. Moreover, he was the renowned son of Konoha's White Fang, a person seemingly destined for greatness from the very start. Yet, just as he was poised to reach the pinnacle of his life, his father, Konoha's White Fang, fell from grace for abandoning a mission, ultimately succumbing to shame by taking his own life at home, casting Kakashi into a profound darkness. Both I and Rin have lost everything during the Third Great Ninja War. Rin was slain by Kakashi, and I lost my one true love. Although my teacher, Minato, perished due to the chaos unleashed by the Nine Tails that I instigated, his fate also resonates with the conditions articulated by Araki Nabahiko. His beloved wife, Kushina Uzumaki, succumbed shortly after I extracted the tailed beast from her. Minato would not have died under normal circumstances, yet he chose to employ the Shiki F gene, willingly embracing death. At this moment, a flicker of doubt regarding Araki Nabahiko's twisted rationale stirred within Obito's heart. However, being a cautious individual, he inquired of Araki, "How can you substantiate your claims? With so many in the ninja world having taken their own lives, what grants you the power to dispel this illusion?" Obito's probing question struck Nabahiko like a thunderclap, sending tumultuous waves through his mind. Could it be? Could this fool truly be swayed by such absurdity? He is, indeed, beginning to believe. Quickly regaining his composure, Nabahiko responded, "Their suicides, of course, differ from mine. They chose to part with this world in moments of anguish and despair. In such instances, the illusion of infinite suffering seals the consciousness of those who take their own lives. I, however, am unlike these individuals. I seek to depart with hope and love. In this context, the infinite suffering does not imprison my consciousness, but rather chooses to exile it. Thus, my awareness can traverse into this illusionary realm at any moment, and I can return to my corporeal form whenever I wish. The reason I remain in this illusion is that in the real world, I stand alone, utterly powerless against that demon. Hence, I must return to this world to seek like-minded companions to vanquish that demon and save our world." With utmost sincerity in his gaze, Nabahiko approached Obito, picked up a kunai from the ground, and gently cradled it in his palm before presenting it to Obito, saying, "Your name is Uchiha Obito, is it not? After all these years, I have finally found someone who shares my vision. Come, take it in your hand. Then, with love and hope, let it sever your throat. Remember to be devout. Do not harbor excessive ambition. I believe in you, Uchiha Obito." Gazing at the dagger before him, Obito felt a surge of fervor within. Is this how it is? Could it be that the suffering he endured throughout his life stemmed from that illusion called infinite suffering? He gently grasped the kunai from Nabahiko's hand, lowering his head to gaze vacantly at his reflection upon its surface. This world is, in essence, a grotesque one. Indeed, it is not real. No wonder it is rife with pain and despair. Its roots lie here. Obito delicately positioned the kunai against his throat, contemplating, if I merely cut, everything will come to an end, won't it? Just as he was on the verge of ending his own life, a stone unexpectedly flew from the distance, knocking the kunai from his grasp. Slightly regaining his senses, Obito clutched his head in disbelief. What had he just done? He had actually believed the words of Araki Nobuhiko and contemplated suicide. Meanwhile, Nobuhiko's expression was one of annoyance, having been interrupted just as he was about to succeed in his persuasion. Who was the scoundrel that dared to disrupt his machinations? A soft chuckle emanated from behind a nearby tree. Ah, how impressive, Nobuhiko. You managed to manipulate the wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan without a sound. Such mastery of Jinjutsu is unprecedented. Among all the ninjas that have ever existed in the shinobi world, your illusions must be the most formidable. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Obito was drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly severed his own throat. Just moments ago, he had been completely unaware of how he fell victim to the Jinjutsu. Its silent nature was truly terrifying. He immediately began to concentrate chakra and search within himself, but found no traces of being under an illusion. What was happening? Even the most powerful Jinjutsu should leave some clue behind. Noticing Obito's actions, Nobuhiko interjected. I did not cast any Jinjutsu on you, so there is no need to search. Obito did not trust Nobuhiko's words. In his eyes, Nobuhiko was a cunning and treacherous scoundrel, and he would not believe a single punctuation mark from such a person. Conversely, Orochimaru, who possessed the Rinnegan, appeared slightly intrigued. Through his Rinnegan, he observed that indeed, Obito bore no signs of being ensnared by Jinjutsu. He directly questioned Nobuhiko. There are no traces of Jinjutsu. How then did you manage to compel him to take such drastic action? Nobuhiko's face contorted into a disdainful expression as he replied, Is it necessary to use Jinjutsu on a fool like him? Orochimaru paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. At that moment, he was utilizing the body of Uchiha Sasuke, and this laughter perfectly echoed the essence of Uchiha's notorious maniacal laughter. After the laughter subsided, he said, Greetings. Nobuhiko. We have met before, but I failed to introduce myself. My name is Orochimaru. I look forward to your guidance. In response to Orochimaru's politeness, Nobuhiko offered a slight smile. Hello, Orochimaru. My name is Araki Nobuhiko. There is no need for guidance. I have come here specifically for you. Hand over Uchiha Sasuke's body, and you may spare yourself some physical suffering. Chapter 72. Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled and replied, That simply will not do. Sasuke is someone I have worked tirelessly to obtain. If I were to hand him over, all my efforts would be in vain. Nobuhiko sighed deeply. So it seems we must fight after all. What a bother. Orochimaru chuckled. If you find it troublesome, Hikaru-kun, you may allow Uchiha Madara over there to take the stage. I presume that should resemble the reanimation jutsu, wouldn't it? Heh. If you wish to engage him, that is certainly feasible. However, I must caution you. Although he was conjured by my ninjutsu, his prowess is not inferior to that of the genuine Uchiha Madara. With that, Hikaru reached into the void and summoned a chair, settling himself down to await the ensuing battle between Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's expression turned icy. Merely jesting. He had not anticipated that his opponent would indeed compel him to duel with that mere imitation. What power could a mere puppet possibly possess? This Uchiha Madara likely only boasted the strength of a shadow, which had become painfully inadequate in his eyes. He extended his hand towards Uchiha Madara, softly uttering, Universal pull. Suddenly, the Uchiha, arms crossed, sensed an overwhelming force enveloping his being. In the next moment, he was drawn directly into Orochimaru's grasp. A cold smirk played upon Orochimaru's lips. This creation of ninjutsu could be obliterated simply by exhausting its chakra with his hungry ghost path ability. Allowing an unthinking puppet to engage him was a testament to Araki Hikaru's arrogance. Just as he prepared to unleash his hungry ghost path to drain Madara's chakra, the Uchiha extended his right hand and grasped Orochimaru's wrist with a swift motion. Under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, Uchiha Madara spoke slowly. You, young one, are exceedingly presumptuous. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Uchiha who held his wrist. Although Madara's expression remained cold, there was a newfound vitality in his gaze, no longer shrouded in the lifelessness it once bore. As Orochimaru stood momentarily stunned, Madara launched a powerful kick directly at Orochimaru's chest, possessing the Rinnegan. Orochimaru perceived Madara's actions clearly, yet his body could not keep pace with his sight, for he was currently confined within the body of a mere 14-year-old. Orochimaru was sent soaring into the air from the force of the kick, but Madara's firm grip on his wrist held him suspended in midair. Ultimately, the momentum of Madara's strike dissipated, leaving Orochimaru sprawled on the ground, his wrist still firmly ensnared. To the side, Obito's eyes widened. a premonition stirring within him that this Uchiha was no mere puppet. Hikaru, seated in his chair with legs crossed, chuckled softly. Moments ago, he had imbued Uchiha Madara with true consciousness and intent, a character shaped by his understanding of Madara from his previous life viewing Naruto. He had even simulated memories and implanted them within Madara's form. At this moment, Madara possessed the memories and strength of his prime during the Valley of the End, a peak period in his early life. It was safe to say that a captivating spectacle awaited. Meanwhile, Orochimaru lay prostrate on the ground, face down, rendering his expression unreadable. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow and inquired, "Junior, why do you remain prostrate? Do you believe such abysmal acting can deceive me?" The concealed Orochimaru, lying on the ground, emitted a chilling chuckle. Suddenly, Madara noticed several venomous snakes emerging from Orochimaru's arm, lunging towards him. Madara scoffed disdainfully, trivial parlor tricks. He then extended his left hand, channeling chakra into a surgical blade. With swift precision, he severed the heads of the snakes as if they were mere vegetables. Orochimaru, still prone, gradually lifted his head, unleashing an endless stream of serpents from his mouth. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. Observing the multitude of snakes, Madara's brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to leap back and distance himself from Orochimaru. The serpents multiplied, becoming increasingly dense. Soon, a tide of snakes surged towards Shinyin and Obito's feet. Obito swiftly utilized his Kamui to transport himself away from the heart of the battlefield, while Shinyin maneuvered his chair into the air to evade the approaching serpentine wave. Confronted by the overwhelming mass of snakes, towering over 10 meters, Madara formed a hand seal and exhaled a torrent of flames to counter the serpentine onslaught. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The conflagration collided with the serpents, resulting in a cacophony of hissing and explosive sounds as the poisonous creatures burst apart, releasing noxious black smoke into the air. The battlefield transformed into a sea of flames, visible even miles away, radiating like a miniature sun. Ultimately, Orochimaru's serpent tide fell short against Madara's might, as the inferno pressed inexorably towards him. Frowning, Orochimaru leaped to evade the flames. Observing Orochimaru's narrow escape, Madara crossed his arms and declared, "Unleash your full power, Junior." Orochimaru smirked and replied, "You did say so." An endless stream of natural energy began to converge upon Orochimaru's form, which absorbed it like a voracious black hole. In truth, Orochimaru had always possessed the ability to absorb natural energy. He merely lacked the finesse to master it and enter Sage Mode. However, since merging with Sasuke's body, he discovered a significant enhancement in his control over natural energy. Now, he could truly enter Sage Mode, elevating his combat prowess to new heights. After completing this transformation, Orochimaru grinned wickedly and announced, "Thank you for your patience. The second round of battle commences." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the ground trembled beneath him as the earth writhed. Sage Art, Earth Release, 100 Dragon Dance. Instantly, hundreds of brown earthen dragons surged forth from the ground towards Uchiha Madara. Observing the approaching dragons, Madara remarked, "This ninjutsu lacks originality. It is merely a barrage of earth dragons. Have you entered Sage Mode only to unleash a few additional earth projectiles?" As his words faded, a colossal blue Susanoo erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, the towering Susanoo had fully materialized. Hundreds of earthen dragons struck against its form, akin to a mere tickling sensation, utterly failing to penetrate its defenses. "Is this how it ends, young one?" Uchiha Madara inquired with an air of supremacy. Standing atop the forehead of the colossal Susanoo, Orochimaru offered a faint smile before altering his hand seals and softly uttering, "Senjutsu, Earth Release, Dance of 10,000 Dragons." Instantly, the ground surged like a tidal wave, and thousands of earthen dragons erupted from the earth, lunging towards the Susanoo with ferocity. The overwhelming tide of dragons enveloped the giant entirely, rendering Madara's attempts to wield the Susanoo's weapons futile against the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, Madara dispelled the Susanoo and leapt from the ceaseless encirclement of dragons. At that moment, one of the earthen dragons behind him opened its maw wide. Orochimaru sprang forth from within, his right hand gripping Madara's shoulder tightly. "I have you now, Uchiha Madara." Chapter 73. Exile. Orochimaru's visage twisted into a sinister smile as his hungry ghost path ability activated instantaneously. Chakra from Madara was relentlessly siphoned through Orochimaru's grasp. Just as a triumphant grin spread across Orochimaru's face, Madara's form suddenly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, It was merely a shadow clone. When did he manage to do that? Just then, a figure flickered behind one of the earthen dragons. Madara's body transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Orochimaru. Enormous skeletal arms erupted around him, the half-formed Susanoo reaching for Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru coiled his body like a serpent, twisting away from the grasp of the Susanoo. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. One wielding the Susanoo with unparalleled mastery, the other harnessing the elemental release techniques to their zenith. Their confrontation escalated in magnitude and scope, the rippling aftermath extending outward, capturing the attention of various factions. In a location distant from the battlefield, Leaf Village's intelligence ninja gazed in astonishment at the colossal blue giant and the towering ninjutsu clashing in the distance. The terrifying aura and overwhelming presence stirred a primal fear even among these seasoned elite ninjas. One trembling team member, gripped by dread, inquired, "Captain, what should we do next?" The captain, with a serious demeanor, replied, "We shall remain here and observe. You must return to the village immediately and report this situation to Lord Hokage." The subordinate, relieved by the command, swiftly vanished into the foliage. Similar occurrences transpired across various locations, as prominent forces within the ninja world found themselves drawn to this monumental clash. At the heart of the battlefield, Orochimaru grew increasingly agitated. He believed that as the battle continued, victory would inevitably be his. Bolstered by his Sage Mode and the enhancements of Hashirama's cells. Regarding chakra, he still possesses the confidence to contend with the Nine Tails at its peak. However, this is not his desire. His objective is not merely to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru discreetly stole a glance at Araki Yoshihiko from the corner of his eye. At that moment, the latter was comfortably seated, sipping on a sugary drink. Akin to a Chunin instructor observing two students practicing. To him, this protracted battle resembled mere play among children. This state of affairs was untenable. He needed to devise a method to approach Araki Yoshihiko and employ the jutsu. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru began to reposition himself, seeking an opportune moment. Upon finding a suitable spot, he immediately infused his chakra into the void ring held in his hand. This was a signal he had arranged with Nagato once received. Nagato would be poised to execute that jutsu at any moment. Subsequently, he intentionally exposed a flaw, presenting his back to Uchiha Madara. Seizing this opportunity, Madara naturally would not let it slip away. He commanded the massive Susanoo to cleave downwards with a single stroke. Orochimaru feigned terror, seemingly caught off guard by the discovery of his vulnerability. As the long sword descended, Orochimaru's form was instantly shattered into countless fragments. Blood spraying across the scene in a manner unfit for the faint of heart. Hovering not far above him, Yoshihiko furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. What was Orochimaru up to? To him, the victor of this battle should have been Orochimaru, possessing Hashirama's cells and Sage Mode continuously replenishing his strength. Along with the myriad of bizarre techniques afforded by the Rinnegan, Orochimaru's current prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of the peak Senja Hashirama. Moreover, the power level Yoshihiko had assigned to Uchiha Madara was merely that of the Valley of the End era. At that time, Madara, riding the Nine Tails, had been unable to defeat Hashirama. How could he possibly surpass the current Orochimaru? Was he attempting to utilize the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu to recover from his injuries? Yet, how could one recover when reduced to a pile of flesh? Although Sasuke had once suffered a similar fate, his head and torso had remained intact. This time, Orochimaru was reduced to a mist of blood. Yoshihiko believed the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu had not yet reached the threshold of blood rebirth. Just then, a figure gradually emerged from the void beside Yoshihiko. Turning his head, he beheld Orochimaru, who had seized Sasuke's body. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes, imbued with the eerie violet of the Rinnegan, sparkled with excitement. Finally, he had succeeded. Prepare yourself, Araki Yoshihiko. Rinnegan Eye Technique, Heavenly Hand Power, activate. Sitting firmly in the void, Yoshihiko suddenly felt a spatial force enveloping him. In the next instant, his form vanished with a whoosh. And in the spot he had just occupied, a stone roughly the height of a human materialized. The stone floated in the air for half a second before succumbing to gravity and plummeting to the ground. Devoid of Shinyan's command, Uchiha Madara stood motionless like a stone statue, a marionette frozen in place. Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito, who observed from a distance, exhaled a long sigh of relief. The successful activation of the Heavenly Hand power indicated that they had achieved half of their plan. The next step hinged on Nagato. They hoped he would not falter. Meanwhile, in a remote ruin within the Land of Wind, 6 orange-haired men sat cross-legged within an enigmatic array. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the formation, and a stone placed at its center vanished without a trace. In its stead appeared a young man seated on a chair, bewildered and clutching a bottle of soda. Utterly at a loss, through the perspectives of the pain, Nagato beheld this individual, whom both Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara feared immensely. He appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking the demeanor of a formidable adversary. Yet, none of this mattered, even if the individual were merely a commoner. Any potential threat to the peace of the ninja world must be eradicated. With a mere thought, the array glowed with a white luminescence. Xinyan, dazed, rose from his chair, staring at the array beneath him in utter confusion. He was thoroughly baffled. He had not activated any form of teleportation. Why had he suddenly arrived here? At that moment, a colossal surge of chakra rose beneath him, exceeding even that of the Nine Tails in both quantity and quality. Before Xinyan could comprehend the situation, the brilliance beneath his feet intensified, and the entire space spun chaotically. His body gradually distorted, ultimately vanishing from the center of the array. Witnessing his disappearance, Nagato, concealed several kilometers away within the Lulan ruins, slowly lowered his hand from the seal. He turned to Black Zetsu beside him and remarked, "It is done. But are you truly certain that those exiled by the Dragon Vein can never return?" Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu let out a slight breath of relief. With confidence, he replied to Nagato, "That is indeed the case. None can ascertain the exact destination of the Dragon Vein. According to ancient texts, those it has exiled have never re-emerged within the ninja world. Araki Xinyan will not return, and our plan can commence in earnest." Chapter 74. The nonchalance of a slacker at midnight. Atop a remote, desolate mountain, Xinyan sat in bewilderment on a chair, surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Why have I been transported to this barren mountain? The rapid sequence of events had unfolded too swiftly, akin to a series of disjointed slides in a presentation. One moment he was within the array, and the next, he found himself in a forest. He attempted to contact Uchiha Madara, but received no response. Xinyan scratched his head. Perplexed, this should not be the case. This Uchiha Madara was a construct of his own mental prowess, similar to Orochimaru's cursed-sealed doppelgangers. There should always have been a mental link between them. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had been dispatched by Orochimaru in such a short span? He attempted once more to establish contact with his doppelganger left behind in the Land of Teeth, only to find the result eerily reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. At this point, he could no longer maintain his composure. His counterpart in the Land of Teeth also proved unreachable. Could it be that his doppelganger had met with an untimely demise? How could that be? Even if his clone were feeble, it would effortlessly contend with the denizens of the Naruto world. Shin'ai deduced that the most formidable known entity in the ninja realm, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was merely akin to a low-tier nascent soul cultivator, and one who had attained such a state through the aid of dubious substances. In contrast, his doppelganger was a bona fide divine transformation practitioner. It was likely that the fabled deity of the Otsutsuki clan was no more intimidating than that. Why had his doppelganger vanished without a trace? Could there exist an even more terrifying presence within the ninja realm? He stood in a daze, taking a few steps forward, only to nearly lose his footing on the treacherous mountain path. Steadying himself against a chair, he extended his spiritual awareness in search of information. He yearned to locate a household to inquire about his whereabouts, intending to ascertain his position before contemplating a return to the Land of Teeth to investigate the situation. Shin'ai found himself in a hilly region, surrounded by rugged trails devoid of human habitation. As he relentlessly probed with his spiritual energy, he eventually discerned a village several dozen miles away. Without hesitation, he executed a teleportation to this village. Approaching a random household, he prepared to knock on the door, but suddenly realized the impropriety of such an action. It was deep into the night, and the residents were likely in slumber. Disturbing their rest at such an hour seemed ill-mannered. Thus, he resolved to wait until the morrow to gather information. The following morning, Hajiro, brimming with vigor, grasped a hoe and prepared to venture out. Upon opening his front door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A house had inexplicably materialized directly across from his own. This single-story dwelling, constructed entirely of wood, exuded a simple, unadorned charm. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the sudden appearance of this house before his doorstep. In that moment, Hajiro recalled the terrifying ninjas whose recent upheaval had plunged the ninja world into chaos. These warriors had waged war with reckless abandon, resulting in the demise of several distant relatives. Could this new house be yet another scheme of the ninjas? With this thought in mind, he panicked, discarding his home and preparing to flee with his family. Unexpectedly, the door opposite him swung open, and a pale hand reached out, seizing his shoulder and pulling him into the house. "Help! Someone save me!" Thud. Shin-ei delivered a sharp blow to Haijiro's head and threatened, "If you dare to make another sound, you shall see how I deal with you." The once boisterous Haijiro instantly became docile, kneeling on the ground like a schoolboy. Trembling, he stammered, "Oh, esteemed ninja, I have elderly dependents and young children. My entire family relies on me for sustenance. Please, kind sir, grant me mercy. I shall repay you by working diligently," implored the man. Shinichi, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Tell me, where is this place? And under which nation does it fall?" Planjiro, unable to conceal the truth, hastily responded, "I report to you, esteemed sir, that this is Akizumi village in the land of rice." Upon hearing that they were in the land of rice, Shinichi's brow furrowed in concern. The clash between Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru the previous night had been monumental. Not only the land of rice, but also nearby smaller nations were likely shaken by the ferocity of that battle. In such circumstances, it was astonishing that Akizumi village remained utterly unperturbed. Moreover, he had sensed the surrounding area and found no traces of conflict, which was exceedingly abnormal. Thus, Shinichi inquired again, "You claim this is the land of rice. Are you unaware of the battle from last night?" Planjiro shook his head, leaving Shinichi even more bewildered. The devastation wrought by that battle was akin to that of a nuclear explosion. The flames would have awakened anyone not blind, yet this man professed ignorance. Suddenly, a thought struck Shinichi, and he trembled as he asked uncertainly, "What year is it now?" Planjiro appeared utterly perplexed. "What year? What do you mean?" Shinichi rephrased his question. "How many years has it been since the establishment of Konoha?" Planjiro, with a peculiar expression, replied, "It has been exactly 20 years. I was born in the very year Konoha was founded, so I remember it vividly." Upon hearing this, Shinichi's mind momentarily stalled. 20 years since Konoha's inception meant it was over 40 years ago. This implied that his last transmission had likely occurred at the ruins of Lulan, the only place in the early ninja world capable of time travel. As for the temporal artifacts from later periods, they had yet to be discovered by Konoha in this era. It dawned on him that Orochimaru and his associates had exiled him to this time. As Planjiro continued to babble on, Shinichi paid no heed. With a mere wave of his hand, the hastily erected wooden structure transformed into shimmering stardust and vanished. He himself instantly disappeared before Planjiro's eyes, nearly causing the latter to faint from shock. Shinichi found himself standing alone on a rural path, gazing vacantly at the rising sun. Everything was gone, all of it. The meal ticket from the land of teeth he had painstakingly acquired had vanished without a trace. Most infuriating was the fact that despite the 20-year difference from Konoha, this era, while only 44 years apart from the 64 years of Konoha, lagged significantly in technological advancement. For instance, there was no fizzy drink of joy in this time. Without such comforts, and devoid of televisions and computers, what meaning remained in his aimless existence? After finally attaining a semblance of enjoyment in life, he found himself inexplicably thrust back into a bygone era. He extended his hand into the void, retrieving the chair that had traversed with him. Setting it down beside him, he sat with a heavy sigh, as he gazed at the sun on the horizon. Shinichi was enveloped in a profound sense of confusion. After a considerable period, his mindset gradually became more serene. It was merely a matter of surviving in a different era. After all, he was a dignified individual, regardless of where he lay. All that remained was to find a small nation where he could assume the role of a protector king. Moreover, in the year 64 of Konoha's timeline, the land of iron had a clone of his own. Even if his main body departed, that clone would not vanish. Should he also become a protector king in this timeline, he could enjoy the benefits from two realms simultaneously. The prospect of double happiness was indeed appealing. With this thought, his expression grew resolute. Merely existing in another timeline was inconsequential. Chapter 75. Teacher Wong. Just as Sinyan solidified his conviction, a father and son duo of farmers ambled along the rural path. Upon noticing Sinyan seated in the field, they paused momentarily. As they passed by, the young farmer quietly inquired of his father, "Dad, what is up with that person? Why is he sitting there?" "I don't know. Perhaps he has some issues with his mind," the father replied. "I think so too. His attire certainly doesn't resemble that of ordinary folk. Could he be the foolish son of a landlord?" The pair continued their idle chatter as they walked away, leaving Sinyan, bemused, in their wake. How infuriating. These ignorant bumpkins fail to recognize my stature. Once he grasped his surroundings, Sinyan embarked on his journey anew. This time, he lacked a destination and could only wander aimlessly through the ninja world. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the land of hot water, the hometown of Haydn. He had no intention of seeking out any evil deity cult, as that organization might not even have been established yet in the 20th year of Konoha. Suddenly, a crucial question arose in his mind. Had Orochimaru, Nagato, and Obito Uchiha been born in this era? He pondered deeply. At this point, Orochimaru was likely still a student at the Ninja Academy, while Nagato's parents would only be around 10 years old. As for Obito Uchiha, his father's birth was still uncertain. An insidious thought crept into his mind. The audacity of these individuals to scheme against him was utterly unforgivable. It was a travesty not to capture these young miscreants to serve him tea, wash his clothes, and attend to his needs, especially considering his status as an unparalleled powerhouse in the ninja realm. The more he contemplated, the more logical it seemed, and an evil grin crept across his lips. Passers-by instinctively distanced themselves from him, wary of potential contagion. Thus, he advanced in the direction of his memories of Konoha. He intended to make an example of Orochimaru, demonstrating that he would always be subordinate, regardless of the circumstances. After walking for some time, Sinyan suddenly felt fatigued, not in a physical sense, but rather mentally drained. His laziness had resurfaced. He found himself reminiscing about the broad back of Uchiha Madara. Riding on Madara had been an undeniably comfortable experience. As for the notion that Uchiha Madara's hair reaches his posterior, it is merely a baseless rumor. The driver, Sinyan, who has personally experienced it, can responsibly attest that riding on Uchiha Madara's hair is quite comfortable. Without further ado, he conjured another Uchiha Madara. With a mere thought, his mental energy twisted in the void, ultimately forming a humanoid figure. Another Uchiha Madara materialized before Sinyan. Familiar with the process, Sinyan effortlessly mounted Uchiha Madara. And as soon as he settled in, a moan escaped his lips. "Ah, Madara, this is simply delightful." Upon uttering these words, Sinyan felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly amended. "Ah, no. It's the act of riding you that is so pleasurable." The more he tried to clarify, the more tangled his thoughts became. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the chaotic musings, and directly commanded Uchiha Madara to gallop across the land of fire. The exhilarating rush was enough to ignite one's fervor. Riding Uchiha Madara, he need not concern himself with obstacles like walls or mountains. Uchiha Madara would gracefully maneuver past all obstructions like a butterfly flitting through flowers. The elegance of those movements left Sinyan with a sense of wistfulness. Alas, this Uchiha Madara was not of the fairer sex. Otherwise, with such agility, he would surely capture the hearts of numerous admirers. As he reached out to pat Uchiha Madara's backside, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Damn it, I am a straight man. That instinctive move nearly led to a disastrous misstep. This wretched ninja world is truly toxic. Even a steadfast straight man like him almost found himself swayed, which was utterly infuriating. Just as he was lost in thought, a cacophony erupted ahead on the road. Sinyan turned to see two groups engaged in combat. One group donned uniforms, evidently belonging to some faction, standing guard before an ornate palanquin, presumably protecting a noble. The other group appeared ragged and menacing, clearly not of good intent. Sinyan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that he had encountered bandits descending from the mountains to plunder. He shook his head, noting that the bandits outnumbered the guards, who seemed unable to hold out for long. However, this matter was none of his concern. He merely needed to steer clear. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before him, a balding middle-aged man. Sinyan instantly recognized him as his former moral education teacher, Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Wang held a large white iron teacup and, with a tone of disappointment, remarked, "You still remember that I am your teacher. Do you recall how I once taught you? In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should benefit the world with your current abilities. Saving these people would be a trivial task. So why not lend a hand? Have all those years of moral education been in vain?" After mentioning Teacher Wang, his figure transformed into a wisp of gentle breeze and vanished. Sinyan stood in a daze, contemplating his actions. Indeed, he was no longer the inconsequential individual from the lower echelons of society. He was now an invincible powerhouse in the ninja realm. If he turned a blind eye to the injustices around him, how was he any different from the unscrupulous scoundrels of his past life? In that instant, a surge of fervor coursed through his veins. This once languid individual seemed to reclaim his essence, akin to a salted fish leaping over the dragon gate, achieving an instant transcendence. With a mighty roar, he rolled up his sleeves and charged towards the 100-odd bandits. The bandits, startled, turned their heads only to find a foolish young man rushing towards them alone. They had neither the inclination to mock Sun Yan, nor the patience to deal with such a simpleton. It would be all too easy to dispatch him with a single blow. What era was this, still advocating for righteousness? Truly, a deranged mind. A few bandits, momentarily distracted, prepared to converge upon this fool. Yet, as their blades were raised, Sun Yan unleashed a flurry of punches, systematically rendering them into a pulp. At this point, the bandits could no longer remain passive. A middle-aged man, his face a canvas of excess flesh, exclaimed in horror, "It's a ninja! Everyone flee!" Upon realizing he was up against a ninja, the bandits scattered like startled horses. Yet, how could these ordinary men hope to escape Sun Yan's grasp? Within less than a minute, over 100 bandits lay strewn about as mere remnants of flesh. An average of 2 per second fell victim, with some unfortunate souls succumbing to the sheer force of Sun Yan's punches. The spectacle nearly caused the guards to soil themselves. The terror of the ninja was indelibly etched into their minds. At that moment, the curtain of the palanquin was gently lifted, revealing a striking visage gazing at Sun Yan with admiration. His nondescript face left a profound impression upon her heart, igniting a longing sensation within her. Chapter 76. A perfectly matched lunatic with bandit corpses littering the ground and a pool of blood that deterred the guards from advancing. The customary heroic figures would often announce their identity before engaging, proclaiming declarations such as, "Halt, vile thief. Here stands Zhang Yido of Yan." However, Sun Yan charged into the throng like a madman, delivering swift justice without uttering a word, decimating the bandits with ruthless efficiency. The guards remained uncertain whether he was friend or foe, rendering them hesitant to approach. Nevertheless, one thing was clear: this individual was not to be trifled with. At that moment, a gap opened in the curtain of the palanquin, and the person within seemed poised to emerge. The captain of the guards, quick-thinking and agile, seized the curtain and whispered urgently, "Your Highness, it is not yet safe for you to emerge. The defeated bandits' intentions remain unclear. Please return to the palanquin and wait patiently." The one referred to as Princess replied softly, "It's all right. Given the formidable strength of the opponent, even if I were to hide within the sedan chair, it would be of no avail should they truly wish to cause harm." The captain of the guards hastily remarked, "In that case, I shall immediately engage with the other party. Once their identity is confirmed, it will not be too late for you to descend." At that moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the sedan, and the guards collectively exhaled in relief. This young lady was notoriously difficult to manage, so the absence of trouble from the other side was indeed a blessing. Suddenly, a delicate hand, as pale as jade, emerged from the gap in the sedan curtains. The hand was exceptionally soft, causing some of the younger guards to swallow hard at the sight. The jade hand beckoned the captain to draw nearer, indicating a desire for him to approach. The captain, understanding the unspoken command, leaned closer, eager to hear the princess's instructions. However, as he neared, the hand swiftly closed into a fist and delivered a resounding slap across the captain's face. The sharp crack reverberated, startling all the guards, while the captain stood there, hand to his cheek. A look of disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the sedan curtains. Xin Yan, who had been on the verge of turning away, was also drawn by the sound of the slap and turned to face the sedan. The curtains were slowly drawn back, revealing a girl of about 16 or 17 years. Her skin was fair, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled like precious gems. Dressed in a pink, tightly fitted kimono, her petite frame was accentuated, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an air of refined grace. Upon stepping out of the sedan, her gaze immediately fell upon Xin Yan. Their eyes met for a fleeting 2 seconds before the girl, blushing, shyly averted her gaze. The captain, still reeling from the slap, approached the princess and whispered, "Your Highness, perhaps you should return to the sedan. Leave this to me." However, his words were swiftly halted by the princess's piercing gaze. With her eyes narrowed and a smile gracing her lips, she regarded the captain with a mischievous glint. Cold sweat trickled down the captain's brow as he instinctively took a step back, silenced by her presence. After addressing the captain, the princess turned to Xin Yan. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Kei Suk Minami. May I inquire as to how you are addressed?" Xin Yan observed the girl, whose demeanor shifted with alarming rapidity, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had witnessed her striking his subordinate with clarity. From his years of experience, He discerned that she was undoubtedly the type embodying an obsessive fervor. Engaging with someone of such a nature could lead to entanglements that would prove troublesome. Thus, Xian Yin fabricated a lie, stating, "I am called Ganjin Kohiran, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he disregarded the entreaties of Kei Sukminami to stay and swiftly made his way to the side of Uchiha Madara. It was then that everyone noticed the tall man clad in red armor, standing a short distance away. Xian Yin promptly seated himself upon Uchiha Madara's back. And in an instant, the two transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving behind only an afterimage before vanishing from sight. As the two peculiar individuals departed, the captain of the guards was left with a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. It was his first encounter with someone riding another person, and the speed at which they fled was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, their departure was a relief, allowing him to escort Her Highness, the princess. Turning to glance at her, he found the princess gazing dreamily at the retreating figure of Shin Yin. At that moment, the captain felt an uncanny sense that the oddity and the princess were remarkably well suited for one another. Watching Shin Yin's vanishing silhouette, Kasumi Mina felt a subtle smile tugging at her lips. She sensed that the name he had previously given was a fabrication. It was not a matter of ninjutsu, but rather her keen sixth sense at work. What a pity if he wished to conceal his true identity. Shin Yin dashed away, covering several dozen miles. And only once he perceived that no one was in pursuit did he finally exhale in relief. In truth, he had overestimated the situation. How many could match the speed of Uchiha Madara in the ninja realm? However, he had been so hasty that he had merely taken a random route and ended up far from where he intended. Now, confronted with multiple forks in the road, he pondered which path would lead him to Konoha. With the sun dipping low, Shin Yin decided to construct a shelter for a brief respite. After all, time was plentiful, and he could continue his search on the morrow. He was rather indolent, capable of finding any excuse to luxuriate in bed for days on end. Finding a gentle hillside, he symbolically formed a few seals with his hands and conjured a quaint two-story wooden cabin. With his dwelling prepared, he now faced the pressing issue of sustenance. This posed a considerable dilemma, as he wondered where he might procure food in this desolate wilderness. At that moment, he was startled by a ferocious roar emanating from behind him. Turning to investigate, he discovered Uchiha Madara pinning down a bear with his right hand. The bear, adorned with a thick coat of brown fur, appeared quite formidable. Being subdued by a mere human was a matter of great indignity for the creature. Earlier, the bear had noticed two humans intruding upon his territory, and since he had yet to dine that day, he had intended to feast. His gaze fell upon the nearest target, Uchiha Madara, whose long fur seemed easy to grasp. Just as the bear launched itself with all its might towards Madara, the human effortlessly sidestepped the attack, subsequently overpowering the beast with a single hand. Despite several attempts to break free from the human-esque grip, the bear found him as immovable as a mountain. It appeared he had encountered a formidable opponent among humans. Unless he devised a means to escape, his fate was sealed. With a resolute bite, the bear steeled himself, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Displaying a wide grin, he squinted his eyes and directed a radiant smile towards the approaching Shin Yin. This maneuver had served him well in the past. Whenever faced with an adversary of such terrifying strength, this tactic had invariably led to his release. The brown bear was unaware that this tactic is known as acting cute in the human world. For those involved in animal protection, it possesses tremendous impact. Unfortunately for this bear, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Shin Yin was a ninja of the cat faction. Had the one attempting to act cute been a tiger, perhaps he would have let it go. Alas, the one attempting to charm him was a canine brown bear. Consequently, that night, Shin Yin indulged in a sumptuous feast of bear paw. Chapter 77. Our Brotherhood's Defiance. The following morning, Shin Yin mounted Uchiha Madara and resumed his journey. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Before long, he arrived at a town known as Matsunokawa. Truly, the land of hot water is a small nation well recognized in the ninja world. The scale of this town was not much smaller than that of the capital of the Land of Tooth. Outside the town, Shin Yin found a secluded large tree to tether Uchiha Madara. This was primarily to prevent Madara from running off and being taken by someone else. After all, this was his only possession at the moment, and losing it would leave him destitute. Shin Yin had once considered dressing up Uchiha Madara to accompany him into the town. However, upon recalling Madara's striking red armor and long hair, he abandoned the idea. Such a flamboyant appearance could not be concealed. It was better to find a place to hide him. Having secured Uchiha Madara, Shin Yin strode confidently into the town. This place was not a significant location, and the military strength of the land of hot water was exceedingly weak. Thus, there were no soldiers at the town gate checking visitors. Anyone with legs could enter freely. Along the streets, hot spring establishments lined up one after another. How many shops had been sustained by this single hot spring? The technological level of this era was vastly inferior compared to 44 years later. Electronic products were virtually non-existent, and entertainment facilities primarily consisted of hot springs, casinos, and places of ill repute. However, Xinyan had no interest in such establishments. Even in a degenerate world, he resolved to maintain his integrity and not be tainted by worldly desires. At that moment, a hostess from a brothel noticed Xinyan. Her lackluster demeanor immediately indicated she was a professional in the industry. "Hey there. Why not come and have a seat?" she said, puffing out her chest and throwing him a flirtatious glance. Xinyan cast a disinterested glance at her, wondering if he really appeared to be a customer. He quickly quickened his pace, distancing himself from the establishment. Once he was far enough away, the hostess spat on the ground. What a pretentious act. A man uninterested in women is either a miser or impotent. As Xinyan wandered aimlessly, a group burst into the land of hot water. Leading them was a white-haired man clad in blue armor, wearing metallic protection on his head. This man was not to be underestimated. He was Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage of Konohagakure. However, at that moment, he appeared quite disheveled, covered in mud with dried bloodstains on his face. His 6 young ninjas followed him, equally disheveled and distressed. These future titans of the ninja world now resembled lost souls, frantic and disoriented, as they were pursued by over 100 ninjas. The leader of this relentless hunting party was the infamous duo known as the Gold and Silver Brothers, who had established their formidable reputation during the Warring States period. They had survived a fierce battle against the Ninetales and, in the aftermath, acquired its chakra, which further cemented their legendary status in the ninja world. Due to their renown, the first Raikage of the Cloud Village, shortly after its establishment, had invited the brothers to join. However, the brothers, with their proud disposition, had no intention of living under someone else's roof. Moreover, they viewed the first Raikage, as significantly inferior in strength. They contemplated overthrowing him to seize his position. Yet, recognizing the compatibility of their zodiac signs with A's and acknowledging the vast power of the Raikage, they understood that even their might could not withstand the sheer numbers of his forces. Thus, they begrudgingly settled in the Cloud Village for the time being. Initially, they hoped to escape when the opportunity arose, but the advent of the Ninja Village era revealed that these villages surpassed their former clans in strength. Both resources and power were far more abundant in the Cloud Village than in living as mere mountain kings outside. Consequently, the brothers' ambitions swelled. After the demise of the first Raikage, they believed their strength was sufficient to claim the Raikage title for themselves. They had privately conspired that the elder brother, Gold, would take the mantle as the second Raikage, with the younger sibling assuming the title of the third Raikage after a span of 5 or 6 years. However, to their astonishment, the first Raikage bequeathed the Raikage position to another formidable member of the Yue clan. This individual inherited A's title and became the second Raikage, leaving the brothers empty-handed while another person continued to hold power. This was the final straw. They could no longer tolerate the Cloud Village's treatment of them, being reduced to mere subordinates without any rewards. Thus, they rallied their loyal followers and orchestrated an ambush during a peace treaty meeting between the second Raikage and the second Hokage. The second Raikage was caught off guard and perished at the hands of the Gold and Silver Brothers. Following the assassination, the brothers could have simply sat down to negotiate with Senju Tobarama, as he was not a ninja from the Cloud Village and was merely there to finalize the peace agreement. To him, it was inconsequential whether the second Raikage or the third Raikage signed the treaty. However, the Gold and Silver Brothers, emboldened by their recent actions, were acutely aware that the Cloud Village had suffered a defeat in the First Ninja World War. This peace treaty was primarily disadvantageous to the Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning. If they were to endorse such an agreement post-coup, they would undoubtedly face severe backlash from the ninjas of the Cloud Village. The two could envision the dire consequences of returning to the hidden cloud with the severed head of the second Raikage in hand. Bearing this agreement, they would be branded as traitors of the hidden cloud, and their ambitions for power would be crushed. Even the prospect of ruling as a mere bandit king would be unattainable. Given this reality, they resolved to go all in. Having already dispatched one second Raikage, it seemed only just to eliminate another second Hokage. With the might of having vanquished the strongest ninja village, Konohagakure, the brothers could return to the hidden cloud with newfound authority. Who would dare oppose them then? Thus, the brothers, Jin and In, wasted no time and led their comrades in pursuit of Hashirama Senju and his accompanying guards. It was only after engaging in battle that they realized the formidable strength of Hashirama Senju. He was not to be compared with the likes of the first and second Rakiges, who were mere iron weights. Were it not for their numerical advantage, the brothers would surely have faced dire consequences. Nevertheless, having committed to their course, they resolved to leave no survivors. With their several hundred loyal subordinates, they relentlessly pursued Hashirama and his entourage. Hashirama, accompanied by his 6 students, fought tenaciously while retreating, making their way toward the land of fire. They fled from the land of frost to the borders of the land of hot water. Upon reaching the land of fire, they could expect support from the Leaf Village's ninjas. At that point, their numerical disadvantage could be mitigated, granting them a chance for survival. However, they tragically discovered that if they continued to flee, they would be overtaken before even reaching the borders of the land of fire. The end would be inevitable, and none would escape. A complete annihilation loomed ahead. Among the group, Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, his heart brimming with fear. Chapter 78. How could this be possible? Sensing Danzo's anxiety, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to console him, saying, "Do not worry, Danzo, we shall return safely to the village." Yet, Hiruzen's words did little to quell Danzo's trepidation. Instead, they deepened his unrest. He did not wish to perish here. His dreams remained unfulfilled, and he could not succumb in this place. Not only Danzo, but also Mito Minyan and Tika Akimichi displayed expressions of terror. Akimichi and Uchiha Kagami, hailing from prominent clans, were somewhat steadier, having accepted the reality of potential death as ninjas from the outset. As Danzo took in the expressions of his comrades, Hiruzen intended to offer words of comfort. However, before he could speak, his mentor, Hashirama Senju, doused them with cold reality. "At this rate, we will soon be caught. I propose sacrificing one to hold them off. Who among you is willing?" As soon as Hashirama finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone lowered their heads, continuing their trek, unwilling to voice their thoughts. They all understood that the one to stay behind would almost certainly not survive. Hashirama's proposal was a subtle plea for someone to volunteer for sacrifice. Moreover, the individual chosen for sacrifice must unequivocally be one of formidable strength. Those below the level of a Kage would utterly fail to thwart the pursuing Cloud Shinobi. Mito Minen and Tsuki Komatsu breathed a sigh of relief, for they knew that this task of covering the rear would not fall upon them. The reasoning was rather simple. Their abilities were far too inadequate to impede the relentless onslaught of the pursuing Cloud Shinobi. Thus, they were effectively removed from the list of potential sacrifices, and at that moment, they felt an immense sense of fortune in their own weakness. Akid Torikes and Uchiha Kagami also clenched their teeth in quiet frustration. Though they possessed strength, it was merely that of an average jonin. Even should they volunteer, it would prove futile, for the purpose of this mission was to obstruct the enemy rather than to embrace a mere act of sacrifice. All eyes turned towards Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, the only individuals in the vicinity possessing Kage-level prowess, aside from the Hokage, Senju Tobarama. At this juncture, it was evident to all that the choice of who would cover the rear lay between these two. Danzo's fists tightened, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. He yearned to extend his hand, to volunteer himself for the task of covering the rear. Yet, his body felt as if it were encumbered by lead, rendering him utterly immobile despite his fervent efforts. "Move. Quickly, move. Damn it. Speak up and let me take on this role. Hurry. Let it be me." At that moment, a congenial voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Danzo exhaled the pent-up frustration from his chest, unclenching his fists and relaxing his shoulders. The words just spoken were not his own. They belonged to Sarutobi Hizashi, who stood beside him. Instead of feeling angered at having his moment stolen, Danzo found himself strangely relieved. Yet, as he regained his composure, a profound sense of humiliation washed over him. His mentor Tobarama and his comrades were watching, their eyes keenly observing his every reaction. How embarrassing, he thought, truly disgraceful. In a swift moment, he clenched his fist and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It is I who shall cover the rear." Observing Danzo's flustered demeanor, Hizashi smiled and replied, "But I spoke first. So it has been decided that I shall take on the rear guard. Are you jesting? Speaking first grants you some form of entitlement? By any measure, the one who covers the rear ought to be enough." Senju Tobarama bellowed, interrupting their quarrel. Both Danzo and Hizashi immediately fell silent, clearly intimidated by their mentor, Senju Tobarama. "You need not bicker any longer. I shall take on the responsibility of covering the rear, Tobarama declared. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, prompting a flurry of protests. Hisashi implored, "Teacher, as the Hokage, how can you engage in such perilous endeavors?" Mito Minen chimed in, "Indeed. Konoha requires your leadership, Teacher Tobarama. You cannot undertake such a dangerous task." Tobarama interrupted the clamor, asserting, "My decision is final. There is no need for further persuasion. The future of Konoha rests upon the shoulders of the youth, not on the remnants of my bygone era. It is you who must safeguard the village that lies ahead. While I, an old relic out of sync with the times, shall shield you from the storm one last time." With that, he turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and declared, "Monkey, from this day forth, you are." The atmosphere was thick with tension. As the latter part of Senju Tobarama's statement hung in the air, unspoken, yet already surmised by the anxious crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that his dream was on the verge of realization today? Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo simmered with resentment, contemplating that had he spoken first, it would have been he who ascended to the position of Hokage. The crowd looked on, their eyes fixed upon Senju Tobarama, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of his sentence. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated words never came. Confusion rippled through the assembly as they raised their gazes to Senju Tobarama, who stood with his mouth agape. A look of disbelief etched across his features as he stared into the distance. The direction of his gaze was puzzling. It was not aligned with where the Cloud Ninja were pursuing. What could have captivated Teacher Tobarama's attention? At that moment, Senju Tobarama was engulfed in shock and incredulity. Just moments ago, he had instinctively employed sensory ninjutsu to probe the whereabouts of the Cloud Ninja, only to detect an extraordinarily familiar chakra within the land of soup. This chakra was indelibly etched into his memory. He had encountered it countless times on the battlefield, making it impossible to forget. Uchiha Madara? Why would this individual's chakra manifest in the land of soup? Could it be that he had not perished? Yet how could that be? He had personally dealt with Uchiha Madara's body, and had it not been for his brother's intervention, he would have extracted Madara's eyes for examination. To be thorough, he had cremated Madara's remains, casting the ashes into the sea to prevent any possibility of his resurrection. But why, on this day in the land of soup? Did he sense Uchiha Madara's chakra once more? Was it possible that someone could possess chakra indistinguishable from that of Uchiha Madara? Or might this signify a hidden offspring that Madara had sired during his years away from Konoha? It was not beyond reason. A rogue like Uchiha Madara sowing his wild oats was hardly surprising. Determined to ascertain the truth, he resolved to investigate personally. Should this indeed be a descendant of Uchiha Madara, he would ensure their return to Konoha. If this individual inherited Madara's legacy, he would not hesitate to extinguish this threat with his own hands. With this resolve, Senju Tobarama swiftly altered his course and commanded his students, "We shall defer discussions of our rear guard for the moment. Follow me to confirm a matter of utmost importance. Once this is established, I shall personally ensure your safety." Without hesitation, the group fell in line behind Senju Tobarama, advancing towards the direction where he had sensed the anomaly. Chapter 79, Aren't You Dead? The trees swayed as a large group of formidable individuals hurried past. Their robust physiques and towering statures adorned with headbands symbolizing their allegiance to the hidden Cloud Village. They surged aggressively towards the direction of the Leaf Village ninjas. This was the elite force led by the illustrious brothers, Kin and Jin, the leaders of the martial faction of the hidden Cloud Village. They were on a momentous mission to eliminate the Hokage of the Leaf Village and avenge their prior defeat in the war against the hidden Cloud. At that moment, a sensory ninja hastened to Kin and Jin's side to deliver a report. "Lord Kin, Lord Jin, the Leaf Ninjas have altered their course. They are now heading southwest at 7 o'clock. Kin and Jin exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the unexpected maneuver of Senju Tobarama. Jin exclaimed, "These rascals have changed direction. What trickery is Senju Tobarama up to?" Kin scoffed, "He is merely a schemer. There is no need for concern. Everyone, continue the pursuit, regardless of the Leaf Ninjas' intentions. They are no match for our overwhelming strength." The hidden Cloud Ninjas erupted in laughter, evidently in agreement with Kin's assertion. True men confront challenges head-on. Those who resort to deception are mere cowards. Such is the creed of the hidden Cloud Ninjas, such is the essence of true masculinity. Thus, one group fled while the other pursued, and before long, they arrived near Matsumura town. As they drew closer, Senju Tobarama's presence became increasingly palpable. Ultimately, after traversing a forest, Senju Tobarama and his 6 disciples encountered a figure both familiar and chilling, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Uchiha Madara, bound by ropes around his neck. At that moment, Madara stood with his arms crossed beside a tree, his neck ensnared by a thick hemp rope, the other end tethered to the trunk as if he were livestock. Mito Minju and T-Rune Kamachi collapsed onto the ground, trembling slightly. How can this be? Wasn't Uchiha Madara slain by the first Hokage? The other disciples, witnessing their companion's dismay, refrained from mockery, for fear gripped their hearts as well. The Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. This was the very man who had quelled the tumult of the ninja world 2 decades prior and co-founded the Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage. They had witnessed the terror of his power when he commanded the Nine Tails against the Leaf Village. That fear was indelibly etched in their minds. Now, Uchiha Madara lived on. Yet the formidable first Hokage who had once vanquished him was no longer among the living. Who, then, in the ninja world, could possibly stand against this fearsome Shura? Uchiha Kagami clenched his fists, astonished at the prospect of encountering this legendary figure once more. From the moment of Konoha's establishment, he harbored dreams of becoming the disciple of that esteemed figure. However, when he joined the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6, that very person departed from Konoha. Years later, this individual returned, accompanied by the Nine Tails, launching an attack that irrevocably shattered his aspirations of becoming Uchiha Madara's apprentice. Now, upon encountering his childhood idol once more, Uchiha Kagami finds himself in a state of emotional turmoil. This meeting leaves him uncertain whether the other is an enemy or a friend. The first to regain composure is the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Having known Uchiha Madara for quite some time, he steps forward and gazes intently at him, inquiring, I personally handled your remains. I meticulously confirmed your death multiple times. How did you deceive everyone? Or have you employed some means to resurrect yourself? Uchiha Madara regards Senju Tobarama with cold indifference, responding, I am unaware of what you speak. I did indeed plan a decisive confrontation with Hashirama, but no action has yet been taken. From your tone, does that imply I was defeated in battle against Hashirama? Tobarama's pupils constrict in disbelief. Madara appears oblivious to the climactic battle at the Valley of the End with his brother. What could this mean? Has Uchiha Madara lost his memory? Suppressing his confusion, Tobarama presses on. What are your current intentions? As he speaks, Tobarama glances at the rope around Madara's neck, jesting, do not tell me you were contemplating hanging yourself. You hardly seem like one to seek a premature end. Madara, maintaining a stoic expression, replies, this was left by my master. He fears I might wander off. Hence I am bound here. At this revelation, Tobarama and his 6 disciples are momentarily rendered speechless. What is this fellow saying? Madara claims to be tethered by his master. Who could possibly hold such a position over Uchiha Madara? Moreover, to treat a warrior of his caliber as mere livestock is indicative of severe folly. As Tobarama contemplates this, the others, including Sarutobi Hizashi, dare not utter a word, leaving the group in an impasse. Shortly thereafter, a commotion arises from the woods. Swish, swish, swish. Over 100 individuals emerge from the forest, lining up before Tobarama and his companions. Leading the charge are the brothers Kin and Jin, who step forward with sinister grins. Taunting, so you've chosen not to flee. Have the Hokage of Konoha surrendered? A wise decision, as further resistance would be futile, due to their positioning. The Cloud Ninjas remain unaware of Uchiha Madara bound to the tree. At this moment, they believe victory is assured, excitement coursing through their ranks. It is unprecedented for 2 major village leaders to be eliminated in a single day since the dawn of the ninja world era. Following the downfall of the Hokage, their name shall surely echo throughout the realm of shinobi. Observing the triumphant expressions of the Kin and Jin brothers, Tobarama's lips curl into a subtle smile. He did not hasten to reveal his cards, but instead smiled and said, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, have you truly given no thought to directly signing a peace treaty with me? The Ninja World War has only just concluded, and as the Hokage of Konohagakure, should I perish at your hands, the village will never rest until vengeance is exacted. A new war would inevitably ignite, and you would find yourselves scorned by both the Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning. Those who directly instigate war would become the common enemies of both Konohagakure and the Cloud Village, and you would be left with no place to rest your heads in death. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao erupted into raucous laughter. Jin Jiao stepped forward, taunting, I had thought the Hokage of Konohagakure would offer profound discourse. Yet it appears to be nothing more than the futile ramblings of one on the brink of death. How lamentable it is that someone like you could ascend to the position of the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama, following the thread of the conversation, inquired, what? Do you mean to suggest I am unworthy of becoming Hokage? Jin Jiao derided him. By your abilities, you may indeed qualify as a leader, but it all depends on whom you are compared to. As far as I am aware, the most suitable candidate for the position of second Hokage was not you, Shinji Tobarama. At that time, aside from the first Hokage, the strongest individual was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Having quelled chaos and co-founded Konohagakure with Shinji Hashirama, he was the rightful choice for the second Hokage. You, on the other hand, are merely a schemer who ascended through political machinations. Jin Jiao's words dripped with scorn. Chapter 80. What else is there to do? Naturally, we must fight. To speak frankly, the Jin and In Jiao brothers resonate greatly with Uchiha Madara. Given their prowess, one of them should have been appointed as the second Raikage long ago. However, the first Raikage bequeathed the position to a member of his own Yatsuki clan. Consequently, the entire Cloud Village became the private domain of the Yatsuki clan, a transgression they cannot forgive. Thus, they have opted for a coup, seeking to reclaim governance of the Cloud Village through violent means. Their circumstances bear a resemblance to those of Uchiha Madara, which naturally evokes a modicum of sympathy from them. Shinji Tobarama disowned their thoughts and smirked with derision. Ah, I see. You speak for him due to your similar experiences with Uchiha Madara. How foolish you all are. With such limited abilities, you dare to compare yourselves to Madara? It is truly laughable. At this, the Jin and In Jiao brothers bristled with indignation. While they empathized with Uchiha Madara, they did not regard themselves as inferior to the legendary figure. In the Warring States period, they were still quite young. Hence, they had never engaged in battle with a renowned ninja like Madara. The establishment of the ninja villages was a mere whisper of time before Uchiha Madara was slain by the first Hokage. Thus, they had never had the opportunity to behold Madara's true form. Consequently, the brothers did not perceive themselves as lesser beings, and even considered the first Hokage to be somewhat unremarkable. After all, he had once knelt before that incompetent Raikage during the Five Kage Summit. Such a weakling could hardly be deemed formidable. Stepping forward with an air of arrogance, In Jiao proclaimed, "Do not presume that having encountered Uchiha Madara makes you remarkable. In my eyes, that so-called Uchiha Madara, along with Shinji Hashirama, are merely renowned figures with little true capability. They are but individuals who gained notoriety through their lineage as leaders of the Uchiha and Shinji clans, comparable to that inept first Raikage." Jin Jiao interjected. Why waste words on a dead man? Let us unleash our full power and eliminate these fools. With that, Jin Jiao opened his mouth wide and expelled 2 pieces of ninja gear from within. In Jiao, seeing this, likewise released 2 pieces, revealing the 4 legendary tools of the 6 paths from the Cloud Village: the Tengu rope, the 7-star sword, the purple gold red gourd, and the banana palm fan. Witnessing their leaders display the 6 paths tools, the over 100 formidable Cloud ninja positioned themselves, drawing their blades in readiness. Shinji Tobarama smiled lightly. Recognizing that his objectives had been achieved, it was time to retreat. He signaled to his students beside him. Upon receiving the cue, Saratobi Hiruzen and the others stepped aside, thus exposing Uchiha Madara to the Cloud Ninja. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja discovered that there was indeed another individual behind the Leaf Ninja. This person bore a fearsome appearance, yet the Cloud Ninja were not the type to be intimidated by an enemy's visage. In Jiao, upon noticing, chuckled. So there is another. Is this the Leaf's reinforcement? Humph. It matters not, merely an additional corpse. As he wrapped the Tengu rope around his left arm, preparing to attack, a commotion arose from behind. An elder Nin, approximately 50 years of age, suddenly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible. How can this be? It cannot be you. You should be dead." Trembling uncontrollably, the elder's eyes were filled with terror and incredulity. Seeing his subordinate in such a disgraceful state, In Jiao was infuriated and prepared to scold him. However, as the elder's cries echoed, several other aged ninjas also slumped to the ground, shaking in fear. One elder, wide-eyed as if he had seen a ghost, pointed tremblingly at Uchiha Madara, stammering, "You Uchiha Madara." At this utterance, the Cloud Ninja shuddered in unison. In Jiao directed a scornful remark at the prostrate elder, "Kiyoshi, what nonsense are you babbling? Uchiha Madara died over a decade ago. Have you succumbed to senility? Lost in your dreams?" At this juncture, Shinji Tobarama feigned profundity, stating, "He has not erred. This man is indeed Uchiha Madara." The news of his death was deliberately disseminated by Konoha to mislead the ninja world, since the Cloud has shown no desire to cease hostilities with Konoha. Do not blame us for resorting to deadly measures. With that, he turned slightly to address Uchiha Madara, saying, These individuals are yours to handle. Monkeys, Danzo, Koharu, and Kyo. Take the wind. We depart. After speaking, Senju Tobarama walked steadily toward the position where Uchiha Madara stood. As the two figures drew ever closer, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions grew increasingly tense. They were acutely aware that their teacher's earlier words were mere nonsense. A strategy to incite a battle between Uchiha Madara and the Cloud Ninja. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious crowd, Senju Tobarama brushed past Uchiha Madara. He exhaled slightly. Realizing that Uchiha Madara was indeed faithfully executing his master's orders, refraining from attacking them indiscriminately. Having narrowly escaped danger, Senju Tobarama vanished in an instant, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to regain their composure and follow in his footsteps. Throughout the ordeal, the Cloud Ninjas remained remarkably restrained. Even the notoriously reckless Kin and Jin were cautiously assessing the situation. Despite their earlier bravado, they felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Uchiha Madara. Jin swallowed hard and inquired of Kin, "Do you think Uchiha Madara is genuine?" Kin shook his head, replying, "I'm uncertain. Perhaps we should test him." With that, he set his sights on one of his subordinates, seizing him effortlessly. The Cloud Ninja, hoisted like a mere chick, cried out in terror, "Lord Kin, what are you planning to do?" Kin remained silent, hurling the unfortunate ninja toward Uchiha Madara. Although terrified, the ninja's training held firm, and he directed his long blade toward Madara mid-flight, hoping to expose the ruse. Uchiha Madara, however, regarded the oncoming ninja with disdain. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the thrust of the blade, swiftly snatching it from the ninja's grip with the speed of lightning, and severing the ninja's head in one decisive stroke. Yet the spectacle did not end there. Madara's left hand reached for the lifeless body of the ninja, tearing a detonating tag from its back. Affixing the ignited tag to the blade he had just seized, he forcefully hurled the weapon back in the direction of the Cloud Ninjas. Kin and Jin leaped aside, while several slower ninjas were caught in the ensuing explosion, suffering grievous injuries. As the smoke cleared, Jin brushed off the dust from his attire and cursed. Those cunning leaf ninjas are utterly shameless, employing Uchiha Madara's feigned death to deceive the ninja world. He turned to Kin, asking, "What should we do next?" Kin licked his lips and grinned. "What else can we do? We must fight." Chapter 81. Despair of Kin. Uchiha Madara regarded the brothers Kin and Jin with an impassive expression. He had clearly overheard the conversation between Senju Tobarama and the others. He had no desire to elucidate his position to them. Rather, a faint anticipation stirred within him. During this period, he had felt stifled, for despite his formidable strength, his master had relegated him to the role of a mere steed. Now, having finally found an opportunity to unleash his frustrations, he knew that missing this chance would be irrevocable. Upon encountering the disdainful gaze of Uchiha Madara, the proud brothers, Jin and In Xiao, could no longer remain composed. Without a moment's hesitation, In Xiao sprang into action. With his left hand wielding the H-kin rope and his right grasping the Seven Stars sword, he transformed into a streak of silver light, hurtling towards Uchiha Madara. Conversely, Jin Xiao remained stationary, meticulously observing Madara's combat style, not sharing In Xiao's impulsiveness. In an instant, In Xiao closed the distance, arriving before Madara in the blink of an eye. He swung the Seven Stars sword in a swift arc, aiming for Madara's neck, intending to deliver a decisive blow. However, Uchiha Madara merely tilted his head slightly, evading the meteor-like strike. Subsequently, he raised his right leg and unleashed a fierce kick towards In Xiao's abdomen. The speed of this kick was astonishing. Even a martial arts expert like In Xiao found it impossible to evade. With a resounding crash, In Xiao was sent flying like a rag doll, and Jin Xiao rushed forward to catch his tumbling brother. As In Xiao landed, he shook his head, feeling as if the entire world were spinning around him. After taking several deep breaths, he regained some composure. With a grin, he remarked, "No wonder you are Uchiha Madara. Even your pure physical prowess is formidable. We truly underestimated you. A powerhouse capable of pacifying the shinobi world is no mere boast." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and disdainfully replied, "So, do you wish to beg for mercy already?" "Mercy? The one who should be pleading for mercy is you," In Xiao retorted, gesturing with the H-kin rope on his left hand. "When you kicked me just now, I managed to touch you with the H-kin rope. This is a ninja tool passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. Even you cannot withstand its might." With that, In Xiao activated the H-kin rope's ability to draw forth the opponent's words. The H-kin rope is a tool capable of extracting an enemy's words from within their being. Once it strikes the enemy, they will involuntarily utter their words. Subsequently, If the Seven Stars sword cleaves their words, the opponent will find themselves in a state of imminent sealing. The words represent a mantra. The phrases you have spoken most throughout your life become your essence. Once the Seven Stars sword records your words, uttering your mantra again will lead to your sealing. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth wide, and a substance resembling white dough was expelled from his lips. This was Madara's essence. If they could cleave it, the brothers would have achieved half of their victory. Eagerly, Yin Jiao lunged toward Uchiha Madara, his heart racing with excitement. After all, his opponent was Uchiha Madara, the invincible being who had allied with the first Hokage to pacify the shinobi world. The thought of such a formidable figure meeting his end at their hands filled Yin Jiao with exhilaration. Jin Jiao, too, was eager, having already uncorked the purple-gold-red gourd, awaiting the moment when Yin Jiao would sever their opponent's essence to seal him. In an instant, Yin Jiao approached Uchiha Madara, wielding the Seven Stars sword with his right hand, aiming a decisive strike at Madara's spirit. Aha! Perish, Uchiha Madara. Your legend shall meet its end today under the radiant glory of the hidden cloud village. Just as Yin Jiao proclaimed his victory, Uchiha Madara, still uttering incantations, revealed a scornful smile. In a swift motion, he evaded the strike of the Seven Stars sword, then clenched his right hand into a fist and delivered a powerful blow to Yin Jiao's arm, dislocating his wrist. Yin Jiao cried out in agony as the sword slipped from his grip. Uchiha Madara deftly caught the Seven Stars sword, transforming into a streak of light, and severed Yin Jiao's left arm with a single stroke. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. And it was only after Madara struck that Jin Jiao finally reacted. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. Halt at once. Jin Jiao bellowed, brandishing his banana fan. With a mere wave of this fan, he could unleash the elemental ninjutsu without hand seals, and the speed of his techniques was faster than normal release. A towering tornado, over 3 meters high, surged towards Uchiha Madara. Madara scoffed, swinging the Seven Stars sword to cleave through his own incantation. He then sealed his spirit within the sword, thrusting it into the ground before forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A vast sea of flames instantly engulfed the tornado, rendering it insignificant in the face of Madara's fire technique. Jin Jiao, taken aback, hurriedly grasped his brother's leg and fled frantically. Yet, his speed was no match for Madara's fire release. Moreover, burdened with his injured brother, he had no choice but to wield the banana fan in a desperate attempt to counter Madara's fire. He fervently waved the fan, channeling chakra into it, as if it were limitless. Waves of water surged forth from the fan, forming a barrier before the brothers. The collision of water and fire produced a thick mist that enveloped the forest. Approximately 10 minutes later, the inferno gradually receded. In the heart of the flames, Jin Jiao sat on the ground, disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his body marked with burn scars. Yin Jiao had lost consciousness, and had it not been for his robust constitution, the injuries from his severed arm and the searing flames would have claimed his life. Now, he was on the brink of death. Without timely medical intervention, he would likely not survive until dawn. Overwhelmed by despair, Jin Jiao comprehended the vast disparity in strength between himself and Uchiha Madara. From start to finish, Madara had remained stationary, defeating both brothers without even loosening the rope around their necks. Jin Jiao gasped for breath, lamenting helplessly. So this is the embodiment of Ashura in the ninja world? The disparity in our strengths is indeed profound, and it leaves me feeling quite discontented. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the defeated Jin Jiao, instead bending down to retrieve the Seven Star sword from the ground. As he observed the characters emerging upon the blade, a smile graced his lips. He had not previously recognized that this was his catchphrase. Nevertheless, this object proved to be quite intriguing, and he decided to leave it for its master upon his return. With that, he manipulated the Seven Star sword, channeling the spoken spirit back into his own being, before addressing the brothers Jin and Yin Jiao. Today has been quite enjoyable. It is time to send you both on your way. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao's eyes first reflected anguish and despair, which then morphed into a ruthless determination. In a shocking display, he drew a kunai and, under Uchiha Madara's astonished gaze, severed Yin Jiao's throat. Chapter 82. Again gone awry. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, bewildered by Jin Jiao's actions. Had he truly resorted to slaughtering his own brother? Was the shock too overwhelming, driving him to madness? Yin Jiao, with his throat cut, struggled briefly, his eyes wide with agony, before ultimately succumbing to death. Jin Jiao clenched his teeth. Had he not been utterly cornered, he would never have taken such drastic measures. The threat posed by Uchiha Madara was far too great. If they did not act thus, neither brother would survive. Injiao, please do not hold this against me. He mourned silently for his sibling, before discarding the kunai from Injiao's chest. Under Uchiha Madara's watchful gaze, he extracted a piece of bloody flesh from Injiao's abdomen. The moment Uchiha Madara laid eyes on this flesh, he comprehended its significance. It belonged to the Nine Tails. It seemed the rumors regarding the brothers' acquisition of the Nine Tails' power were indeed true. As the flesh was extracted, crimson chakra surged within Jin Jiao, resonating in a mystical bond with the bloodied morsel. The two seemed to draw upon each other, compelling Jin Jiao to hastily consume it. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the piece of flesh. In an instant, the chakra of the Nine Tails within him erupted in a frenzy, causing the entire forest to sway under its formidable force. The terrifying aura sent the Cloud Village shinobi, who had been observing from the shadows, fleeing in panic. What a farce! Uchiha Madara's power was terrifying beyond measure. They had witnessed the earlier battle with clarity. Uchiha Madara had effortlessly severed In Jiao's hand with a single glance and incapacitated both brothers with a mere jutsu. Such overwhelming might was far beyond their capacity to confront. Now, with Jin Jiao intent on battling against this adversary, they had no inclination to remain and await their demise. Though they were indeed warriors, they were not fools. They would not foolishly charge into a confrontation with an enemy they could not hope to defeat. Thus, they scattered in various directions, abandoning any notion of aiding Jin Jiao. The threat of retribution from Jin Jiao was the least of their concerns at this juncture. In such dire times, survival took precedence above all else. At this moment, the transformation of the Golden Horn was gradually reaching completion. A crimson chakra enveloped his entire being, while 6 blood-red tails danced in the air behind him. His hollow eyes and gaping maw appeared far from human. The Golden Horn had fully morphed into a monstrous humanoid figure. Uchiha Madara smirked, finding it utterly ludicrous that such a beast's power was being directed against him. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, distanced from the chaos, sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails and felt a flicker of confusion. Why was the chakra of the Nine Tails present here? Suddenly, a prior intelligence report from the Umbu surfaced in his mind. The brothers Qin and Jin from the hidden Cloud Village had once devoured the flesh of the Nine Tails, thus acquiring its chakra. Yet, he had no time to ponder the implications of the Nine Tails chakra. His immediate concern was to ensure the safe return of his disciples to Konoha, leaving future matters to be deliberated later. Without a backward glance, Senju Tobarama led his 6 disciples away from the land of water. The earlier commotion had been thunderous, and anyone with keen ears in Matsumune Town had heard the resounding noise. Onlookers gathered, peering towards the source of the sound, while some passing ninjas discreetly distanced themselves from Matsumune Town. Their vast experience led them to surmise that something unimaginable had transpired nearby. Given that this was during the First Great Ninja War, both village ninjas and wandering shinobi exhibited high levels of discretion. It had become a tacit principle ingrained in the very essence of ninjas during this era to refrain from prying into matters that did not concern them. Logically, one would expect Shinkai to investigate the disturbance immediately, yet regrettably, he was unaware of it. The reason was quite straightforward. He was not within Matsumune Town. On Cat God Continent, Shinkai was engrossed in incessantly rubbing and stroking a towering orange cat named Kuma. His hands roamed freely, and his expression was most inappropriate. Kuma, in turn, displayed a look of utter despair, lying on his back and exposing his belly, as though he had been thoroughly exhausted from play. As Shinkai petted him, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, my dear orange cat, your flesh is becoming increasingly soft. Truly delightful. The texture is simply exquisite. Kuma, I adore you." Kuma had no desire to respond, having been thoroughly worn out. The few feline advisors seated nearby could no longer bear to witness this. Lord Kuma was a deity of their Cat God Continent, holding an unparalleled status. At a mere command from Lord Kuma, these servants would gladly sacrifice everything for him. Yet, this sovereign being was being disrespected by that detestable human, who was both pawing and uttering lewd remarks. Such behavior was a flagrant insult to the dignity of the Cat God Continent, leaving them with no face to present to the world of cats. Ultimately, a young advisor could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, casting a chilling glare at Shinkai. How dare this vile thief show such disrespect to Lord Cat God? This is utterly unforgivable. Today, I, the esteemed Li Xiaowu, shall avenge the honor of the cat deity by eradicating this vile human. With that, the feline minister, Li Xiaowu, unsheathed his sharp claws and lunged at the nape of Xin Yan's neck. Unfazed, Xin Yan paid no heed to the cat. for his physical prowess rendered him impervious to such an assault. Li Xiaowu clung to Xin Yan's neck, biting fiercely, his expression betraying a desire to devour him whole. The other ministers could no longer remain passive. They brandished their claws and roared in support. "Lord Li, we shall assist you." In an instant, a multitude of cats pounced upon Xin Yan, clawing and biting. Initially, Xin Yan was indifferent, but as their antics grew bothersome, he contemplated swatting them away. However, the moment he turned to meet Li Xiaowu's gaze, a sudden bloom of emotion unfurled in his heart. He extended his wicked hand and seized Li Xiaowu by the nape of his neck. "How dare you, you wretched human? What do you intend to do?" cried Li Xiaowu, struggling and kicking. Xin Yan wore a sinister smile as he replied, "Your timing is impeccable." With Ju Maru rendered useless, I was at a loss for what to do. Your arrival has truly aided me. Hee hee. Little kitties, let me embrace you. No. Stop. Help. Meow. Release me. You despicable fiend. Meow. Save me. Meow. The once menacing ministers, now ensnared in Xin Yan's embrace, were subjected to an array of affectionate squeezes. A few guard cats, witnessing the scene, swallowed hard and chose to discreetly withdraw. Observing the struggling kittens in his arms, Xin Yan could hardly contain his delight. Truly, the cat deity's realm is a splendid place. No wonder history is rife with foolish monarchs, for being one is undeniably exhilarating. Spring nights are fleeting, and with the sun high in the sky, the sovereign need not attend court. How delightful! How enchanting! Chapter 83. The timeline has shifted at this moment. The golden horn glared at Uchiha Madara like a bloodthirsty beast. Faced with such a terrifying creature, Uchiha Madara displayed no fear. The complete Ninetales had once been his pet, let alone this mere remnant imbued with a fraction of its chakra. As the transformation concluded, the golden horn crouched low, resembling a wild beast poised to strike. Its powerful thighs coiled with potential. Boom! A sonic blast resounded as the golden horn shot toward Uchiha Madara like an arrow released from its bow. The ground beneath it cracked like a spider's web, the sheer force sending sand, stones, and dirt flying in chaos. In an instant, the golden horn was upon Uchiha Madara, its fist aimed directly at his face. Even Uchiha Madara, faced with such ferocity, did not dare to be careless. A blue Susanoo skeleton materialized, and the golden horn's punch met with the spectral barrier, failing to penetrate. Subsequently, the blue skeleton raised its right fist and struck back at the golden horn. At this moment, Jin Jiao was nearly devoid of consciousness, yet his instincts remained intact. Faced with the incoming fist, he propelled himself off the ground with a swift flick of his tail, narrowly evading the strike of Susanoo. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara wrapped his arms around the massive tree that bound him and, with a powerful exertion, uprooted it entirely. As the tree was removed, the blue Susanoo grew increasingly solid, flesh and armor gradually taking form. Eventually, the complete form of Susanoo appeared before Jin Jiao. Its colossal stature and immense power caused even Jin Jiao, whose will had been tainted by the Ninetales chakra, to tremble momentarily. Uchiha Madara, standing within the Susanoo while bearing the uprooted tree, gazed indifferently down at Jin Jiao. "The time for your departure has come, little beast," he declared. With that, the gigantic Susanoo unleashed a swift punch towards Jin Jiao. The speed of this strike was astonishing. Even a formidable opponent like Jin Jiao, bolstered by the chakra of the Ninetales, could not react in time. A resounding crash echoed throughout the land of hot water, startling countless ninjas and drawing the attention of various factions. Information gatherers swiftly mobilized to relay the events back to their respective organizations. Not far away, in the forest, a white Zetsu emerged from the trees. Upon witnessing the massive Susanoo, he gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, how could Susanoo appear here? Could it be that a powerful member of the Uchiha clan has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan?" He pondered. Moreover, its color resembles that of Lord Madara. At that moment, another white Zetsu emerged beside him, chiding, "Do not speak nonsense. The one wielding Susanoo is none other than Lord Madara himself." The two white Zetsu then engaged in a lively discussion, piecing together the situation at hand. "Are you saying another Lord Madara has appeared, and his power is quite comparable to the true Lord Madara? Indeed, we must hastily inform Lord Madara of this development. This event seems quite serious. I wonder how he intends to handle it." The two white Zetsu then melded back into the tree trunks, vanishing from sight. As the smoke of battle began to dissipate, Uchiha Madara returned to his original position. Nearby lay the lifeless body of Jin Jiao, now devoid of life. Madara replanted the tree behind him into the ground and seated himself, awaiting Shinhiko's return. He felt somewhat unsatisfied with the battle, as his opponent had proven too weak to provide a true sense of conflict. He longed for a stronger adversary to add some color to his otherwise monotonous existence. 3 hours later, Shinhiko emerged from the palace of Orange Pillar, wearing a look of contentment. Inside, Orange Pillar and the gathering of cats lay sprawled about, their expressions vacant, akin to gentle women victimized by ruffians. With a refreshing countenance, Nobuyuki stepped through the portal back to Matsumune Castle, thoroughly exhilarated by his recent escapades. However, upon his return, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The land of soup, renowned for its hot springs, thrived among smaller nations, with several bustling towns rivaling even the 5 great nations in prosperity. Take Matsumune Town, for instance. When he departed previously, the streets were teeming with life. Yet this time, the thoroughfares were desolate. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering if it was simply too late for anyone to be out, as they had all retired for the night. Regardless, his stomach, having been entertained by the delights at Takamaru's, demanded sustenance, so he resolved to find a place for a bowl of noodles. He soon found a ramen shop and ordered a bowl. After satisfying his hunger, he packed another bowl to bring back for Uchiha Madara, eager for him to relish the taste as well. Although Madara was conjured from his own mental prowess and did not require food, that did not preclude him from experiencing cravings. Nobuyuki had intentionally equipped Madara with a taste sensory system during his creation. After a long day, it felt somewhat inconsiderate to indulge himself without bringing back a treat for Madara. With a plastic bag in hand, Nobuyuki hummed a tune as he made his way towards the forest where Madara awaited. He was curious about the expression that would adorn Madara's face upon receiving the food. Would he be taken aback? The anticipation was palpable. However, upon arrival, instead of surprise, Madara's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Gazing at the remnants of crumbled walls and several dismembered corpses nearby, Nobuyuki stammered, "What on earth happened here? Who are these people?" Madara recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Nobuyuki's lips twitching in disbelief. In the brief time he had taken to pet a cat, Madara had managed to alter the very fabric of time. The fact that the second Hokage remained alive was trivial compared to the revelation that Madara had been exposed to the ninja world. Nobuyuki had envisioned a life of low-profile ease, yet this situation was utterly untenable. Anger surged within him, and he felt a surge of indignation. This incompetent Madara had the audacity to stir up chaos in his absence. Truly, 3 days without discipline had led to a roof being lifted. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, Madara would never comprehend the true extent of his folly. Extending his right hand, Nobuyuki presented the ramen to Madara, saying, Enough of these bothersome matters for now. Enjoy this bowl of ramen, it's quite delectable. If it's not enough, I can get you another." Without a hint of emotion, Madara accepted the noodles and proceeded to break the chopsticks, beginning to eat. "How is it?" "Quite delicious, I assent it. I traversed an entire street to select this establishment. My taste is impeccable," Nobuyuki declared with pride. In his previous life, he had a penchant for noodles, and this lifetime was no exception. He could discern the quality of noodles simply by their aroma as he passed by. To be candid, Ichiraka ramen in Konoha hardly ranked as the best he had ever tasted. Perhaps Naruto enjoyed it merely because it was handmade, which did not deter his appetite. Uchiha Madara devoured the noodles in his hand with the swiftness of a tempest, and then wiped his mouth with the provided napkin, exclaiming, "Not bad." Chapter 84. My disguise is not easy to wear. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the two resumed their journey. This time, Shinichi wandered aimlessly through the ninja realm. Initially, he had intended to confront Orochimaru in the Hidden Leaf village, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Now, venturing to the Hidden Leaf would undoubtedly invite a plethora of troubles, rendering the endeavor a fruitless one. Alas, in this vast world, is there truly no refuge for me, Araki Shinichi? He reminisced about his life in the Land of Teeth, a time when he needed only to lounge in bed like a sloth. He regretted ever agreeing to rescue Uchiha Sasuke. Now, cast into this desolate timeline, he found himself without a place to call home. How would he navigate the days ahead? After much contemplation, he concluded that seeking a small nation to become a protector king would be the most prudent course of action. Firstly, Shinichi was more suited to that mode of existence. Secondly, small nations involved fewer affairs, sparing him from the incessant conflicts that plagued larger countries. Yes, that is the plan. With his route determined, Shinichi unfurled the map of the ninja world to scout for suitable nations. The Land of Teeth was the first that came to mind, as it was the place he knew best. However, upon closer inspection of the terrain, his brow furrowed. The land of Teeth lay at the juncture of the land of Earth and the land of Fire. In his previous timeline, the great nations coexisted peacefully, leaving the land of Teeth undisturbed. Yet now, amidst the first great ninja war, such a crossroads would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Shaking his head, he dismissed the idea. That location was unsuitable. After considering several other options, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon a small island south of the Land of Lightning. Though termed a small island, its size on the map was far from insignificant. It was comparable in area to the Land of Grass or the Land of Rain. The island was home to a single nation known as the Land of Rainbows, appearing serene and isolated. With a decisive slap to his thigh, he declared, "This is the place. I shall become the Protector King here." Resolute in his decision, Shinichi turned Uchiha Madara around and sped toward the southeastern coastline of the Land of Hot Water. In a shadowy underground cavern, a middle-aged man with a single eye listened expressionlessly to the report from White Zetsu. The man was emaciated, his waist-length hair mostly gray, one eye was tightly shut, seemingly blind, while the other emitted an eerie purple glow. Circles of intricate patterns manifested upon his cornea, revealing the Rinnegan. This man was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had clashed with the first Hokage over a decade ago in the Valley of the End. During that battle, he had bitten off a piece of flesh from the first Hokage and subsequently employed the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, to feign death and escape. The recent act of feigned death was executed with remarkable precision, so much so that even the cunning and suspicious Senju Tobarama failed to detect any signs of deceit. However, the cost was exceedingly grave. His right eye lost its light due to the activation of forbidden techniques. Ordinarily, the possibility of his right eye regaining its vision would be non-existent, yet exceptions do arise. After merging with the flesh and blood cells of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, through years of relentless effort, finally awakened the power of samsara. This formidable force, upon its awakening, elevated his left eye's eternal Meijiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, this power continuously mended the damage to his right eye. It is believed that in another decade, he will entirely restore his blind right eye and elevate it to the Rinnegan. By that time, he would have gathered all the tailed beasts, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and realizing his Moon Eye plan. Everything was proceeding smoothly, with only the restoration of his right eye left to fulfill his ambitions. When today he received a piece of news that ignited his fury. A counterfeit version of himself had emerged in the ninja world, making a bold appearance. This alone would have been tolerable, but what he found utterly intolerable was the fact that this imposter was being ridden by someone. When had Uchiha Madara ever endured such a disgraceful humiliation? To be insulted in such a manner was unthinkable. Even those who dared to belittle him had long since been reduced to ashes. Listening to the report from White Zetsu, the aura emanating from Uchiha Madara grew increasingly terrifying. The subtle pressure he exuded caused the reporting White Zetsu to tremble in fear. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Madara exhaled deeply. One mustn't let minor frustrations disrupt grand designs. He could not allow this imposter to thwart his plans. At present, his strength was not at its peak, rendering him incapable of crushing the ninja world with absolute power. Should the despicable 5 great nations choose to hide the tailed beasts or destroy them outright, his plans for collection would be rendered futile. After much contemplation, he resolved to endure this time. Once he regained his composure, Uchiha Madara reigned in his ominous presence, leaning back against the stone chair and gazing up at the ceiling. A smirk played upon his lips, revealing a sense of amusement. How audacious to impersonate my name. What an intriguing individual. However, my name is not easily usurped, and one might find themselves playing with fire. With that, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, slipping into a semblance of slumber. At the entrance of Konohagakure, 2 vigilant ch-nin stood erect, their unwavering gazes fixed ahead. These young men, both around 20 years of age, were in the prime of their youth. As ninjas of the Senju clan, they felt an immense pride in being part of this village founded by their ancestors. Even when assigned the seemingly mundane task of guarding the gates, they bore no resentment, as long as they could contribute to the village and protect their family and Konoha. They were willing to give their all. Just then, a commotion erupted from the distance. Before the two could react, a silver figure materialized before them. The 2 young men instinctively drew their kunai, prepared to strike. "Calm down, it is I," resonated the commanding voice of Senju Tobarama in the ears of the 2 Senju clan members. Only then did they realize that the sudden apparition was indeed their current clan leader, the esteemed second Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama. With their postures straightened, the 2 Senju members immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, We pay our respects, esteemed clan leader. Tobarama furrowed his brow, promptly admonishing them. There is no clan leader here. My identity is that of the second Hokage of Konohagakure. Startled, the two quickly corrected themselves. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although he had rectified their mistake, Tobarama's heart was still laden with concern. The members of the Senju clan held a sense of identity that surpassed their allegiance to Konohagakure itself. This was a troubling sign. If this continued, there would inevitably come a day when the interests of the Senju clan would stand in opposition to those of the village. With the passing of his elder brother and his own diminishing strength, Tobarama feared that he would one day be unable to protect the Senju clan, leading them toward inevitable destruction. Resolved, Tobarama determined that the plan to dissolve the clan and integrate into Konohagakure could not be delayed. However, before that, there was an even more pressing matter to attend to, one that bore significant implications for the survival of the village itself. Chapter 85, Preparations for the 5 Kage Summit. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Tobarama disbanded the escort team. Sarutobi Hizashi and the others felt a profound sense of relief. The mission had been perilously dangerous, and there were moments when they genuinely feared for their lives. Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. That mission was truly harrowing. I nearly thought I wouldn't make it back. Nara Shikaka chimed in. Indeed. We were fortunate. Before he could finish, Mito Geikyo interrupted. Speak carefully. Have you forgotten Master Tobarama's orders before he departed? It was then that Shikaku remembered the command given by their teacher regarding the matter of Uchiha Madara. They were to remain silent unless directed otherwise. Shikaku promptly sealed his lips, wishing a zipper could magically appear to prevent any inadvertent utterances in his sleep. At that moment, Akimichi Choza noticed the troubled expression on Danzo's face and inquired, What troubles you, Danzo? Are you unwell? Danzo's mood was far from pleasant. His performance in the Land of Water had been abysmal. Out of fear, he had failed to step up and assume the rearguard duties, allowing Hizashi to seize the initiative. Though Tobarama had not completed his previous statement, it was evident to all what he had intended to convey. It was clear that Tobarama had intended to pass the mantle of Hokage to Hizashi, a decision that would likely be difficult to reverse in the future. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists, his heart brimming with frustration and regret. He was so close, so very close, to realizing his dream of becoming Hokage. In response to the inquiry from Shursui, Danzo chose silence, turning away without a word. The onlookers regarded his retreat with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. What was amiss with this fellow? Had he taken leave of his senses? At that moment, Uchiha Kagami addressed the crowd, stating, I, too, have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Yet, as he turned to depart, he was halted by Sarutobi Hizashi. Puzzled, Kagami inquired, What is it, Hizashi? Is there something amiss? Sarutobi hesitated momentarily before quietly reminding, Do not forget Lord Tobarama's orders. In an instant, Kagami comprehended the underlying message, responding with a reassuring smile. Fear not. I am well aware of what information is appropriate to share and what is not. The others were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of the cryptic exchange between the two. Meanwhile, a sense of frustration welled up within Uchiha Kagami. Did Hizashi truly harbor such distrust towards him? The fact that Uchiha Madara remained alive was indeed of paramount importance to the Uchiha clan. However, without Lord Tobarama's explicit command, how could he possibly divulge such intelligence to his kin? Throughout his years as a disciple of the second Hokage and as a protector of the Hokage, he had never leaked any mission details to his family. This very adherence to duty had rendered him an outcast among his clan, with some even whispering behind his back, labeling him a traitor. Yet, he remained indifferent to their scorn, believing that the welfare of Konoha transcended all else, a conviction he held with pride. However, the lack of trust from his clansmen was one thing. The fact that Hizashi, a companion with whom he shared daily interactions, also expressed suspicion was disheartening. He recalled that Hizashi, in his memory, would not have uttered such words. Kagami surmised the reason behind Hizashi's change in demeanor. Previously, even the most formidable ninjas had only served as Hokage guards. With so many powerful figures in Konoha, the ascension to Hokage was uncertain. Yet, after the recent revelations from Lord Tobarama, it had become evident to even the most Navii that Hizashi was the likely successor to the Hokage mantle. A bitter smile crossed Kagami's lips. Even before assuming the role, he was already being monitored. Should Hizashi become Hokage, would he not assign personnel to observe him constantly? With a heart weighed down by disappointment, Uchiha Kagami returned home. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama was entirely oblivious to the inner turmoil of his student. He sat in his office, engrossed in writing, his mind deep in contemplation. Eventually, he set down his pen and reviewed a scroll on his desk, satisfied that no sensitive information had been disclosed. He summoned the captain of his umbu. "Lord Hokage, how may I assist you?" The umbu captain inquired. Senju Tobarama handed him the scroll, instructing, "Deliver this to the general of the Land of Iron without fail." Upon receiving the command, the umbu captain vanished in an instant. While Tobarama's anxiety grew ever more palpable, Uchiha Madara had returned. Although the individual who resurrected him had yet to make any moves, vigilance was paramount. Moreover, it seemed that Uchiha Madara possessed memories from before his assault on Konoha. This perilous instability must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, otherwise, it will inevitably become a significant menace in the future. However, the strength of the Senju clan alone is insufficient to eliminate this threat. Thus, he contemplated enlisting the aid of the other four great nations. By doing so, not only could they eliminate the formidable Uchiha Madara, but they could also take advantage of the opportunity to deplete the strength of the other great nations. Even if Uchiha Madara were to be vanquished, the likelihood of large-scale wars erupting in the following decades would be significantly diminished. What troubled him most now was whether the five great nations could truly defeat that man. The thought of Uchiha Madara's terrifying power made Senju Tobarama furrow his brow in concern. In light of this, he suddenly thought of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. If all else fails, he would have to rely on that jutsu. "My apologies, brother. For the sake of Konoha and the ninja world, I must trouble you." Senju Tobarama's letter was swiftly delivered into the hands of the general of the Land of Iron. The current general, Miyamoto Masatake, was an old warrior of the same era as Senju Hashirama. At that moment, he gripped Senju Tobarama's letter tightly, his knuckles turning white with anger. Bang! Miyamoto Masatake slammed the scroll onto the desk and exclaimed furiously, "Cursed Hokage! Cursed Konoha! What do these people take the Land of Iron for? They expect us to assist in contacting the nations to convene a second Five Kage summit, and they do so in a commanding tone. Do they consider the Land of Iron a vassal state of Konoha?" Standing beside him, his disciple and bodyguard, known as the genius of the swordsmanship of the Land of Iron, Mitsuba, picked up the scroll and examined it. He then neatly placed it back on the desk and advised Miyamoto Masatake, "Master, please calm down. In my humble opinion, this is not necessarily a bad thing." Enraged, Miyamoto Masatake retorted, "Is this not a bad thing? The Hokage of Konoha dares to dictate to me, the general of the Land of Iron. If this is not a bad thing, then what is?" Seeing his master so infuriated, Mitsuba refrained from further comment. The Land of Iron was currently in a position of weakness. What could his master do in a fit of rage? Could he brandish his sword and challenge the Hokage? It was best to let his master vent his frustrations and wait for him to regain his composure. 2 hours later, Miyamoto Masatake's emotions began to settle. Leaning on his desk with his left hand supporting his forehead, he wearily said, "Mitsuba, send messengers to the wind, lightning, water, and earth nations. Inform them that the Hokage has invited them to convene the second Five Kage summit and implore them to attend." Mitsuba received the order and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he cast a glance at his master, who regarded the honor of the samurai as more important than life itself. At that moment, Miyamoto Masatake resembled an elderly man on the verge of death, hardly reminiscent of the renowned swordsman of the ninja world. With a sigh, Mitsuba pondered the uncertain path that lay ahead for the samurai. Ultimately, he closed the office door with a sense of melancholy and set about arranging the messengers to the various nations. Chapter 86, Uchiha Madara? With the arrangement of the 3 ships, 16 samurai were divided into 4 groups, each destined for the 4 great nations: wind, thunder, water, and earth. The groups traversed the borders, heading resolutely towards their respective destinations. The first to arrive was the group bound for the Land of Thunder, closest to the Land of Iron. At this moment, the village of Kimogakure was abuzz with excitement, as they had just elected their new Reikage. The newly appointed Reikage, named Yua Leiyong, soon adopted a new name, AI, which became of little consequence. Outside the Reikage's office building, a throng of villagers gathered, welcoming their third Reikage as if he were a celebrated star. AI stood atop the building, chest out and head held high, basking in the admiration of the villagers. His imposing physique, towering over 2 meters with broad shoulders and bulging muscles, coupled with his dark skin, imparted a fierce presence. Yet, this fearsome visage evoked even greater fervor among the villagers of Kimogakure. In a nation that revered strength, a powerful leader commanded absolute authority. As the strongest force in the Land of Thunder, the village's admiration for strength reached unparalleled heights. Thus, The intimidating appearance of the third Raikage did not instill fear, but rather a sense of security among the villagers, who felt immense pride in having such a formidable leader. The Raikage's inauguration ceremony was a complex affair, and the public appearance before the villagers was merely a fundamental aspect of the observance. Following this, the third Raikage engaged in amicable exchanges with various departments and clans, essentially introducing himself to avoid the humorous scenario of being locked out of his own home. By the time the entire ceremony concluded, night had fallen, yet the Raikage's duties were far from complete, as a multitude of tasks awaited his attention. Foremost among these was the matter of the notorious duo, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, who had ambushed the second Raikage, resulting in his untimely demise. These criminals had rightfully earned their status as high-ranking traitors in Kumogakure. AI had initially planned to personally lead a team to apprehend these lawless rogue ninjas following the inauguration ceremony. However, this morning, the Umbu reported that they had discovered the corpses of the Kinkaku brothers in the land of hot water. Furthermore, they had captured several members of the Kinkaku-Jinkaku faction, bringing them back for rigorous interrogation. To AI's astonishment, the intelligence obtained from these captives was shocking. They claimed to have encountered Uchiha Madara, asserting that it was he who had slain the Kinkaku brothers. Upon hearing this, AI nearly smashed his fist through the table in disbelief. Was this some kind of jest? The testimonies from the other captives corroborated the first, all insisting that the Kinkaku brothers had met their end at the hands of Uchiha Madara. This revelation left Raikage AI in a state of profound perplexity, were it not for the cumbersome inauguration rituals. He would have rushed into the Umbu to interrogate these individuals himself. Just as he contemplated taking action, an Umbu ninja appeared before him in an instant. The third Raikage gazed at the Umbu who had instantaneously appeared before him and remarked, "In the future, refrain from materializing so abruptly in front of me. Had I employed the body flicker technique as well, you would have met an untimely demise." The Umbu ninja, undeterred by the Raikage's quip, retrieved a scroll from within his garments and presented it with both hands, reporting, "Esteemed Raikage, this is an urgent document dispatched from the Land of Iron, and your timely perusal is requested." The third Raikage, dismissively taking the scroll, waved the Umbu away. As he made his way toward the interrogation department, he lowered his gaze to examine the scroll. With each passing moment, his brows furrowed deeper. The Hokage of Konoha had somehow survived. Escaping the pursuit of the formidable Kin and Jin brothers indicated the occurrence of unforeseen events. It is essential to recognize that the Kin and Jin's forces comprised hundreds of elite ninjas, each at least special Jonin level. Such an elite unit could serve as a decisive force even in formal warfare. Moreover, within that battalion were individuals skilled in barrier techniques capable of disrupting space-time ninjutsu. Once the barrier was activated, those within were rendered unable to utilize space-time ninjutsu. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with his unparalleled prowess, would find it impossible to escape such an encirclement. Yet, not only had the second Hokage survived, he even sought to convene a 5-Kage summit with the leaders of the great nations. What scheme could this man possibly be concocting? It is well known that this ongoing ninja world war is recorded as the most brutal in history. The great nations have reduced their combatants to mere shadows of their former selves, and amidst such chaos, he dares to propose a gathering for peace talks. Such notions are truly fanciful. He carelessly discarded the scroll into a nearby trash bin, pondering how the old fool, Miyamoto Masanobu, had lost his wits. To serve Konoha as a mere lackey, while taking pride in it, and to send invitations to the great nations on their behalf, he had truly cast aside the dignity of a samurai. At that moment, another Umbu appeared in a flash, prompting the third Raikage to exclaim in irritation, "What now?" Without unnecessary preamble, the Umbu produced a letter from his attire and handed it to the third Raikage, stating, "This letter has been sent from Konoha, requesting your personal attention." The third Raikage, now seething with indignation, retorted, "What on earth does Senju Tobarama intend to achieve? Continuously pestering me with these nuisance letters. Does he truly believe I am without temper?" With that, the third Raikage snatched the letter from his subordinate's hands and tore it into fragments. In that very instant, as the letter was shredded, the space before the third Raikage warped, transforming into an entirely different scene. Under the starlit night, Senju Tobarama traversed the forest accompanied by several disciples. The third Raikage's brow tightened further, and he mused, "Is this an illusion conjured by the second Hokage? Such a technique holds no sway over me. I could dispel it in an instant." Yet, just as he contemplated breaking the illusion, a flicker of curiosity about the unfolding scene gripped him. Could this be the very night when the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire engaged in negotiations? The second Hokage hurriedly traversed the landscape with his guards, seemingly evading the relentless pursuit of the Kin and Jin brothers' forces. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the events of that fateful night. As Senju Tobarama darted through the forest, the sounds of his pursuers grew increasingly closer. If this continued, both the Hokage and his protectors would meet their demise. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon emerging from a dense thicket into a clearing, he spotted a figure standing by the trees not far away. The man's appearance grew increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Abruptly, his pupils constricted, and a shiver coursed through him. How could this be? The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Madara from his memories. He had seen Madara as a child, long before the establishment of the Land of Lightning. A distant aunt had married into the Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire, and he had accompanied his father on a visit to relatives. At that time, a fierce battle had erupted between the Senju and the Uchiha. He had witnessed that extraordinarily powerful man at the fringes of the battlefield. The individual before him, clad in red armor, was an exact replica of Uchiha Madara. The illusion abruptly ceased, leaving the third Raikage and the bewildered Umbu shinobi in a state of shock. After a considerable time, the third Raikage regained his composure. The illusion cast by Senju Tobarama on the parchment had naturally unraveled. The reason for his prolonged daze was the shocking revelation that Uchiha Madara was still alive. However, he could not fully trust the words of the second Hokage, as Konoha remained an adversary amidst the ongoing war. Information from the enemy must be approached with a meticulous and cautious attitude. With a grave expression, he dismissed the Umbu ninjas and proceeded to the interrogation room. After meticulously reviewing the testimonies and personally interrogating the subordinates of the Kin and Jin brothers, he emerged from the interrogation chamber, exhaling a long sigh of relief. While there were some discrepancies in the details provided by the captured rogue ninjas, the overall narrative was relatively consistent. The third Raikage had not anticipated such a significant event occurring so soon after his succession. The revelation of Uchiha Madara's survival was utterly astonishing. If he was indeed alive, then why had he not made an appearance before anyone? Why had he remained hidden for so many years? In his recollection, that formidable figure was not one to quietly retire. It seemed that Senju Tobarama wished to convene the Five Kage summit precisely for this matter. The third Raikage harbored a sense of schadenfreude. Konoha must be more anxious than any other faction. After all, Uchiha Madara had once sought to annihilate Konoha, and it would not be surprising if he chose to strike at any moment. Nonetheless, a figure like Uchiha Madara was indeed perilous. It was rumored that many ninja clans within the Land of Fire had refused to join Konoha. The first Hokage had visited countless times, yet had been unable to bring them under his banner. Subsequently, these clans vanished entirely under the purging actions of Uchiha Madara, becoming mere echoes of history within the ninja world. Such a formidable and ruthless individual, capable of annihilating entire families at a whim, undoubtedly poses a significant threat. Although the Hidden Cloud Village has also been known to eradicate clans, the motivations differ vastly. Their actions are governed by principles, whereas Uchiha Madara's are devoid of any ethical constraints. Reflecting on this, the Raikage felt a heightened sense of urgency and promptly returned to his office to commence preparations for the Five Kage summit. Shortly after the Raikage received a letter, the leaders of the other three great nations were simultaneously informed. In the southeastern waters of the Land of Water, the second Mizukage, Kagaya Gingai, with his rather unsavory appearance marked by a small mustache, cast a blank sheet of paper onto the sea. Watching it sink into the depths, he fell into contemplation. What schemes is Senju Tobarama concocting? That illusionary technique must have occurred following the breakdown of negotiations between the Fire and Lightning nations. He claims to have encountered Uchiha Madara. What exactly is he trying to achieve? Gungai harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the intelligence provided by Senju Tobarama. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity. If the Five Kage summit could bring an end to this war, it would be a fitting resolution. The devastation wrought by this conflict had far exceeded anyone's expectations. For instance, over a dozen ninja clans in the Mist Village had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves due to the war. Most of these clans had lost their clan leaders and elite genin on the battlefield, leaving only a handful of adult but weak genin, along with some children yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Even prominent clans, such as his own, the Kirigakure clan, had suffered severe casualties, with their ranks decimated to the point where the legacy of their strongest members was on the brink of extinction. It was precisely due to the war's brutal nature that he, as the leader of a village, had resolved to engage in a one-on-one duel with the second Suchikage. Both parties had agreed that regardless of the outcome of this battle, the war must come to a close. The dire circumstances that had driven a village leader to such a decision illustrate the war's ferocity. Gengai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. When they initially instigated this conflict, they were brimming with confidence, believing that if they could not prevail, they could simply call for a ceasefire, just as had been done in the Warring States period. Yet, no one had anticipated that once the war commenced, halting it would become impossible. All villages, like gamblers, found themselves at the table, unable to withdraw, wagering their very lives. Simultaneously, they had come to comprehend the profound toll that warfare in the era of ninja villages exacted. It was akin to a relentless meat grinder, continuously crushing the lives of both enemies and allies alike. Truth be told, upon receiving this letter, Gengai felt a flicker of delight. The prospect of concluding this unprecedented war through the Five Kages Summit would be beneficial for all five great nations. With this thought in mind, he turned to his two guards and commanded, "Kagaya Y. Hisame, return to the village with me." Two guards exchanged glances, and one of them, the dry persimmon shark, scratched his head and said, "Lord Mizukage, weren't we supposed to engage in a duel? If we back out now, we will be ridiculed by the ninja world, and it would shame the entire Kirigakure." Beside him, Kagaya Yuyo echoed, "Indeed, boss, we cannot show cowardice. If you are afraid, just let me take the lead and confront that Suchikage. I'll make sure to knock his bandages all over the place." In response, Ghost Lantern Hanwei swiftly approached the two, delivering a punch to each of their heads, causing large lumps to form. Rubbing their heads, they complained, "Boss, what was that for?" Seeing the two simpletons before him, Ghost Lantern Hanwei sighed, pondering how the village was filled with such brawny yet dim-witted individuals. He could hardly be bothered to explain. So he commanded, "Stop babbling and do as you were told. If you keep talking back, I will toss you both into the sea to feed the sharks." Dry Persimmon Shark quickly formed seals with his hands and summoned dozens of sharks that began to swim beneath their feet. He grinned, "Don't worry, boss. The sharks in this sea are my brothers. They want to eat us." Ghost Lantern Hanwei, uninterested in further conversation with this fool, took long strides back towards Kirigakure. Dry Persimmon Shark and Kagaya Yuyo trailed behind him, dejected. After all, this was a duel between two village leaders. Initially, they had hoped to watch the Battle of the Kages, but now those hopes had evaporated, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, their spirits were resilient, and before long, they forgot the incident entirely and began to chat. Dry Persimmon Shark turned to Kagaya Yuyo and inquired, "Why do you think our boss insists on fighting the Suchikage?" As he spoke, he produced a map, saying, "Look, we are situated in the southeastern corner, while the Land of Earth is in the northwestern corner, separated by the entire ninja continent. Isn't it a bit foolish for us to venture so far to confront the IWA shinobi?" Kagaya Yuyo shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure. The boss is notoriously unreliable, and the higher-ups don't seem particularly bright either. Perhaps they made this strategy while intoxicated." Ghost Lantern Hanwei could no longer contain his frustration. While others might overlook their shortcomings, these two fools dared to question him. He seized one by the ear and exclaimed, "How did your families raise such simpletons? The ninja world is round. We are in the southeast, and the Land of Earth is in the northwest. If we just head southeast, we will reach the Land of Earth. It is very close to us. If we don't fight them, who do you suggest we battle? Each other?" Chapter 88, Close-Range Brute, Long-Range Brute. Ghost Lantern Hanwei was utterly exasperated. Every time these two made their way to the battlefield in the Land of Earth, they were always heading southeast. Did they not notice this pattern? Clearly, the educational standards in the Ninja Academy regarding cultural subjects needed to be significantly stricter. Otherwise, sending individuals like Deidara and Kagaya, whose minds are clouded, onto the battlefield would be akin to offering them as mere sacrifices. At that moment, he stroked his small mustache, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. One could only wonder how the second Suchikage would feel upon realizing he had been stood up. Alas, it is a pity that he cannot witness the expression of dismay on that fellow's face. What a shame indeed. Unbeknownst to him, the second Suchikage had not been waiting for him at all. Upon receiving a letter from Tobarama Senju, he immediately convened a meeting with the higher-ups of Awagakure. The situation in Awagakure differs significantly from that of the other great nations. The other four ninja villages are predominantly composed of clan ninjas, whereas Awagakure operates more like a ninja alliance. In the Land of Earth, the influence of ninja clans is not particularly strong, and there are few secret arts families. The only notable bloodline technique, dust release, does not even pass down through a bloodline family. Therefore, during the Warring States period, the power dynamics were not held by ninja clans, but rather by various ninja alliances. Without the entanglements of familial interests, the first Suchikage, Ishikawa, effortlessly persuaded these factions to merge into Iwagakure. To them, the village model was merely an expanded version of a ninja alliance. Consequently, the higher echelons of Iwagakure are largely devoid of significant familial ties or are entirely familyless. In the presence of the formidable second Suchikage, these individuals naturally lacked any substantial voice. Thus, when he inquired about their opinions regarding the Five Kage Summit, they could only timidly defer to him for decisions. This left him quite exasperated, a consequence of prolonged unilateral governance. When the time came for someone to step forward with suggestions, this group retreated behind the masses, burying their heads in the sand like turtles. In frustration, he reassured them, "Do not worry. Even if you say something wrong, I will not punish you. What I need now is for you to speak up and discuss freely." Yet the high-ranking officials remained silent. Just as he was about to conclude the meeting, a voice emanated from the last row of chairs. Lord Wu need not participate in the Five Kage Summit at all. This voice startled everyone present. Curious glances were exchanged, all eager to discover who had the audacity to speak at such a moment. To their astonishment, the last row of chairs was entirely vacant, devoid of any visible figure. The crowd gasped. Could this be some form of stealth ninjutsu? To be able to conceal oneself as completely as Lord Wu, who could this person be? At that moment, the second Suchikage smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Anoki, next time you speak at a meeting, please do so while standing on your chair." Anoki slowly rose from the edge of the desk, his face flushed, and replied, "I have been standing on the chair. It is simply too low." Witnessing this scene, the other high-ranking officials nearly burst into laughter. The speaker was none other than the young and audacious Anoki. At this moment, Noki had reached the age of 30. Standing at the pinnacle of his ninja prowess, with remarkable talent and the meticulous guidance of his mentor, the Suchikage, he had become adept at utilizing dust release. This proficiency was one of the reasons he was eligible to attend the high-level meeting that day. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Noki was poised to become the next Suchikage. Moreover, in Iwagakure, the Suchikage held absolute authority, making it only reasonable for the successor to partake in such a gathering. However, his stature left much to be desired. Would his height, barely surpassing 1 meter, tarnish the image of Iwagakure upon his succession? The assembly shook their heads. The village's reputation was of no concern to them. As aging veterans, they had little inclination to worry about such matters. They chose to take a laissez-faire approach, allowing the mentor and pupil to run amok. Even if these two were to dismantle Iwagakure, it would hardly affect their own lives. Consequently, the senior members of Iwagakure remained silent in response to Naka's statements. Unfazed by their indifference, Noki turned to Nashi and inquired, "Nashi, what leads you to believe that my presence is unnecessary at the Five Kage Summit?" At that moment, Noki descended onto the conference table, placing his hands behind his back as he spoke. "In my view, the second Hokage of Konohagakure is eager to convene the Five Kage Summit merely because he cannot bear the losses inflicted by this war. I believe this brutal conflict has profoundly impacted Konoha. Hence, they are keen to hold the summit to bring the war to an end. Should they launch an offensive against the Land of Fire at this juncture, they would undoubtedly achieve remarkable victories. This would not only compensate for the losses Iwagakure has endured over the past 3 years, but also allow our village to ascend as the most formidable ninja village in the realm." Naka's impassioned words prompted glances of uncertainty among the others. Nashi sighed and remarked, "You only see the losses suffered by Konoha. Have you forgotten that Iwagakure has also been on the verge of collapse due to this war?" Upon hearing this, Noki grew anxious, ready to respond, but was interrupted by Nashi's dismissive wave. "Enough. Please remember to clean the table you've sullied." With a face full of indignation, Noki wiped the table and returned to his seat. His heart raced with urgency, driven by the news he had received the day before about the Third Raikage's ascension. The Third Raikage was of the same generation as him, possessing similar age and strength. They had encountered each other on the battlefield several times, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Noki had secretly hoped to outpace his rival and establish himself as the superior Kage. To his dismay, it was that oaf who had taken the lead, which left him utterly frustrated. He felt an increasing sense of urgency. If he could not secure greater achievements and acclaim on the battlefield, it would likely be a considerable time before he could assume the mantle of Suchikage. As if sensing the urgency in Naka's demeanor, the second Suchikage gently shook his head. This young man was still too inexperienced, impulsive in his actions and lacking patience. The reasons behind Naka's urgency were crystal clear to him. He had encountered the newly appointed third Raikage on several occasions. Frankly, that individual was just as brash as Noki. Despite their differing combat styles, one favoring close quarters and the other ranged, their personalities exhibited striking similarities. Both were audacious and recklessly bold. Had it not been for the sudden demise of the second Raikage, Kumogakure would not have entrusted such a young person with the mantle of Raikage. Rising slightly, he observed the visibly disgruntled Noki. This young man certainly needed some refinement. Among the younger generation of shinobi he had encountered, the one who resonated most with him was Sarutobi Hisashi from Konohagakure. His demeanor was composed, and his thinking was astute. Among the new generation, Hisashi possessed the most mature character. However, the second Tsuchikage harbored a lingering sense of unease regarding Hisashi. He did not seem as straightforward as he appeared. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this discomfort. All he knew was that Hisashi evoked a sense of dissonance within him. With a wry smile, he pondered the relevance of Konohagakure's affairs to his own situation. If there was something amiss with Hisashi, let the cunning Senju Tobarama deal with that dilemma. After much contemplation, he resolved to attend the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Firstly, he had confidence in his own abilities. Even if others laid traps, he could extricate himself unscathed. Secondly, he yearned to bring an end to this senseless war. The losses incurred by the 5 great nations far outweighed any gains, and hastening its conclusion would undoubtedly be beneficial. He then recalled the first 5 Kage summit, where he had served as the bodyguard for the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. In the blink of an eye, the leaders of the 5 villages had changed numerous times, and even he and Senju Tobarama had crossed the threshold of 50 years, their powers beginning to wane. It was time to make way for the younger generation, and the Wind Country's Sunagakure had been the most decisive in this regard. It was said that the man known as Sabaku no Gaara had recently abdicated and passed his position to a younger successor. Based on his understanding of Gaara, the newly appointed individual was undoubtedly formidable. At that moment, the young leader had just awakened from a trance. His expression turned grave, and he remained silent. Unexpectedly, shortly after assuming the role of third Kazekage, news reached him from Konohagakure that Uchiha Madara was still alive, a piece of intelligence whose veracity was uncertain. After much deliberation, he decided to withhold this information from the other high-ranking officials for the time being. Firstly, this intelligence had been transmitted from the shadows of other nations, requiring further verification. Additionally, the upcoming 5 Kage summit would provide an opportunity to discuss the matter with Gaara and the other 2 advisors. Thus, the 5 great ninja villages began to prepare for the 5 Kage summit. In an instant, all military actions within the ninja world came to a halt, as if the ninjas had collectively decided to suspend their conflicts. This temporary cessation of hostilities provided a moment of respite for the small nations caught between the larger powers. These wretched beings had finally ceased their skirmishes, although the true intentions of the ninjas remained shrouded in mystery. The mere fact that peace had been restored was a welcome development. However, this universal celebration bore no relevance to the distant nation of the Land of Rain, which remained untouched by the ravages of war, resembling an idyllic paradise. Upon arriving ashore, he sought out a secluded plot of land to construct a modest abode. Subsequently, he settled Uchiha Obito within its confines while he ventured alone into the nearby town to gather intelligence. The capital of the Land of Rain, known as Hokuyuin City, lacked the bustling vibrancy of the great cities within the ninja realm. Instead, it exuded a unique tranquility and serenity. This island, far removed from the land, stood in stark contrast to the incessant turmoil of the ninja world. The island boasted a considerable expanse of arable land, where the locals cultivated a special fruit known as the delicious fruit for trade. By exchanging these fruits for currency, they procured grains from the outside world to sustain their daily lives. The island employed a feudal system akin to that of the ninja realm, with the current lord being a middle-aged man in his 40s, reputed to be a wise and diligent ruler. One could only wonder if he would consider accepting his petition to serve as the protector of the nation. Feeling rather bored, Sinyan meandered through the streets, eager to gather more information. Just then, he noticed a figure stealthily approaching him from behind. Though the individual's steps were slow, they did not escape Sinyan's keen awareness. Instead of turning around immediately, he chose to observe the person's intentions. The footsteps came to a halt a mere meter behind him, and a delicate hand gently tapped his shoulder. A playful voice then chimed in his ear, "We meet again." Turning around, Sinyan was surprised to find that the one who had tapped him was a familiar face. To call her a mere acquaintance would be somewhat inaccurate, as they had only crossed paths once before. Before him stood Minako Kasumi, the girl he had rescued from the clutches of bandits. Furrowing his brow, Sinyan inquired, "It's you. What brings you here?" Minako flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "You come to my home and still ask why I am here. I was just about to ask you the same. You left after giving a false name, and now you return. What is it that you truly seek?" Puzzled, Sinyan responded, "You say this is your home? Indeed. Is that a problem?" Minako retorted, hands on her hips, adopting an inquisitive tone. Observing her attire, which was unmistakably that of nobility, an epiphany struck Sinyan, leading him to ask uncertainly, "If this is your home, do you happen to know the Lord of the Land of Rain?" At this, Minako stifled a giggle, covering her mouth, and finally replied with a hint of pride, "Of course I know him. He is my father. How could I not recognize him?" "Do you have business with him?" Joy surged within Sinyan's heart. With this newfound connection, his endeavors would be far more manageable. However, patience is essential in this matter, and it is necessary to first communicate effectively with the young lady before him. Thus, Sinyan inquired, "Are there any other quiet places?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Minai Kasumi's eyes, and she subsequently led Sinyan to a tea house. Along the way, the guards intended to accompany them for protection, but upon meeting the princess's icy gaze, they lowered their heads and retreated. Upon arriving at the tea house, Sinyan did not hastily broach his own concerns. Instead, he prepared to engage in casual conversation to foster a closer relationship. Through their dialogue, Sinyan gleaned much about the Kingdom of Rainbow. The esteemed lord of this realm is known as Kitamoto Akihiro, who has a son and a daughter. The eldest son is named Kitamoto Shizawa, and the youngest daughter is Minai Kasumi. Puzzled, Sinyan asked, "Why do you and your father bear different surnames? Your father is Kitamoto, yet you are Kasumi?" With a playful laugh, Minai Kasumi replied, "The surname Kitamoto lacks elegance, so I chose to adopt the name Kasumi." Sinyan's lips twitched slightly. Such a casual change of name seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, it was indeed uncommon for a lord to consent to his daughter's alteration of surname. If it were his own daughter, he would surely be taken aback by such audacity. At that moment, Sinyan formed a preliminary impression of Minai Kasumi, a willful and spoiled child, indulged by her father. However, this was a child who had matured, surpassing the mischief of those who delight in mud and fire, now embarking on a phase of vexing her father. Yet perhaps due to having saved her life, Sinyan sensed a peculiar warmth radiating from Minai Kasumi, a warmth that bordered on something more intimate. He shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. After a lengthy conversation, feeling that the atmosphere had sufficiently softened, Sinyan cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. "Minai," he began, "I have come to the Kingdom of Rainbow with a significant matter that I wish to discuss with your father." Upon hearing this, Minai's expression remained unchanged. But internally she mused, has he finally reached his limit? "Come now, Sinyan, let me see the color of your undergarments. Speak freely, whatever it is. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities," she assured him with a confident pat on her chest. Consequently, Sinyan conveyed his intentions to her, emphasizing that he harbored no ill will and was solely responsible for the Kingdom of Rainbow's security, akin to a high-ranking bodyguard. He assured her that he would not interfere in other matters of the kingdom. Chapter 90. The discussion at the Lord's residence. As Minai listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement. And with a clap of her hands together, she exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I was just pondering how to persuade Sinyan to stay in the Kingdom of Rainbow for a longer period. I never anticipated that you wished to remain here. What splendid news. I shall speak to my father at once. He will surely agree." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sinyan replied, "I appreciate your assistance." After a bit more conversation, as the sun began to set, Sinyan took his leave. Before departing, they exchanged addresses to facilitate future communication. Sinyan returned to his wooden cabin, constructed with the art of wood release, and found Uchiha Madara sitting upright on the sofa, engrossed in the television. This contraption was certainly not of this world. The shinobi era had yet to witness such technology. Sinyan took a seat beside him, observing that the television was playing Naruto. He sighed, finding the series, which he had watched countless times, somewhat tedious now. Many plot lines that once seemed intriguing now appeared rather foolish. Nevertheless, if Madara wished to watch it, so be it. After all, he had implanted the memories of Uchiha Madara within him. It was only natural for him to harbor curiosity about the world he inhabited. Upon Sinyan's arrival, Madara inquired directly, "Well, have you gathered the intelligence?" More than just gathering information, the task was already half accomplished. Sinyan proceeded to relay the day's findings to Madara, who remained silent, continuing to watch Naruto. Meanwhile, in the residence of the daimyo, Kasumi Mina sat gracefully in the lower seat, her demeanor poised. Beside her, closer to the upper seat, sat the heir of the Land of Rain, her brother Kitamoto Shizawa. The middle-aged man seated at the top was the daimyo of the Land of Rain, Kitamoto Akihiro. With a smile, Akihiro asked Mina, "What is the urgent matter that compelled you to summon me?" Shizawa looked at his sister with curiosity, wondering what this headstrong and cunning individual could possibly want to discuss with their father. Mina took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. "Father, do you recall the Land of Clouds?" The daimyo, puzzled, replied, "Of course, I remember. Over a decade ago, the Land of Clouds was annihilated by the hidden cloud village under the pretext of harboring rogue ninjas. At that time, I had just ascended to the throne, so it left a significant impression on me. Why do you ask about the Land of Clouds?" Mina smiled slightly, "Since you have a vivid recollection. You must also understand that the accusation of harboring rogue ninjas was merely a pretext." The daimyo's expression grew serious. His spoiled daughter rarely spoke of serious matters. What could she possibly want to convey about the Land of Clouds? He cleared his throat and said, "Mina, the affairs of the Land of Thunder are beyond our purview. Please, speak quickly. I have pressing matters to attend to in the coming days." Mina responded. The downfall of the Land of Clouds stemmed from their failure to recognize the shifting tides. Since the establishment of the shinobi villages by the 5 great nations, it has become impossible for countries to isolate themselves as they once did. In this era dominated by the 5 great nations, a country lacking a ninja force holds no value even for exploitation. The Land of Clouds and the Land of Grass serve as prime examples. In terms of overall national strength, the Land of Clouds undoubtedly surpasses the Land of Grass. Yet, the latter swiftly established the Hidden Grass Village as the shinobi village era commenced. Although regarded as insignificant as ants by the 5 great nations, they have, at this moment, acquired a semblance of utility. Pieces that possess value are seldom obliterated without cause. In contrast, the Cloud Country, with its formidable strength and abundant resources, has remained entrenched in its previous lifestyle of employing ninjas for survival, failing to adapt to the era of ninja villages. Consequently, it caught the attention of the Land of Lightning, which stripped them of all but their wealth, ultimately erasing them from the annals of history. If I am not mistaken, the urgent matters my father mentioned earlier pertain to the envoy dispatched by the Hidden Mist Village of the Water Country not long ago. The Lord chuckled wryly, acknowledging, "Indeed. My dear daughter, nothing escapes your keen perception." He continued, "I have indeed been troubled by the envoy from the Hidden Mist Village lately." At this moment, the eldest son, who had been listening intently, inquired with curiosity, "What did the envoy from the Hidden Mist say?" The Lord replied, "They wish to establish a foothold in the Rainbow Country and send ninjas to reside here permanently." Mina smiled and remarked, "See, father? This is the downside of our failure to support ninjas." To the Hidden Mist Village, the Rainbow Country likely appears as a treasure trove from which they can freely extract wealth. What they term stationing is nothing more than treating us as a vassal state. Should war arise, the Rainbow Country may very well be designated as a frontline battleground by the Hidden Mist. The Lord lamented, "What can we do? We are outmatched. We must acquiesce to their demands." Defying the Hidden Mist could plunge the Rainbow Country into a fate akin to that of the Cloud Country. Aligning with other great nations would be sheer folly, as the Hidden Mist would have no need to fabricate reasons to annihilate us. They could simply dispatch ninjas as enemies and eradicate us directly. With a tinge of melancholy, Bayuan Minji reflected on the trepidation that had accompanied his tenure as lord over the past decade. Always cautious not to stir unrest within the ninja realm for fear that the 5 great nations would remember his existence. Ironically, what he feared came to pass. An unprecedented war erupted among the ninjas. In this moment of declining power, the 5 great nations recalled the morsels of flesh that he represented. With a stroke of luck, perhaps they could preserve their nation by sacrificing a portion of their wealth. Otherwise, they would be entirely consumed, leaving nothing but a skeletal remnant cast into the sea. At this juncture, Mina felt it was time to interject, stating, "Father, there is no need for alarm. I have devised a solution to this predicament." Both the Lord and the eldest son turned their attention to her, intrigued by what cunning scheme this seemingly devious daughter, princess, might propose. With a beaming smile, Mina recounted, "Recently, while visiting relatives in the ninja realm, I encountered a band of robbers who attempted to plunder us. At that moment, my guards were no match for the marauders, and the situation grew dire. Just as the hired ninja hidden within my carriage was about to intervene, a powerful figure emerged and vanquished the robbers entirely. I inquired about how I might repay him, and he presented a condition. He wishes to establish a permanent presence in the Rainbow Country, akin to the arrangements of the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages. Every year, we need only offer this formidable individual 100 million Rio, and in return, he will safeguard the security of our Rainbow Nation. This matter is beyond my authority, hence I sought counsel from my father. Upon hearing my words, the Lord fell into deep contemplation. If an annual tribute of 100 million Rio could effectively deter the prying eyes of the 5 great nations, it would indeed be splendid. Yet, can this so-called powerful figure genuinely ensure the safety of the Rainbow Nation? Presently, the emissary from the Hidden Mist Village remains within our territory. If this situation is mishandled, it could very well incite animosity from the Hidden Mist Village. In such a case, this so-called protector might swiftly retreat, leaving us in a dire predicament. Furthermore, while 100 million Rio could satiate this individual, it would hardly suffice to appease the Water Nation. To hastily arrange for an annual protection fee of 100 million Rio to the Water Nation seems rather implausible. Chapter 91. Araki Ultimately. The Lord of the Rainbow Nation did not give an immediate affirmative but instructed Meina to await his message. Observing her father's indecision, Meina felt a profound disappointment. Based on her understanding of her father, any matter he hesitated over was likely to be left unresolved. It appears that the prospect of her brother, Yoshihiko, becoming the Guardian King is all but extinguished. What course of action should she take next? Would her brother, should he fail to attain the title of Guardian King, still choose to remain in the Rainbow Nation? With a heart laden with worries, Meina departed from her father's residence and returned to her chambers. After Meina's departure, the eldest son hastily took his leave as well. However, instead of returning to his own quarters, he took a series of turns and arrived at a secluded inn. Without uttering a word, he ascended to the 2nd floor and approached a room. Upon reaching the door, he knocked firmly. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged ninja adorned with the headband of the Hidden Mist Village. The middle-aged ninja glanced behind the eldest son to confirm no one was following before allowing him entry into the room. Once the door was securely shut, the middle-aged ninja inquired, "What brings you here?" At that moment, a cloud of white smoke suddenly enveloped the eldest son. As the smoke dissipated, he transformed into a long-haired youth wearing the headband of the Hidden Mist. It became evident that the eldest son had already been substituted by a Hidden Mist ninja. The youth wasted no time and spoke directly. Just now, the princess of the Rainbow Nation approached the Lord, claiming that a powerful figure wishes to become the protector of our nation, in a manner akin to the relationship between a ninja village and a country. This development poses significant challenges to our village's forthcoming plans. "Captain, what do you propose we do next?" The captain of the Hidden Mist promptly asked. "Have you clarified the identity of this individual?" The youth replied, "Not yet. That princess is quite cunning. She never disclosed the name of the so-called powerful figure. My identity is also sensitive, making it unwise for me to appear publicly. Therefore, I would like to request the captain to investigate who this so-called protector truly is." Upon hearing this, the captain of the Hidden Mist fell into deep contemplation. In such a sensitive period, what sort of individual would take an interest in this remote nation? "Leave this matter to me," he declared. "You return to the side of the daimyo of the Land of Rainbow, continuing your covert operations. I will notify you immediately when a task arises," Captain Kiri said. The young man once again disguised himself as the young lord and returned to the daimyo's estate. While Captain Kiri retreated to his quarters to indulge in leisure, days swiftly passed, and during this time, Akasumi Mina frequently visited the residence of Shinhiko. At that moment, the two were seated on the sofa, one holding a controller, engrossed in a game of Super Mario. Shinhiko could hardly believe that this young girl was a gaming prodigy. Initially, she fumbled through the game, but after a day or two, it was as if her latent abilities had been awakened. The game character seemed to come alive in her hands. No game posed a challenge to her. "Oh dear. Shinhiko, why are you so clumsy? You can't even manage to jump to the top of the flagpole. You'll miss out on a significant score." Shinhiko sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, "It was a mistake. I haven't played in a while, so I'm a bit rusty. I could easily leap to the other side of the flagpole before." Mina pouted, "You're just boasting." Then, as if casually, Mina inquired, "By the way, Shinhiko, where has that fierce hedgehog-headed uncle gone?" Shinhiko, his eyes glued to the screen, replied nonchalantly. "He mentioned that the fish in the island's waters are too small to be satisfying, so he went out to catch some sea fish." Mina feigned surprise. "Going out to catch sea fish alone? That sounds exceedingly dangerous." Shinhiko shrugged. "Don't worry. His abilities are formidable. There's no need to be concerned for him. I'm more worried that he might inadvertently capsize a passing vessel while fishing." Mina chuckled at this. "Shinhiko, with your strength, You must have a remarkably powerful teacher. Shinhiko, still absorbed in the game, replied casually, I'm not sure who his teacher is. I don't know him well. As for my teacher, he is just an ordinary person, so there is not much to say. Mina laughed. Well, an ordinary person can train someone as formidable as Shinhiko. Your teacher must be an extraordinary figure. He's all right, Shinhiko answered dismissively, failing to satisfy Mina's curiosity. In recent days, she had placed a task in the black market to investigate Araki Shinhiko, but after several days, she had come up empty-handed. The only information she had was that he had been seen in the land of hot water, indulging in feasts and revelry. Beyond that, she had no additional details. However, some information was provided about the Araki surname, which had once enjoyed a period of glory. It was said to be an affiliate of the Senju clan during the Warring States period, but was annihilated in a surprise attack by the Uchiha clan, leading to the complete disappearance of the Araki clan. Nowadays, there was scarcely any news of the Araki clan members in the ninja world. The elderly ninja who provided the information noted that had it not been for this task, he would have completely forgotten about the Araki clan. It seemed that Shinhiko was a descendant of the Araki clan, but who, then, was the other person? Upon reflecting on this, she recalled the peculiar figure of Uchiha Madara, the man with the spiky hair. During their initial encounter, he merely served as her brother's steed, thus failing to capture her attention. Although the notion of utilizing humans as mounts is indeed bizarre, it is not entirely unprecedented. She herself had, in her youth, kept a few slaves as servants. These servants would meet a grim fate at her hands should they displease her. The memories of those subordinates lingered vividly in her mind, prompting her to lick her lips in reminiscence. Back then, her strength was not formidable, and it took several strikes to sever their necks. The agonizing and despairing expressions of those individuals remain etched in her memory to this day. At the time, she found herself puzzled. Why did these servants not resist? Despite wielding a blade, they were all adults. Even if they stood still, she struggled to inflict fatal blows, twisting her hands in the process. Yet, they preferred to tremble on their knees rather than rise in defiance. This enigma has eluded her understanding up to this moment. Shaking her head, she cast aside these chaotic thoughts. She had already commissioned an artist to render Madara's visage based on her description, and subsequently hung the completed portrait in the black market to gather intelligence on him. It was likely that by nightfall, the information regarding Madara would be delivered to her. Once she uncovered the intricacies of this individual, she could deliberate on whether to retain him near her brother. As for why she did not employ this method to investigate her brother's affairs, it was out of concern for his safety. She feared that he might attract the attention of nefarious individuals. With his striking appearance, what would happen if such malevolent beings set their sights on him? The ninja world is rife with dangers, including a number of unscrupulous female ninjas known for their ruthlessness, cruelty, and fierce dispositions, many of whom would likely struggle to find a partner in life. If her brother were to become a target for such vile characters, it would spell trouble for him. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Uchiha Madara had returned from his fishing expedition.